Chapter 154. A free kick goal, a hat-trick in the World Cup final. Lin Quan's remarkable strike delivered a significant blow to the morale of the German team. Following this goal, Bosque executed Spain's first substitution, replacing the seasoned veteran Xavi with the 22-year-old Koke, aiming to fortify the midfield and further stifle Germany's counterattacks. This adjustment proved effective. Upon resuming play, Germany found themselves at a disadvantage in midfield, their players exhibiting an increasingly anxious demeanor. Their attempts to organize attacks lacked the calm and patience previously displayed, leading to a chaotic offensive strategy. While their aggression appeared formidable, they struggled to penetrate Spain's defense, failing to pose any lethal threat. The players' impatience even resulted in a series of fouls, earning them yellow cards during defensive plays. In the 63rd minute, Schürrle's attempt to intercept Lin Quan ended in failure, resulting in a foul from behind and a yellow card from referee Rizzoli. 2 minutes later, Müller, in a bid to reclaim the ball, fouled Xabi Alonso and also received a yellow card. The mounting score deficit coupled with their anxious mindset left German fans in a state of palpable agitation, as they foresaw the impending outcome of the match should the team continue in this manner. In response to this unsettling scene, the most experienced and oldest player on the German team, Klose, stepped forward. Seizing the opportunity during a stoppage in play, he offered solace to his visibly anxious teammates and invoked the memory of West Germany's miraculous comeback in a previous World Cup final to inspire hope. We have previously performed miracles on this grand stage, and we have also encountered our share of lows. However, I assure you, we are on the path to resurgence. Being 2 goals down is nothing to fret over. Let us remain patient, for we still possess time. Klose's words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, successfully calming the restless hearts of his teammates and rekindling their hope. As the match resumed, the Spanish players quickly noticed a marked increase in the German team's fighting spirit. Their tenacity became more vigorous, even frenzied. A mere second-guess delay in ball possession could result in a loss to their opponents. Moreover, the Germans leveraged their physicality to engage in frequent confrontations with the Spanish players, making it increasingly uncomfortable for them and leading to uncharacteristic errors. In the 71st minute, a mispass from Spain's defense allowed Müller to seize the opportunity, executing a swift interception before passing to Ozil. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, Ozil deftly maneuvered amidst the interference of a Spanish defender and, just before falling, delivered the ball into the box. Klose, with his back to goal, found himself tightly marked by Ramos, unable to turn. He cleverly laid the ball back to the advancing Kroos, who struck the ball as it ricocheted off a defender's leg. Casillas was momentarily caught off guard, and in a hasty reaction, he could only deflect the ball away without securely grasping it. Klose, at a crucial moment, K stood up, astutely seizing the opportunity for a rebound, using his body to deflect the ball into the net. 21. The German team had pulled one back, igniting suspense in the match. Following the goal, Klinsmann wasted not a second, sprinting towards the net, cradling the ball as he dashed back to the center circle, urging his teammates to quickly resume their positions in preparation for the restart. With the German team trailing, every moment counted for their offensive efforts. They could not squander precious time on celebrations. If they could score again to level the match, then there would be ample reason for jubilation. But this was not the moment. Well done. Witnessing Klinsmann's goal, Merkel rose in excitement, vigorously applauding. Beside her, the Spanish Prime Minister smirked, thinking, is it really necessary to be so animated over just 1 goal? We still lead the score. Yet, he could not quell a twinge of anxiety within. Hang on, lads. Just endure for another 20 minutes, and the championship will be ours. Keep it up, play on. On the sidelines, German coach Lowe clenched his fist and waved it vigorously upon seeing Klinsmann score. The timing of that goal was impeccable, with 20 minutes remaining, and considering injury time, they had roughly 25 minutes to potentially net another goal. This span was certainly sufficient for them to find the back of the net again. Lowe held unwavering confidence in his squad, believing that if they could harness their morale, scoring would be a mere formality. The previous match against Brazil demonstrated this. As the situation on the field unfolded as Lowe had anticipated, the German players, invigorated by their goal, surged forward with fervor, launching a relentless assault on Spain. In the 73rd minute, Müller received a pass from Kroos, and after maneuvering to the left side of the box, delivered a cross. However, Klinsmann, fatigued, was a fraction slow to react and failed to capitalize on the opportunity. 2 minutes later, Germany earned a corner kick. Kroos delivered the corner toward the goal. and Houd's header struck the post, narrowly missing the net. This wave of attack sent shivers through the hearts of Spanish supporters, who held their breath as they watched the German header soar toward their goal. Thankfully, the post intervened at the last moment. Otherwise, the score would have been equalized. In that instant, Spanish fans finally understood the anxiety felt by Brazilian supporters in the previous match. The frenzied German team was indeed formidable. Hold on. Just a few more minutes, and victory would be ours. Spanish fans found themselves silently praying, wishing for time to accelerate and swiftly pass through these final agonizing moments. Every second felt unbearably drawn out. On the sidelines, Spanish coach Del Bosque also recognized the precariousness of the situation. Promptly, he made a tactical adjustment, substituting the fatigued Xabi Alonso with Martinez. This is a strategic substitution after Martinez entered the field. His abundant stamina and extensive interception range formed an impenetrable barrier alongside the earlier substitution, Koke, effectively safeguarding Spain's defensive line. This change yielded immediate results, successfully curbing Germany's attempts to launch attacks from the midfield. Germany promptly responded with a personnel adjustment, as Lowe replaced the fatigued and sluggish Klose with the younger Götze. Following Götze's introduction, Germany adopted a formation devoid of a traditional striker, with all offensive players emerging from the midfield. This tactical shift left the spectators momentarily astonished, as it appeared that Germany resembled Spain more than Spain itself. Upon seeing the substitution board raised at the sidelines, Klose wasted no time. With heavy steps, he swiftly approached the touchline, exchanged a high five and an embrace with Götze, then turned to acknowledge the crowd with applause, completing his exit. As Klose departed, many fans rose to their feet, offering him a warm ovation. This was likely Klose's final appearance on the World Cup stage, at the age of 36. It is improbable that he will endure until the next tournament. Since the 2002 World Cup, Klose has participated in 4 World Cups, scoring a total of 17 goals, making him the all-time leading scorer in World Cup history. From his stunning debut, where he netted a hat-trick with headers, to his crucial goal in the final match, Klose has consistently delivered in pivotal moments. Yet now, the legendary K is aging, and the reins of the German machine have been handed over to a new generation of youth. It remains uncertain whether they can seamlessly inherit the mantle from the venerable players like Klose. Götze's entrance did not alter Germany's struggle to gain an advantage in the midfield. Under the sweeping prowess of Koke and Martinez, Germany found it increasingly difficult to establish control. Consequently, they were compelled to attempt assaults from the flanks. In the 76th minute, Schürrle delivered a cross from the left side of the penalty area, but both Müller and Götze failed to capitalize on the opportunity, missing the ball entirely. Spain seized the moment to launch a counterattack, with Lin Quan charging into Germany's half. At this juncture, most of Germany's players had pushed beyond the midfield, leaving their defensive line exposed. This provided Lin Quan with ample space to advance unimpeded towards the opponent's penalty area. As the match approached the 80th minute, the sight of Lin Quan sprinting with such vigor left German fans in a state of shock. Was he made of iron? Did he not tire? While the other players were showing signs of significant fatigue at this stage of the match, Lin Quan appeared unaffected, resembling an indefatigable monster, brimming with energy even after a long and arduous contest. This instilled a primal fear among the German supporters, who had already witnessed their goal breached twice. Surely, it could not happen again. As Lin Quan dashed forward along the Lin Quan Expressway, Diego Costa astutely maneuvered to his flank, diverting the attention of the defenders while simultaneously providing cover. Concurrently, David Silva on the wing and Koke in midfield surged forward, creating a formidable Spanish offensive. The retreating defenders, Boateng and Hummels, exchanged glances, realizing that they could no longer delay in addressing the impending threat. Hummels decisively advanced, intending to employ a tactical foul to thwart Spain's counterattack. At this juncture, even a booking seemed preferable to allowing the opposition to proceed unimpeded. Lin Quan quickly discerned their intentions and promptly passed the ball to Diego Costa, who, after delivering the pass, surged forward with determination. Facing off against Boateng, who he had encountered several times previously, both players were acutely aware of each other's capabilities. Costa's dribbling skills, while impressive, paled in comparison to Lin Quan's, prompting him to forego an attempt to bypass Boateng. Instead, he sought to execute a 1-2 combination with Lin Quan, returning the ball to him. Hummels, lacking the agility of Lin Quan and burdened by fatigue from playing over half the match, struggled to pivot in time. As Lin Quan completed the pass and accelerated towards the ball, Hummels barely managed to turn around. Observing Lin Quan poised to receive the ball and create a clear path to goal, Hummels resolutely intervened, tripping Lin Quan from behind. The referee immediately blew his whistle, striding over with a serious demeanor to issue a yellow card to Hummels. This decision incited discontent among the Spanish players, who approached the referee to argue that the incident warranted a red card. Having evaded Hummels, Lin Quan had already set himself up for a one-on-one situation. And given his success rate in such scenarios, it was almost a guaranteed goal. Hummels' foul from behind effectively curtailed a potential goal-scoring opportunity for Spain, justifying the call for a red card. The referee, however, remained steadfast in his decision, signaling for the Spanish players to disperse or risk further admonishment. Confronted with the referee's resolute stance, the Spanish players ceased their protests. Their encirclement of the official served two purposes: to advocate for their teammate and to buy time, while also attempting to exert psychological pressure on the referee, potentially sowing doubt about his judgment for future calls. This tactic, frequently employed by Barcelona players during matches, had proven effective, prompting the Spanish national team to adopt a similar approach. Nonetheless, the dynamics of a World Cup match differ markedly from that of league play or the Champions League. The referees officiating at the World Cup are predominantly top-tier officials from various nations, exhibiting greater confidence in their abilities, bolstered by FIFA's support, thus maintaining a firmer stance against player influence. While Lin Quan was not one to engage in such antics, he did not shy away from utilizing the opportunity presented by the free kick to delay proceedings. After all, Spain's squad was beginning to show signs of fatigue, with 3 substitutions proving insufficient. Observing his teammates gasping for breath, he recognized that their stamina had reached its limit. "Shall I take the lead, or will you?" Both Harveys have taken a respite, leaving the team with few specialists for free kicks. Xavi and David Silva approached Lin Quan for a discussion. Lin Quan glanced at the goal. The free kick was positioned at midfield, approximately 35 meters from the net. The location was favorable enough to attempt a direct shot. "Allow me to take it, provide me with a screen, and I shall go for the goal." The two nodded in agreement and, adhering to the tactical design for set pieces, moved outside the penalty area to divert the defender's attention. However, the Germans had already fallen for this trick once. They would not stumble in the same place again. They disregarded the two outside the box and concentrated on marking the Spanish players inside, who were likely to head the ball. Players like Ramos, Pique, and Martinez, known for their height and heading prowess, were the primary focus of their defense. Ramos remembered Lin Quan's earlier promise, which spurred him to be particularly active within the penalty area. He sensed that Lin Quan would pass the ball to him, enabling him to score in the final. Observing Ramos's fervor, the German players became increasingly vigilant in their defense against him. Even Neuer found his attention somewhat diverted. Ramos's heading ability was widely acknowledged. If he managed to score, the match could be declared over prematurely. Witnessing Ramos stirring the defense like a catfish among a school of sardines, Lin Quan silently commended him. "Well done, Watermaster." He took a few steps back, inhaled deeply, and gestured towards the penalty area for his teammates to prepare for the impending strike. Upon seeing Lin Quan's signal, Ramos was overjoyed. "Indeed, it is meant for me." Thus, he intensified his movement. At that moment, Lin Quan sprinted towards the ball, and under the gaze of 1 billion fans worldwide, he struck the ball forcefully towards the penalty area. The ball traced a beautiful arc, soaring over the wall and descending into the box. Upon witnessing the trajectory, the German players realized they had been deceived. This was not a pass intended for a header in the box, but a direct shot. "Here it comes." Neuer's eyes widened, his focus razor-sharp. Though Ramos had diverted some of his attention, his primary concern remained Lin Quan. Neuer had previously been bested by a free kick from Lin Quan during a friendly match at Camp Nou, so he was acutely aware of the threat posed by his free kicks. Yet, Lin Quan's repertoire was extensive, featuring various techniques such as the knuckleball and the dipping shot. Which technique would he employ this time? At a distance of over 30 meters, a soccer ball traveling at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour could find its way into the net in just a second or two. The time required for Neuer to react and execute a save was about 0.3 seconds. This meant that Neuer had less than a second to contemplate his response. He had little time to deliberate. He had to make a swift decision. Based on his encounters with Lin Quan and his instinctive reactions, he chose the right side of the goal. Upon witnessing the trajectory of the ball, Neuer recalled a previous goal conceded. believing it to be a free kick reminiscent of the S-curve executed by the young Juninho. However, the football did not curve unexpectedly. Rather, as it approached the goal, it suddenly descended, grazing the crossbar before finding its way into the net. It was a stunning elevator shot. After a brief moment of silence, the stadium erupted into a cacophony of cheers. At that instant, Spanish fans worldwide were elated. With a single free kick, Lin Quan breached the German goal for the third time, completing an astonishing hat-trick in the World Cup final. The score shifted to 3-1, as the German team's hard-won equalizer was swiftly eclipsed once more. Chapter conclusion: World Cup triumph. We are champions. Observing this goal from a residence in Belgium, a figure resembling a beloved cartoon character wore a knowing smile. I had thought that after mastering the techniques of a free kick maestro, you might have forgotten this move. De Bruyne reminisced about the days at Werder Bremen when Lin Quan taught him the elevator shot. Back then, Lin Quan was merely a marginal player that Barcelona was eager to offload. In just 2 years, he transformed into a pivotal figure on the World Cup final stage, even achieving a hat-trick that had been dormant for nearly 50 years. The rapidity of his growth is truly astonishing. Equally impressed was Thomas Schaaf, the head coach of Werder Bremen, who recognized Lin Quan's immense talent when he was on loan and foresaw his stardom. Yet, he could hardly anticipate Lin Quan reaching such heights. One wonders if Barcelona now feels regret had they not dismissed Lin Quan. They could have boasted both Messi and Lin Quan as superstars, making them virtually unbeatable. In an apartment in Spain, Enrique glanced at the invitation in his hand and then at the jubilant celebrations of Spanish players on the television. He was overwhelmed with emotion, recalling how Rizzoli had forced Guardiola out and then directed him to cleanse the team of Lin Quan. Yet, after leaving Barcelona, both Guardiola and Lin Quan thrived at other clubs, especially Lin Quan, whose progress was meteoric, now seemingly on the verge of surpassing Messi. Conversely, since Lin Quan and Guardiola's departures, Barcelona's fortunes have steadily declined. In the last season, they were annihilated 7-0 by Bayern in the Champions League quarter-finals. In the previous season, they suffered a double defeat to Manchester City, failing to advance beyond the quarter-finals, and in both League and Copa del Rey, they garnered nothing. Following this dismal performance, the patience of the Barcelona board finally waned, leading to Martino's dismissal. In 2 years, they cycled through 3 coaches, and the team's performance has only deteriorated, leaving Barcelona in a precarious state. At this moment, they thought of Enrique and extended an invitation, hoping he would return to Camp Nou to take the reins of Barcelona. In the past, he would have undoubtedly accepted the invitation without hesitation. After all, coaching a prestigious club like Barcelona was a dream he had long cherished. However, now, Enrique harbored considerable doubts about the club. When Lin Quan scored, the commentary booths of various nations erupted in excitement. The commentators, with fervent enthusiasm, conveyed to the audience watching the live broadcast the historical significance of this goal. It marked the first hat-trick in a World Cup final in 48 years since Hurst, and the player achieving this feat was a mere 18 years old. We are, indeed, witnessing the birth of a supernova alongside millions of fans worldwide. Let us remember his name. The prodigious talent from Spain, just 18, has likely set a record that may never be broken. The youngest player to score a hat-trick in a World Cup final. Not only were the commentators extolling Lin Quan's brilliance, but fans from around the globe had also begun to revere his goal on the internet. A hat-trick in the World Cup final. Lin is truly magnificent. I never imagined I would witness history. Poor Neuer, who had conceded only 4 goals in the previous 6 matches, allowed 3 goals in this one, truly becoming a sieve. Spain's championship trophy is now beyond reach. Congratulations to Spain for successfully defending their title. Congratulations to Lin for earning the golden boot of this World Cup. With the 3 goals in the final, Lin has scored a total of 12 goals in this tournament, just one shy of Fontaine's historic record. 12 goals in 7 matches is already an astounding statistic. It's hard to fathom how Fontaine managed to score 13 goals on the World Cup stage. Who knows? Perhaps such deities emerged in ancient times. Nevertheless, Lin is still young, having nearly broken the record this time. He may well surpass it in the next World Cup. In truth, if Lin were a bit more selfish and took more shots on goal, he might have already eclipsed that record. Indeed, his team's spirit is remarkable. I am moved to tears. In Portugal, within Cristiano Ronaldo's lavish residence, upon witnessing Lin's free kick that secured the 3rd goal in the World Cup final, he switched off the television. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis engulfed him. He felt his position in the football world was under an unprecedented threat. Meanwhile, on the other side, his rival Messi, upon seeing Lin's goal, felt an invigorated determination. If Lin could lead Spain to defend their World Cup title and almost single-handedly defeat Germany in the final, why could he not do the same? Messi did not believe he was inferior to Lin. He had previously thought such a feat was impossible, but Lin's actions proved it was indeed attainable. This moment illuminated a guiding beacon for Messi, allowing him to discover the path forward. Lin Quan's capabilities instilled a firm belief in his own potential to achieve greatness. His third goal decisively extinguished any lingering suspense in the match. As the ball soared into the net, Lin Quan replicated his iconic celebratory gesture, elevating his collar and surveying the stadium like a monarch. Witnessing this commanding display, the Spanish players rushed forth to join in the celebration, seemingly orchestrated, each one bowing in reverence to Lin Quan. The Spanish fans erupted into fervent cheers, their exuberance so intense that one might suspect they had strained their voices beyond repair. In this moment, no words could encapsulate the exhilaration surging within them. Conversely, the German supporters shed tears of sorrow. For Lin Quan's trio of goals had shattered their dreams of victory. With only a few minutes remaining, the Germans theoretically retained hope of recovering 2 goals. Yet even they acknowledged the improbability of such a feat. Recovering 2 goals against the formidable Spanish side was no easy task. Time and again, they were pierced by the same adversary in various ways. Just as they began to gain momentum or score, the opposition would strike again, dampening their spirits. This cycle prevented the German team from regaining their familiar rhythm, marking the primary reason for their defeat. Thus, they harbored both fear and resentment towards Lin Quan, the architect of this outcome. On the sidelines, Lowe remained silent, while the expression of the substituted Klose grew increasingly grave. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that had he been a decade younger and more vigorous, the result might have been different. Alas, there are no what-ifs. For 4 to 5 minutes following Lin Quan's goal, the German players appeared utterly disoriented, their play a chaotic mess devoid of structure. Seizing the opportunity, Spain took control of the match, launching a fierce assault on their opponent's goal. After enduring several relentless shots from Spain, the German team finally regained their composure, attempting to apply pressure in the attacking half to create scoring opportunities. This strategy yielded some effect. In the 87th minute, Germany successfully reclaimed possession, with Klose delivering a precise through ball. Schürrle surged down the left flank, delivering a low cross into the box, but Ozil, lacking stamina, was slow to react and failed to reach the ball. Witnessing Ozil squander this chance, the German fans could not suppress their collective sighs of disappointment. Apart from the play that set up Klose's goal, Ozil's performance had been dismal. In the 88th minute, Lahm launched a long pass into the box. Müller managed to reach the ball but failed to adjust his angle, sending his shot wide of the far post. Müller, having missed this critical opportunity to narrow the scoreline, clutched his head in disbelief, consumed by self-reproach. Had he converted that chance, they would have trailed by only 1 goal, keeping the match alive with suspense. Regrettably, Müller could not rise to the occasion and become the hero his team desperately needed. Seeing that the German team remained undeterred, they continued to launch fierce attacks. Spain responded promptly with an offensive maneuver of their own. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan collaborated with Martinez to intercept Klose in the midfield. After a quick glance at Diego Costa's positioning, Lin Quan delivered a long pass, and this time, Diego Costa evaded the German offside trap. His timing was impeccable. Neuer, upon noticing Diego Costa receiving the ball, instinctively opted to rush forward. However, Diego Costa, unable to outmaneuver his opponent, chose to take a shot before the angle was entirely blocked. Neuer's advance was intended to instill psychological pressure on his adversary while simultaneously obstructing the shooting angle. As Diego Costa unleashed his shot, Neuer, well prepared, dove to make a save, deflecting the ball out for a corner. Spain was granted a corner kick opportunity, coinciding with the conclusion of regular time. On the sidelines, the 4th official raised the board indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time for the eager German team. 4 minutes of added time was not favorable news. Following Spain's corner tactic, their time to score would diminish even further. Moreover, Spain might capitalize on this corner to net another goal. Lin Quan approached the corner area, preparing to take the kick. The intense match had significantly drained the players' stamina, and within the penalty area, both teams' players were visibly fatigued. However, Martinez, who had been substituted in the second half, was an exception, standing at 194 meters. He was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for executing a header. Prior to taking the corner, Lin Quan exchanged a glance with Martinez and gestured, seemingly communicating something to him. Observing this, the German players intensified their marking of Martinez, ensuring he would not seize an opportunity for a header. Martinez recognized Lin Quan's signal and, in sync with his teammates, darted towards the back post. The German defender assigned to him shadowed his every move, denying him any space to maneuver. Yet, at that moment, a defender, measuring only 184 meters, unexpectedly veered back towards the front post during his run. Just then, Lin Quan delivered the corner kick. As the ball soared through the air, Neuer felt a sinking sensation. The ball's landing point was not at the back post, but rather the front. They had once again been deceived by Lin Quan's feint. Although Ramos had been misled by Lin Quan, he chose to trust him once more. This time, his faith was rewarded. Lin Quan truly did not deceive him. As the ball flew towards him, Ramos was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. At long last, he had the opportunity to score on the grand stage of the World Cup final. In a bid to honor Lin Quan's expectations, Ramos summoned every ounce of strength within him, leaping high with fervor to secure the initial touch, overpowering the defending player. With a fierce nod, he directed the ball towards the goal. Neuer, having assessed the trajectory of the approaching ball, swiftly moved towards the near post. However, such close-range headers pose a formidable challenge for goalkeepers. The difficulty lies in the fact that headers do not require a kicking motion, which would typically allow the goalkeeper to anticipate the direction of the shot. Not only is it a challenge for the goalkeeper, but the player executing the header may also be uncertain of where the ball will land. Faced with this daunting header, the goalkeeper's only recourse is to rely on their reflexes and predictive abilities. Neuer, known for his quick reactions, immediately attempted to block the ball upon spotting it heading towards the goal. Yet, the speed of the ball exceeded his expectations. Just as he completed his defensive maneuver, the football had already sailed past him. With a sharp thud, the ball found the back of the net. In the first minute of stoppage time, Ramos scored with his signature header, marking his third goal in this World Cup. This goal effectively extinguished any theoretical hopes for the Germans. With approximately 3 minutes remaining in stoppage time, after the Spanish team celebrated, only a little over a minute remained. Scoring 3 goals in just over a minute was an insurmountable feat, even if the entire German team were replaced with Ronaldo's. After scoring, an exuberant Ramos removed his jersey, boldly showcasing his chiseled physique to the camera. Lin Quan gave him a thumbs up, praising the quality of his header. Upon noticing Lin Quan's gesture, Ramos approached him, knelt on one knee, and playfully placed Lin Quan's right foot upon his knee, mimicking the act of shining his shoes. Although Ramos executed the header splendidly, his gratitude was owed to Lin Quan, whose corner kick was executed with impeccable precision, speed, angle, and height, all perfectly calibrated. Ramos had experienced many headers, yet only a select few passes provided such comfort, and Lin Quan was among them. This was the reason behind his shoe-shining gesture of thanks. Having fulfilled his promise to Ramos while also notching an assist, Lin Quan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He graciously accepted Ramos's tribute and, once their teammates joined, embraced Ramos in celebration. "Surely, our championship is secured now?" someone jestingly inquired. "If they still doubt us, we shall continue scoring until they relent." Ramos, brimming with confidence after his recent goal, yearned for another opportunity to score. Regrettably, the German team had indeed been subdued. Following Ramos's goal, which further widened the scoreline, the German squad, from top to bottom, had entirely lost their fighting spirit. Upon witnessing this lack of resolve in their opponents, the Spanish side chose not to take advantage of the situation. Both teams amicably consumed the remaining time of injury time. As the 4 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee promptly signaled the conclusion of the match, refusing to grant even a second more. The German players had long lost their fighting spirit, even if given additional time. They could not reverse the outcome. In such circumstances, it was perhaps better to end the match early and alleviate their suffering. At the sound of the final whistle, the German team members exhaled in relief, as if awakening from a nightmarish ordeal. However, the moment they realized they had lost the World Cup final and missed the opportunity to grasp the coveted trophy, their emotions began to unravel. Many young players, including Müller and Götze, could not contain their tears. Since 1990, It had been 24 years since Germany last encountered the World Cup trophy. They had believed this time would be their finest opportunity, yet they found themselves thwarted at the last hurdle. Their disappointment was palpable. Nevertheless, the outcome was already sealed. Any thoughts of vengeance would have to wait for the next World Cup in 4 years' time. On the sidelines, Lowe took a deep breath, congratulated Spain's coach, Del Bosque, and walked onto the pitch to console his dejected players. The defeat in the World Cup final was a significant blow to the players. Yet it was not the end of the world. Their squad remained youthful, with ample opportunities for redemption. However, the frequency of their defeats to Spain had begun to weigh heavily. In the 2008 European Championship final, they were vanquished by Spain, losing the title. In the 2010 World Cup semi-finals, once again Spain eliminated them, denying them a place in the final. This time, having finally reached the final, they were once more confronted by Spain, leading to yet another defeat at the hands of their rivals. Not only the players, but even Lowe himself felt a growing trepidation towards Spain. It was precisely due to their successive defeats that he had sought to adopt Spanish footballing techniques. Yet, it now seemed that their embrace of Spain's possession-based style had not narrowed the gap, but rather exacerbated their failures. The 4-1 scoreline in the World Cup final was indeed staggering. To say that Germany was thoroughly outclassed by Spain would not be an exaggeration. Finding a way to overcome the formidable Spanish side would likely become a principal area of study for German footballers in the years to come. In contrast to the despondent Germans, when the final whistle blew, the Spanish fans in attendance were reveling in one of the happiest moments of their lives. Countless supporters celebrated with tears of joy as they cheered for Spain's second World Cup trophy. On the pitch, the Spanish players plunged into a frenzy of celebration, while the coaches and substitutes on the bench rushed onto the field, exuberantly chanting, "We are the champions." The chapter concludes. Chapter 156, the World Cup Award Ceremony. Collecting trophies to the point of exhaustion. Amidst the chaotic scene on the field, at the sound of the final whistle, the Spanish players collectively succumbed to euphoria. The forwards rushed to the corner area, kneeling in a jubilant embrace, while several defenders and goalkeeper Iker Casillas joined in the celebration at the back. Although they had previously claimed the World Cup title 4 years prior, the thrill of securing this pinnacle of footballing glory once more left them overwhelmingly elated. Since Brazil's Pelé led his team to a successful title defense in the 1962 World Cup, a staggering 52 years had elapsed without any team achieving such a feat. In the fiercely competitive realm of modern football, defending a World Cup title seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the Spaniards demonstrated to the world that with determination, nothing is unattainable. The broadcast cameras panned to Lin Quan. Undoubtedly, he was the standout performer among the 22 players on the pitch during this match, with 3 goals and 1 assist. All 4 goals scored by Spain were intricately linked to him. Throughout this World Cup, Lin Quan netted a remarkable total of 12 goals, surpassing his teammate David Villa to become Spain's all-time leading scorer. Beyond these 12 goals, he also contributed 10 assists, generating a staggering 22 goals single-handedly. His presence undeniably transformed the Spanish team's attacking prowess into one of the most formidable in the world during this tournament. Over the course of 7 matches, Spain scored a total of 25 goals, averaging an astounding 3.5 goals per match, the highest goal-scoring efficiency seen in nearly half a century, unmatched by any other team. With these 25 goals, Spain eclipsed Brazil and France, becoming the second highest scoring team in a single World Cup, only trailing Hungary. In the 1954 World Cup, held in Switzerland, the legendary Hungarian team, boasting iconic strikers Koke and Bosque, scored 27 goals in 5 matches, averaging over 5 goals per game. They remain the most potent defensive team in World Cup history. Regrettably, in the final, Hungary squandered a 2-goal lead within 8 minutes, ultimately succumbing to West Germany and missing out on the championship, leaving a profound sense of disappointment. It was evident that Lin Quan was equally exhilarated. He embraced each of his teammates on the field, whether they were starters or substitutes, and even the staff and journalists present. As long as someone opened their arms to him, he would not hesitate to reciprocate with a warm embrace. After all, such joyous sentiments are meant to be shared. In the commentary booth, upon witnessing the beaming Lin Quan on screen, Huey remarked, "In just 2 short years, Lin Quan has transformed from an obscure young player into one of the world's elite football stars." Su Yang nodded in agreement, adding, "Before the World Cup commenced, there were concerns regarding Lin Quan's youth and whether he could adapt to the intensity of such competition. However, through his remarkable performance of scoring in 7 consecutive matches and netting 12 goals in this World Cup, he alleviated all doubts. This year belongs to Lin Quan. Thus far in the season, he has accumulated 5 championship trophies, including the Premier League title, the FA Cup, the League Cup, the Champions League, and the World Cup. In terms of personal accolades, Lin Quan has also secured the Premier League's Best Young Player, Premier League Player of the Year, Premier League Golden Boot, Champions League Golden Boot, Champions League Player of the Year, World Cup Golden Boot, and World Cup Player of the Tournament, among a dazzling array of honors. Previously, fans affectionately dubbed him the record breaker, but now, perhaps he shall earn yet another title, the honor harvester. The last to embrace Lin Quan was the retired former national team captain, Puyol. In this World Cup, Puyol did not participate as a player but accepted Lin Quan's invitation to join the team as an assistant coach. His presence significantly bolstered Spain's defense. Under his guidance, even Lin Quan's defensive skills saw considerable improvement. Thus, this trophy owes much to Puyol's contributions. "Captain, we did it." Puyol, with misty eyes, patted Lin Quan's back emphatically, saying, "Indeed, we did it. Thank you, Lin. Accompanying the team to secure this championship trophy leaves no regrets in my life. Take it easy, take it easy. Put me down." The exhilarated Bosque stepped onto the field, ready to celebrate with the players. To his surprise, he was immediately hoisted into the air by the exuberant players. At his age, he could scarcely endure such frolic. After being tossed a few times, he began to plead for mercy. The players were merely jesting with the old coach and had no intention of truly pranking him. Upon hearing Bosque's pleas, they gently set him down and turned their attention to another key contributor to their victory, none other than Lin Quan. Initially, Lin Quan intended to escape, but as he witnessed his teammates lifting Bosque, he realized something was amiss. However, his cunning teammates had cunningly positioned Ramos and Martinez to keep a watchful eye on him. Were they on the pitch, Lin Quan might have attempted to outmaneuver them. But now, without the ball at his feet and confronted by these two imposing figures, he found himself at a loss. Fortunately, these teammates were not as ruthless as those from the club. After tossing Lin Quan into the air a few times, they safely lowered him instead of letting him plummet to the ground. As the Spanish players reveled in their victory on the field, the event staff had already begun constructing the awards stage. With some time still remaining before the ceremony, the players, having been through an intense match, were covered in dirt. With Lin Quan, frequently fouled by opponents, particularly adorned with grass clippings and mud. Thus, at the assistant coach's urging, the players dispersed and returned to the locker room. Lin Quan was also preparing to leave, but as he entered the players' tunnel, he encountered the legendary German footballer Miroslav Klose. "Lin, may I exchange jerseys with you?" Klose seemed to have been waiting for him, and upon seeing him, he initiated the conversation. He had long heard of Lin Quan's name. Yet the two had never had the opportunity to face each other before. This World Cup final marked their inaugural clash, and it might indeed be their last. At 36 years of age, Klose had only signed a 1-year contract with Lazio, and by next year, he might very well retire. Moreover, Lazio's poor performance in the Serie A last season meant they did not qualify for European competitions. This implied that the two would not meet on the European stage. And if they did not seize this opportunity to exchange jerseys, there might not be another chance in the future. Klose held great admiration for the rising star Lin Quan, particularly after learning that he enjoyed mimicking Klose's signature somersault celebration during his time at Werder Bremen. This piqued Klose's interest in the young talent. During this World Cup, Klose had the chance to closely observe Lin Quan's playing style, even engaging with him during the final. Lin Quan's playing style and personal character resonated well with Klose, deepening his admiration for the young player. Unfortunately, Lin's slightly shorter stature prevented Klose from imparting his heading prowess to him, which would have rendered Lin virtually flawless. Absolutely. Lin Quan readily accepted Klose's invitation, swiftly removing his jersey to complete the exchange. "Play well. The future is yours." Klose offered his blessings while holding Lin Quan's jersey. "Thank you, and I hope your professional journey continues to flourish." Lin Quan sincerely reciprocated Klose's well wishes. Klose was not a player of innate genius. Rather, he exemplified the archetype of a grassroots player. He did not come from a professional youth training background, but started playing amateur football, placing him at a lower starting point than most players. Had it not been for Rizzoli's discerning eye, who brought him to Kaiserslautern at the age of 22, the future World Cup's top scorer might have had to pursue a career as a carpenter. In contrast, his contemporaneous prodigy, Ronaldo, had already become the top scorer of the South American Super Cup at 17 and was called up to the Brazilian national team. By 19, the alien had already been crowned the top scorer in the Eredivisie, and at 21, he became the top scorer in La Liga, earning both the European Golden Ball and the Golden Boot. Meanwhile, Klose at 21 was still struggling in the third tier of football. Compared to elite stars, Klose was not particularly fast, lacked physical strength, had average awareness, and his technical skills were rather rudimentary, rendering him an unremarkable player. It would have been hard for anyone at that time to foresee that such a player would one day become the World Cup's all-time leading scorer. During the 2002 World Cup, Klose's technical skills were still quite raw when faced with low balls. He would not use his feet to volley but would instead bend down to head the ball, scoring all 5 of his World Cup goals with his head. Although this incident inadvertently set a record, it was evident at the time that his footwork was markedly inferior to that of his fellow German players on the field. However, as time progressed, the late-blooming Klose, who initially struggled with the fundamentals, gradually compensated for his shortcomings through relentless dedication and diligent effort. His technical abilities improved steadily, ultimately overcoming his weaker foot and evolving into a versatile player capable of utilizing both feet. This development afforded him a broader array of offensive options, enabling him to consistently deliver the ball into the net with remarkable efficiency. In comparison to superstars like Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, Klose's style of play was unpretentious yet practical. His peak performance endured for an extended period, primarily due to the continuous enhancement of his skills, though age inevitably curtailed his capabilities. While not everyone can attain the level of Messi, each individual can aspire to learn from Klose's example. One need not possess the most extraordinary talent. Rather, honing one's existing skills to their utmost potential may well carve out a unique legacy in the world of football. After exchanging a few brief words with Klose, Lin Quan returned to the locker room. The moment he opened the door, a cascade of fragrant fruit-infused champagne surged toward him, leaving him drenched. "Surprise, surprise," he exclaimed, glancing up to find several teammates reveling in his misfortune, clutching bottles of champagne with gleeful expressions. Wiping the champagne from his face, Lin Quan seized an unopened bottle from nearby and retaliated against his friends. Prior to the final match, many had preemptively stocked champagne, intending to celebrate their anticipated victory. While champagne may be drinkable, who among the serious-minded actually consumes it? It is primarily meant for spraying. Quick, prepare yourselves, the coach is coming. Just as Lin Quan and his teammates engaged in their playful antics, a lookout outside relayed the latest intelligence. The players swiftly raised their bottles of champagne, aiming at the door. Bosque was accompanying King Felipe VI of Spain as they approached the locker room. Upon opening the door, they were met with a delightful medley of apple, lemon, and other fruity aromas. "What is this?" the seasoned coach pondered, only to be startled by a sudden splash of champagne. Frowning, Bosque instinctively shielded the king with his body. Before King Felipe VI could comprehend the situation, he was doused head to toe in champagne from the players. The athletes froze, astonished to find it was His Majesty, rather than their coach, as the intel had suggested. "You rascals, what a brazen act." King Felipe VI, standing at an impressive height of 197 meters, remained unaffected by the chaos behind him, thanks to Bosque's protection. "No worries, everyone is just having a good time. This is quite delightful." The king, displaying an amiable demeanor, shrugged off the incident, removing his damp suit and joking. "I believe I was feeling a bit warm. Wearing a suit in this weather is rather uncomfortable. Thank you for providing me with an excuse to take it off." His approachable attitude earned him the players' admiration, and many of them felt a pang of anxiety when they realized they had just sprayed champagne on the king. To everyone's surprise, the king was remarkably approachable. This significantly bridged the gap between the players and the monarch, fostering a swift camaraderie between the two parties. As Felipe VI had other engagements to attend, he borrowed a jersey from several taller players, intending to don it under his autumn attire for the championship celebration. Though this gesture may not align with royal decorum, it garnered immense affection from the fans, enhancing Felipe VI's popularity among Spanish supporters shortly after his ascension to the throne. The players, having not lingered too long in the locker room, quickly showered and changed into the specially designed jerseys for the championship before lining up to exit and return to the pitch. At that moment, FIFA officials escorted the coveted World Cup trophy to the stadium and placed it on the awards podium. The sight of the gleaming trophy rendered the Spanish fans speechless. Although their trophy cabinet housed a replica of the World Cup, this one was the authentic article. I hope we can bring this trophy back to Spain and preserve it forever, Torres exclaimed, a hint of greed in his voice. Perhaps if we win the World Cup again, we can take it home. Ramos's eyes sparkled with the same desire for the magnificent trophy. Initially, the World Cup trophy was not the FIFA World Cup trophy, but the Jules Rimet trophy. Following Brazil's third championship victory, they permanently claimed the Jules Rimet trophy, prompting FIFA to redesign the World Cup trophy, resulting in the creation of the FIFA World Cup trophy. According to the precedent set by the Jules Rimet trophy, a team that wins the World Cup 3 times can permanently retain the trophy. If this precedent holds, Spain, having already won twice, merely needs one more victory to have the opportunity to permanently possess the FIFA World Cup trophy. I doubt that's feasible, chuckled Xabi Alonso, dousing his teammates' lofty aspirations with a dose of reality. Although Brazil had once permanently claimed the Jules Rimet trophy, FIFA stipulated from the outset that the FIFA World Cup trophy could not be permanently retained. Thus, even if we were to win again, it seems unlikely. When was this amendment made? How come I wasn't informed? That's outrageous. I feel targeted. This regulation appears less aimed at us and more directed at the Brazilians. Given that they were not a team easily prone to failure back in the day, their competitiveness on the World Cup stage is well documented. The 5-time champions Brazil, having permanently taken the Jules Rimet trophy, went on to secure 2 additional World Cup titles. Their dominance in the World Cup arena is indeed overwhelming. As the Spanish players engaged in their banter, the award stage was being finalized on the field. Countless cameras were focused on the podium, poised to capture the champions as they prepared to receive their accolades. The first individual award to be presented was the FIFA Best Young Player Award. Unsurprisingly, Lin Quan was unanimously elected. At the tender age of 18, Lin Quan, though not the youngest player in this World Cup, Cameroon's Olinga is nearly 3 months his junior, stands out as the most remarkable young talent of the tournament, demonstrating a clear and significant lead over his peers. Upon hearing his name, Lin Quan graciously waved to the spectators and cameras, striding steadily towards the podium. After receiving the trophy from the presenter, he positioned himself at the center of the award stage, proudly displaying the silver trophy in his hands. This trophy, adorned with a football atop a square base, appeared rather ordinary, yet bore considerable weight. Lin Quan lifted it, estimating it to weigh over 10 pounds, which led him to ponder whether it was crafted from pure silver. Nevertheless, even if it were pure silver, its worth would scarcely exceed 2,000 euros. Despite its modest value, Lin Quan felt immense joy. Honor is something that no one would ever dismiss as excessive. Next, the Golden Glove Award was presented to Spain's goalkeeper, Iker Casillas, an accolade he has now earned for the 2nd time. Throughout the tournament, Spain conceded a mere 4 goals across 7 matches, making them the team with the fewest goals allowed. Additionally, they managed to keep a clean sheet in 4 of those matches, with Casillas' crucial saves playing an indispensable role. Ascending the podium, Casillas raised the Golden Gloves high, acknowledging the crowd. Upon witnessing the dazzling trophy in Casillas' hands and comparing it to his own silver trophy, Lin Quan felt a twinge of envy. Why does the goalkeeper receive golden gloves while the best newcomer is awarded a silver ball? Fortunately, his name was soon called again. The 3rd award presented was the Golden Boot, which Lin Quan secured with an impressive tally of 12 goals, a remarkable achievement that underscored his dominance in the tournament. Congratulations, Lin. You are truly awe-inspiring, exclaimed FIFA President Sepp Blatter, who personally presented the award. Blatter reflected on the poignant memory of a year prior, when he awarded Lin Quan the Golden Ball and Golden Boot during the Confederations Cup at nearly the same venue. Lin Quan had expressed a desire to receive another award from him a year later, a statement Blatter initially thought to be a jest, as one must either win the championship or earn the Golden Boot to stand on the podium. Little did he expect Lin Quan to accomplish what seemed nearly impossible. Upon receiving the award, Lin Quan smiled and remarked, "You truly keep your promises. I hope to accept another award from you in the future." His words served as a subtle wish for Blatter's successful re-election in the upcoming FIFA elections. Unlike the Best Newcomer Award, the Golden Boot is crafted from gold. However, it felt somewhat lighter, even less substantial than the earlier silver ball, leading Lin Quan to suspect it was merely gold-plated. Upon receiving the trophy, Lin Quan found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to step down or remain on the podium, as the next accolade to be presented was the World Cup Most Valuable Player Award, also known as the Golden Ball. There was little doubt that this honor would once again belong to him. Ultimately, Lin Quan chose to descend from the stage, returning to his teammates. Carrying a golden boot to collect the golden ball felt somewhat ostentatious. He preferred a more modest approach, thinking it better to receive awards one at a time. "Hold this for me for a moment," he requested. As anticipated, no sooner had Lin Quan stepped down than his name was called once more from the podium. He casually passed the golden boot, signifying the top scorer, to Ramos, making his way up to the stage for the third time. Ramos gazed at the golden boot in his hands, unable to resist touching it. It was the very object of his dreams. As Lin Quan ascended the podium for a third time, the crowd erupted in laughter. Commentators from various nations could hardly contain their amusement, remarking, "Lin Quan vividly illustrates what it means to collect awards to the point of excess." He had single-handedly claimed 3 awards, and along with the championship medal and trophy, he could easily establish a personal gallery of accolades. Considering the League and Champions League awards, he might indeed have enough for such a display. Blatter, still the one presenting the awards, chuckled as he patted Lin Quan on the shoulder, teasing, "Your predictions are spot on. Once again, it is I who presents you with this honor." Lin Quan couldn't help but laugh in response. If only Blatter weren't corrupt, he would make a fine president, he mused. As Blatter had supported the development of football in underprivileged regions and ensured the World Cup did not become a monopoly of Europe, which held significant importance for the global advancement of football. Regrettably, his own misdeeds and offenses against untouchable powers led to his imprisonment and a tragic downfall. Receiving the Golden Ball trophy from Blatter, Lin Quan noticed that this trophy was decidedly more opulent than the previous ones, crafted entirely from gold plating. Even the base was no exception, radiating a brilliant golden sheen. However, in comparison to the equally resplendent World Cup trophy, it still fell somewhat short. Following the presentation of the Golden Ball, all players who had received individual awards came on stage for a commemorative photograph. Despite there being 4 awards, only 2 individuals appeared, as 3 of the accolades had been claimed by Lin Quan alone. Hastily, Lin Quan returned to the stage, retrieving the Best Newcomer award from Torres and reclaiming the Golden Boot from Ramos. However, Ramos seemed reluctant to part with it. "Since you've already claimed it, I might as well hold on to it for safekeeping," he suggested. Lin Quan laughed. "That's fine, but come with me to take the commemorative photo." Ramos quickly shook his head. No, I'll pass. I can't afford to lose face." Although he had scored 3 goals, it paled in comparison to the top scorer. If he dared to join the photo op, it would surely become a source of embarrassment. With both hands clutching 3 trophies, Lin Quan made his cumbersome way back to the podium. Casillas, witnessing his awkward predicament, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Lin Quan sighed. It seems that winning too many awards is not necessarily a good thing. Casillas, overhearing his teammate, could not help but roll his eyes. Really, is this how we talk? After the group photo session concluded, the German players took turns ascending the stage to receive their silver medal from Blatter. Once the German team had collected their awards, it was finally time for the Spanish players to take the stage. Dressed in their striking red jerseys, the 23 Spanish athletes approached the podium, each filled with exhilaration as they received their well-deserved championship medals. Subsequently, their captain, Casillas, carefully lifted the coveted World Cup trophy, taking deliberate steps towards his teammates. The players opened their arms wide, eagerly welcoming the arrival of the illustrious trophy. Casillas swayed his body along with the trophy, encouraging his teammates to join in the celebration. As he reached the center of the stage, he suddenly raised the trophy high above his head. Confetti rained down like a vibrant shower at the Maracanã Stadium, while fireworks illuminated the sky both inside and outside of the venue. Amidst the colorful pyrotechnics, the joyful laughter and cheers of the Spanish players were immortalized in that fleeting moment. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 157. Lin Quan aspires to be the king of football. After Casillas completed the trophy presentation, he handed the World Cup trophy over to Lin Quan. Lin Quan raised the trophy high, attracting the attention of countless photographers, with flashes illuminating the scene as fans erupted in cheers. Rather than indulging in the moment excessively, Lin Quan promptly passed the trophy to his teammates, allowing them to relish the experience of holding the trophy in turn. At that moment, King Felipe VI of Spain, adorned in a red Spanish jersey, entered the field accompanied by 2 little princesses clad in similar attire. Xavi entrusted the trophy to Lin Quan, urging him to present it to the king. Felipe VI appeared visibly moved as he leaned down to kiss the trophy, opting not to lift it himself, but instead passing it to his two daughters. Princess Leonor and Princess Sophia excitedly received the trophy from their father, together hoisting it high above their heads. This scene was a near replica of the iconic moment from 4 years prior, stirring fond memories for Spanish fans both in the stadium and watching from home. This generation of Spanish supporters is undoubtedly fortunate, as their national team is currently experiencing its most glorious era in history. Having never tasted World Cup success in the previous 80 years, they achieved the remarkable feat of winning 2 titles in just 4 short years. From 2008 onward, within the span of 6 years, the Spanish team has claimed 2 World Cups, 2 European Championships, and 1 Confederations Cup. In every major tournament, Spain has been nearly invincible, capturing nearly every available title. However, every dynasty faces the inevitability of decline. Within this Spanish squad, Xavi is now 34, while Casillas, Xabi Alonso, and Villa are all 33. Among these 4, with the exception of goalkeeper Casillas, the other 3 are likely to announce their retirement from international duty following the World Cup. Their advancing age poses a significant challenge to their ability to continue competing in the top 5 leagues. Consequently, it is highly probable that they will opt to depart from the 5 major leagues, seeking fortune in the Middle East or Major League Soccer. Or perhaps even choosing to retire, reminiscent of Puyol's path. Beyond these individuals, the 1984-born Torres and Iniesta have reached the age of 30, likely able to endure only 1 more World Cup. Furthermore, the 1985-born Albiol, 1986-born Silva and Ramos, along with the 1987-born Pique, Fabregas, and Pedro, may also find themselves only capable of participating in another World Cup, making it arduous to sustain their presence until the 2022 tournament. In stark contrast to the youthful roster of 4 years ago, which boasted an average age of merely 7 years. The current Spanish squad has an average age of 5 years. This average age is notably significant among all World Cup winning teams throughout history. The issue of an aging roster is the foremost challenge that Spain must confront in the near future, a dilemma that appears fundamentally insurmountable. However, the optimistic Spaniards at this juncture seem not to ponder such weighty matters or distant concerns. They believe that La Liga is currently flourishing, and the incessant emergence of young talents within the league will undoubtedly allow them to seamlessly inherit the mantle of their predecessors and propel the Spanish team forward with vigor. This sentiment is shared not only among the fans, but also echoed by the Spanish media. During the post-match interviews, a throng of reporters surrounded Lin Quan, inquiring about his feelings regarding the match and the prospect of winning the World Cup. After Lin completed his response, a Spanish journalist posed a question. Lin, are you aware that you were on the brink of breaking the historic record set by the legendary Pelé 56 years ago? Lin shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity with the record in question. Pelé, when leading his team to victory, was merely 17 years and 249 days old, making him the youngest champion in World Cup history. In contrast, when you guided your team to triumph in this World Cup, you were 18 years and 140 days old. The difference between you two is minimal. Although Ronaldo participated in the 1994 World Cup at the age of 17, Brazil emerged victorious. He did not play in the matches. Hence, the journalist overlooked his record. The journalist placed greater emphasis on players like Lin Quan and Pelé, who not only participated in the World Cup, but also scored multiple goals as key players, ideally netting crucial goals in the finals. Merely being part of the championship squad does not count, evidently. I have not focused on this matter, as at 17, I had no World Cup to play in. Lin's response elicited laughter from the reporters. The World Cup occurs every 4 years, not annually. Moreover, the presence of young players with exceptional prowess akin to Pelé and Lin Quan is indeed a rarity. This renders Pelé's record particularly challenging to surpass, especially under the stringent conditions set by the Spanish journalists, which necessitate that players not only be sufficiently youthful, but also become pivotal to their teams, exhibit remarkable performances on the field, and ultimately lift the trophy. Each of these achievements is not easily attained. Are there any other records held by the football king that someone of my age could aspire to challenge? Lin Quan, known as the record breaker, harbors a keen interest in the milestones established by Pelé. Upon hearing Lin Quan's statement, the reporters were instantly intrigued. Could it be that Lin Quan aims to challenge Pelé's World Cup records, perhaps aspiring to become the new football king? Pelé, an unparalleled figure, boasts the remarkable distinction of being a 3-time World Cup champion. a record that has remained untouched for years, nearly impossible to surpass. After the reporters expressed their thoughts, they turned their gazes toward Lin Quan, eagerly awaiting his declaration. The enormity of winning the World Cup 3 times is evident, as no one has achieved this feat since Pelé. To a significant extent, Pelé earned the title of football king precisely because he accomplished this nearly unattainable miracle, thereby earning universal acclaim as the first generation of such a title. Should Lin Quan truly manage to eclipse Pelé's record, he would undeniably qualify as the new football king. However, can Lin Quan genuinely undertake this seemingly insurmountable task? Some individuals even question whether he possesses the audacity to accept such a challenge. The reason this task is deemed impossible lies in the limited duration of a player's career, typically not exceeding 20 years. Within those 20 years, even if one coincides with the World Cup from debut to retirement, they would only have the opportunity to compete in a maximum of 6 tournaments. In the fiercely competitive arena of the World Cup, it is not just a single player who faces challenges. Even a national team would find it daunting to secure 3 World Cup titles within a 20-year span. The Brazilian team, the most successful in World Cup history, has not won a trophy since their triumph in 2002, having gone 3 tournaments without even reaching the finals. Indeed, this record is formidable, breaking it seems an arduous task. Yet Lin Quan expressed a desire to attempt the challenge. After all, what if he succeeded? Lin Quan responded with a sense of ease. Not because he harbored absolute confidence in accomplishing the task, but rather because he believed in the merit of giving it a try. Success would be splendid, but failure would be inconsequential, as it is, after all, a seemingly impossible endeavor. Upon hearing Lin Quan's response, the journalists' eyes sparkled with excitement, each filled with fervor. What a significant story. Lin Quan is daring to challenge the throne of the football king, while others dare not even contemplate Pelé's record. Lin Quan is willing to attempt the challenge. This alone signifies his confidence in his own abilities. Such courage is not something just anyone possesses. Of course, given Lin Quan's performance in this World Cup, he is undoubtedly qualified to pursue the title of football king. The media, eager to captivate their audience, exaggerated and embellished Lin Quan's interview. Among them, the BBC's headline was particularly eye-catching. Lin Quan, I want to be the football king. Following the release of these reports, the entire football world was set ablaze. On the internet, the fervor following the conclusion of the World Cup has reached an exhilarating peak, prompting a lively discussion among the passionate fanbase upon the release of this report. To my astonishment, the notion that Lin Quan aspires to ascend to greatness is a revelation I had not anticipated. His commanding presence is indeed formidable. Were such words to be uttered by another, I would dismiss them as mere bravado. Yet, when they originate from Lin Quan, they resonate with a sense of potential. Perhaps it is due to his undeniable prowess? Amusingly, I see that his fervent admirers have taken this seriously. Securing a World Cup victory once is a formidable task. To achieve it thrice is an entirely different challenge. I can only suggest they temper their expectations and perhaps dream a little more realistically. While it is true that winning 3 World Cups is an arduous endeavor, it is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Let us engage in a rational and objective analysis. Spain has recently defended their title successfully, and Lin Quan has already claimed a World Cup championship. In the coming decade, he would only need to secure 2 more victories. Indeed, Lin Quan is merely 18 years old. He has the opportunity to compete in at least 3 more World Cups. And if he maintains his form, participating in 4 is within reach. However, clinching 2 championships across 4 tournaments is no small feat, especially as Spain's current lineup appears to be on the decline. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Quan remains in the squad, they will still be considered a top-tier team. Should rival teams fail to elevate their performance, Spain might very well defend their title in the next World Cup. I perceive Germany as a formidable contender, and Argentina is likely to be highly competitive 4 years hence. I also suspect that France may experience a resurgence, as their league has produced a number of promising young talents. Young talents, indeed. The professor has become quite generous with his spending in recent seasons. He may no longer be inclined to pursue emerging stars, favoring instead established superstars. Yet, let us not forget, the professor remains the same frugal individual, reluctant to part with his coins. Acquiring renowned players does not preclude him from stockpiling young talents, even if they are not immediately needed. Loaning them out for development could yield future profits. When did Arsenal enter the realm of dubious dealings? Let us not frame it so harshly. The club is merely providing experienced captains to other teams. How could that be deemed unethical? Enough of that. The fans are already on the verge of tears. Let us redirect our conversation towards Lin Quan and his potential to break records. Do you think there exists a possibility for him to secure 3 championships across the next 4 World Cups? Unlikely, utterly improbable. The odds are exceedingly slim. If that were to happen, the World Cup might as well be renamed the Spanish Cup. In truth, many believe that it may be a challenge for Spain to win even a single additional World Cup in these upcoming tournaments. Once this generation retires, whether the next cohort of Spanish players will possess such formidable talent remains an open question. While Lin Quan is indeed exceptional, football is a team sport. He cannot single-handedly take on the entire opposing squad. Moreover, if his teammates falter, they may become liabilities rather than assets. It is precisely due to these low probabilities that many perceive Lin Quan's aspirations as mere jest. Certain fans of prominent football stars seize the opportunity to engage in mockery, perceiving Lin Quan as excessively arrogant. Could he truly aspire to challenge the divine legacy of Pelé? The fervor surrounding this discussion escalated to such heights that even Pelé himself was stirred by the commotion. However, in stark contrast to the typical derision exhibited by others, the football king graciously expressed, "The very existence of records is meant for future generations to surpass. Lin is a prodigious talent. Watching him play is a delight for all. And being so young, his future is brimming with potential. Thus, I shall not hastily dismiss him." Pelé's endorsement significantly bolstered the confidence of Lin Quan's supporters. Listen up, critics. Even the football king has voiced his support for Lin. Do you presume to understand better than he does? Perhaps you should rename yourselves the Understanding Kings. Amidst the uproar, Lin Quan and his teammates had already boarded their flight back to Spain, triumphantly returning to Madrid with the coveted World Cup trophy. Informed fans thronged the airport, causing a veritable blockade at Madrid airport. When the Spanish players finally emerged in the arrivals hall, they were met with an overwhelming sea of supporters. My goodness, how many people are here? Surely tens of thousands. Not just tens, look outside, it's packed. It seems half of Madrid has come. Will we even be able to leave the airport today? The players were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the crowd. Fortunately, the fans remained relatively composed, merely chanting championship slogans without resorting to any extreme behavior, which eased the players' concerns. After conferring with the coaching staff, they decided to showcase the World Cup trophy along with their individual awards to the enthusiastic fans. Upon sighting the illustrious trophy, the fans erupted with excitement, eagerly rushing forward to touch the mesmerizing symbol of victory. Thankfully, prior arrangements had been made with airport security, who deployed a substantial number of personnel to ensure safety and maintain order. Consequently, no incidents occurred. Following the announcement from Football Association officials that the trophy would be publicly displayed for fans to admire, the atmosphere gradually calmed, replaced by chants of every player's name. Veteran players, having participated in 2 World Cups, received special acknowledgement, garnering even greater applause and cheers. However, one individual stood apart. Though he had only competed in a single World Cup, when the crowd called his name, the ovation he received rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the seasoned players. This individual was none other than Lin Quan. He was undeniably the foremost contributor to Spain's triumph in this World Cup, the unequivocal heart of the team. His performance on the grand stage of the tournament was evident to all, and no one could diminish his significant contributions to the team. Thus, he rightfully deserved the accolades. Not only have the fans treated Lin Quan with exceptional regard, but even the Spanish royal family has extended their special attention. Following the return of the Spanish team, King Felipe VI hosted a celebratory banquet at the royal palace, inviting all members of the national squad to partake. After this festivity, the king personally bestowed upon Lin Quan the Isabel la Católica Medal, an honor re-established in 1998 to recognize individuals and institutions that have made outstanding contributions to the nation or fostered international relations. In addition to the medal, Princess Leonor fulfilled her promise by granting him the title of Baron. Although Spanish nobility holds little monetary value, one cannot deny the prestige that accompanies such a title. Lin Quan is not the first national team member to receive such honors. For years prior, Vicente del Bosque was awarded the title of Marquis by the former king for leading the team to Spain's inaugural World Cup victory. This led Lin Quan to ponder whether, had the honor been conferred by King Felipe VI instead of Princess Leonor, he might have been elevated to the status of Viscount or even Count. Chapter Conclusion Chapter 158. The The summer transfer window opens. Real Madrid amasses funds to acquire Lin Quan. After the royal banquet concluded, the Spanish team conducted a traditional victory parade. The streets of Madrid were filled with throngs of supporters, as fans from across the nation donned the colors of the Spanish national team, gathering at the municipal square to eagerly await the arrival of their heroes. At 9:30 in the morning, under the leadership of Captain Iker Casillas, the entire Spanish team made their grand entrance. Casillas, triumphantly holding the FIFA World Cup trophy, led the first bus in the procession. The sight of the trophy and the national players elicited thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd. Through live broadcasts, this jubilant scene was transmitted to countless homes across major cities nationwide. Streets, squares, and bars throughout the country were filled with Spaniards reveling in the celebration. Spain was enveloped in a sea of joy, as Madrid basked in the euphoria of celebrating their second championship trophy in history. The European transfer market was abuzz with activity. This year, being a World Cup year, many players would opt for transfers after the tournament. Consequently, the transfer market was particularly lively, rife with rumors of high-profile player movements. Although Lin Quan had publicly denied any intentions of leaving Manchester City and rejected an overture from Paris Saint-Germain, whispers regarding his potential transfer continued to circulate. Rumors suggested that after witnessing Lin Quan's performance in the World Cup, Real Madrid's president, Florentino Perez, had solidified his determination to bring Lin Quan to the Bernabeu. Should Lin Quan express any desire to depart from Manchester City, Real Madrid would promptly engage in negotiations, armed with the most sincere offer to lure him back to Spain. While the specifics of this earnest proposal remain undisclosed, reports hinted that it would not fall below 200 million. Following the emergence of this news, before Manchester City could respond, another La Liga giant, Barcelona, expressed their discontent. Laporta, who is poised to run for the presidency of the club, openly declared, "Lin is a gem of La Masia, and we shall never allow him to fall into the hands of our arch-rivals, Real Madrid." Should Lin wish to return to La Liga, his next destination must undoubtedly be Barcelona. Journalists, however, dismissed Laporta's assertions, questioning his authority over a player who is no longer affiliated with Barcelona. Furthermore, based on Lin's previous statements, it is evident that there exists a tumultuous history between him and the club. Until these grievances are resolved, the notion of bringing him back to Camp Nou appears to be nothing more than a fanciful dream. Nevertheless, Laporta's comments have garnered considerable support among the Barcelona faithful. Following Spain's triumphant World Cup victory, Lin's stellar performances during the tournament have significantly elevated his status in the eyes of Barcelona supporters. Young, possessing formidable individual skill, adept at possession-based football, and a product of La Masia's esteemed youth academy, Lin is viewed by countless Barcelona fans as the quintessential candidate to lead the Blaugrana back to their former glory at the pinnacle of world football. There is an overwhelming desire among the fans to witness Lin and Messi join forces on the pitch at Camp Nou, orchestrating a symphony of victory. Alas, achieving this dream is fraught with challenges. Laporta's ambitions are grand, yet his rival, Bartomeu, is unlikely to concede easily. Following Rosel's imprisonment, Bartomeu, the club's first vice president, assumed the presidency. While there were predictions of an early presidential election this summer, Bartomeu has postponed it by a year, scheduling it for the summer of 2015. It is evident that Bartomeu is unwilling to relinquish the presidency to Laporta without a fight. He has reappointed Enrique and is preparing to bring in James Rodriguez and Suarez, thereby fortifying Barcelona's squad in a bid to mount a serious challenge for the Champions League next season. Should Barcelona secure the Champions League title this season, Bartomeu could leverage this achievement to win the hearts of more fans, enhancing his chances against Laporta in next summer's election. Bartomeu's swift maneuvers have caught Laporta off guard, rendering much of his prior preparation futile. In the wake of Suarez's controversial history, which has raised doubts among other clubs regarding his acquisition, Barcelona took the considerable risk of signing the Uruguayan for a staggering 81 million. The arrival of Suarez has formed a formidable attacking trio alongside Messi and Neymar, collectively known as the MSN. The true extent of their synergy remains to be seen, yet as the new season unfolds, their prowess on both domestic and European fronts will soon reveal the terrifying potential of this trio. Suarez's transfer stands as the most significant transaction in the summer transfer market thus far, and with a transfer fee of 81 million. He temporarily claims the title of the summer's most expensive signing. However, this transfer record is destined to be fleeting. In the realm of the transfer market, There exists another player who shone brightly during the World Cup, James Rodriguez, or J-Rod, whose future remains uncertain. The number of clubs pursuing J-Rod far surpasses that of the notorious Suarez, with esteemed teams such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, and Liverpool all expressing interest in acquiring him. Initially, Real Madrid and J-Rod, along with Monaco, had essentially reached a preliminary agreement. However, following the sale of Suarez, Liverpool found themselves increasingly anxious about their performance for the upcoming season. Although Liverpool fell short of their Premier League championship aspirations last season, they secured a commendable second place, granting them qualification for the Champions League. It has been 5 years since Liverpool last participated in the Champions League, and they are filled with ambition regarding this prestigious tournament. Nevertheless, their prolonged absence from European competitions has left the club in a state of apprehension, uncertain how far their current squad can advance in such contests, especially in light of the departure of their top scorer, Suarez, without reinforcements. The prospect of this season appears grim, not only for the Champions League, but also for their performance in the Premier League. Thus, Liverpool is keen to recruit a high-caliber player to fill the void left by Suarez. J-Rod fits their criteria perfectly. Consequently, leveraging the funds from the Suarez transfer and adding a bit more, Liverpool made an $85 million bid to Monaco, hoping to bring J-Rod to Anfield. This offer temporarily halted Monaco's negotiations with Real Madrid, prompting them to reassess their options. After it became clear that Lin Quan was not considering a departure from Manchester City, it seemed that various elite clubs had the financial means to make acquisitions. While J-Rod may not possess the same prowess as Lin Quan, he is nonetheless a rare gem among young talents. Such players are never in short supply of suitors, and since they are in the business of selling, Monaco naturally hopes to maximize their profits. Upon receiving this news, Real Madrid was understandably incensed. For them, J-Rod is not an indispensable asset, particularly with the club president signaling intentions to secure Lin Quan, necessitating the gathering of funds in preparation for this acquisition. Consequently, Real Madrid briefly contemplated withdrawing from the competition. If Liverpool desires him, then let them have him. They would prefer to save their funds for Lin Quan, which seems more appealing. This shift in Real Madrid's stance left J-Rod somewhat anxious. If given the choice between Liverpool and Real Madrid, he would undoubtedly opt for the latter. Real Madrid is the most illustrious and successful club on the planet, a childhood dream for countless players. To don the sacred white jersey at the Bernabeu and serve the world's finest team is also J-Rod's aspiration. Thus, J-Rod urged his agent to exert pressure on the club, requesting a concession in the transfer fee to facilitate his move to Real Madrid. Simultaneously, J-Rod openly expressed his admiration for Real Madrid, unabashedly conveying his affection for the club. This maneuver garnered him favor among the Real Madrid fanbase. James Rodriguez possesses an appealing demeanor and charisma, embodying the quintessential player that Real Madrid fans admire, one who is both aesthetically pleasing and exceptionally skilled. His achievement of securing the silver boot at the World Cup, coupled with the fervent pursuit from numerous clubs willing to invest over $80 million, attests to his undeniable talent. Hence, should the price be reasonable, acquiring him would not pose a disadvantage for Real Madrid, even if future financial arrangements necessitate the acquisition of Lin Quan. He could be sold to free up funds and salary space. For a player of his caliber, as long as he remains free from significant injuries and maintains consistent performance, the potential for loss is minimal, if not entirely profitable. Ultimately, Real Madrid and AS Monaco reached an accord regarding James's transfer, with a fee of $82 million established. This figure marginally eclipsed that of Luis Suarez, rendering him the marquee signing of the summer transfer window in 2014. Following their previous expenditure of $100 million on Gareth Bale, Real Madrid once again secured the top transfer in the market. The rivalry between the two La Liga giants extended beyond this, as FC Barcelona, after acquiring Suarez, embarked on a series of strategic signings. They initially invested $12 million in acquiring Claudio Bravo, the goalkeeper from Real Sociedad, and subsequently secured Marc-Andre ter Stegen from Borussia Mönchengladbach for the same fee. The arrivals of these two players effectively addressed Barcelona's need for a primary goalkeeper for the upcoming season. In the wake of these developments, the situation for Victor Valdés, who had previously declined to renew his contract with Barcelona, became rather awkward. The second-choice goalkeeper for Spain now faced the prospect of being without a team in the new season, evoking a sense of poignancy. In addition to the $24 million spent on two elite goalkeepers, Barcelona also allocated 18 million to bring in key midfielder Ivan Rakitic from Sevilla. Defensive reinforcements followed suit, with the club acquiring Thomas Vermaelen from Arsenal for 19 million and Matthew from Valencia for 20 million. As the transfer window drew to a close, Barcelona also secured a defender named Santos from Sao Paulo for a mere 4 million. This summer, Barcelona's total expenditure reached a staggering 160 million, reflecting the ambition of President Josep Maria Bartomeu. Naturally, it was unrealistic to expect the club to disperse such a vast sum all at once, prompting Barcelona to offload several players concurrently. Cesc Fabregas, who had fervently campaigned to return to Barcelona, ultimately departed Camp Nou, joining Chelsea for 33 million and returning to the Premier League. Moreover, Alexis Sanchez, who lost his starting position following Suarez's arrival, was sold to Arsenal for 42.5 million. Additionally, the club loaned out Teo to Porto for 3 million. Notably, Boyan, once heralded as the second coming of Messi after breaking numerous records in Barcelona's youth ranks, struggled for several years before being sold to Stoke City for 1.8 million. Following the completion of several transfers, Barcelona's financial losses for this summer have dwindled to below 100 million euros. In contrast, despite Real Madrid's acquisition of a marquee player, they have offloaded a greater number of athletes. Notably, Di Maria was transferred to Manchester United for 75 million euros. Morata was sold to Juventus for 20 million euros. Xabi Alonso moved to Bayern Munich for 10 million euros, and Sahin returned to Borussia Dortmund for 7 million euros. Consequently, Real Madrid not only avoided losses, but also netted a profit of 30 million euros. Aside from Barcelona and Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid has also made significant moves this summer. After selling Diego Costa and Felipe for £50 million, their transfer budget became quite ample, although Torres rejoined the team. Considering Torres's form and the departures of Villa and Diego Costa, Simeone deemed it essential to bolster the attacking line. Seizing the opportunity presented by Mandzukić's discord with Bayern's coach Guardiola, Simeone invested 22 million euros to acquire Mandzukić and 15 million euros to bring in Torino's forward Xherxes. He then secured Granada's defender Sequeira for 10 million euros and captured Benfica's first-choice goalkeeper Oblak for 16 million euros to fill the void left by Courtois' departure. Upon finalizing these transfers, Simeone turned his attention to Antoine Griezmann, a young forward from Real Sociedad. Last season, Griezmann made 50 appearances for Real Sociedad, contributing 21 goals and 5 assists. His remarkable performance, featuring a goal and an assist in the match where Real Sociedad triumphed over Barcelona 3-1 at home, caught Simeone's eye. Simeone held high hopes for Griezmann, and coincidentally, so did Real Sociedad. Atletico initially offered 20 million euros for Griezmann, which was promptly declined, with Real Sociedad asserting that he was not for sale. However, such claims of not for sale often hinge on the offer's inadequacy. With a wave of his hand, Simeone raised the bid by 5 million, presenting a revised offer of 25 million euros. Real Sociedad's stance softened, refraining from labeling Griezmann as unsellable, yet emphasized his critical importance to the team. Simeone, incensed, interpreted this as a demand for a higher bid. After nearly 2 weeks of negotiations, Atletico was compelled to activate Griezmann's buyout clause at 30 million euros, forcibly bringing him to the club. This summer, Atletico Madrid invested a total of 120 million euros in the transfer market, recouping 95 million euros through player sales, resulting in a net expenditure of 25 million euros. Across the league, the 20 La Liga teams collectively invested 480 million euros in the transfer market, with the three giants accounting for 360 million. Underscoring the stark financial disparity within La Liga, this 480 million in transfer spending places La Liga second among the top 5 leagues. However, when compared to the Premier League next door, La Liga's figures appear modest. In the summer of 2014, Premier League clubs expended a staggering 10.2 billion in the transfer market, nearly equaling the total expenditure of the other 4 major leagues combined. The catalyst for this intense arms race among Premier League teams was the sudden emergence of Manchester City, which, bolstered by investments from the Abu Dhabi consortium, transformed from a mid-tier team into one of the elite clubs in the Premier League within a few short years. Faced with this formidable threat, the established powerhouses had no choice but to engage in the arms race to preserve their standing. The promotional efforts of the Premier League have proven remarkably effective, with broadcasting revenue shares significantly surpassing those of other leagues. Even teams positioned in the lower ranks can secure around 80 million from broadcasting revenues alone over a season, providing them with the financial confidence to spend lavishly. Consequently, the arms race in the Premier League this season has been particularly fierce. Chapter 159. The frenzied arms race in the Premier League. Is Manchester City on the brink of collapse? The competition in the Premier League this season is indeed fierce. On a beach somewhere in Catalonia, beneath a large sunshade, Lin Quan and Guardiola recline in lounge chairs, enjoying the gentle sea breeze. Guardiola holds a newspaper, engrossed in its contents. Is that so? Lin Quan casually inquired. Guardiola, a workaholic, remains deeply interested in football affairs even during his vacation, having remotely orchestrated a transfer operation for Bayern, offloading the insubordinate Mandzukic. Indeed, the major clubs in the Premier League have made significant moves in the transfer market, particularly your neighbors, Manchester United, who have recently been quite extravagant in their acquisitions. Lin Quan recalled that after Moyes was dismissed, the Dutchman Van Gaal took the helm of the Red Devils. It seemed he spent an exorbitant amount during his tenure, much of which was arguably wasted. Lin Quan took a glance at the newspaper and confirmed that Manchester United's activity in the transfer market this summer was indeed substantial. As soon as the transfer window opened, they eagerly secured Luke Shaw from Southampton for 33 million. They then acquired Ander Herrera from Athletic Bilbao for 31 million, brought in Di Maria from Real Madrid for 60 million, and signed defender Rojo from Benfica for 20 million. Additionally, they secured a loan for the talented Falcao from Monaco at an annual fee of 6 million. This summer, Manchester United splurged a remarkable 1.8 billion, making them the highest spenders in Europe. While Barcelona also invested heavily, they recouped around 70 to 80 million through player sales. In contrast, although Manchester United let several players go, their earnings from sales amounted to a mere 43 million. This implies that their net expenditure reached an astonishing 1.4 billion. Van Gaal certainly knows how to spend money. However, if such lavish spending does not yield success, he may face severe criticism. However, Lin Quan perused the internet and observed that Manchester United fans seem to be wholeheartedly applauding Van Gaal's significant recruitment efforts. While dissenting voices do exist, they are few and far between. The overwhelming majority of supporters express delight and anticipation regarding the club's ambitious acquisitions. It appears that the club is poised to embark on a grand venture this season. One cannot help but look forward to avenging themselves against Manchester City in the league. With only minor changes to City's lineup, and considering Lin's presence, can we truly secure victory against them in the new season? Some are filled with uncertainty. Despite Manchester City's newfound wealth, they are the reigning champions of the Champions League, and their strength should not be underestimated. Last season, Manchester United suffered a double defeat to City, enduring significant losses on both occasions. The image of Lin Quan performing a hat-trick at Old Trafford while celebrating in the regal manner of Cantona remains a painful memory for the Red Devils fans, haunting their thoughts like a nightmare. Rest assured, with the likes of Van Persie, Rooney, Falcao, Mata, and Di Maria gracing our squad this season, how can we possibly falter? Indeed, this lineup seems destined to secure the Premier League title, and a place among the top four in the Champions League is all but assured. Truly, money is a powerful ally. If Manchester City can achieve success through extravagant spending, our Red Devils, with a far richer heritage, shall surely vanquish them this season. The fans of the Red Devils are imbued with confidence regarding the team's prospects for the new season, eagerly awaiting its commencement. Witnessing the fervent anticipation among Manchester United supporters, Lin Quan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Van Gaal is indeed a master of expenditure, but how will he fare in terms of results? Outside of Manchester United, Chelsea, the Blues, have also made substantial investments, having been among the earliest clubs to take action. On May 24th, just after the Premier League concluded and before the World Cup commenced, Chelsea hastily reached a transfer agreement with the affluent Paris Saint-Germain from Ligue 1. The Blues sold their mainstay defender, David Luiz, to PSG for a staggering 50 million. This fee shattered the previous record held by PSG's other defender, Thiago Silva. Consequently, David Luiz now stands as the world's most expensive central defender to date. Interestingly, both Thiago Silva and David Luiz are key defenders for Brazil in this World Cup. PSG likely believe that having tasted success with Thiago Silva, they could expect similar prowess from David Luiz, given their shared nationality and camaraderie as teammates. Thus, even if they spent a bit more, it was deemed a worthy investment. One must acknowledge that Paris Saint-Germain's strategy was quite astute. However, after Brazil's humiliating defeat to Germany in the World Cup, their laughter was swiftly silenced. In contrast, the Blues fans are all smiles, as if they have identified the scapegoat for last season's failures. Thank you, Middle Eastern tycoons, for clearing the way for my team. Selling a defender for $50 million is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. It is no wonder that my team, Chelsea, struggled so immensely last season. It appears there was indeed a ticking time bomb in the defense. However, not all Chelsea supporters share this sentiment, as some have come to the defense of David Luiz, asserting his commendable abilities. While it is true that he possesses considerable skill, his spatial awareness leaves much to be desired. Observing his defensive errors often reveals a tendency to engage in reckless forward movements. This inclination to advance and expand his defensive reach can be detrimental. When he fails in such endeavors, it becomes glaringly apparent, thus earning him the reputation of a defensive liability. Such a player is ill-suited to command the defensive line, but could thrive in an attacking role, provided there is someone to direct his actions. These fans truly understand the game. In fact, following Brazil's loss to Germany, many experts opined that the absence of Thiago Silva, the defensive orchestrator, had a far greater impact on Brazil than Neymar's suspension. Both Marcelo and David Luiz are players who tend to stray from their designated positions. And with Germany taking an early lead, Brazil's desperation to equalize led to hasty play, ultimately resulting in their defensive collapse. This does not imply an insurmountable disparity in skill between the two teams. Of course, to assert that David Luiz is worth $50 million would be utterly absurd. Thus, Chelsea undoubtedly reaped substantial profits from this transaction. Had this transfer occurred post-World Cup, it would have scarcely reached $30 million. Following Luiz's departure, Chelsea amassed sufficient funds for a coveted striker. The Spanish forward Diego Costa, a standout in the World Cup, attracted attention from numerous elite clubs. The Blues, having suffered from a lack of attacking prowess last season, long coveted Costa, whose performances in both the Champions League and World Cup were commendable. Consequently, prior to the conclusion of the World Cup, they submitted a $35 million bid to Atletico Madrid, hoping to secure Costa's services. Chelsea displayed shrewdness. Their bid coincided with Costa's injury, which rendered him unable to participate in the group stage. At that time, concerns regarding Costa's fitness arose due to his absence in both the Champions League final and the World Cup, significantly affecting his market value. Atletico Madrid shared these apprehensions, prompting negotiations with Chelsea. However, as discussions progressed, Spain clinched the championship, and Costa returned to the pitch for the final. Although he did not score, his performance was commendable, overshadowed only by the brilliance of his teammates. With Costa's fitness restored, Atletico gained confidence in negotiations, firmly refusing to entertain any price reductions. After all, Chelsea had profited $50 million from the sale of David Luiz. How could they justify acquiring a World Cup winning forward like Diego Costa for less than that amount? This proposal evidently placed Chelsea in a difficult position, for they are not the wealthiest of clubs, unconcerned with financial constraints. Even if one were truly affluent, it would be unwise to be a mere pawn to be exploited. Is a $50 million acquisition of Diego Costa justified? If the player remains unscathed and seamlessly adapts to Chelsea's style, the price may not appear excessively outrageous. However, should such a significant sum be expended, their transfer budget would likely become precariously insufficient. The previous season's defeat to Manchester City left the Chelsea squad seething with frustration, igniting a fervent desire to bolster their ranks this season, arming themselves to the teeth for a chance at retribution against City. Consequently, beyond the pursuit of a striker, they also set their sights on players in other positions, such as Felipe, the left-back from Atletico Madrid, and Cesc Fabregas from Barcelona. To secure these stars, an investment exceeding $50 million would likely be required. Thus, Chelsea found themselves compelled to continue negotiations with Atletico. After arduous discussions, an agreement was finally reached. Chelsea parted ways with Torres, effectively securing both Felipe and Diego Costa for $50 million. For Chelsea, this transaction allowed them to exchange a declining Spanish forward for another, younger and more vibrant Spanish striker at the pinnacle of his career. Furthermore, they acquired a left-back brimming with potential while simultaneously alleviating some wage burdens, rendering this deal undoubtedly advantageous. For Atletico, following the departure of Diego Costa, the need for a high-caliber forward became apparent, and bringing Torres back, having been nurtured in their youth academy and being a compatriot, emerges as a commendable choice. The pivotal aspect is that Torres' transfer fee was merely $5 million, a veritable bargain. For Torres, his tenure at Chelsea had been fraught with struggle. Rather than continue being marginalized at Chelsea, a change of scenery to rediscover his form seemed prudent. Having begun his career at Atletico at the tender age of 11, returning to his roots after 7 years can be seen as a homecoming for Torres. Upon finalizing this transfer, Chelsea shifted their focus to engaging Barcelona, aiming to secure Fabregas. Completing their final piece of the puzzle, Barcelona, though reluctant to part with the talented midfielder, faced the necessity of generating funds to pursue Suarez and compete with Real Madrid for James Rodriguez. After a series of negotiations, the two clubs settled on a transfer fee of $33 million. This summer, Chelsea invested a staggering $110 million in player acquisitions. However, following the sales of David Luiz and Lukaku, they recouped $10 million. Thus, their net expenditure amounted to less than $10 million, barely achieving a balance between income and outgoings. In truth, for a Chelsea side lacking in quality forwards, the decision to sell Lukaku, who had excelled at Everton, was misguided. However, due to the strained relationship between Abramovich and Mourinho, substantial funds for transfer operations were not forthcoming, forcing Mourinho to rely on player sales to generate financing. While Lukaku possesses undeniable talent, selling him could yield a budget of $40 million for the team, making his departure a prudent choice. Chelsea harbors concerns that his performance may prove to be fleeting, potentially leading to a depreciation in value in the future. However, this decision would later set the stage for Lukaku's 3 subsequent returns to Chelsea. Both Manchester United and Chelsea have engaged in substantial acquisitions, and Liverpool, naturally, was not to be left behind. Following the sale of Suarez, Liverpool found themselves with considerable financial flexibility, allowing them to acquire a plethora of players in one swoop, including Emre Can, Lalana, Markovic, Lovren, Origi, Moreno, and Balotelli. The transfer fees for these players were generally modest, with the highest being the English midfielder Adam Lallana at $31 million. Players like Markovic, Lovren, and Balotelli were transferred for around $20 million each. Although the individual transfer fees were not exorbitant, the sheer volume of acquisitions culminated in a total expenditure of $150 million, setting a new record for Liverpool's single-season transfer spending. Yet, despite this significant outlay, fans remained apprehensive, sensing that the collective value of these new players paled in comparison to that of Suarez. The notorious striker's propensity for biting incidents had led to a staggering 19-match ban, encompassing suspensions from both FIFA and the FA, which posed a considerable challenge for the team. Among the traditional Premier League powerhouses, Chelsea, Manchester United, and Liverpool all surpassed $100 million in spending, leaving Arsenal with no choice but to take action. Following their $45 million acquisition of Ozil last summer, the manager became more willing to part with funds. This summer, Arsenal made a bold move, initially securing Alexis Sanchez from Barcelona for $42.5 million, followed by a $20 million deal for striker Welbeck from Manchester United. Furthermore, the manager invested $35 million in 2 defenders and an additional $4 million for a backup goalkeeper. In total, Arsenal's expenditure for the season reached $100 million, with a net investment of $80 million after accounting for player sales, marking a significant financial commitment. It appears that the arms race in the Premier League has had a profound impact, compelling even the thrifty Wenger to make substantial signings. Conversely, as the instigator of this arms race, Manchester City made relatively minor moves this summer, spending $15 million to acquire the standout goalkeeper Navas from Levante, along with purchases of midfielders Francisco and defender Mangala for $15 million and $30 million, respectively. And that was all. Manchester City's total expenditure on transfers amounts to a modest $60 million, significantly less than that of the 4 major clubs. Furthermore, this summer, City has released a considerable number of players, including the likes of Javi Garcia, Negrito, and Rodwell, generating $65 million in revenue through these sales. When calculated, their net spending surprisingly turns out to be negative, where, one might wonder, is the much-touted phenomenon of money football. Such minimal investment raises doubts among the public, leading to speculation that Manchester City may be entering a phase of decline. Chapter 160. The valuation soars by $80 million, surpassing Messi to claim the top spot. As the reigning champions of the UEFA Champions League, and with some of the planet's most illustrious stars, Manchester City has attracted unprecedented attention this summer. In previous years, While City could draw fans with substantial signings, this approach proved unsustainable and could tarnish the club's image. Many supporters perceived City's unabashed spending as a disruption to the transfer market, inflating operational costs for other clubs. Consequently, City has often been associated with the negative connotation of nouveau riche. However, this summer marks a departure from that narrative. Manchester City has adopted a more restrained approach in the transfer market, resulting in significant media and fan engagement, largely due to their achievements last season and the presence of star players. Having secured the Champions League trophy, City's global influence and recognition have surged, attracting a multitude of supporters. Additionally, their meteoric rise has caught the attention of numerous elite European clubs. Last season, City triumphed over formidable teams such as Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Barcelona on their path to victory, underscoring that their success was not merely a stroke of luck, but a testament to their genuine prowess. As the defending champions, if their squad remains largely unchanged for the new season, they will undoubtedly maintain a robust competitive edge in the Champions League. This scenario is far from favorable for rival clubs, prompting them to consider poaching valuable players from City. By acquiring these key individuals, they not only bolster their own strength, but also diminish City's capabilities, thereby significantly reducing the threat they pose in the upcoming season. Indeed, Manchester City boasts a wealth of top-tier talent. Among the starting 11, with the exception of Kolarov from Serbia, who did not qualify for the World Cup, all other 10 players participated in the tournament. Notably, Silva and Lin Quan secured the World Cup title, while Kroos finished as a runner-up. Agüero, Zabaleta, and Demichelis reached the semi-finals, with De Bruyne and company advancing to the quarterfinals. Except for Agüero, who did not secure a starting position, the remaining players are all indispensable mainstays for their respective teams. Among them, Lin Quan undoubtedly stands out as the most captivating figure. In his inaugural World Cup appearance, he led his team to victory, triumphing over Messi in a direct confrontation with Argentina. This remarkable achievement has significantly elevated his popularity in the football realm, with numerous commentators and athletes predicting that Lin Quan will emerge as the preeminent star of the future. In fact, one might argue that he has already attained such status. Consequently, the foremost ambition of major clubs is to secure Lin Quan from Manchester City. However, with 4 years remaining on his contract and the player himself expressing a desire to remain, extricating him from the Etihad Stadium proves to be an arduous task. Even if the player were inclined to depart, determining the market value of a talent of his caliber is a complex matter. The most comparable transfer involving a player of Lin Quan's stature dates back to 2009, when Real Madrid acquired Cristiano Ronaldo from Manchester United for a staggering $80 million, equivalent to $94 million. This fee shattered the historical transfer record at the time. Fast forward 5 years, and player valuations have surged considerably, rendering the reference value of that price less relevant today. However, it is unequivocally clear that to secure Lin Quan, the transfer fee would undoubtedly set a new world record. As major clubs grapple with Lin Quan's valuation, the German transfer market has unveiled its latest player valuation rankings. This list is derived from a scientific calculation based on players' performances in the World Cup. In the most recent iteration, Lin Quan, who recently led his team to championship glory, saw his value soar by $80 million, reaching an astounding $1.5 billion, thus surpassing Messi and claiming the top spot among active players. Although Messi did not guide his team to victory, his 5 goals in the final 2 matches enhanced his standing, resulting in a slight increase in his value to $1.35 billion, placing him second among current players. Given the age disparity between Messi and Lin Quan, who is merely 18 and still in the midst of his development, there is a strong likelihood that Lin Quan will continue to grow in prowess. Meanwhile, Messi, at 27, may find it challenging to enhance his abilities further, especially as age and injuries could lead to a decline in performance. Thus, the $15 million gap between the two is unlikely to be bridged. Ranking third is Cristiano Ronaldo, whose Portuguese team performed poorly in this World Cup, with Ronaldo scoring only 2 goals before the team faced elimination. Consequently, his value remains unchanged at $1.2 billion, securing him a position behind Lin Quan and Messi. Among these 3, Ronaldo is the oldest at 29 years, and his market value is unlikely to increase further, destined to diminish with age. Nevertheless, Ronaldo remains one of the few active players whose valuation exceeds $100 million. Beneath the 3 formidable titans, The fourth position is occupied by the swift winger from Wales, Gareth Bale. Following the loss of the UEFA Champions League and the failure to qualify for the World Cup, Bale's market value has diminished, plummeting from last year's 90 million to 80 million. In fifth place is Brazil's rising star, Neymar, who was initially anticipated to surpass Bale. However, misfortune struck as he sustained an injury during the World Cup. Moreover, Brazil's dismal defeat to Germany led to a backlash against the pre-tournament adulation directed at Neymar and the Brazilian squad. Consequently, Neymar's market value rose less than expected, reaching only 70 million, placing him fifth. Ranked 6th to 10th are Angel Di Maria and Andres Iniesta, both valued at 65 million, followed by James Rodriguez, Luis Suarez, and Radamel Falcao, each at 60 million. Notably, due to outstanding performances in the World Cup, Toni Kroos's market value has surged to 50 million, while Kevin De Bruyne's value has increased to 35 million. Despite missing the World Cup due to injury, Marco Reus has seen his market value soar by 20 million, now standing at 55 million, making him the highest valued German player. This has led many German media outlets to lament that had Reus been fit for the tournament, Germany might not have suffered such a humiliating loss to Spain. The influence of the transfer market is significant in football, with numerous clubs referencing player valuations from the transfer market to navigate player transactions. Thus, the latest valuation rankings released by the transfer market have ignited fervent discussions within the football community. Wait, has Lin ascended to the top? Is this for real? A valuation of 1.5 billion. Has the transfer market gone mad? Is it truly this high? Indeed, Lionel Messi's peak valuation stands at 1.35 billion, and Lin, at merely 18 years of age, has reached 1.5 billion. Where's the fairness in this? One must consider inflation. Had Messi been 5 years younger, his valuation might not fall below Lin's. Observing this summer's transfer fees has left me somewhat dizzy, with figures routinely soaring to 70 to 80 million. Amounts that merely a decade ago were record-breaking in the sport. Indeed, when Zinedine Zidane transferred to Real Madrid, it was for a mere 77.5 million, a sum that caused a global sensation at the time. The inflation in the market is undeniably staggering. Just recently, Paris Saint-Germain offered 200 million for Lin. Should that deal materialize, it would double the current highest transfer record. Currently on vacation, Lin, upon learning of the latest valuation from the transfer market, could not resist a playful comment on social media. Am I really worth that much? He had anticipated an increase in his valuation but believed it would not exceed 100 million, estimating a peak of around 110 or 120 million at most. Unexpectedly, the transfer market has proven to be astonishingly aggressive, elevating his valuation by a staggering 80 million, soaring from 70 million to an astonishing 150 million. This increase is akin to a rocket launch, truly remarkable. Beneath Lin Quan's lament, a plethora of fans expressed their astonishment. Indeed, it is exorbitant. Pork currently costs merely 12 per kilogram, and Lin, your worth could purchase 140,000 tons of pork. A domestic fan commented, and this analogy caused Lin Quan's lips to twitch slightly. To equate his market value with pork is quite audacious. Though he scoffed internally, he couldn't resist calculating the figures. A pig weighs approximately 100 kilograms, hence 140,000 tons of pork translates to a staggering 1 per million pigs. Ridiculous. Following the recent valuation announcement, major clubs immediately took notice. Upon seeing Lin Quan's worth, they couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. The transfer market valuations serve merely as a reference. Unless a player's contract is nearing expiration, transfer fees typically exceed the player's market value significantly. Lin Quan's contract is far from expiring, yet his valuation has skyrocketed to 150 million. This implies that acquiring him would necessitate a minimum expenditure of 200 million. No wonder Paris Saint-Germain previously extended a bid of 200 million, which Manchester City promptly rejected without a moment's hesitation. The price, seemingly exorbitant to the outside world, had not even grazed Manchester City's psychological threshold. To secure Lin Quan, one would likely need to prepare 250 million or even more. Clubs capable of producing such a sum are exceedingly rare, even among established powerhouses. Even if they possessed such wealth, they may hesitate to allocate it for Lin Quan. After all, such a lofty valuation signifies that his salary would be equally astronomical. Aside from a select few affluent clubs, other teams, even those with prestige, would struggle to accommodate such a substantial contract. Forcing a purchase of Lin Quan could potentially destabilize their financial and salary frameworks. However, a few clubs stand as exceptions, such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Paris Saint-Germain. While the former two lack Middle Eastern financial backing, their historical prestige and potential player sales could feasibly accumulate such funds. The latter, backed by the Qatari consortium, faces no financial constraints. The issue, however, is that even with ample funds, acquiring players remains elusive. 200 million may not suffice for Lin Quan, and 250 million might prove equally futile. As for Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, both show no interest in joining PSG. Consequently, their ambitions must shift toward players below the triumvirate of superstars. For instance, Neymar, with a valuation of only 70 million, if PSG were to offer 1.5 billion for him, would Barcelona even entertain the thought of releasing him? PSG is poised to attempt this, hoping for success. Realizing the reality that acquiring Lin Quan in the short term is unfeasible, major clubs have begun to seek alternatives, redirecting their focus toward Lin Quan's teammates. Within Manchester City's roster, there exist several exceptionally young and talented players who have garnered the attention of numerous prestigious clubs. One such player is Klose. His remarkable performance during the current World Cup has led to increasing recognition of his abilities by elite clubs. In the previous winter transfer window, those who mocked Manchester City as a club with more money than sense now find themselves filled with regret. Given Kroos's display at the World Cup, a price tag of 50 million seems exceedingly reasonable. In light of the current transfer market trends, acquiring Klose from Manchester City would likely necessitate a substantial investment of 60 million or even 70 million. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether Manchester City would even consider selling him. Regardless of whether they intend to sell, it is prudent to initiate discussions with an offer. Real Madrid has taken the lead in this endeavor. Following Xabi Alonso's transfer to Bayern Munich, their midfield has lacked a key player. Although they secured James Rodriguez, he is an attacking midfielder and does not fulfill the same role as Alonso. Meanwhile, the Brazilian Casemiro, whom they acquired, has been loaned to Porto for further development, rendering him temporarily unavailable. Consequently, Real Madrid has made an initial offer of 55 million to Manchester City in hopes of acquiring Klose. This sum is naturally unappealing to City, who purchased Klose for 50 million. Selling him for merely 5 million profit would be illogical. Upon receiving Real Madrid's offer, Manchester City promptly declined. The response from Real Madrid was not unexpected, as they subsequently increased their offer to 60 million in a second attempt. Simultaneously, they initiated private discussions with Kroos's agent, Walker, aiming to persuade the player. After receiving an invitation from Real Madrid's president, Florentino Perez, Walker willingly traveled to Madrid for a confidential meeting. Walker himself does not oppose facilitating a transfer for his client to Real Madrid, given that it is one of the most successful clubs in the world. In terms of global influence in football, Manchester City still lags significantly behind them. However, he harbors concerns about the intense competition among the multitude of stars at Real Madrid. Many players find themselves on the bench, unable to secure playing time. The most notable example is Koke, who arrived at the club with a transfer fee of 75 million but seldom saw the pitch. This has led many players to hesitate about transferring to Real Madrid. As their prime playing years are limited, a few years spent on the bench could jeopardize their entire careers. Nevertheless, Walker's apprehensions swiftly dissipated as Perez showcased his sincerity. He assured Walker that should Klose join Real Madrid, he would be a key player in their midfield, alleviating any concerns about lack of playing time. Perez evidently understands the anxieties that may linger in the minds of potential recruits, which is why he took the initiative to address these concerns from the outset. It is no wonder he has successfully acquired so many stars. In negotiations, Perez indeed possesses a unique charm. While it can be said that Real Madrid is full of sincerity, Walker did not immediately acquiesce. He expressed the need to consult with the player himself before making a decision. Florentino expressed understanding and assured that the doors of Real Madrid would always be open to Klose. After concluding the meeting, Walker hurriedly returned to Germany to discuss matters in detail with Klose at his residence. Upon hearing Walker's words, Klose appeared somewhat hesitant. His tenure at Manchester City has been brief, lasting only 6 months, thus lacking any profound emotional attachment. However, the team's current performance is remarkable, and the atmosphere within the squad is quite pleasant, coupled with an exceptionally high salary. Last year, upon his transfer to Manchester City, he was offered an annual salary of 11 million. According to the contract, Kroos's salary is set to increase to $12 million this year. Such a remuneration would be challenging to match at other clubs, including Real Madrid. For instance, James Rodriguez, who transferred to Real Madrid for $82 million, reportedly earns only $7 million annually at the club. If Kroos were to join Real Madrid, even if his salary were higher than this figure, it would likely not be by a significant margin. Nevertheless, Manchester City does not rival Real Madrid in commercial development. A move to Real Madrid could afford him additional income from various avenues. Weighing the options, the financial aspects appear comparable, leading to a consideration of team status and the difficulty of achieving honors. Mr. Walker, how does the atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room compare to that of Manchester City? Kroos is a remarkably rational player, seldom making impulsive decisions driven by emotion. He would not hastily arrive at a conclusion without thoroughly evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. This is something Walker greatly admires about him. In contrast, when he thinks of another player, Reyes, Walker feels a headache. It is clear to all, including Germany's coach Löw, that Reyes needs rest, which is why he has not been called up. Meanwhile, Lewandowski has announced his departure from the team without extending his contract, leaving Borussia Dortmund in a dire situation. As the new season begins, missing both Götze and Lewandowski, Dortmund must rely heavily on Reyes, meaning he will scarcely have time to rest. Moreover, he may not even desire a break, as he aims to lead the team to a commendable performance, proving to the traitors who departed that Dortmund remains a formidable force even in their absence. Such qualities are commendable from an outsider's perspective, and Walker would wholeheartedly applaud them. However, Reyes is one of Walker's players, which complicates matters for him. Fortunately, Kroos is not of the same disposition. Thus, upon hearing Kroos's sentiments, Walker smiled and remarked, "The atmosphere in each team's locker room is closely related to the character of that team's leader. The locker room leader at Manchester City is Lin. I am sure you are already well acquainted with his personality and temperament, so there is no need for me to elaborate further." Kroos nodded. Lin Quan's amiable disposition made him an exceptionally agreeable companion. The atmosphere within Manchester City's locker room was equally harmonious, devoid of any undercurrents of rivalry. In fact, Kroos found himself quite fond of the camaraderie that characterized the City dressing room. Furthermore, with a superstar like Lin Quan on the team, he consistently rose to the occasion during challenging times, bestowing a profound sense of security upon his teammates. This was a significant aspect of his fond memories of Manchester City. For Lin Quan's sake, Kroos was reluctant to depart. Conversely, the ambience within Real Madrid's locker room had always been rather tumultuous, primarily due to the abundance of elite players. These athletes often formed distinct factions, such as the local contingent and the foreign group, with further divisions among the latter into continental and Latin American camps. These factions engaged in subtle skirmishes and overt rivalries, revealing that Real Madrid was far from the serene institution it appeared to be. Nonetheless, I have heard that the club intends to address internal issues by parting ways with Iker Casillas, the leader of the local faction. Once Casillas departs, the leadership of the locker room will undoubtedly fall to Cristiano Ronaldo. You may have heard of Ronaldo's formidable personality. He is quite assertive and not particularly easy to get along with. However, as a midfielder, your position does not conflict with theirs, and you can provide essential support to the forwards. Thus, his attitude towards you is unlikely to be unfavorable. He may even seek to cultivate a rapport with you. Therefore, should you join Real Madrid, there is no need to overly concern yourself with this matter. After absorbing Walker's analysis, Kroos felt a wave of relief wash over him. To be candid, given Kroos's technical attributes, he believed that the tempo of La Liga would better suit his style. The Premier League's vigorous play often led to rough fouls and intense physical confrontations, rendering the risk of injury alarmingly high. Like many players, Kroos harbored a strong aversion to the sensation of being injured, as it could have dire repercussions on both a player's form and their entire career. In addition, the relentless December and January schedules of the Premier League, coupled with the absence of a winter break, were rather exhausting. The dismal weather in Manchester, characterized by its cold and incessant rain, further contributed to his discomfort. It could rain multiple times a day, creating a rather unpleasant atmosphere. It was evident that Kroos had accumulated a fair amount of grievances during his 6 months in Manchester. However, every location possesses its merits and drawbacks. The Premier League is not without its advantages, nor is La Liga an idyllic paradise. Overall, his experience at Manchester City had been tolerable. Had it not been for Real Madrid's invitation, he likely would not have considered any other club. Yet, it was precisely Real Madrid that was pursuing him. Within the Manchester City squad, Kroos was not the sole player facing potential poaching. Thanks to his outstanding performances in the Champions League and World Cup, De Bruyne's market value had skyrocketed. Teams that had previously underestimated him were now taking a keen interest. Moreover, when De Bruyne transferred to Manchester City, the fee was relatively modest at 20 million, prompting several clubs to see an opportunity. AC Milan was the first to act, making an offer of 35 million to Manchester City. It has come to my attention that AC Milan has made a move, prompting Inter Milan to join the fray with a new offer of 36 million, an increase of 1 million. Manchester City, however, has resolutely rejected this proposal. The rapport between De Bruyne and Lin Quan is notably strong, and the club is unlikely to part with him lightly. His contributions to the offensive line are substantial, and the partnership he shares with Lin Quan has already demonstrated its formidable prowess on the Bundesliga stage. Such a player will certainly not be relinquished by Manchester City for a mere 35 million, having just dismissed bids from these two teams. Borussia Dortmund has also entered the scene. Following the departures of Götze and Lewandowski, Dortmund's attacking options have been severely diminished, leaving only Reyes. This situation casts a shadow over the prospects for the new season, compelling Dortmund to seek reinforcements urgently. They have presented a substantial offer of 40 million in hopes of acquiring De Bruyne, who has proven himself in the Bundesliga. While this figure may not be exorbitant, it is worth noting that transfer fees in the Bundesliga tend to be relatively modest. When Dortmund sold Götze, they received only 37 million, and Lewandowski departed on a free transfer, resulting in the loss of two pivotal players for a mere 37 million. Currently, Dortmund, not yet operating as a financial juggernaut, faces the risk of being taken advantage of in these transfers. Presenting an offer of 40 million for De Bruyne would still necessitate an additional investment of 3 million on their part. Unsurprisingly, Manchester City has again rejected Dortmund's offer. The persistent interest from various clubs in acquiring players has begun to unsettle Manchester City's coach, Pellegrini. Although the club's spending this summer has been somewhat restrained, it is not indicative of a decline in ambition. Rather, they are struggling to find players that fit their needs. They are well stocked in forwards and midfielders, but require bolstering in defense. City's mainstay center-back, Demichelis, is 34 years old and contemplating retirement. After the World Cup, he reached out to Pellegrini to express his desire to leave. Demichelis, a trusted ally whom Pellegrini brought from Malaga, while aging, remains a stabilizing force in the defensive line. Last season, City's captain Kompany experienced multiple lapses in defense. Had it not been for Demichelis stepping up to assist his teammates, the team might not have progressed as far as they did. Consequently, Pellegrini has earnestly urged him to stay. Demichelis, however, remains somewhat ambivalent and has not been entirely convinced. This uncertainty has caused Pellegrini to feel apprehensive, compelling him to pursue further signings to avert a shortage in defensive personnel. Nevertheless, finding quality defenders proves to be a daunting task. Players like David Luiz command fees of 50 million, and the cost of other teams' key defenders is a thought Pellegrini scarcely dares to contemplate. Moreover, when other teams engage in transfer negotiations with Manchester City, they invariably demand a higher price, placing Manchester City at a disadvantage. By the way, did Lin not previously wish to recommend a player to me? What was his name? Just as Pellegrini was grappling with concerns regarding the team's defensive line, a thought suddenly struck him. Lin Quan had once informed him that within the ranks of Celtic in the Scottish Premiership, there existed a young defender of considerable potential, worthy of attention. Pellegrini had duly noted this information and arranged for a professional scout to assess the performance of this player, named Van Dijk, on site at Celtic. Now, after such a passage of time, the scout's report should have been submitted by now. Indeed, after perusing the scout's report, Pellegrini discovered the evaluation of the young defender named Van Dijk. Van Dijk, 23 years old, Dutch, standing at 1.93 meters and weighing 90 kilograms. He currently plays for Celtic in the Scottish Premiership. The player's strengths include exceptional positional awareness, outstanding physical prowess, formidable heading ability, a high success rate in one-on-one defenses, robust recovery skills, and an aptitude for pressing space. His weaknesses encompass average capabilities in tackling, intercepting, and chasing down opponents, a sluggish turning speed, and a tendency to be caught out of position. Estimated market value, 8 million. After reviewing the scout's written report, Pellegrini furrowed his brow. The fundamental skills of this defender appear rather ordinary, do they not? Why would Lin Quan recommend such a player to him? Apart from the impressive positional awareness that piqued his interest slightly, the other attributes did not captivate him. However, the scout's report may not be entirely accurate. He resolved to personally view the match footage of Van Dijk. Following the announcement of his market value, Lin Quan once again became the focal point of discussion among fans. Ever since he achieved consecutive victories in the Champions League and the World Cup, it seemed he had not departed from the front pages of major media outlets. Thanks to the relentless reporting and hype from these outlets, Lin Quan's global prominence has significantly surged. Although he is not particularly active on social media, the number of fans following his account has skyrocketed to an astonishing 15 million. This vast fan base has allowed Lin Quan to truly catch up to the influence wielded by Messi and Ronaldo. Consequently, his commercial value has surged dramatically, attracting a constant stream of sponsors eager to collaborate with him. Lin Quan instructed his agent, Pair, to judiciously select from these sponsors. At this juncture, he had no shortage of sponsorship contracts, thus necessitating a careful selection process. He aimed to avoid partnerships that might cast a negative light on his image, as his personal brand is intricately linked to his commercial worth. He could not sacrifice long-term reputation for short-term gain. Witnessing Lin Quan's clarity of mind, Guardiola felt immense relief. His greatest concern was that Lin Quan, having risen to fame at an early age, might be overwhelmed by external accolades and consequently succumb to early decline. A player of his extraordinary talent is a rarity that emerges only once in several decades. It would indeed be a lamentable loss if he were to falter so easily. The holiday period slipped by swiftly, and before one could blink, it was the end of July. The commencement of Manchester City's new season training loomed ever closer, and Lin Quan had no choice but to conclude his vacation. However, when Lin Quan shared his final moments of leisure by the seaside on social media, it sparked a flurry of comments from countless fans. Lin Emperor, the team is in peril, returned swiftly. Chapter 162. Lin Quan steps forward, resolving the issue with ease. 10 million to acquire Van Dijk. Hey, Lin, did you enjoy your holiday? Thank heavens, Lin, you are finally back. I knew you wouldn't leave Manchester City. Those journalists were merely sensationalizing. Upon his return to Manchester City, Lin Quan encountered a warm reception from everyone he met, from the security guards to the club staff, who all greeted him with enthusiasm. Yet, their visibly relieved demeanor struck Lin Quan as peculiar. Had he not made it clear long ago that he would not depart from Manchester City? Why were they still so apprehensive? Without wasting time on futile speculation, he proceeded directly to Pellegrini's office to gather information. Upon seeing Lin Quan, Pellegrini sighed with relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. As long as Lin Quan remained, other matters were trivial. In truth, it was not a significant issue. Several elite clubs had expressed interest in some of the players on their roster, seeking to lure them away. Pellegrini proceeded to explain the situation regarding Kroos, De Bruyne, and others facing potential transfers. Kroos is headed to Real Madrid? Lin Quan was taken aback by the rumor. Kroos had only joined Manchester City 6 months prior, during which he had achieved both fame and fortune, earning a substantial salary and collecting various accolades. It was perplexing that he would consider leaving under such circumstances. Was the allure of Real Madrid truly that compelling? While this matter was not yet confirmed, paparazzi had captured images of the Real Madrid president meeting privately with Kroos's agent. Additionally, there had been whispers of Real Madrid's keen interest in Dortmund star Reyes. Reyes would never leave Dortmund. Lin Quan dismissed Pellegrini's conjecture. From his understanding of Reyes, he would not abandon Dortmund at their most critical juncture, unlike Götze and Lewandowski. I'll give Kroos a call and inquire. Lin Quan's certainty shifted Pellegrini's expression to one of seriousness. Although he believed the likelihood of Kroos departing Manchester City was slim, he could not dismiss the possibility entirely. It was imperative to clarify the situation immediately. Otherwise, if the new season commenced with a key midfielder unexpectedly announcing a transfer, Manchester City would be left with no opportunity to secure reinforcements. When Pellegrini's call reached Kroos, he was in the midst of contemplating whether to accept Real Madrid's overture. Seeing Pellegrini's name on the screen, Kroos hesitated for a few moments before ultimately deciding to answer. Coach, is there something you need? Indeed, Lin has returned to the team. When shall you make your return? Pellegrini did not directly inquire of Kroos whether he had been in private contact with Real Madrid. Such a query is overly straightforward, and the other party may not concede, potentially provoking an adverse reaction, leading to unintended consequences. Has Lin truly returned? Upon hearing Pellegrini's words, Kroos's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. His indecision stemmed from Walker having brought back insider information. Real Madrid was prepared to invest heavily to bring Lin to the Bernabeu. A significant portion of Kroos's decision to remain with Manchester City was tied to Lin. With Lin present, the team's success was assured. However, should Lin depart, Kroos's continued presence would lose all significance. Indeed, he had concluded his holiday and returned to the team to prepare for preseason training. Upon receiving Pellegrini's affirmative response, Kroos immediately declared, "I shall pack my things and depart tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Pellegrini felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, the notion that Kroos intended to join Real Madrid was merely a rumor. Had he genuinely wished to leave, he would not have been so easily swayed by Pellegrini's words. Nevertheless, upon reflection, the situation might hold some truth. As for why Kroos's attitude had shifted, it was likely due to Lin's early return providing him with a sense of reassurance, reminiscent of the profound comfort he felt upon encountering Lin at the club. The revelation of Lin's return did not affect only Kroos. Demichelis, who had been preparing to retire in Argentina, agreed to extend his contract with the club for another year, persuaded by Lin. Conversely, fellow central defender Lescott remained resolute in his decision to leave Manchester City and join West Bromwich Albion. Moreover, Pantilimon was released by Pellegrini, joining Sunderland at no transfer fee. This summer saw the departure of numerous players from Manchester City, yet many new faces also arrived. During the preseason training, a tall and robust young player appeared at Manchester City's training ground. Assistant coach Brian brought this player to the field and approached head coach Pellegrini, saying, "Coach, the player is here. Shall we arrange for him to undergo a trial?" Pellegrini glanced at the tall, dark-skinned youth not far off, nodded, and replied, "Let him wear the red vest and join the substitutes." The assistant coach promptly halted the ongoing intra-squad match, substituting the young defender-player from the academy with the newcomer. "Who is this individual? I do not recognize him. He must be here for a trial, I presume. He appears quite robust, yet with such height. His agility may be lacking." Among the starting players, several from last season could not resist discussing the newcomer. "Kevin, send me a good pass. I wish to test his prowess." Agüero, eager to assess the newcomer's abilities, prepared to take matters into his own hands. After all, Manchester City has now established itself as a formidable force. We cannot simply allow anyone of questionable merit into the team. If this newcomer proves to be mediocre, it would be wise to part ways sooner rather than later, lest he become a ticking time bomb in our defense. Upon hearing Agüero's words, De Bruyne nodded expressionlessly. However, after his nod, he instinctively glanced at Lin Quan, only to find that the latter wore an enigmatic smile at the corner of his mouth. What could he be amused by? Lin Quan had taken note of Van Dijk's presence on the sidelines. After all, he was destined to become the foremost defender in football, a behemoth valued at a staggering 75 million. Yet, the current Van Dijk appeared quite green, his prowess not yet reaching its zenith. Thus, when Agüero suggested testing the young man's mettle, Lin Quan refrained from interjecting, as he too was curious about the defender's present capabilities. The match resumed swiftly, and soon, De Bruyne seized an opportunity, executing a collaboration with Agüero. As Agüero received De Bruyne's pass, the young defender, who had barely been on the field for 5 minutes, appeared before him. His defensive effort was commendable, though one must ponder the depth of his skill. Agüero, undeterred by the opponent's novice status, unleashed his explosive speed upon receiving the ball, seemingly intent on overpowering Van Dijk. However, this tactic soon faltered. Van Dijk adeptly retreated, maintaining a prudent distance and employing precise positioning to thwart Agüero's attempts at overtaking him. Undeterred, Agüero concocted a new strategy. He executed his signature sudden stop and go, manipulating the rhythm to carve out space for a breakthrough. Yet, this ploy too met with failure, as Van Dijk continued to retreat, steadfastly refusing to engage. "What on earth? Why retreat? I am already charging into the penalty area. Are you not concerned about my shot?" Ultimately, Agüero was compelled to take a shot before Van Dijk's teammates could close in for a challenge. Van Dijk's blocking presence was substantial, and given the poor angle for the shot, Agüero's effort was predictably unfruitful. After the attempt, Agüero cast a bemused glance at the towering defender. He had never encountered such an unusual player, one who simply retreated and refrained from pressing the attack. This defensive strategy left Agüero feeling frustrated, akin to a warrior unable to unleash his skills. Meanwhile, Having successfully thwarted Agüero, Van Dijk could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The opponent's footwork was astoundingly quick, and his explosive power nearly left Van Dijk struggling to keep pace. Had the opponent not received the ball close to the penalty area, where there was little room for acceleration, Van Dijk might not have been able to contain him at all. Is this the caliber of Manchester City's main players? They certainly appear to be stronger than my former teammates at Celtic. Pellegrini initially held a rather dim view of Van Dijk's abilities, as the reserves lacked strength and he shared no chemistry with his teammates. Relying on him to single-handedly contain Agüero is utterly implausible. However, after witnessing their initial confrontation, Pellegrini's perspective shifted. Indeed, the player's football intelligence is commendable. He is acutely aware that his pressing and interception skills are not his strong suits. Hence he refrains from rashly committing to tackles. The strategy of retreating in defense effectively compresses the attacking space for the ball carrier, thereby diminishing the opponent's offensive threat and even influencing their psychological state. Pellegrini refrained from hastily drawing conclusions, opting instead to continue his observations. This was merely one encounter. Perhaps the young man simply experienced a stroke of luck? Agüero, feeling somewhat indignant, attempted several more times in the ensuing moments. Despite their exchanges, he found himself victorious only infrequently, and even the through balls that they had previously identified as a weakness did not yield any advantage. Van Dijk's turning speed may not be swift, yet his positioning and physicality are formidable. The ball might pass, but the man remains resolute. Agüero made several attempts, all of which were thwarted. The challenge was quite formidable. This opponent was not easily dealt with. In the end, Agüero had to concede his defeat. Although he had yet to return to his prime form, Agüero mused that even at his peak, achieving success against this individual would be no easy feat. Perhaps only managing to succeed 5 times out of 10. Is he truly that strong? Have you overindulged during the off-season, leading to diminished physical prowess? His teammates cast skeptical glances at Agüero, believing that it was his lack of form that resulted in his loss to an opponent. After all, it is a rare occurrence for an unheralded young defender to successfully single out a key striker from the Champions League. If the opponent possessed such strength, surely they would have heard of him by now. I assure you, I speak the truth. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it yourselves. Agüero retorted angrily. His teammates, half convinced, approached to personally challenge Van Dijk. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Among those who took the initiative to confront Van Dijk, only a scant few succeeded, while the majority faced failure. He truly is a tough nut to crack. This defensive approach is unlike anything they had encountered before. The main players expressed their astonishment at this peculiar defensive style. If this individual were to face a player with exceptional dribbling skills, rapid footwork, and explosive power, his methods might falter. At this juncture, all eyes turned to Lin Quan, who perfectly embodied these criteria. Lin Quan had been observing from a distance for quite some time, meticulously analyzing Van Dijk's defensive tactics. The opponent's methods bore a striking resemblance to those of his prime. However, the disparity in experience was glaring. Against Van Dijk at his peak, Lin Quan would have had only a modest chance of success, perhaps managing 5 or 6 successes out of 10 attempts. Yet, against the current version of Van Dijk, he felt he had a substantial advantage. Consequently, during the next offensive play, Lin Quan positioned himself opposite Van Dijk. By virtue of his recent performance, Van Dijk had successfully captured the attention of the Manchester City coaching staff. Including Pellegrini, many were astonished by the prowess of this newcomer. The fact that numerous key players struggled against him is a testament to his remarkable abilities. At this moment, witnessing the team's star player face off against this rookie, the spectators were filled with anticipation. Could this newcomer successfully defend against Lin Quan? As Lin Quan made his move, Van Dijk's pupils constricted, and his sense of vigilance heightened to an unprecedented level. As one of the most renowned players on the planet, Lin Quan is a household name in the football world. His fame is particularly pronounced among defenders, as he is unanimously regarded as the most formidable defender on earth. This position was once occupied by Messi, but after Messi's injury and subsequent decline in explosiveness, Lin Quan took over. Naturally, Van Dijk had heard of Lin Quan's illustrious reputation and had fantasized about successfully neutralizing him on the pitch, achieving fame in the process. However, when Lin Quan truly appeared before him, he could not help but feel a wave of anxiety. Could he genuinely defend against him? 5 minutes later, Van Dijk found himself dejectedly seated on the grass, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed on the scoreboard. The score had already transformed into 3-0, with Lin Quan scoring 3 goals in a mere 5 minutes, all accomplished through breakthroughs initiated from his position. He was utterly unable to contain him. Reflecting on the recent exchanges, Van Dijk's face twisted with bitterness. The opponent's footwork was exceedingly swift, his dribbling skills terrifyingly adept, and he excelled at using feints and changes in rhythm to bypass defenders. Van Dijk's retreating defense, instead of proving effective, had become a mere shield, allowing the opponent to penetrate the penalty area and score. Typically, the further the ball carrier is from the defender, the greater the threat. However, in Lin Quan's case, the opposite held true. Van Dijk felt that the closer Lin Quan was, the more challenging it became to defend against him. Seeing Van Dijk's disheartened expression, Lin Quan approached him, extending a hand to assist him to his feet, offering words of encouragement. "You played well. Keep striving." Receiving Lin Quan's endorsement, the shadows of doubt in Van Dijk's heart were instantly dispelled. Currently, he may still be an unknown entity, yet the other party was already a globally celebrated talent. Gaining recognition from such a player was a tremendous boost for Van Dijk. "Yes, I will work hard." Although Van Dijk faced an inevitable defeat in his duel with Lin Quan, the coaching staff at Manchester City elevated their assessment of him. After all, in their eyes, no one in the world could single-handedly defend against Lin Quan. If Van Dijk could achieve such a feat, he surely would not be playing in a league of this caliber. He would have long been poached by top-tier clubs like Real Madrid or Bayern Munich. "What do you think? Shall we acquire him?" Brian inquired tentatively. Pellegrini nodded, noting that the player was only 23 years old and already possessed such extraordinary talent. "Retain him and cultivate his potential diligently. Once he matures, Manchester City's defense will be secure for at least a decade. Perhaps a bid could be made to Celtic. By the way, what is their asking price? It should not be exorbitant, likely within 10 million, which should be manageable." Van Dijk transferred to Celtic only last year for a mere 3 million. If Manchester City offers 10 million, Celtic would undoubtedly be eager to profit from the deal. Therefore, let us propose 10 million and expedite the resolution to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 163. International Champions Cup. Manchester City decimates AC Milan 7-2. The acquisition of a young defender from the Scottish Premiership for 10 million did not garner significant attention from the public. After all, Manchester City has previously engaged in transfers amounting to tens of millions of euros, and spending 10 million on Van Dijk seemed trivial to the journalists. What caliber of defender can one expect at such a price? In comparison to Van Dijk, their focus remained on the transfers of the high-profile stars within Manchester City. However, as Lin Quan, Kroos, and De Bruyne appeared on the training grounds, the rumors of transfers were swiftly dispelled. If these superstars were indeed to be transferred, they would not return to Manchester for pre-season training. Following a brief training camp, Manchester City promptly departed for the United States to participate in the International Champions Cup. The International Champions Cup, initiated in 2009, is a commercial event, albeit one that serves as a warm-up competition. Nevertheless, most of the invited teams are prestigious clubs, and the participating teams benefit from substantial revenue. Thus, the majority of invited teams seldom decline. As it is a win-win situation, they can earn money while preparing for the upcoming season. After 5 successive tournaments, the influence of the International Champions Cup has grown, attracting numerous broadcasters eager to acquire broadcasting rights. This year, the 8 participating teams are predominantly European powerhouses, a departure from previous years when regional leagues contributed to the lineup. The 8 teams are Manchester City, Liverpool, Manchester United, AC Milan, Inter Milan, Roma, Real Madrid, and Olympiacos. Except for Olympiacos, the rest are all esteemed clubs, with Manchester City and Roma being slightly less illustrious, yet still of considerable repute. This has drawn a vast number of fans eager to witness the matches, and as soon as ticket sales commenced, they were swiftly sold out by enthusiastic supporters. The clash between Real Madrid and Manchester City has attracted the most attention, given that both teams boast superstars. The organizers, attuned to the market, have thoughtfully scheduled the final at the Michigan Stadium, a venue capable of accommodating over 100,000 spectators. Should Real Madrid and Manchester City ultimately meet in the final, the organizers would undoubtedly reap substantial profits merely from ticket sales. According to the tournament format, the 8 participating teams are divided into 2 groups, with the top 2 from each group advancing to the semifinals, and the victorious teams proceeding to the final. As the two most favored teams in this competition, Real Madrid and Manchester City have been placed in separate groups. Manchester City's group comprises, alongside themselves, Liverpool, Olympiacos, and AC Milan. In contrast, Real Madrid's group includes Real Madrid, Manchester United, Inter Milan, and AS Roma. Comparatively, the teams in Real Madrid's group exhibit a more balanced level of strength, particularly with Manchester United's aggressive summer signings. They possess a legitimate chance to usurp Real Madrid and secure the top position in their group. However, the Italian teams, Inter Milan and AS Roma, are not favored due to the decline of Serie A. As for the outcome of Manchester City's group, their advancement is virtually assured, with the weakest team, Olympiacos, likely facing elimination. The progression of Liverpool and AC Milan will depend on their head-to-head results. As the reigning champions of both the Premier League and the UEFA Champions League, Manchester City is slated to participate in the opening match against the illustrious AC Milan. Owing to the nature of the friendly match, both sides have opted to field several substitutes, while the main players sit on the bench, enjoying light-hearted banter as they observe their teammates' efforts on the field. In such a friendly encounter, it is unnecessary for the starters to take the field right from the outset, as there are no restrictions on substitutions, allowing for unlimited changes. Should one desire, it is entirely feasible to replace all 11 players simultaneously. Nevertheless, even with a substitute lineup, a disparity in strength remains evident between the two teams. From the outset, Manchester City displayed a remarkably aggressive approach. Merely 11 minutes into the match, Jovetic found the net first. Just 2 minutes later, Sinclair added another goal, bringing the score to 2-0 in favor of Manchester City. Although it was merely a friendly, AC Milan's coach, Inzaghi, found himself in a precarious position as his team fell behind by 2 goals within just 13 minutes. Inzaghi rose to his feet, vocally urging his players to adopt a more proactive and spirited style of play. Unfortunately, his exhortations yielded little effect, leaving the players somewhat bewildered. In the 23rd minute, Navas scored again, extending Manchester City's lead to 3 goals. 4 minutes later, the score ballooned to 4-0. To compound matters, in the 32nd minute, Jovetic struck once more, putting Manchester City ahead 5-0 against AC Milan. Faced with the prospect of a humiliating defeat, Inzaghi could no longer remain passive. He hastily substituted 4 starting players in an attempt to alter the course of the match. However, this tactical shift did not prove effective, as the debuting center-back Van Dijk and goalkeeper Navas showcased exceptional performances, thwarting numerous AC Milan attacks. Notably, Navas' miraculous saves left the AC Milan players questioning their abilities. Fortunately, Montari managed to score a goal in the 42nd minute, allowing AC Milan to salvage a semblance of dignity. However, upon the commencement of the second half, Manchester City began to make substitutions. Key players such as David Silva, Kroos, Aguero, and De Bruyne started to make their appearances one after another. With their entry, the dynamics of the match underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from AC Milan's relentless assault on Manchester City to the latter's fierce offensive against AC Milan. In response, AC Milan also made personnel adjustments, as Inzaghi reintroduced 4 key players, effectively fielding nearly their entire starting lineup. Meanwhile, Manchester City still had at least half of their main players seated on the bench, unutilized. The spectators present witnessed an increasing number of star players taking to the field, heightening the excitement of the match. Emotions ran high as the fervent cheers of encouragement grew increasingly passionate. Nonetheless, the atmosphere had yet to reach its zenith, as over 50,000 fans eagerly anticipated the appearance of one particular player. Let Lin Quan play. We want to see Lin Quan. As the match approached the 70-minute mark, the fans grew restless with Manchester City's reluctance to substitute Lin Quan. They began to chant his name, applying pressure on the event organizers and the coaching staff of Manchester City. With a commanding lead and complete dominance over AC Milan, Manchester City's coach Pellegrini was in high spirits. Upon hearing the crowd's enthusiasm, he turned to the side with a smile and inquired, "Lin, would you like to warm up for your entry?" Lin Quan nodded. Although the match seemed settled, he always took care of his devoted fans. Thus, in the 75th minute, Lin Quan was brought onto the pitch. The moment he stepped onto the field, the fans erupted in joyous applause. Lin. Over 50,000 voices united in chanting Lin Quan's name, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of welcoming their football emperor. With such overwhelming support from the fans, Lin Quan felt compelled to respond. Shortly after entering the game, He scored directly from a free kick, further extending the lead for his team. In the final moments of the match, Lin Quan received the ball on the flank, deftly evading multiple AC Milan defenders. He nearly navigated the entirety of AC Milan's defensive line before penetrating the penalty area and, with remarkable composure, finding the back of the net. This goal ignited the crowd, leaving the fans utterly captivated by Lin Quan's splendid performance. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed in the opening match with an astonishing score of 7-2 against AC Milan. Although a friendly match, such a scoreline was still exceedingly outrageous. During the post-match handshake, AC Milan's new coach Inzaghi wore a grim expression as he shook Pellegrini's hand. His predecessor, Seedorf, was dismissed due to poor performance, and now, having just taken the helm, he faced such a dismal outcome. This left Inzaghi feeling rather pessimistic about his coaching prospects at AC Milan. The current Milan bore little resemblance to the team he had once played for. The Milan duo shares a stroke of misfortune. On one hand, Manchester City has just decisively overwhelmed AC Milan, while on the other, Inter Milan has succumbed to the prowess of Real Madrid. However, in contrast to the dismal defeat of AC Milan, Inter fought valiantly until the very end, only to falter in the penalty shootout due to ill fortune. In the International Cup, matches do not end in draws. A tie leads directly to penalties. In other games, Manchester United triumphed over Roma with a score of 3-2, and Liverpool narrowly defeated Olympiacos. The English Premier League teams have emerged victorious in all three encounters, maintaining an unbeaten record, while their Serie A counterparts have suffered 3 consecutive defeats, a stark display of decline. This situation evokes profound sorrow among Serie A fans, particularly those who have witnessed the league's illustrious past. Alas, it appears Serie A is indeed in decline. The grandeur of the mini-World Cup is no longer existent. After a brief respite of 3 days, the second round of matches commenced swiftly. In this round, Manchester City faced off against their Premier League rivals, Liverpool. The animosity between the two teams is palpable, infusing the match with intense anticipation from the outset. In a bid to secure victory, Pellegrini fielded a semi-strong lineup. Van Dijk and Navas retained their starting positions, joined by Müller, Fernandinho, Kolarov, Jovetic, Aguero, and others. Liverpool's situation mirrored that of City. Neither side was willing to concede defeat. The match unfolded with great tension, and neither team managed to score in the first half. In the 53rd minute of the second half, Jovetic broke the deadlock, finally securing a lead. However, City's advantage was short-lived, as Henderson equalized for Liverpool in the 57th minute. Subsequently, both teams began to make substitutions, and within 10 minutes, all players on the field were replaced with their respective first-team members. Yet, Pellegrini chose to keep Van Dijk on the pitch. The Chilean engineer seemingly harbored high hopes for the young player, opting to accelerate his development through such pressure-laden exercises. Is this truly prudent? Should he falter and lead us to defeat, it could severely undermine his confidence. The assistant coach expressed concern, believing it unwise to burden Van Dijk with such pressure so early on. It's merely a friendly match. If he cannot withstand this level of pressure, how will he cope in the league and the Champions League? Pellegrini explained, his gaze fixed on Van Dijk, eager to witness the surprises he might deliver. Unlike goalkeeper Navas, Van Dijk had not previously participated in one of the top 5 leagues. The intensity of this match undoubtedly matched or even exceeded that of those leagues. Moreover, all of his teammates were starters, leaving him as the sole substitute and a newcomer at that, which compounded his sense of pressure and nervousness. Nevertheless, he is not one to shy away. Under immense pressure, Van Dijk's performance not only remained steady but began to flourish. In several defensive instances, he not only neutralized Sturridge but also effectively contained Balotelli. Although Balotelli may not possess the sharpest mind, his physical prowess below the neck is undeniably world-class. His formidable physique can be quite challenging for ordinary defenders to withstand. However, before Van Dijk, Balotelli found himself utterly thwarted, unable to gain any advantage. Witnessing Van Dijk's composed performance, the coaching staff of Manchester City collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Liverpool's coach, Rodgers, was left in a state of bewilderment. Where had this towering defender from Manchester City come from? He had no recollection of him. After inquiring with his assistants, he learned that this player had only recently been acquired from Celtic for a mere 10 million. 10 million for such a caliber of defender? Rodgers felt 1,000 frustrations surge within him. Why couldn't such fortune have befallen Liverpool? Had he known that Celtic possessed such an exceptional defensive talent, he would have gladly paid not just 10 million, but even 15 million or 20 million to secure him. The availability of quality defenders is dwindling, and their prices are escalating. All of this can be attributed to that foolish Paris Saint-Germain, who purchased 3 defenders, each more exorbitantly priced than the last, thereby inflating the market value of defenders. After withstanding the opponent's attacking pressure, Manchester City's formidable midfield and forward line began to assert their dominance. Under the relentless onslaught from Lin Quan, Aguero, De Bruyne, and others, Liverpool's defense ultimately collapsed. In the 67th minute, Lin Quan found the back of the net, restoring the team's lead. Just 8 minutes later, Aguero scored again, receiving a precise pass from De Bruyne, thereby sealing the match. In the final moments, Liverpool attempted a counterattack, only to be met with a swift response from Manchester City, as Lin Quan assisted David Silva in scoring another goal, finalizing the score at 4-1. With 2 consecutive victories of such magnitude, Manchester City advanced to the next stage of the group phase ahead of schedule. Scoring 11 goals over these 2 matches showcased a terrifying offensive prowess that left the other participating teams in awe. The strength of Manchester City had not diminished, but rather intensified. Chapter 164. The rivalry battle, Manchester City versus Real Madrid, Lin Quan's transformation attempt indeed. Manchester City's strength remains formidable, having thoroughly outclassed both Liverpool and AC Milan. Even as a Manchester City supporter, I couldn't help but feel they were too harsh, scoring 7 goals against Milan in a friendly. Although Manchester City did not engage in a buying spree during the summer transfer window, why do I sense that their bench strength has actually improved? Astonishingly, the defensive line of the substitutes has proven remarkably solid, posing difficulties for both AC Milan and Liverpool, which I had not anticipated. The newly arrived towering defender from Manchester City has shown exceptional defensive capability, making the 10 million investment truly worthwhile. In comparison, Paris Saint-Germain's expenditure of 50 million on David Luiz seems rather extravagant. Haha, Paris Saint-Germain vividly exemplifies what it means to be foolish with an abundance of money. The mere mention of Paris Saint-Germain evokes an atmosphere of exuberance across the internet. At this moment, the summer transfer window is in full swing. With major leagues yet to commence, fans are left to seek entertainment in warm-up and friendly matches, and the International Champions Cup, featuring illustrious teams such as Manchester City and Real Madrid, naturally becomes the focal point of attention. After witnessing 2 matches of Manchester City, the supporters of the Blue Moon can finally breathe easy. The team's prowess has not diminished. Rather, it has strengthened due to the further cohesion of their lineup, instilling a greater sense of hope for the season's achievements. However, the mood among fans of other teams is decidedly less buoyant, particularly for the long-established giants, AC Milan. Although a significant portion of the exaggerated scoreline was attributed to substitutes, it is evident that Manchester City and AC Milan are no longer on the same tier. AC Milan's 8th place in Serie A last season illustrates the disparity in strength, making their inability to compete entirely understandable. Alas, the overall environment in Serie A is unfavorable, with a drastic reduction in investments leading to financial constraints that hinder progress. If AC Milan possessed the financial might of Manchester City, their situation might be vastly different. AC Milan boasts a substantial global following, particularly among veteran fans who have witnessed the club's once glorious era. Despite the embarrassment of the infamous Istanbul night, one must acknowledge that reaching the finals requires a level of skill that the current squad lacks. Today, as we observe this team gradually sinking in both League and Champions League performances, the prospect of reaching the finals seems distant, with even qualification for the Champions League group stage appearing unattainable. Such reflections leave the club's devoted supporters feeling a profound sense of nostalgia and lament. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The turmoil and decline of AC Milan are likely to persist for an extended period. In contrast to AC Milan's fans, the supporters of Liverpool also find themselves in distress. The team has expended 150 million during the transfer window, yet the results remain elusive, suffering a decisive defeat against Manchester City. This engenders a palpable sense of frustration, akin to money wasted. Liverpool's current strength seems inferior to last season's performance. In the days of Luis Suarez, he could be relied upon as the offensive linchpin, but his departure has left Liverpool's attack in disarray. While the opposing goalkeeper and defenders performed admirably in this match, the chaotic offensive tactics, and the striker's lack of coherence are inextricably linked to Liverpool's struggles. The depth of love brings forth the sharpness of criticism. While AC Milan has only just begun its descent, their fans are already overwhelmed. Yet Liverpool has endured years of decline. The Premier League has been established for over 2 decades, and Liverpool has yet to secure a single title. In stark contrast to the supporters of the Reds, the fans of Manchester United appear rather content. In this International Champions Cup, Manchester United's performance has been commendable. They first triumphed over Roma, then overcame Inter Milan, and in their final match against Real Madrid, they achieved a resounding 3-1 victory, securing 3 consecutive wins. This outcome took everyone by surprise, particularly given the last match between Manchester United and Real Madrid, where both teams fielded their strongest lineups, especially Real Madrid. Aside from the absence of Cristiano Ronaldo, all other key players were present. Yet, the result was still a decisive defeat. Notably, in the 62nd minute, Lingard substituted for Rooney, marking his debut for Manchester United, and he nearly scored a goal. Unfortunately, his shot lacked the necessary power, allowing Casillas to easily claim it without any threat. Ultimately, Manchester United triumphed with 3 consecutive victories, advancing to the semi-finals with their heads held high. Meanwhile, Manchester City also secured an effortless 3-0 victory over their final group opponent, Olympiacos, emerging as group leaders as well. Consequently, the semi-final matchups were revealed: Manchester City versus Real Madrid and Liverpool versus Manchester United. This outcome aligned perfectly with pre-match expectations, with all 3 Premier League teams advancing to the semi-finals and all Serie A teams eliminated. While harsh, it indeed reflects the current disparity in strength between Premier League and Serie A teams on the international stage. The decline of Serie A is becoming increasingly apparent. On August 2nd, the semi-finals of the International Champions Cup commenced, beginning with the clash of Manchester City and Real Madrid. The Michigan Stadium welcomed 108,732 fans, completely filling the vast arena. Although the United States is not traditionally known as a football powerhouse, the number of fans here is substantial. Thanks to decades of significant international influence, the number of Real Madrid supporters dressed in white jerseys visibly surpassed those in Manchester City's sky blue. However, if one were to tally the fans supporting a particular player, Lingard would undoubtedly emerge as the clear favorite. This is evident from the considerable number of fans donning Manchester City's number 10 jersey. Although Real Madrid boasts its own superstars, the fans wearing Cristiano Ronaldo's number 7 jersey were noticeably fewer than those supporting Lingard. This might be related to the scandal involving Ronaldo a few years back in Las Vegas. In this match, Manchester City did not forsake experimenting with their lineup due to the significance of the semi-finals. Pellegrini still deployed several substitutes. However, out of respect for their opponents and the attending fans, he included Lingard in the starting lineup. This astute decision garnered immense support from the crowd. As the match commenced, the fans continuously chanted Lingard's name, cheering him on. Amusingly, even some fans clad in Real Madrid jerseys joined in supporting Lingard. When asked why they were cheering for a Manchester City player while wearing Real Madrid attire, their responses were unapologetically confident. Such an outstanding player will inevitably join Real Madrid, so we are cheering for a future Real Madrid player. One wonders what Cristiano Ronaldo would think if he heard such a response. A few months ago, the 2 teams clashed in the UEFA Champions League semi-finals, and both were acutely aware of each other's prowess. Consequently, there was little to no probing at the onset. They immediately unveiled their strategies and launched aggressive offensives. This high-caliber, fast-paced match enthralled the spectators present, who felt their ticket prices were wholly justified. It is no wonder that Europeans are passionate about football. If such high-quality matches were regularly available in their vicinity, even Americans would eagerly partake. Observing the joy of American fans, domestic supporters expressed their envy, lamenting their own lack of access to such elite competitions. Traveling to Europe for matches is prohibitively expensive, and the standard of the Chinese Super League pales in comparison. How delightful it would be to enjoy such matches locally every summer. I believe that domestic enterprises could organize similar events, akin to those in the United States, hosting competitions in major cities without worrying about ticket sales. The International Champions Cup has even secured broadcasting rights with CCTV, allowing local fans to view these matches. However, watching from home is a stark contrast to the exhilarating experience of witnessing the action live. Fans yearn to be present at these encounters featuring Europe's top-tier teams. In 2009, Italians once hosted the Super Cup in China, a match that garnered immense popularity, with throngs of fans flocking to the stadium. It is reported that ticket revenues alone exceeded 70 million, a figure unimaginable in Italy. This success unveiled the vast potential of the Chinese market to European clubs. Over the years, numerous prestigious teams have ventured to China during the summer for training camps, engaging in friendly matches with local Super League teams for additional revenue. For instance, last year, Real Madrid played a friendly against the Chinese champions, Guangzhou Evergrande, triumphing effortlessly with a score of 6-1. The disparity in skill between the two teams rendered the match quite unexciting, leading domestic fans to quickly lose interest. They prefer watching matches between European giants rather than those against local clubs, such as the International Champions Cup, which features only elite European teams. The fans' enthusiasm has captured the attention of domestic sports event organizers, who have attempted to contact the event's promoters to bring it to China. In the midst of cheers from over 100,000 fans, both teams engaged in relentless assaults. In such matches, there is little pressure to achieve results, allowing for an exuberant style of play, with offensive forces far outweighing defensive ones. In the 21st minute of the first half, Manchester City struck first, with the goal scored by forward Sergio Aguero. Having struggled in international competitions, Aguero rediscovered his form at the club level, transforming into an invincible force on the pitch. Real Madrid quickly retaliated, with Bale showcasing his remarkable speed and skill on the flanks in the 27th minute. The Welshman deftly maneuvered past several Manchester City defenders, surging into the penalty area before curling the ball into the net, leveling the score at 1-1. This exquisite goal elicited thunderous applause from the fans present. Following the goal, Bale appeared exuberant. Whenever Real Madrid faced Manchester City, comparisons between him and Cristiano Ronaldo were often drawn, leaving him unjustly overlooked. This habitual disregard irked Bale, who harbored ambitions of being the team's leading figure, unwilling to remain in the shadows. He had long aspired to usurp Ronaldo's position within the club. Thus, the adulation from the crowd filled him with joy. If I continue to deliver such stellar performances, I will inevitably dethrone that guy. Observing Bale's smug expression, Ronaldo felt a twinge of annoyance. He gestured to Modric and Isco, urging them to pass him the ball more frequently. In critical moments, as the foremost star of Real Madrid, how could he afford to miss scoring opportunities? While Modric remained taciturn, Isco obediently supplied Ronaldo with several passes. However, the Portuguese superstar seemed yet to fully recover from his World Cup slump, squandering the golden opportunities gifted by Isco. This left Isco with a pained expression. Come on, don't be so frustrating. Meanwhile, Bale, noticing Isco's repeated assists to Ronaldo, began to express his dissatisfaction. What is the meaning of this? Only passing to Ronaldo and neglecting me? Am I not your senior too? In stark contrast to the competitive spirit among Real Madrid players vying for personal glory, Manchester City exhibited a spirit of camaraderie. Lin Quan, not overly focused on scoring, would often assess his teammates' positions before taking a shot at goal. If a teammate had a better opportunity, he selflessly passed the ball. Aguero's goal came from Lin Quan's assist in the 42nd minute, with a clear path to goal. Lin Quan opted to lay the ball back to the advancing De Bruyne, who then netted the goal. Why didn't you shoot for yourself? De Bruyne asked, curiosity etched on his face. In his memory, Lin Quan rarely missed such clear chances, although Casillas had just thwarted an attempt, given Lin Quan's prowess. Scoring seemed a trivial task, yet he chose to pass. Because your position was better, it was practically an open goal. Passing to you was the most sensible decision. Lin Quan replied matter-of-factly. As the best scorer in the World Cup, Champions League, and Premier League, Lin Quan no longer felt the need to chase personal goals. Moreover, in matches of this nature, accumulating goals bore little significance. Instead, enhancing his playmaking abilities held far greater value for both Lin Quan and the entire team. This, too, is a proven path of successful transformation exemplified by Messi. In 2019, Messi underwent a complete metamorphosis, evolving into the central playmaker and free spirit of the team, deftly managing the tasks of orchestrating, penetrating, and finishing, thereby truly embodying the role of a singular leader. This triumphant transformation greatly enhanced Messi's innate ability to organize. His capacity to read the game, broaden his vision, deliver precise passes, and execute breathtaking free kicks saw remarkable improvement. Had it not been for this successful transformation, perhaps Argentina would not have claimed the World Cup trophy a few years later. One must also express gratitude towards Paris Saint-Germain. Without their nurturing approach to football, and if Messi had continued to juggle dual responsibilities at Barcelona, he may not have possessed the requisite stamina to compete in the World Cup. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 165. Challenging the 7-time champions. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed battle, with a determined Real Madrid seeking to amend their trailing score. They substituted Isco for the recently acquired James Rodriguez. As the marquee signing of the summer transfer market, James was met with fervent anticipation from the fans. Everyone was eager to witness the prowess of the star acquired for $82 million. Upon his entrance, James exhibited remarkable energy, contributing vigorously on both offensive and defensive fronts. This spirited attitude earned a nod of approval from Real Madrid's coach, Ancelotti. Despite his hefty price tag, James still had much to prove compared to his two senior teammates. To swiftly integrate into Real Madrid's tactical framework, he needed to adopt an even more proactive demeanor. Although James displayed considerable effort, his synergy with teammates was noticeably lacking. Beyond a few dazzling moments shortly after his introduction, he quickly became less visible on the pitch. This performance left the attending Real Madrid supporters deeply disappointed. Was this underwhelming player worth the $82 million? It seemed as though that investment had gone awry. While James's performance fell short of expectations, other players within the squad rose to the occasion. After a summer of rigorous shooting practice, Benzema's finishing skills had significantly improved. In the 62nd minute of the second half, he received a pass from a teammate and executed a previously inconceivable high-difficulty goal. The strike was so unexpected that Manchester City's goalkeeper, Navas, was caught unprepared and failed to make the timely save, unwittingly becoming the backdrop for Benzema's goal. To transform last season's best goalkeeper in La Liga into a mere prop for his goal speaks volumes about the beauty of Benzema's strike. After scoring, Benzema celebrated exuberantly with a sliding maneuver, simultaneously letting out a triumphant roar directed at the camera. Following his elimination from the World Cup, Benzema bore an overwhelming burden of criticism. It was one thing to shoulder blame at the club level, but to face such scrutiny on the national stage was utterly absurd. In the wake of widespread condemnation from French fans, he even contemplated withdrawing from the national team. However, after being persuaded by Deschamps, Benzema reconsidered. Yet the pent-up frustration lingered within him, yearning for a release. At last, he has unleashed his pent-up emotions. Observing Benzema's fervor, the players of Manchester City found themselves somewhat perplexed. After all, it was merely a friendly match. Was such ardor truly warranted? It felt as though they were still embroiled in the UEFA Champions League semi-finals. However, within Manchester City, not all players were indifferent to Benzema's goal. The rookie defender Van Dijk, who had been on the pitch for 4 consecutive matches, took this concession to heart. Following the goal, he proactively approached goalkeeper Navas to offer an apology, indicating that his defensive lapse had led to the breach. He believed he had positioned himself well, forcing Benzema towards the byline. From that angle, he assumed the opponent would find it nearly impossible to score, and even if he attempted a shot, it would pose no threat to the goal. Yet, he underestimated the prowess of a top-tier star. Benzema, the prince of the byline, is a formidable threat that should never be dismissed. It's all right. I too did not foresee that he would take a shot. Navas graciously absolved his teammate. In truth, he had never blamed him. Van Dijk had never faced Real Madrid before and was unaware of the individual attributes of their stars. Making a mistake in that context was entirely understandable. Meanwhile, Navas, having played against Real Madrid during his time in La Liga, should have been more cognizant of Benzema's capabilities. Yet he too failed to predict the opponent's actions. If responsibility were to be assessed, Navas felt his own accountability might be greater. As several defenders reflected on their defensive missteps, the midfielders of Manchester City deliberated on strategies to curtail Real Madrid's midfield passing. Modric is pivotal to Real Madrid's offensive plays. We must closely mark him, restrict his passes, and prevent the forwards from receiving the ball comfortably. In the ensuing match, Modric faced considerable scrutiny from Manchester City. Despite his wealth of experience and boundless stamina, he struggled to mitigate the effects of the relentless pressing and double teaming, resulting in numerous errors. Manchester City's ability to capitalize on mistakes is formidable, seizing upon the midfield errors. They scored 2 goals in the 77th and 89th minutes through Lin Quan and Aguero, respectively. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed over Real Madrid with a score of 4-2, advancing to the final. This outcome mirrored the script from their previous encounter in the Champions League semi-finals, where Manchester City also eliminated Real Madrid and subsequently claimed the championship. This time, it seemed they were on the cusp of replicating that extraordinary feat. In another match, Liverpool and Manchester United clashed in a fiercely contested battle. The intensity was palpable as Liverpool initially surged ahead by 2 goals in the first half. However, in the second half, the stars of Manchester United began to assert themselves. Notably, Di Maria's breakthroughs proved to be a source of considerable distress for Liverpool. Upon his introduction, Di Maria helped earn a penalty and scored a goal himself. Under Di Maria's leadership, Manchester United launched a vigorous counteroffensive, ultimately defeating Liverpool 5-3 and securing yet another victory in the storied rivalry. Ultimately, the two teams from Manchester have advanced to the final, set to stage yet another Manchester derby for a global audience in 3 days. Last season, Manchester City triumphed over Manchester United on both occasions, securing resounding victories. This has ignited a fervent desire for revenge within the ranks of United, who are exceedingly eager to conquer City on the pitch, aiming to demonstrate to the world that the Red Devils reign supreme in Manchester. Fueled by this hunger for retribution and anticipation of victory, the stars of Manchester United have taken to media and social platforms to issue challenges and taunts towards City, vowing to deliver a harsh lesson. In contrast, the response from City has been rather tepid. Players, including the likes of Lin Quan, have scarcely acknowledged the provocations. After all, there is little to respond to. While the opposition is fervently driven by their desire for vengeance, City feels no such compulsion. They currently stand as the frontrunners, and there is no need to provoke those they have already bested. Such behavior would be beneath them. The true response, of course, will manifest on the field, where they intend to teach United a lesson, reminding them that the skies of Manchester remain blue. On August 5th, the Manchester Derby will officially unfold at the DRV-PNK Stadium in Miami. Notably, this derby is not taking place on British soil, but rather thousands of miles away in the United States. Nevertheless, the derby atmosphere within the stadium is palpably vibrant. As the world's most influential club, Manchester United commands a substantial following in America. With a capacity of 80,000, the stadium is filled with over 40,000 fans donning red jerseys in support of United. In comparison, the relatively newer Manchester City has a significantly weaker historical presence, drawing only about half as many supporters, approximately 20,000. The remaining fans consist largely of neutral spectators, alongside some donning jerseys of other clubs, such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, adding to the festive ambience. As the final match of the International Champions Cup, both teams regard this encounter with great importance. The match features all the main players, with even the previously overworked Virgil van Dijk taking a seat on the bench. While City may not place high value on this so-called International Cup title, they certainly aspire to claim another trophy, the UEFA Super Cup. Following this warm-up, City will promptly return to Europe to face Sevilla, the champions of the previous UEFA Europa League, in a match to contest the coveted UEFA Super Cup trophy. Recent editions of the Super Cup have seen the Champions League victors suffer unexpected defeats, turning the event into a breeding ground for upsets. Former Champions League winners such as Manchester United, Inter Milan, and Chelsea have all faltered against Europa League champions. Last season, in the match between Bayern and Chelsea, Bayern nearly faced a similar fate. Had Chelsea's forward Romelu Lukaku not missed a penalty in the shootout, the outcome could have been quite different. As the newly crowned European champions, City is participating in the UEFA Super Cup for the first time, thus they place significant importance on this event. For it would be a source of embarrassment for a Champions League winner to fall to a Europa League champion. Out of respect for Sevilla, City intends to utilize this match against their local rivals, United, to refine their tactics in preparation for the Super Cup. After the match commenced, Manchester United's players pressed relentlessly across the field, akin to rabid hounds. They were fervently eager to score additional goals against Manchester City, seeking to vindicate themselves from past grievances. However, Manchester City remained unfazed, calmly passing and circulating the ball in response to United's pressure. They adeptly utilized the width of the pitch to maneuver their opponents. In a strategic ploy to draw United out, they even repositioned their formation deeper, inadvertently forcing United's defense to advance and expose vulnerabilities in their backline. Upon noticing the gaps in City's defense, Manchester United seized the opportunity to launch a swift counterattack. The entire team rushed back in defense, seemingly adhering to the Netherlands' all-out attack and defense strategy. Yet, such tactics demand exceptional individual skill from the players. As anticipated, under City's several offensive attempts, United's players began to falter. In the 27th minute, City executed multiple intricate interchanges in the attacking third, disrupting United's defensive line. This interplay tested the defender's experience, as knowing when to follow and when to delegate to teammates is crucial. A momentary lapse could lead to defensive coordination failures, granting the opposition advantageous opportunities. Lin Quan astutely detected a flaw in the opposing defense, abruptly accelerating through the space between two United players. Their miscommunication allowed him to pass unchallenged. With no time for even a foul, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area, and as Chris Smalling recklessly attempted to tackle, he effortlessly evaded him. Faced with his national teammate David De Gea, Lin Quan boldly continued his advance, and upon entering the small box, he coolly aimed for the far corner. De Gea, hesitant to engage, found himself at a disadvantage during this encounter. Although he made a desperate attempt to save, the angle was too acute, and he was unable to make contact, thus conceding the goal. Manchester City temporarily led Manchester United. Following this goal, Lin Quan refrained from exuberant celebration. Such a score warranted no grand rejoicing. Although the opposing team featured numerous stars, there was a sense of imbalance. Lin Quan doubted whether Van Gaal's tactics were truly suitable for United. While he remained composed, the other City players were less inclined to show restraint. Captain Vincent Kompany gestured to the crowd, requesting applause, which the audience readily provided, cheering enthusiastically. However, over 40,000 Red Devils supporters collectively booed. Unable to tolerate City's celebration on their turf, they began chanting the names of their players, urging them to rise to the occasion, equalize the score, and lead the team to victory. United boasted an abundance of top-tier stars: Van Persie, Rooney, Mata, Falcao, Di Maria. Was it truly impossible for them to score? Unthinkable. Spurred on by the fervent crowd, United's players launched a more vigorous offensive, particularly Falcao, who was determined to score and prove his worth. Regardless of who the Champions League victor may be, the little tiger charges forth fearlessly. However, Manchester United's offensive display is merely a facade of grandeur. In reality, their coordination in the attacking third is quite chaotic, with an abundance of star players on the pitch. The distribution of the ball and the roles of primary attackers versus supporting players remain contentious issues, until Van Gaal meticulously organizes these elements. Manchester United plays not as a cohesive unit, but rather like a disjointed assembly. Seizing the opportunity amid United's frenzied assaults, Manchester City executed a series of swift counterattacks. In the 44th minute, City struck again. De Bruyne's incisive through ball pierced United's defense, allowing Aguero to evade the offside trap and score with a clear shot. City extended their lead once more before halftime. As the second half commenced, Manchester City exhibited increasing composure, while Manchester United grew more frantic. The more urgency United displayed, the more elusive the goals became. Meanwhile, City, having prepared to conserve energy for the Super Cup, benefited from an unforced error by their opponents, graciously accepting the gift. In the 76th minute, taking advantage of a defensive mishap during a back pass, City further widened the scoreline. Ultimately, the match concluded with City triumphing over United by a score of 3-0. Despite United's 23 attempts on goal, they failed to convert even one into a score. In stark contrast, City managed to net 3 goals from just 8 shots. Had it not been for several critical saves by De Gea, the scoreline could have been even more lopsided. This defeat left Manchester United feeling despondent. Despite significant efforts and expenditure in acquiring new talent, their squad appears nearly equivalent to City's on paper. Yet, the question lingers: why such a dismal loss? Is it not true that spending money equates to strength? Why does it seem that United's investments have not translated into enhanced prowess? This has led the Red Devil supporters to question the efficacy of money in football for the first time. Meanwhile, as they grapple with their disillusionment, Manchester City has already departed from America, returning to Europe, poised to compete in the upcoming UEFA Super Cup. After securing 3 titles, they now have their sights set on a potential 7th crown. With 3 trophies already in their possession, the opportunity to pursue this illustrious achievement is not to be overlooked. Thus, they approach this Super Cup with unwavering determination. Chapter complete. Chapter 166. The King's style of play. Manchester City secures their 5th crown. Prior to the commencement of the Super Cup match, UEFA unveiled the list of nominees for last year's European Player of the Year award. Unsurprisingly, Lin Quan received this honor, outpacing his rivals Messi and Ronaldo by a considerable margin in the voting. The public's reaction to Lin Quan's accolade as Europe's best was one of certainty. However, there was greater intrigue surrounding the prospect of him clinching this year's Ballon d'Or. Should Lin Quan achieve this feat, he would become the youngest recipient in the history of the award, considering that Lin Quan recently received the prestigious Golden Boy award last year. Should he succeed in claiming the Ballon d'Or this year, he will etch his name in history as the first player to consecutively win both accolades. While Lionel Messi is also a dual recipient of the Golden Boy and Ballon d'Or titles, it took him 4 years from receiving the Golden Boy award to stand upon the podium for the Ballon d'Or. In contrast, Lin Quan has achieved this remarkable feat in just 1 year. Such rapid progression has heightened external expectations for Lin Quan, prompting speculation. Could he truly become the next king of football? On August 10th, the annual UEFA Super Cup commenced, hosted in Cardiff, Wales, which is conveniently situated not far from Manchester, rendering it a de facto home ground for Manchester City. The reigning champions of the UEFA Europa League, Sevilla, secured this title for the 3rd time in their history. From this point onward, Sevilla has established an impressive streak of 3 consecutive Europa League victories, leading fans to jest that the tournament ought to be renamed the Sevilla Cup. Despite facing a seemingly weaker opponent, Manchester City approached the match with unwavering seriousness, exhibiting a commitment to give their all. Aware of their own standing, Sevilla adopted a defensive posture, opting for a counterattacking strategy. This resolute defense indeed posed challenges for Manchester City's offense, thwarting several attempts. However, having encountered similar circumstances numerous times in the previous season, the players maintained a composed demeanor, playing with poise and patience. This attitude prompted nods of approval from numerous football experts and legends, who recognized that Manchester City is beginning to embody the essence of a formidable team. With a few more trophies, their ascendance to elite status seems inevitable. Recognizing the opponent's tight defense within a 30-meter radius, Manchester City began to explore long-range shots and set pieces as potential solutions. In the 38th minute of the first half, Kevin De Bruyne executed a remarkably high-quality free kick, enabling the team to break the deadlock. Following this goal, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. Unable to maintain their defensive shell, Sevilla urgently initiated attacks on Manchester City's goal in the latter stages of the first half, seeking to equalize. However, they appeared to overlook the reason behind their 30-minute resilience. Once Sevilla committed to offense, the difficulty of Manchester City's attacks diminished significantly. In the 42nd minute, Toni Kroos delivered an accurate long pass, assisting Sergio Aguero in scoring a goal. The score transformed to 2-0, and just 3 minutes later, Lin Quan executed a breakthrough from the flank, cutting into the penalty area and unleashing a stunning shot, penetrating Sevilla's net for the 3rd time. The Sevilla fans in attendance were left astounded. Their defense had seemed impenetrable for the first 38 minutes, yet in the blink of an eye, they found themselves trailing 0-3. In a mere 7 minutes, Manchester City had netted 3 goals. Is this the caliber of a Champions League champion? The first half swiftly concluded, and with a daunting 3-goal deficit, the Sevilla players returned to the locker room, their faces etched with disappointment. On the other side, the players of Manchester City exuded an air of ease. They could already envision the 4th championship trophy beckoning to them. As the second half commenced, Sevilla endeavored to launch a vigorous assault against Manchester City. However, their attacks posed little threat to the City goal, as they were largely neutralized in midfield. In this match, Pellegrini orchestrated a midfield trio of Kroos, De Bruyne, and Fernandinho. Within this trio, each player had a distinct role. De Bruyne led the offense, Fernandinho focused on staunch defense, and Kroos orchestrated play from the center. As their time playing together increased, their synergy blossomed rapidly. The potency of this combination began to manifest itself, instilling a sense of trepidation in rival teams. Sevilla's counterattacks not only proved ineffective, but also revealed vulnerabilities in their defensive line. In the 63rd minute of the second half, after reclaiming possession in their own half, Manchester City initiated a textbook quick counterattack. The goal was achieved with merely 3 passes, Kroos to De Bruyne to Lin Quan, who ultimately found the back of the net. The entire offensive sequence transpired in a mere 8 seconds, swift, precise, and ruthless, leaving Sevilla's players utterly bewildered. The sheer speed of the opposing attack rendered most of Sevilla's players unable to react in time, thwarting their defensive positioning. This goal significantly dampened their morale, plunging them into a state of uncertainty. They yearned to attack, yet feared the repercussions of a counterstrike, leading to an awkward situation where they could neither advance nor defend effectively. As it became evident that the opposing team was thrown into disarray, the outcome of the match appeared sealed. Pellegrini swiftly made substitutions. In the 69th minute, he replaced Lin Quan, allowing him to enjoy the adulation and applause of the home crowd. The fans in attendance honored Lin Quan with standing ovations as he exited the pitch. He reciprocated by applauding the supporters, and after exchanging a high five with the substitute Jovetic, he took his place on the bench. Several substitute players promptly offered him chilled energy drinks, eager to please. Van Dijk, watching in astonishment, was unsure whether he was more taken aback by Lin Quan's esteemed status among the Manchester City players or regretting not having thought of such gestures himself. As a newcomer, he understood that to establish himself within Manchester City, he would need to pay homage to the team's leaders. With this thought in mind, Van Dijk reached a decision. Shortly after Lin Quan's substitution, De Bruyne was also taken off the field. Noticing that Lin Quan still had some leftover iced water, he handed a bottle to him. "You little rascal, accepting gifts from others and offering them to me. Just tell me, will you drink it or not?" Lin Quan rolled his eyes, feigning an intention to retract the bottle. "Drink? Why wouldn't I?" De Bruyne swiftly seized the bottle, taking generous gulps despite his feigned disdain. His words may have expressed reluctance, but his actions were undeniably sincere. In the sweltering heat of August, after playing for over 70 minutes on the field, one could nearly feel the heat overwhelming. At such a moment, sipping a bottle of icy water is nothing short of bliss. It seems cruel to still be attacking at the age of 40. As De Bruyne observed his teammates relentlessly assaulting Sevilla's goal, he could hardly bear to watch. Attack is the best form of defense, right? We are not merely attacking. We are actively defending. Lin Quan jested. De Bruyne was amused by his audacious remark, just as he witnessed the substitute Jovetic receiving a pass from David Silva, aiding the team in scoring yet another goal. He quipped, "Is putting the ball into the opponent's net considered defense? That surely crosses the line." With a score of 5-0, Manchester City inadvertently orchestrated a massacre. Sevilla must have felt a profound sense of despair. In the Europa League, they had been formidable, yet they found themselves utterly outmatched by Manchester City. While other teams in the Europa League occasionally managed to spring surprises against Champions League winners, why did they become mere punching bags? Following this victory, Manchester City claimed their 4th championship trophy, bringing their total to 5 when including the League Cup. The media, which had fiercely criticized City during the summer transfer window for their lackadaisical approach, swiftly reversed their stance, now singing the praises of the team. Before the new Premier League season commenced, Sky Sports conducted a customary season prediction. 8 football experts and legends unanimously placed Manchester City at the top, believing their chances of defending their title were the greatest. Chelsea, despite finishing 3rd last season, was ranked 2nd, buoyed by optimism regarding Mourinho's summer signings, particularly the arrivals of Diego Costa and Fabregas, which were expected to bolster the team's attacking prowess. Manchester United took the 3rd spot. Having made numerous high-profile signings over the summer, their roster of star players instilled a sense of trepidation. Had they not suffered another defeat to Manchester City in the International Champions Cup, revealing several weaknesses, their ranking would have undoubtedly been higher. Arsenal was placed 4th. Although Liverpool appeared stronger on paper, Arsenal had a remarkable knack for securing 4th place, and experts believe they could sustain this tradition. Liverpool, ranked 5th, had made significant signings this summer, yet following the departure of Suarez, it seemed none of their new acquisitions could fill the void left by him. The external perception regarding Liverpool's prospects for the new season appears rather pessimistic. In the fiercely competitive arena of the Premier League, the current lineup of Liverpool makes it exceedingly difficult to associate them with championship aspirations. Following Liverpool, the teams ranked in succession include Tottenham, Everton, Swansea, Southampton, and Newcastle. While these clubs may lack the capacity to threaten the title contenders, they harbor hopes of penetrating the European competition zone to secure a berth in the UEFA Europa League. In addition to predicting the championship contenders, experts have also forecasted the teams that may face relegation this season. Considering the squads and last season's performances, they believe that Queen's Park Rangers, Burnley, and Crystal Palace are the most likely candidates for relegation. The new season of the Premier League is set to commence on August 16th. However, Prior to this, Manchester City has a Community Shield match to contend with. As the traditional curtain raiser for the Premier League, the reigning champions and FA Cup winners will present an appetizer to the audience before the official matches begin. Originally known as the Charity Shield, this match's proceeds are designated for charitable organizations to support various philanthropic endeavors. This year's charity prominently focuses on autism in children, a condition with a high prevalence that inflicts endless suffering on affected children and their families. Given Lin Quan's significant influence across Europe and the globe, the FA has invited him to serve as an ambassador, leveraging his prominence to raise awareness and disseminate knowledge about this condition, thereby drawing attention to its implications and facilitating assistance for afflicted children. Lin Quan has always been a staunch supporter of such charitable initiatives. Consequently, he not only agreed to assume the role of ambassador, but also generously donated €1 million to aid these affected children. His actions have garnered considerable praise, with even some rival fans unable to find fault with his character. Recently, Liverpool and Manchester City faced each other in the International Champions Cup, where they were well acquainted with each other's strategies. Thus, upon the commencement of the match, both teams swiftly bypassed the phase of cautious probing and launched direct assaults on their opponent's goal. Having learned from their previous defeat, Liverpool approached this match with a targeted strategy. Since they could not effectively contain Lin Quan, they aimed to restrict his teammates, preventing them from delivering passes to him. As long as Lin Quan remained devoid of the ball, his individual prowess would be rendered ineffective. This tactic, once employed by numerous teams against Messi, has also been utilized by many clubs as Lin Quan's reputation soared. Liverpool's intentions were commendable. However, they were taken aback when they attempted to execute this strategy. Upon noticing Liverpool's targeted approach, Lin Quan promptly adjusted his tactics, retreating from the opponent's penalty area and positioning himself in the midfield. The Liverpool defenders, initially bracing for a challenging encounter, exhaled in relief as they observed Lin Quan voluntarily distancing himself from their penalty area. If given a choice, defenders would prefer to avoid facing players like Lin Quan and Messi altogether. Before these two extraordinary players, their defensive maneuvers appeared as clumsy as those of jesters, making it exceedingly difficult to contain their opponents and often leading to humorous blunders. Take, for instance, a certain player from Bayern, known as XX Tongue, who became the subject of amusement for spectators after tripping over himself in a particularly memorable moment. Even defenders from various teams have had the pleasure of witnessing this comical scene. While the game is meant to be entertaining, no one wishes to find themselves, like Boateng, relegated to the status of mere background in Lin Quan's highlight reel. Just as they exhaled in relief, they quickly recognized that something was amiss. Lin Quan's tactical choice rendered Liverpool's strategy exceedingly challenging to execute. When Lin Quan roamed the forward line, both their midfield and defense could apply pressure and double-team him. However, once he withdrew to the midfield, Liverpool's defenders found themselves unable to engage effectively, relying instead on their attacking players to implement the strategy. Thanks to his exceptional dribbling skills and innate sense for the game, Lin Quan's ball control was formidable. It was nearly impossible for defenders to wrest the ball from his feet. Moreover, unlike when he was positioned forward, where he lacked supporting teammates, his retreat to midfield afforded him an abundance of options. He could either pass to a teammate or opt for a personal breakthrough. Once he executed a breakthrough, he not only created scoring opportunities for himself, but also provided assists to his teammates. A player endowed with robust organizational skills, along with the ability to penetrate defenses and score, is indeed a formidable challenge for any defense. The final score of the match was 2-0, with Manchester City recording a total of 18 shots. Lin Quan was involved in only 2 shots, one of which was a free kick. Yet, despite the limited attempts, his threat remained undiminished, as he contributed a goal and an assist to the match statistics. Following their victory over Liverpool, Manchester City secured their 5th championship trophy, now merely one Club World Cup title away from achieving the illustrious sextuplet. End of chapter 167. UEFA Awards Ceremony, Reunion with Reyes. On August 16th, the 2014-2015 Premier League season officially commenced. Manchester United, having splurged nearly €200 million over the summer, was slated to feature in the opening match. The series of signings made by United this summer clearly showcased their lofty ambitions. This inaugural match presented a splendid opportunity for them to demonstrate their grand return to prominence. The Premier League was considerate of Manchester United, pairing them with Swansea, who had finished the previous season in 12th place. The disparity in valuation between the two teams was staggering, with Manchester United's squad valued at over €600 million, while their opponents barely reached €80 million. Such a pronounced difference in valuations rendered the match seemingly devoid of suspense. The consensus among observers favored Manchester United, predicting a triumphant start to their season. After all, since 1972, Manchester United had never lost their first home match of the season at Old Trafford. This season, Manchester United boasts an unprecedented strength on paper. Endowed with numerous elite stars, is it conceivable that they could succumb to a team languishing in the lower echelons of the league? Absolutely not. To witness this anticipated triumph, countless Manchester United supporters flocked from across the globe to Old Trafford, resulting in an overwhelming attendance at the Theatre of Dreams. The retired Sir Alex Ferguson also graced the stands, chewing gum with a relaxed demeanor, seemingly optimistic about Manchester United's chances for a triumphant start. However, after 90 minutes, the score was locked at 1-2, with the home team trailing behind. The highly regarded Manchester United delivered a disheartening defeat to their devoted fans. In this match, Manchester United continued to exhibit the issues they faced in the International Champions Cup, playing not as a cohesive unit, but rather as a disjointed assembly. The players fought individually, offering little in the way of remarkable collaboration. Post-match, the media were quick to criticize Van Gaal, arguing that his persistent adherence to the 3-5-2 formation has been proven outdated on the World Cup stage. This obstinate figure not only refused to adapt, but also brought this approach to Manchester United, a style that evidently does not suit the club. Not only Van Gaal faced criticism, but also several high-profile players within the team were lambasted for their poor performance despite their exorbitant salaries. Do they truly deserve the fans' loyalty? Refund. However, one individual stood apart: Wayne Rooney. His acrobatic goal provided Manchester United with a glimmer of hope, momentarily lifting the spirits of the supporters. Alas, they could not seize this opportunity. Ultimately, Rooney was the only reliable player, and he remains one of the few still nurtured by Sir Alex Ferguson in the current squad. Manchester United continues to revel in the legacy left by their revered former manager. Their disappointing performance in the opening match instilled a sense of apprehension among the other elite clubs yet to play, fearful of following in United's footsteps. As fate would have it, several prominent teams faced their own trials in this round. Tottenham, in their match against West Ham, suffered an early red card. However, rather than crumbling, they persevered until the final moments, clinching a hard-fought victory with a dramatic last-minute goal. Arsenal, trailing early in their encounter, managed to equalize and ultimately snatch victory with a stoppage-time goal. In comparison, Liverpool initially led their match, but after being equalized, they narrowly avoided defeat, thanks to Sturridge's decisive goal in the 80th minute. Though these teams emerged victorious, the journeys were fraught with tension, leaving their fans breathless. When it came time for Manchester City to take the field, however, the Blue Moon supporters felt a sense of reassurance. While other teams experienced various adjustments over the summer, Manchester City remained steadfast, bolstered by the presence of their star players, instilling confidence in their fan base regarding the team's performance. Indeed, in the first half, Lin Quan swiftly found the net and assisted David Silva in scoring, thereby solidifying the team's advantage. In the second half, Manchester City played with greater ease, effectively stifling their opponents' attempts at a comeback. In the 78th minute of the second half, Lin Quan once again provided an assist, enabling Aguero to score, thus sealing the match at a definitive 3-0. This score representing the final outcome, leaving Newcastle utterly speechless on their home turf. Post-match statistics revealed that Manchester City dominated possession with over 80, registering 18 attempts on goal, more than thrice that of their adversaries. Throughout the encounter, Manchester City maintained a firm grip on the game's dynamics, offering their opponents nary a glimmer of opportunity. Following the conclusion of the first round, Manchester City, buoyed by this commanding victory and a net goal advantage of 3, ascended to the pinnacle of the standings, taking an early lead in the points table, much to the dismay of rival fans. Last season, once Manchester City claimed the top spot, they never relinquished it, maintaining their lead all the way to the championship, leaving no chances for other teams. Witnessing Manchester City atop the table once again, rival fans felt an eerie sense of déjà vu from the previous season. A week later, the second round of the Premier League commenced. Chelsea was the first to take the field, momentarily claiming the top spot with a 2-0 victory over Leicester City. Subsequently, Arsenal faced a perilous challenge against Everton, nearly suffering a complete defeat. Fortunately, Ramsey and Giroud emerged as heroes, scoring 2 goals in the final 8 minutes to secure a hard-fought draw. Even Everton proved a formidable opponent, prompting Arsenal fans to feel a mix of relief at avoiding defeat and growing pessimism regarding the new season's prospects. The current Premier League season is rife with formidable teams, raising doubts about Arsenal's ability to secure a top-4 finish. Meanwhile, Manchester United, through their actions, conveyed a resounding message: they can. Following their opening match loss to Swansea, there was widespread anticipation for Manchester United to rebound spectacularly with a decisive victory to assert their prowess. However, such a resounding win did not materialize. Instead, they nearly faced a second consecutive defeat. In their away match against Sunderland, Manchester United struggled to earn a draw. With only 1 point obtained from 2 matches, Manchester United found themselves languishing in the relegation zone, positioned 4th from the bottom. This winless streak incited considerable frustration among United fans, who questioned Van Gaal's expenditures and the lavish squad at his disposal, lamenting that the current performance pales in comparison to last season under Moyes. Criticism of Van Gaal echoed through the media, with bookmakers even opening bets on when he might be dismissed. As the spotlight shifted away from Manchester United, Manchester City returned home to face their old adversary, Liverpool. This marked the 3rd encounter between these two teams within a month. For Manchester City, the prospect of facing Liverpool was met with enthusiasm, as they had developed a tactical understanding against them. Conversely, Liverpool fans were apprehensive about facing Manchester City at this juncture, as the departure of Suarez had left lingering issues within their offensive lineup yet to be resolved. In such a state, facing Manchester City, the probability of victory is likely less than 10%. The previous 2 consecutive defeats have already demonstrated this reality. They are determined not to suffer a 3rd loss. However, there is little they can do, as the schedule has been firmly established. Liverpool sought to request a postponement, but their plea was met with rejection from Manchester City. This season, City is engaged in 4 competitions. Thus, any delay would only exacerbate the burden of future fixtures. Consequently, they could not possibly agree, and they even hope to capitalize on the current moment before the Champions League commences to play a few more rounds of the league. With their request for postponement denied, Liverpool arrived at the Etihad Stadium with a sense of tragic resignation. They no longer harbored hopes of departing with a victory, as it seemed utterly unattainable. Nevertheless, they were desperate to avoid another defeat, prompting Liverpool to forsake the dignity of a grand club and adopt a defensive stance at the Etihad Stadium. Upon witnessing the opponent's defensive setup, Manchester City's fans were momentarily taken aback. It is not that prestigious clubs cannot employ such tactics. Rather, it is a rarity. This strategy is typically adopted by weaker teams when pitted against stronger opponents. Prestigious clubs pride themselves, and thus, it is uncommon to see them preemptively concede before the match has even begun, unless the opposing team is overwhelmingly formidable, reminiscent of the legendary Barcelona of yore. When faced with that Barcelona side, even the most esteemed clubs resorted to a defensive posture. It is not shameful to employ such tactics against Barcelona. In fact, failing to do so could lead to devastating consequences. By adopting a defensive strategy at the Etihad, do Liverpool acknowledge their inferiority to Manchester City? Or do they perceive City as formidable as the Barcelona of the past? Despite Liverpool's defensive stance, Manchester City showed no inclination to relent. In the 41st minute of the first half, Lin Quan once again utilized a free kick to breach Liverpool's goal. This goal nearly extinguished any hope of a draw for Liverpool. Thus, as the second half commenced, Liverpool indeed abandoned their negative strategy and, with determination, opted to engage in an open contest with Manchester City. This decision, as it turned out, was profoundly imprudent. In the 55th minute, Lin Quan netted his 2nd goal of the match. By the 69th minute, Aguero also found the back of the net. But the onslaught did not cease there. In the 78th minute, De Bruyne, receiving a pass from Lin Quan, scored the 4th goal of the match. The score stood at 4-0 in favor of Manchester City. The City players demonstrated to Liverpool that failing to adopt a defensive strategy could lead to dire consequences. And indeed, the results were catastrophic. The goal fest was not over. In the 83rd minute, their defender Xabi also scored, albeit unfortunately into his own net. Navas felt somewhat helpless, with the team performing so well. He had hoped to enhance his record of clean sheets, yet who could have anticipated a teammate's betrayal? Ultimately, Manchester City, commanding their home ground, triumphed over Liverpool with a score of 4-1, securing their second consecutive victory and surpassing Chelsea in the standings, thus continuing to lead the league table within a mere month. Following 3 devastating defeats at the hands of Manchester City, it has been reported that Liverpool fans have succumbed to a condition known as fear of Manchester. After the conclusion of the latest round of matches, Pellegrini and Lin Quan boarded a flight to Monaco to attend the draw ceremony for the group stage of the 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League. Lin Quan had previously participated in this event on 2 occasions, but the attention he received this time far surpassed that of earlier years. Upon his arrival at the venue in a luxury vehicle, the scene was overwhelmed by a throng of cameras and reporters. Over 300 journalists had been waiting, and upon spotting him, they rushed forward, effectively blocking his entrance. Lin, what are your expectations for Manchester City's performance this season? Lin, is your goal to defend the Champions League title? Lin, do you feel confident about winning the Ballon d'Or? A barrage of questions assailed him, leaving Lin Quan with little time to comprehend or respond. He was enveloped by a singular thought. Is this the treatment reserved for a top-tier superstar? He offered brief responses to a few inconsequential inquiries before gesturing an apology to the journalists, indicating his intent to enter for the awards and draw ceremony. Security personnel approached, escorting him away from the crowd, finally alleviating the reporter's relentless pursuit. Haha, how does it feel to be a superstar? As Lin Quan stepped into the venue, he immediately spotted the mischievous grin of Mario Götze. Is your foot better? Lin inquired, glancing at the recently injured left foot of his acquaintance. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. We're still good friends. Götze had sustained an unfortunate ankle injury just before the World Cup during a warm-up match for the German national team. This injury proved to be catastrophic for him, as its proximity to the tournament led to his absence from the 2014 World Cup, where Germany ultimately lost to Spain in the final, leaving fans in deep anguish. Had Götze been present, his explosive speed and versatility would have significantly bolstered Germany's offensive capabilities. He epitomized the tireless runner, contributing immensely on both offensive and defensive fronts. In contrast to the physically fatigued Müller, the weakly contested Ozil, and the one-dimensional Schürrle, Götze was undoubtedly a superior choice. Yet, it was he who fell victim to injury. Watching from home as Germany faltered against Spain, Götze was plagued by feelings of pain and guilt. He reproached himself for succumbing to injury at such a critical juncture, lamenting his inability to contribute to the team's efforts. How does it feel? Ankle injuries can easily become chronic. I advise you to rest for several months. Minimize your appearances and playing time during this period, and skip the national team matches. Lin Quan recalled the misfortunes of Marco Reus in 2014, when he was not only sidelined by injury just before the World Cup, but also suffered another setback in a European Championship qualifier shortly after, injuring the same ligament in his left ankle. These 2 injuries had a profound impact on Reus. Furthermore, his absence significantly affected Borussia Dortmund's performance in both the league and the Champions League this season. It was a year marked by a dramatic decline for Dortmund, especially after the departures of key players like Götze and Lewandowski, which rapidly diminished the team's strength. Additionally, Bundesliga teams gradually adapted to their style of play, even devising specific strategies to counter them, rendering their league matches exceedingly challenging. In such circumstances, a tenacious player like Reus would undoubtedly push himself even harder, leading to a vicious cycle of injuries. It would be wiser to prioritize recovery at the beginning of the season rather than risking further injuries in subsequent matches. This season, Dortmund's prospects seemed bleak, a predicament that could not be resolved by Reus alone. It was a systemic issue. Unfortunately, persuading Reus appeared to be no simple task. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Quan's advice, Reus smiled and replied, "That won't do. The team is counting on me, and I cannot be a deserter." Chapter 168. The Champions League draw results are in. Manchester City favored to win. After a brief chat with Reus, the awards ceremony was set to commence. Following the presentation of the Best Female Player award from the previous season, it was soon time to honor the Best Male Player. All eyes were on Lin Quan, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Manuel Neuer, the 3 standout performers from last season's Champions League. Lin Quan not only led his team to victory in the Champions League, but also achieved the remarkable feat of scoring 20 goals in a single season. As for Ronaldo, although his team fell in the semifinals, his tally of 17 goals was sufficient to break the single-season scoring record. Unfortunately, he was overshadowed by an even more extraordinary competitor, rendering his achievement less memorable. Neuer had a commendable season with Bayern, yet the disparity with the top two was evident, relegating him to a mere participant in the ceremony. Once the nominees were announced, the cameras captured the trio. Lin Quan appeared remarkably composed, while Ronaldo maintained a serious demeanor. Neuer, whose chances of winning seemed minimal, wore an expression of indifference, seemingly aware of his slim prospects. It seems Lin Quan is brimming with confidence regarding his chances of winning. In the CCTV broadcast room, the two hosts could not help but chuckle upon seeing the trio together. Indeed, leading a team to victory while breaking the single-season scoring record in the Champions League is an extraordinary accomplishment. Achieving either feat would significantly enhance the likelihood of winning an award, let alone accomplishing both. I truly wonder under what circumstances UEFA would refrain from awarding Lin Quan. There exists a possibility that UEFA may have engaged in blatant deception, manipulating the outcome to unjustly deny Lin Quan the title of Best Player, reminiscent of the highly controversial Ballon d'Or from the previous year. However, unlike the last occasion, Lin Quan's lead this time was insurmountably vast. Even if UEFA were to show favoritism towards a particular individual, they would not dare to do so overtly. The truth was soon revealed, as the 12 voters present cast nearly all their ballots in favor of Lin Quan, with only one casting a token vote for Cristiano Ronaldo. Lin Quan was overwhelmingly awarded the title of UEFA Champions League Best Player for the 2013-2014 season. Following the conclusion of the awards ceremony, the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating arrived. The draw for the group stage of the 2014-2015 UEFA Champions League. Before the draw commenced, FIFA Secretary-General Gianni Infantino delivered a lengthy series of speeches addressing FIFA's reforms and the promotion of European leagues and national teams. At the club level, Infantino emphasized the urgent need for UEFA to refine and implement the financial fair play regulations to ensure the sustainable development of European leagues, particularly to provide ample financial support for clubs from smaller nations. Implicit in his statement was the suggestion that Champions League slots should favor teams from lesser leagues. While Infantino's speech contained substantial content, it regrettably failed to capture the audience's interest, who were far more focused on the impending draw. Consequently, as Infantino spoke, many attendees appeared drowsy, with some even succumbing to slumber, emitting untimely snores. Infantino's demeanor darkened as he hastily concluded his speech, officially announcing the commencement of the Champions League draw. The guest responsible for the draw was none other than Lin Quan's national teammate, the Spanish goalkeeper Iker Casillas. As customary, the 32 teams that advanced to the group stage of the Champions League were divided into 4 pots, each containing 8 teams, culminating in 8 groups. Notably, due to last year's commendable performance, Manchester City ascended from the 3rd pot to become a top-seeded team in the 1st pot. The 8 teams in the 1st pot included Real Madrid, La Liga, Barcelona, La Liga, Bayern Munich, Bundesliga, Chelsea, Premier League, Manchester City, Premier League, Atletico Madrid, La Liga, Arsenal, Premier League, and Porto, Primera Liga. Both La Liga and the Premier League had 3 teams representing them as seeds, while Serie A and Ligue 1 were entirely absent, with the Primera Liga managing only 1 slot due to last year's poor Champions League results. At Infantino's signal, Casillas first drew Bayern Munich. Unlike previous years, teams drawn would not immediately be assigned to their respective groups. Instead, a further round of group draws would ensue, after Casillas announced the team name. Another guest drew the letter E from the pot, indicating that the top-seeded Bayern Munich would be placed in Group E. Subsequently, Casillas drew his own team, Real Madrid. Another guest drew the letter B from the remaining 7, thus placing Real Madrid in Group B. The 3rd team drawn was Manchester City, assigned to Group C. Arsenal was the 4th team selected, landing in Group D. The 5th team drawn was Barcelona, allocated to Group F. The 6th draw resulted in Porto, who were placed in Group H. The 7th team drawn was Atletico Madrid, assigned to Group A. Finally, only Chelsea remained, automatically placed in Group E. During the draw for the first seed teams, the audience appeared relatively relaxed, engaged in discussions about which of the 8 seeded teams was the strongest and which was the weakest. The consensus identified Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and last season's champions, Manchester City, as the formidable contenders. 2nd and 3rd seed teams facing these 4 would likely find their chances of securing first place in the group severely diminished. Among these 4, Atletico Madrid and Chelsea also possess considerable strength, making encounters with them quite challenging. The weakest team among the first seeds is widely acknowledged to be Porto from the Portuguese league. Last season, neither of the two Portuguese teams advanced in the Champions League, with Porto even succumbing to Zenit St. Petersburg, allowing the latter to progress with a historically low score of 6 points. Should a team be fortunate enough to be drawn into Group H with Porto, they might dare to dream of topping the group. As for Arsenal, their current squad lacks strength, and their dismal Champions League record has led to a growing number of teams unafraid of facing them. After the first round of draws concluded, Iker Casillas exited the stage, and fellow Spanish legend Fernando Hierro took his place to draw the 8 second-seed teams. The second-seed teams include Schalke 04, Bundesliga, Borussia Dortmund, Bundesliga, Juventus, Serie A, Paris Saint-Germain, Ligue 1, Shakhtar Donetsk, Ukrainian Premier League, Basel, Swiss Super League, Zenit St. Petersburg, Russian Premier League, and Benfica, Portuguese Primeira Liga. Among these teams, several are quite formidable, such as Paris Saint-Germain and Juventus, along with Borussia Dortmund. If they were to be drawn into the same groups as Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Manchester City, the subsequent teams would likely be relegated to the role of mere fodder. Thus, this draw is of paramount importance for many teams, and the atmosphere in the venue began to grow tense. Hierro took the stage and delivered a brief speech before commencing the second round of draws. He first drew Zenit St. Petersburg, and as in the first round, another guest revealed the group to which Zenit would be assigned. Group C. They were placed in the same group as the defending champions, Manchester City. Upon witnessing this outcome, the broadcast team quickly captured a split screenshot of the coaches from both Zenit and Manchester City. Their reactions were starkly contrasting. The Zenit coach could not help but display a faint smile of resignation, while the Manchester City coach wore a satisfied grin, seemingly pleased with the result. Certainly, one can assert that Zenit stands as the weakest among the second-tier teams, and facing them, Manchester City can be assured of securing 6 points. Subsequently, Hierro drew Paris Saint-Germain, the strongest team within the second tier. The audience was filled with curiosity, pondering which group they would be assigned to. The answer was soon revealed: Group F, alongside Barcelona. Upon witnessing this outcome, the coaches of both teams could not conceal their expressions of concern. Barcelona, a traditional powerhouse, has significantly invested this season in acquiring Suarez to form the formidable MSN trio. Meanwhile, Paris Saint-Germain has consistently been the highest spender in the transfer market for several years, reigning as the champions of Ligue 1, and their performance in the Champions League cannot be underestimated. The pairing of these two teams undoubtedly sets the stage for a colossal clash. Furthermore, for any teams entering this group, it can undoubtedly be deemed as a group of death. Hierro swiftly continued, drawing the subsequent teams. Shakhtar Donetsk was placed in Group H, Benfica in Group E, Borussia Dortmund in Group D, Basel in Group B, Juventus in Group A, and Schalke 04 in Group G. Among these, Dortmund and the seeded team Arsenal in Group D are no strangers to one another. The two teams faced off in last year's Champions League group stage, with each claiming victory, resulting in a draw overall. However, Dortmund managed to secure the top position in the group on goal difference, while Arsenal had to settle for second place. One wonders if Arsenal will be able to exact revenge in their next encounter this year. Following the conclusion of the second-tier draw, the draws for the third and fourth tiers commenced promptly. Among the 16 teams in these two tiers, there are few strong contenders. Yet one team, historically a multiple-time Champions League winner, found itself relegated to the third tier due to a prolonged absence from the tournament. This team is none other than Liverpool. Liverpool's fortune was neither particularly good nor bad, as they were drawn into the same group as Real Madrid in Group B. While Real Madrid undeniably possesses great strength, the second-tier Basel is relatively modest in prowess. As long as Liverpool can triumph over Basel, they should secure a stable spot in the knockout stage. However, competing for the top position in the group against Real Madrid will prove challenging. Failing to secure the top spot will leave Liverpool's fate in the knockout stage largely dependent on luck. This year's Champions League group allocations appear relatively balanced, devoid of the death group scenario witnessed last year. If one must identify a group of death, it would likely be Group E, which includes Bayern Munich. Of course, this designation pertains to the other three teams, as Bayern should comfortably secure the top position provided they do not falter. In this group, aside from Bayern, the remaining three teams are Benfica from the Portuguese league, AS Roma from Serie A, and CSKA Moscow from the Russian league. Their strengths are relatively even. Although CSKA Moscow is somewhat weaker yet benefits from a formidable home advantage, the strength of the other two teams is rather modest. The ultimate victor will depend entirely on their performance in the matches. For Manchester City, the draw results have been exceedingly favorable. In Group C, their opponents include Monaco from Ligue 1, Bayer Leverkusen from the Bundesliga, and Zenit St. Petersburg from the Russian Premier League. These three teams are not particularly formidable. Aside from the potential challenge posed by Zenit in their home match, the other clubs are unlikely to pose a significant threat to Manchester City. Consequently, upon the announcement of the draw, City fans began speculating about their potential adversaries in the knockout stage. After reviewing the performance of the second-place teams in various groups, it appears that as long as we do not falter, reaching the quarterfinals should not be an insurmountable task. However, some argue that such conservatism is excessive. One should aim for the semifinals at the very least. Advancing to the Final Four may hinge upon fortune, should we draw Real Madrid or Barcelona in the quarterfinals. The situation could become precarious. But haven't we previously triumphed over both teams? What is there to fear? This season, Real Madrid's squad has gelled remarkably well, rendering them an even stronger opponent, and one should not underestimate their capabilities. Indeed, our victory in last season's semi-finals was rather fortunate. If not for Lin's remarkable performance, we might have been the ones eliminated instead of progressing due to away goals. Many City fans still feel a sense of trepidation when recalling that match at the Bernabeu, where, in the 80th minute of the regular time, Real led 3-1, putting us on the brink of elimination. Had it not been for Lin's crucial goal that took the match into extra time, lifting the coveted trophy would have been entirely out of reach. Barcelona, too, poses a daunting challenge this year. We have already witnessed the prowess of Messi and Neymar in both the Champions League and La Liga. And now with the addition of Suarez, the attacking potential of their trio is almost unfathomable. While others may focus on Suarez's controversial past, City fans are far more wary of his actual skill on the pitch. Last season, when Manchester City faced Liverpool, they managed a win and a draw. The victory was hard-fought. This season, they have triumphed over Liverpool 3 times in the span of a month. The difference between a Liverpool with and without Suarez feels like that of 2 distinct teams. Moreover, as the reigning champions, other teams will undoubtedly conduct thorough analyses of our gameplay and adopt a more cautious approach when facing us, thus increasing the challenge of overcoming them. Fame comes with its burdens. During Barcelona's peak, opposing teams would often resort to defensive tactics against them. Although Manchester City has yet to reach the status of a super team, they will certainly attract scrutiny and strategizing from rivals. Therefore, many fans believe that simply reaching the quarterfinals would signify a successful campaign. If the team were to advance to the semifinals or even the finals, it would be an exquisite achievement. City supporters are relatively cautious, sensing that defending their title will be a formidable endeavor. However, bookmakers are not in agreement with this sentiment. Following the Champions League draw, they promptly released the odds for this season's title contenders. Manchester City has outshone both Real Madrid and Barcelona to secure the top ranking. This chapter concludes. In Chapter 169, a substitute hat-trick shatters the record for the fastest in the Premier League. External opinions, whether favorable or disparaging, do not sway Manchester City's preparations. Drawing from their championship experience from the previous year, they approach the new season's Champions League with a composed mindset. With the group stage yet to commence, it seems rather premature to discuss the prospects of defending their title. This year, Manchester City will compete across 4 fronts: the League, Cup competitions, the Champions League, and the Club World Cup. The increase in matches not only disperses their focus, but also imposes greater demands on their stamina and form. To avert a repeat of last year's near collapse under the strain of multiple competitions, Pellegrini has decided to rotate the squad early, ensuring adequate rest for each player. On August 30th, the 3rd round of the Premier League kicks off, with Manchester City hosting Stoke City. Given the opponent's relatively weak strength, Pellegrini has made several adjustments to the starting lineup. Key players like Lin Quan, Aguero, Kroos, Fernandinho, and Zabaleta have been placed on the bench. This bold adjustment sees half of last season's championship contributors sitting as substitutes. The starting 11 features newcomers such as Van Dijk, Sagna, and Fernando. Additionally, Jovetic, who saw limited action last season, also makes an appearance in the starting lineup, gaining the old coach's favor following Negrito's departure. Pellegrini's strategy is commendable. utilizing a squad of substitutes to confront an opponent like Stoke City, thereby accelerating the development of these younger players through practical experience. With the total number of matches this season likely nearing 70, relying solely on the first-choice lineup for such a demanding schedule would surely lead to their exhaustion. Thus, the substitutes must rise to the occasion and share the burden with the starters. However, this approach carries inherent risks, as there remains a significant gap in quality between the substitutes and the first team, particularly regarding Lin Quan's replacement. In fact, across the top 5 leagues, it is nearly impossible to find a suitable player to substitute for Lin Quan. The only player with a comparable style in the football world is Messi. Yet, it would be absurd for Manchester City to acquire Messi merely to sit on the bench. Even if such an idea were entertained, Barcelona would never part with him. Nor would Messi deign to play as a substitute. In reality, Lin Quan feels he requires no substitute. His fitness is impeccable, and he remains uninjured, capable of maintaining full attendance without issue. Once the match commenced, Manchester City's players exhibited an assertive performance. Despite the presence of several substitutes, their morale remained undeterred. After all, they are part of the treble-winning squad, and against a lower mid-table team, they ought to play as they wish. Yet, reality dealt them a harsh blow, leaving them bewildered. Throughout the first half, Manchester City persistently endeavored to mount an offensive, yet their efforts bore no fruit, as Stoke City's goal remained unbreached. However, the tide of the match shifted dramatically at the onset of the second half. Seizing a counterattack opportunity, Stoke City broke the deadlock, sending the ball into Manchester City's net. Joe Hart was utterly disheartened. The shot was executed with such precision that he had no recourse but to watch as the ball nestled into the back of the net. Following the acquisition of La Liga's best goalkeeper, Navas, for the new season, Hart's position as the first-choice keeper faced considerable scrutiny. In the preceding 2 matches, Navas was the starting goalkeeper, and his outstanding performances justified the hefty investment of $15 million by Manchester City. Had it not been for Zabaleta's unfortunate own goal in the last match, Navas would have had a flawless debut in his first 2 games. The remarkable displays of his rival placed immense pressure on Hart. Finally granted a place in the starting lineup for this match, he was determined to showcase his abilities. Yet, misfortune struck, as he encountered an opponent's forward who executed a stunning strike. This was a goal that even the most adept goalkeeper would struggle to save. Unfortunately for Hart, it was his turn to bear the brunt of bad luck. On the substitutes bench, Lin Quan felt a twinge of sympathy for Hart upon witnessing the scene. In the realm of football fandom, there is a well-known adage, encounter Hart, and you're doomed. It seemed as though Hart were under some kind of curse, invariably relegated to the role of a mere backdrop on the pitch. In terms of skill, Hart is by no means lacking. As his teammate, Lin Quan frequently faced him in training matches and had a clear understanding of his capabilities. Hart possesses commendable height, reflexes, jumping ability, and the fundamental skills of a goalkeeper. However, his luck is decidedly poor. If the heavens have feelings, they too grow weary. Encountering Hart leads to despair. Without recognizing the true visage of Lucian, Hart becomes the backdrop to countless tales of sorrow. All one must do is watch Hart concede. Such phrases have emerged for a reason. Hart consistently finds himself confronted with exceptionally challenging world-class strikes, often of a divine quality. Other goalkeepers may also face similar situations, yet they encounter them far less frequently than Hart. Furthermore, due to the prominence of the Premier League and Manchester City, instances of Hart becoming a mere background figure in matches are more readily disseminated. Consequently, over time, he has earned the moniker of the ultimate background player. Upon witnessing the goal conceded, Pellegrini muttered a curse under his breath. He did not blame Hart, as the goal was not the result of any fault on his part. However, falling behind so early in the second half left Pellegrini feeling somewhat anxious. He encouraged the substitutes to gain more match experience to enhance their skills and maintain peak performance, rather than allowing them to carry the burden of defeat and the psychological shadows it casts. Additionally, losing at home would have dire ramifications, a fate Manchester City could ill afford to accept. Upon reaching this point, Pellegrini exhibited no hesitation. He promptly summoned Lin Quan and Klose, instructing them to warm up and prepare to enter the fray. The Manchester City supporters, despite the absence of several key players, remained despondent yet unwavering in their encouragement for the home team. However, witnessing their side dominate the first half without finding the net, while the opposition capitalized on a solitary counterattack to score, was a rather disheartening experience. Fortunately, upon observing Pellegrini's substitution, the Blue Moon fans erupted in cheers once more. The mere presence of that man on the pitch heralded a sense of optimism. Strangely enough, the sight of Lin Huang's entrance instantly instilled a sense of reassurance. Indeed, this feeling of security was profoundly comforting. It dawned on them that, despite the team's apparent advantage in the first half, their unease stemmed from Lin Huang's absence. In the 55th minute, Lin Quan and Klose were both introduced onto the field. The fans at the Etihad Stadium bestowed a warm ovation upon them, eagerly anticipating a resounding counteroffensive from their team. Lin Quan and Klose did not disappoint. Their arrival immediately invigorated Manchester City's attacking play. Klose orchestrated the rhythm of the game from the midfield, frequently supplying ammunition to the forwards. Lin Quan, upon receiving the ball in the attacking third, adeptly maneuvered and connected with teammates to unsettle the opposition's defense, searching for weaknesses within their backline. Stoke City, being a team of mid to lower tier standing, lacked star players with formidable individual prowess. Under Manchester City's patient probing, the frailties of their defense soon became apparent. In the 69th minute of the second half, Lin Quan, while dribbling at the edge of the penalty area and drawing the attention of multiple defenders, deftly threaded the ball through a narrow gap to a surging De Bruyne. De Bruyne then delivered a precision pass into the vacant space on the right side of the penalty area, assisting Jovetic in scoring a goal. Manchester City had equalized. Although Lin Quan did not score nor directly assist on the goal, he deserved at least half the credit. Without his extraordinary dribbling and ability to draw defenders away, Jovetic would not have enjoyed such a prime opportunity to shoot. Of course, De Bruyne's delivery was equally exquisite, and he showed commendable unselfishness. When Lin Quan passed the ball to him, he had the option to shoot directly. After witnessing his teammate's goal, Lin Quan approached De Bruyne to celebrate with a high five. "Well played. You weren't too shabby yourself." They shared a hearty laugh, embracing each other's shoulders as they joined their teammates in celebration. Stoke City's players felt a sense of helplessness. After taking the lead, they had harbored dreams of securing a victory at the Etihad Stadium. A triumph over Manchester City would have provided them with a significant boast, especially considering they were vanquishing the reigning treble champions from the previous season. However, Jovetic's goal shattered their dreams. The score was now equalized, and the opponent's key player had returned to the field. Merely seeing the presence of Manchester City's number 10 caused them to lose their offensive courage. Teams that engage in a fierce contest with Manchester City often meet a dismal fate. Therefore, they should not harbor fantasies of securing 3 points. Continuing to defend and managing to walk away with a single point would be commendable. It is truly commendable that Stoke City, as the underdog, can recognize reality and relinquish unrealistic hopes. Yet, their understanding seems insufficient. Attempting to secure a point at the Etihad Stadium is indeed a formidable challenge. After equalizing the score, Manchester City's players experienced a significant psychological relief. Their initial fears of defeat evaporated, lifting the burden from their minds. Furthermore, with the team's core player back on the pitch, they felt an unparalleled sense of security. Influenced by these factors, their performance on the field improved markedly, instilling them with increasing confidence and composure. In the 82nd minute of the second half, Manchester City executed a dazzling combination play in the attacking third. After a series of precise passes, Stoke City's defensive formation was thoroughly disrupted. De Bruyne astutely seized the opportunity, swiftly delivering a ground pass aimed at the space behind the opposing defender. Lin Quan and De Bruyne had played together for over 2 years, developing a profound understanding of each other's movements. Noticing De Bruyne's glance, Lin Quan intuitively grasped his intention without waiting for gestures. He feigned a retreat, only to suddenly pivot, shaking off his marker, Stoke City's Ryan Shawcross. Standing over 6 feet tall, Ryan's agility paled in comparison to Lin Quan's nimbleness. As Lin Quan sprinted away, Ryan hastily turned to pursue him. However, by the time he completed his turn, Lin Quan had already created a meter of separation, received the ball, and charged into the penalty area. Stoke City's goalkeeper, Begovic, mentally scolded his defenders. "What a bunch of sieve-like players. Is this how you mark?" Ultimately, it fell upon him to intervene. If he could thwart Lin Quan's one-on-one opportunity, he might salvage the situation. Lin Quan glanced at him, and, noticing the goalkeeper's legs were slightly apart, seized the moment to shoot. Begovic felt a chill between his legs and instinctively attempted to close his knees to block the shot. Yet, his reaction was too slow. The ball had already slipped through his legs, rolling along the grass and into the net. Before Begovic could even dream of glory, he was doused with cold reality. It was evident that stopping Lin Quan's clear-cut chance was no easy task. Many goalkeepers before him had tried and failed. Lin Quan's goal transformed the score to 2-1, completing Manchester City's comeback against Stoke City. Witnessing his team score consecutively within mere minutes, they achieved a remarkable turnaround. At the scene, tens of thousands of Manchester City fans waved their team scarves with fervor, chanting Lin Quan's name, showering their hero with the most enthusiastic applause and cheers. Indeed, as long as Lin was on the field, they could enjoy the match with peace of mind. The Stoke City players were deeply disheartened within a mere 13 minutes. Their well-laid plans had gone awry. Not only could they not secure 3 points, but they were also at risk of leaving empty-handed. Unwilling to accept such a fate, they launched a fierce assault on Manchester City in the closing stages of the match, attempting to alter the scoreline. They seemed to think that being behind freed them from the shackles of caution. Continuing to concede goals would not change the outcome of defeat. However, if they could score once more, perhaps they could snatch a precious point. The idea was commendable, yet the result was disappointing. As Stoke City recklessly pushed forward, Manchester City's attacking threat grew considerably. No longer subjected to tight marking or multiple defenders, Lin Quan's threat in the attacking third increased dramatically. In the 85th minute, after evading an opponent's defender, he skillfully slotted the ball into the far corner, netting his second goal of the match. But that was not the end. In the 89th minute, just as regular time was drawing to a close, Lin received a pass from David Silva and executed a delicate chip to score his third goal, piercing Stoke City's net for the third time. This marked his hat trick, achieved merely 7 minutes after coming off the bench. This time set a new record for the fastest hat trick in Premier League history, surpassing the previous record held by Manchester United star Dwight Yorke, significantly reducing the time to just 7 minutes. Even more astonishingly, Lin accomplished this feat as a substitute. Considering this, his record may prove nearly insurmountable for other players to break. Of course, there are even more outrageous feats in football. There was a player who, also coming off the bench, scored 5 goals in a mere 9 minutes. Unless witnessed firsthand, one could hardly fathom how that transpired. Chapter 170, the sun shone. The rain ceased, and Mourinho felt empowered. Just after Manchester City secured their victory, news arrived from next door. Manchester United had yet again drawn. Following their previous draw with Sunderland, in this round, they were held to a goalless stalemate by bottom-ranked Burnley. After 90 minutes, the score was 0-0, as both teams delivered a drab draw for the fans. Burnley finally earned their first point of the new season, while Manchester United faced 3 consecutive winless matches, marking the worst start in Premier League history. In this match, in response to external criticism, Van Gaal stubbornly continued with his 3-5-2 formation. Di Maria operated as a central midfielder alongside Fletcher in defensive midfield, while Rooney and Van Persie formed a dual forward line. Van Gaal's obstinacy did not yield victory for the team. With only 2 points from 3 matches, Manchester United trailed league leaders Manchester City by 7 points. With the new season just beginning, the Red Devils had nearly lost all hope of claiming the title. This performance drew significant criticism towards the Dutchman. After the match, the BBC commentator expressed bewilderment, questioning why the English national team captain, the Ecuadorian team captain, the Dutch team captain, along with a World Cup champion and a world-class coach, have been unable to secure a victory this season. The BBC's criticism was relatively mild, in stark contrast to the more uncivil remarks from Manchester United fans. What a dreadful coach Van Gaal is. 3 centre-backs, a lackluster defensive midfielder, 3 wingers, 2 shadow strikers, and a centre-forward. All this for a staggering $200 million to merely avoid relegation? I am genuinely curious where that $200 million went during the summer transfer window. What on earth did they purchase? Do you truly believe Di Maria is worth $75 million? An investigation into Van Gaal is warranted. I suspect he has taken kickbacks. I have seen wasteful spending, but nothing compares to this. The foundations painstakingly laid by Sir Alex have been squandered by Van Gaal, and astonishingly, the team's performance has not improved in the slightest. Given his results, he is being compared favorably to Moyes. The Dutchman must go. It's high time we invite Sir Alex back. If this continues, my heart as a Red Devils fan may not withstand it. Fans of the Red Devils are now nostalgically reminiscing about the days when Sir Alex was at the helm, during which Manchester United was the most dominant team in the Premier League. Now, they find themselves perilously close to battling relegation. Meanwhile, as Manchester United fans wail in despair. Their neighbors, the Manchester City supporters, revel in their misfortune. Look at Manchester United now. I still prefer the rebellious spirit you once had. To field a squad valued at 600 to 700 million in a relegation battle. Truly, Manchester United excels at what others cannot achieve. Although Manchester City has secured 3 consecutive victories, they have not managed to widen the gap between themselves and their competitors. In this round of matches, Chelsea triumphed over Everton with an impressive 6-3 away victory, achieving their own 3rd consecutive win and closely trailing Manchester City in the standings, thus preventing a repeat of last season's scenario where City galloped ahead uncontested. This season, with the arrivals of Fabregas and Diego Costa, Chelsea's previously anemic offense has undergone a remarkable transformation. In their first 3 matches, Chelsea defeated their opponents with scores of 3-1, 2-0, and 6-3, netting a total of 11 goals, second only to the defending champions, Manchester City, in attacking prowess. Within these 3 matches, Diego Costa scored 5 goals, including 2 braces. Unlike the struggles faced by the once great Torres in previous years, Costa has made a splendid start at Chelsea, bringing tears of joy to countless Blues fans who have long awaited a striker suited to their team. This £50 million investment has proven to be exceedingly worthwhile. With 3 consecutive victories, Mourinho feels revitalized. He declared to the media, "Yes, the team I coach is the best in the Premier League. Winning the championship is undoubtedly our objective. Manchester City? They have a fine batch of players, but their squad is too young and prone to fluctuations in form. Moreover, we have strategies to counter them." Mourinho speaks with confidence, grounded in his own convictions. Last year, during a tumultuous period for Chelsea, they managed to remain unbeaten against Manchester City, with one particular away match even ending City's impressive home record. Had it not been for Lin Quan's astonishing shot that soared over the goal at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea might well have achieved a double victory over City. This year, Chelsea's squad has been further strengthened, and Mourinho's guidance has yielded significant results. He believes it is time to launch an assault on the championship trophy. If they fail to clinch the Premier League title this year, Abramovich's patience may very well be exhausted. Upon his return to Stamford Bridge, Mourinho experienced only a brief honeymoon phase with Abramovich. Since the Imenolo incident, their relationship has become quite delicate. During last winter's transfer window and this summer's, Abramovich, as Chelsea's principal owner, has remained silent. The funds for Chelsea's acquisitions have largely been generated through Mourinho's own player sales. Of course, Abramovich's willingness to allow him to dictate player transfers indicates that he still holds some trust in Mourinho. However, Mourinho is acutely aware of Abramovich's character. The latter's patience is limited. If Mourinho fails to lead Chelsea to a better performance this season, he may not even need to wait for the expiration of his 3-year contract before being dismissed. After all, upon his return, he boldly declared his ambition to secure the Premier League title within 2 seasons, with only 1 season left to fulfill that promise. If Chelsea ends this season without any accolades, Mourinho himself would find it difficult to remain in his position. Pellegrini is not adept at verbal sparring, particularly against a master like Mourinho. Therefore, in response to Mourinho's provocations, he chose to ignore them entirely. In the 4th round of the Premier League, Manchester City will travel to face Arsenal, a clash between titans and the focal point of this round of matches. This season, Arsenal has purchased the talented winger Sanchez from Barcelona at a high price. While Sanchez's price tag may not surpass that of Di Maria, his performance at Arsenal has proven to be considerably superior. This has instilled a glimmer of hope among the Gunners' fans. Could Arsenal topple the formidable Manchester City at their own ground? On paper, Arsenal's chances appear slim. Manchester City's squad strength and recent form surpass that of Arsenal's. Yet, football is unpredictable, and anything can happen on the pitch, especially for a young team like Arsenal. When they find their rhythm, they fear no opponent, and even the reigning Champions League victors could fall before them. However, should Arsenal fail to find their form, their chances of victory would diminish significantly, potentially leading to a catastrophic defeat. 3 years ago, they were mercilessly trounced by Manchester United 8-2 away. This match carries implications for the standings, and Chelsea faces a relatively weaker opponent this round, leaving Mourinho brimming with confidence in securing a victory. However, if Manchester City were to triumph over Arsenal, the gap between the 2 teams would remain unchanged. Thus, prior to the match, Mourinho took the opportunity to stoke the flames. He expressed to reporters his admiration for Wenger and his team, stating, "Arsene is a coach of great respect, and his team embodies creativity and flamboyant attacking play. I firmly believe that Arsenal is fully capable of securing a victory at home." Mourinho, in a cunning manner, hoped that Arsenal would exert all their energy in a fierce battle against Manchester City, thus allowing his Chelsea to reap the rewards. Wenger, although flattered by Mourinho's words, felt a sense of unease rather than delight. At a critical juncture where Manchester City and Chelsea were vying for the top position, Arsenal, which had hoped to quietly develop, found itself thrust into the spotlight. Mourinho expressed confidence in Arsenal, yet Wenger was not swayed by his flattery, as he himself held little faith in his own team. Prior to facing Manchester City, Arsenal had already drawn their last 2 matches. Historically, Arsenal tends to falter in the latter half of the season. They often start strongly, sometimes even contending for the halfway championship. However, this season, Arsenal's decline became evident from the outset. After being held to draws by 2 lesser teams, they accumulated a mere 5 points after 3 matches. This tally was far from satisfactory for Arsenal, especially considering their dismal performance against stronger opponents. Consequently, every match against the weaker teams of the Premier League became crucial for them. Of course, in comparison to Manchester United, their situation was considerably better. With 1 victory and 2 draws, Arsenal had at least garnered 5 points, remaining within the European competition zone. In contrast, Manchester United, with 2 draws and 1 defeat, had only secured 2 points, plummeting directly into the relegation zone. Nonetheless, encountering Manchester City at this early juncture was undoubtedly a nightmare for Arsenal. Despite playing on their home turf, Wenger held no assurance of victory. The haunting memory of nearly being toppled by City's reserve squad at home last season still lingers in his mind. Now, facing City's first-choice lineup, Wenger felt only dread and despair. Against such a formidable Manchester City, even a draw seemed a lofty aspiration for Arsenal, as the initiative was entirely beyond their control. Their ability to maintain their home ground depended solely on whether Manchester City would grant them any opportunities. On September 13th, the 4th round of the Premier League commenced. The first to take the field were the Red Devils, Manchester United, who had gone 3 matches without a win. Should they suffer another defeat, Van Gaal could very well be packing his bags. This round, United faced the relegation favorites, Queen's Park Rangers. Despite the opponent's weak stature, United approached the match with caution. Van Gaal fielded what he deemed his optimal lineup, adopting a mentality suited for a life-or-death battle. The oft-criticized Di Maria finally made his mark in this match, scoring his inaugural goal for Manchester United in the 24th minute of the first half. After Di Maria helped the team break the deadlock, the Manchester United players finally seemed to awaken and play with purpose. Subsequently, during the remainder of the first half, Herrera and Rooney each found the net, extending the score to 3-0. By the time the half concluded, Manchester United had established a commanding 3-goal lead, allowing the Red Devils fans in attendance to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The cameras captured Sir Alex Ferguson, who had returned to Old Trafford, appearing in high spirits, sporting a smile and casually chewing gum while seated comfortably. In the second half, Mata contributed another goal, sealing the score at 4-0. Manchester United had finally secured their first victory of the new season. For the Red Devils fans, this triumph had been a long-awaited culmination of nearly a month. Meanwhile, at the Emirates Stadium, a match that commenced an hour later than Manchester United's encounter was only in the 38th minute, with the score at 0-2, favoring the home side. Goals from Lin Quan and Aguero in the 15th and 28th minutes of the first half plunged the Arsenal supporters into collective silence. With such a significant deficit before halftime, the question arose, how could they possibly mount a comeback? Should Arsenal suffer a defeat against Manchester City, their ranking would plummet to around the 10th position, placing them on par with Manchester United. Could it be that after years of striving to secure a top 4 finish, Arsenal might finally lose their Champions League berth and miss out on next year's competition? Without participation in the Champions League, and consequently the financial distribution that accompanies it, Arsenal's fiscal situation would only deteriorate further. This would not only hinder their ability to strengthen the squad, but could also jeopardize the retention of their current stars. Such a scenario could lead Arsenal down a path of further decline. Contemplating this grim prospect, Wenger clenched his fists in frustration. Having been at the helm of Arsenal for nearly 2 decades, his team had never missed a single year of Champions League action since its reform. This year could not be an exception. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Wenger strode purposefully away from the pitch, heading back to the dressing room. He intended to overturn the tactics he had initially set for the first half and devise a new strategy to confront Manchester City. The journalists and Arsenal fans observed this scene with curiosity. What could have transpired? Why had Professor Wenger departed before the conclusion of the first half? Was it that he could no longer bear the team's dismal performance and chose to leave in frustration? Such speculation left the Arsenal supporters in a state of anxiety. If even their head coach had lost hope, what could they possibly expect? Finally, as the halftime whistle blew, the Arsenal players trudged back to the dressing room. Their spirits dampened. To their surprise, they discovered someone had arrived even earlier, waiting for them in the dressing room. "Boys, I am truly sorry." Upon witnessing the players entering the locker room, Wenger took the initiative to express his apologies to the team. He acknowledged, "It is due to my erroneous tactics that we find ourselves trailing at halftime. This is in no way a reflection of your efforts. We must not abandon our strengths nor resort to a passive defensive strategy against Manchester City." Chapter 171, The Relentless Pursuit of Chelsea, Diego Costa's counterattack. Schürrle, the pride of Arsenal, wearing the number 10 jersey, dazzled the crowd with a magnificent goal that brought the team back into contention. Although we still trailed by 1 goal, there was no room for complacency. The Gunners must maintain their offensive momentum. As the second half commenced, Arsenal swiftly altered their tactics. Departing from their previous style, they committed more resources to the attack. With enhanced support from the midfield and defense, the elegant interplay characteristic of Arsenal's front line re-emerged, igniting fervor among the Arsenal supporters present. This was indeed the Arsenal we knew and cherished. Here at the Emirates Stadium, our home ground, we should fear no adversary. Following the goal, the young players of Arsenal found their rhythm. While their ability to withstand pressure had been questionable, leading to erratic performance fluctuations, once they shed their burdens and showcased their true potential, Arsenal's offensive prowess became formidable. In the early moments of the second half, Manchester City appeared increasingly defensive. Though Arsenal's roster lacked marquee superstars, each player possessed exquisite technical skills. Once their confidence was restored, they often executed imaginative passing sequences that could even challenge the legendary Barcelona of yesteryears, nearly leading to their downfall. This was Manchester City's first encounter with an Arsenal side in such a fervent state, and under the relentless assault, they were compelled to retreat to their own half for defense. Lin, perplexed, noted the stark contrast between Arsenal's performance in the first and second halves. Not only had their playing style transformed, but the players' attitudes and on-field demeanor had also undergone significant changes. He found himself curious about what Wenger had conveyed to the Arsenal players during the halftime break. What sort of motivational speech could have prompted such a dramatic transformation? Although he could not ascertain the specifics, Lin understood that it was imperative to curb Arsenal's burgeoning momentum. Otherwise, conceding another goal would significantly heighten the stakes of the match. Just as he feared Arsenal might capitalize on their attacking fervor to score again, disaster struck for Manchester City once more. In the 74th minute, Arsenal launched an attack from the right flank. Ramsey delivered a cross, but Kompany's header failed to clear the ball adequately. Schürrle, anticipating the play, outmaneuvered the defenders and headed the ball into the left side of the penalty area, where a retreating Sanchez seized the opportunity, executing a spectacular volley. The ball was struck with such suddenness that Navas could only instinctively reach out to block it. However, the football cunningly found its way into the upper right corner of the goal. Arsenal managed to equalize with 2 consecutive goals, altering the score to 2-2. The Emirates Stadium erupted in jubilation at the moment Sanchez netted the ball. The Chilean star, overwhelmed with excitement, removed his jersey and celebrated with a sliding maneuver along the touchline. His teammates pursued him, toppling him to the ground in a frenzy of celebration. This marked Sanchez's 3rd goal in the last 3 matches, having captivated the Gunners fans in just 4 appearances since joining Arsenal. On the sidelines, Wenger jubilantly waved his fist. The expenditure of £43.5 million was indeed a painful decision, yet Sanchez's recent performances have rendered it exceedingly worthwhile. Since Van Persie's departure, Arsenal has desperately needed a true star player. Pellegrini, witnessing the opponent's goal, hurried to the sidelines, vociferously urging his players to concentrate and remain focused. In recent matches, Captain Kompany's performance had been somewhat inconsistent, lacking the stability he once displayed. Contemplating this, he glanced towards the bench, his gaze resting on the summer signing, Van Dijk. Should he bring him onto the pitch? At that moment, Van Dijk was intently seated on the bench, observing the match. Although he had showcased his talents multiple times for Manchester City during the pre-season friendlies, his opportunities in the Premier League had remained limited. After all, he could at best be considered a substitute, not a regular starter. Nevertheless, Van Dijk harbored no complaints, recognizing Manchester City as a treble-winning team. As a player who had never competed in one of the top 5 leagues, he could not expect to secure a starting position immediately upon his arrival. His focus was on training diligently, cherishing every minute on the pitch, and striving to earn the trust of the coach and his teammates, ultimately aiming to solidify his place in the starting lineup. Van Dijk was filled with confidence in this regard. "Virgil, warm up, prepare to come on." At that moment, Van Dijk heard the coach calling his name. Suppressing his inner excitement, he promptly sprang up from the bench and rushed to the sidelines to warm up. After calling Van Dijk's name, Pellegrini turned his attention to the other players on the bench. Arsenal's wing attacks had been particularly fierce during this match. Their midfield was robust, featuring exceptionally skilled players such as Ozil, Wilshere, Ramsey, and Sanchez, who could execute threatening combinations in tight spaces, making it difficult for Manchester City's pressing to succeed. Once the opposition penetrated their defense with precise passing, it posed a grave threat to their goal. Therefore, it was imperative to enhance the midfield's interception capabilities. With this in mind, he called Fernando's name, intending to bolster the midfield's strength. In the 78th minute of the second half, Manchester City began making substitutions, replacing 2 players at once. Upon Van Dijk's entry into the match, Arsenal's players, under the mistaken impression that his youth rendered him vulnerable, intensified their offensive efforts against him. Sanchez, Ramsey, and others took turns assaulting Van Dijk's defensive zone, hoping to exploit a weakness. However, to their dismay, the young man's performance exuded remarkable composure. He made no errors and effectively stifled their attacks with his exceptional defensive prowess. Meanwhile, upon Fernando's introduction to the game, he and his compatriot Fernandinho established an impenetrable barrier in midfield. Manchester City's midfield solidity significantly increased, and they began to proactively press Arsenal's midfielders. It is no secret that Ozil has an aversion to physical confrontations in the Premier League, and the more he shies away from such challenges, the more opponents are inclined to target him with this tactic. Manchester City was no exception. Under the pressure and harassment from Fernandinho and Fernando, Ozil's form plummeted, with his on-field performance deteriorating and errors multiplying. Although Arsenal's midfield lineup appeared glamorous, no one possessed the ability to deliver threatening passes like Ozil. Once he was neutralized, Arsenal's offensive threat began to diminish sharply. Following their successful interception of Ozil, Manchester City capitalized on the vast spaces left behind, launching threatening counterattacks through swift and simple passing and movement. In this match, with Schürrle injured, Arsenal deployed Flamini as the sole defensive midfielder. It is challenging for one defensive midfielder to cover the entire midfield effectively. Seizing upon this vulnerability, Manchester City continuously exploited the flanks to initiate their attacks. In response to City's counterattacks, Arsenal's players were notably proactive in their defensive efforts. However, apart from Ramsey, the other 3 players were primarily attacking midfielders, lacking robust defensive and intercepting capabilities. Their frantic returns to defend were largely ineffective, merely exhausting their stamina without providing substantial assistance. The inadequacy of the 3 attacking midfielders in defense led to a disconnect between Arsenal's backline and midfield within the 30-meter zone. Relying solely on one defensive midfielder was insufficient to bridge such a significant defensive gap, a weakness that Manchester City astutely recognized. In the 82nd minute, after regaining possession, Manchester City launched a rapid counterattack. The ball was swiftly passed forward, ultimately reaching Lin Quan's feet. He found himself in a vast open space and seized the opportunity, cutting in from the flank and advancing laterally at the edge of Arsenal's penalty area. The Arsenal defenders, noticing Lin Quan maneuvering outside their box, became increasingly anxious. While their attention was captivated by Lin Quan, they failed to notice a tall player in sky blue attire surging in from behind, penetrating Arsenal's penalty area at speed. Upon spotting his teammates' advance, Lin Quan decisively delivered a cross. Van Dijk leaped high to meet the ball, executing a powerful header that sent it crashing into Arsenal's net. The score transformed to 3-2, as Manchester City regained the lead once more. This marks Van Dijk's inaugural goal in the Premier League. Upon scoring, he erupted with childlike exuberance, dashing to the sidelines and executing a magnificent slide celebration. On the sidelines, Pellegrini, witnessing Van Dijk's crucial strike, was equally elated, embracing and high-fiving his colleagues in joyful celebration. The Manchester City fans were also thrilled, stunned that this new acquisition, who cost merely €10 million, could prove to be such an asset. In a pivotal moment as they vied for the top spot against Chelsea, this goal was indeed priceless. How did he find himself in that position? His confidence was palpable. Any counterattack could have placed him in a precarious situation. Lin Quan, curious, wondered how Van Dijk had ventured so close to the Arsenal penalty area. Once the celebration subsided, he voiced his intrigue. The explanation revealed that Arsenal's forward Welbeck had dropped back to defend, prompting him to follow to the center, where he spotted an opening near the goal and surged forward. Upon hearing this, Lin Quan couldn't help but chuckle. Van Dijk had just entered the fray, brimming with energy, capable of sprinting the length of the field without issue. Even if this offensive foray bore no fruit, he could swiftly retreat to defend. Arsenal had completely underestimated a defender advancing so deeply, they were caught off guard, unable to assign anyone to mark him in time. Even if they had noticed his forward movement, their fatigue prevented them from halting him, thus granting him the perfect opportunity for a header. Had it not been for Van Dijk's astute forward run, Lin Quan might have had to exert significantly more effort to find the net against the Arsenal fans. Lin, thank you for the exquisite pass. I have never enjoyed heading the ball so comfortably. Realizing this was a splendid opportunity to forge a closer bond with the team's leader. Van Dijk promptly expressed his gratitude to Lin Quan, even indulging in a bit of flattery. Lin Quan, smiling, replied, "You executed it beautifully as well." A newcomer displaying such initiative and enthusiasm on the pitch certainly deserved encouragement from the team captain. As the score fell behind once more, the Arsenal players grew anxious. With less than 10 minutes remaining, unless they could score twice, victory would be a distant dream. However, they had ceased to hope for all 3 points and aimed instead to equalize quickly, content with securing a single point. Recognizing issues in their central defense under Wenger's guidance, Arsenal's midfield consciously tightened their positioning, enhancing their connections to deny Manchester City ample opportunities. Yet, this strategy yielded limited success. Manchester City had deciphered a method to counter them. In the closing stages of the match, Manchester City's midfield surged past the halfway line, unleashing relentless pressure on Ozil and Wilshere. The two struggled to maintain possession, with any extended touch leading to dispossession. Lin Quan persistently launched fierce attacks from the right flank, repeatedly seeking to unsettle Ozil. Ozil found himself unable to manage his own life under Lin Quan's oversight, with nearly all focus diverted to defense, yet still achieving little. Helplessly watching as Manchester City launched attack after attack from his side, this scene struck a familiar chord with many fans, reminiscent of the strategy Spain employed against Germany in the World Cup final. Faced with no other choice, Wenger substituted Ozil with Podolski. After Ozil's departure, Manchester City's two defensive midfielders concentrated their efforts on pressuring Wilshere, who struggled to maintain possession under relentless pressure. Without the link-up play between Ozil and Wilshere, Arsenal's offensive structure became fragmented, making it exceedingly difficult to mount effective assaults. In the dying moments of the match, Sanchez attempted to leverage his individual prowess to break through. However, he was neither Messi nor Lin Quan. His capabilities were limited, and he could not single-handedly turn the tide. Lacking support from his teammates, Sanchez's solo efforts not only failed to equalize the score, but also rendered Arsenal's already chaotic offensive system completely paralyzed. On the sidelines, Wenger furrowed his brow at Sanchez's antics in the forward position, wondering if he had displayed such behavior during his time at Barcelona. Ultimately, the match concluded with Arsenal suffering a disappointing 2-3 defeat on their home turf. Following this loss, Arsenal slipped to the 10th position in the league, trailing Manchester City by 7 points. With this victory, Manchester City maintained their perfect record after 4 matches, continuing to lead the table. In another Premier League match that followed, Chelsea triumphed over Swansea with a resounding 4-2 victory, also remaining unbeaten. However, their goal difference was one less than Manchester City's, placing them second due to this disadvantage. Yet, in another ranking, Chelsea's players managed to surpass Lin Quan. In Chelsea's match against Swansea, Diego Costa achieved a hat-trick within 20 minutes. This marked his first hat-trick since joining the Premier League, bringing his total goals to 8. Temporarily ahead by a single goal, he overtook Lin Quan to claim the top spot in the Premier League's scoring chart. Chapter 172. The wins have changed Diego Costa's scoring efficiency suggested he might be in contention for the Premier League Golden Boot. Optimistically, he could even vie for the European Golden Shoe. The mere fact that someone could surpass Lin Quan in goal count was truly astonishing. This illustrates just how formidable the Spanish forward is. Indeed, those who utilize him understand his value. Torres gave a nod of approval, following Chelsea's impressive 4 consecutive victories. The Blues supporters were nearly beside themselves with joy. Initially, when they heard that the team had acquired another Spanish forward for a staggering $50 million, they were filled with trepidation, fearing a repetition of the Torres debacle. Torres was undeniably talented, but simply did not fit Chelsea's style. In his 3 years at the club, he managed to score only 46 goals, never surpassing double digits in any Premier League season. The Chelsea supporters have been quite gracious in not branding him as a failure. Alas, if only we had Diego Costa last season, we might not have squandered so many opportunities. The memories of last season's disappointments in both the league and the Champions League linger painfully for the Blues fans. Why dwell on the past? What was lost last year can surely be reclaimed this year. Indeed, let us place our faith in Mourinho and trust in the prowess of the Chelsea squad. This year, we shall undoubtedly reclaim the championship trophy that rightfully belongs to us. The fans of the Blues are brimming with confidence, firmly believing they can overcome Manchester City and seize back their coveted trophy. Following Chelsea's remarkable 4 consecutive victories, the external world has begun to rally around them. BBC Sport published a column detailing Mourinho's impressive records in his second year managing various teams. Whether at Porto, Chelsea, Inter Milan, or Real Madrid, Mourinho's second-year performances have been nothing short of stellar. His teams have demonstrated significant upward momentum in their second year, first stabilizing Porto, then sweeping all domestic honors, and ultimately achieving European supremacy in the third year, marking the only Champions League victory for a non-top 5 league team in decades. Upon his arrival at Chelsea, Mourinho immediately guided the team to a championship, successfully defending the title in his second year and breaking Manchester United's stranglehold on the Premier League trophy. At Inter Milan, he secured 2 Serie A titles and eliminated the formidable Barcelona in European competition, helping the club clinch their second Champions League trophy in 45 years. Even at Real Madrid, despite suffering humiliation from Barcelona in his first year, he orchestrated a remarkable revenge in his second year, leading the team to a record-breaking 100 points in La Liga and snatching the league title away from Barcelona. Mourinho possesses an almost magical ability. In his first year, he nurtures and prepares the team, and in the second year, they explode with success, claiming various honors. However, his third year often sees a decline, marked by internal strife leading to his dismissal. Of course, we are not yet in the third year. This is still the flourishing second year of Mourinho's second tenure, and thus the BBC is optimistic about Chelsea's prospects this season. Many within the English football community share this sentiment, agreeing that this season could potentially be the strongest and most formidable Chelsea has been since Mourinho's second era began. Consequently, they are poised to be a significant obstacle to Manchester City's title defense. Coincidentally, in the upcoming 5th round of the Premier League, the two teams are set to face off in a high-stakes showdown. Will Manchester City triumph over Chelsea and establish their own dynasty in the Premier League? Or will Chelsea emerge victorious, reclaiming their former glory? The outcome of this match will surely provide clarity. However, prior to the 5th round of Premier League matches, both teams must contend with a Champions League group stage fixture, allowing the public to gauge their current form based on their performances in that competition. On September 17th, at 5:30 in the afternoon, the Etihad Stadium bore witness to Manchester City's inaugural challenge in the UEFA Champions League group stage against Zenit St. Petersburg. Zenit, the reigning champions of the Russian Premier League, squared off against Manchester City, the proud holders of the English Premier League title. Anticipation ran high in the lead-up to the match, with numerous Russian media outlets touting it as a clash of champions. In recent seasons, the financial investments in the Russian Premier League have surged, frequently leading to record-breaking transfers during the European transfer window. This influx of capital has undeniably bolstered the competitiveness of Russian teams in the Champions League. Zenit has previously basked in the glow of glory during the 2007-2008 season. They triumphed in the UEFA Cup, eliminating formidable opponents along the way. Their resounding 4-0 victory over Bayern Munich at home in that tournament has since been immortalized by their supporters, while Bayern regards it as a profound humiliation. Their pride swelled further when they defeated Manchester United, the then Champions League title holders, 2-1 in the subsequent UEFA Super Cup, thus reaching the pinnacle of European football. However, those accomplishments now belong to a bygone era, as Zenit's recent performance has not matched that past fervor. Even with the high-profile acquisition of Brazilian forward Hulk, they have struggled to achieve any significant breakthroughs. Consequently, the British media remains skeptical of the Russian hype. They perceive it as an audacious attempt at self-promotion. In their view, how could the Russian Premier League, with its current caliber, dare to compare itself to the world's Premier League? Manchester City not only holds the English Premier League title, but also boasts the prestigious Champions League trophy. Zenit, fortunate to advance to the knockout stage last season with a mere 6 points, should not overestimate their standing. As the match approached, English fans eagerly anticipated a demonstration from Manchester City, hoping to teach the presumptuous Russians a lesson in humility. Manuel Pellegrini, undeterred by external pressures, prepared for the match with his usual composure. Considering their imminent clash against title rivals Chelsea at home and acknowledging Zenit's comparatively weaker strength, Pellegrini opted to field a considerable number of substitutes, giving Virgil van Dijk a chance to shine in place of the rested Martin Demichelis. This was not Van Dijk's first appearance as a starter in the Champions League. Last season, while at Celtic, he was a key figure in the team's defense, participating in all 6 group matches, albeit with disappointing results that saw Celtic finish at the bottom of their group with just 1 win. Now, having joined the reigning champions, Van Dijk harbored high hopes for the upcoming Champions League campaign. Initially, Lin assumed that Zenit's players might feel the weight of the occasion. Yet he soon observed that Van Dijk appeared not only calm, but also eager to seize the opportunity. The Manchester City fans present, recognizing Van Dijk as the hero of the previous match against Arsenal with his last-minute header, warmly showered him with encouragement. Should Virgil van Dijk replicate his outstanding performance from the previous match, his stature among Manchester City supporters is bound to elevate further. Within the ranks of Zenit lies a player familiar to City fans, Javi Garcia. Last season, he was part of Manchester City, but this season, in pursuit of more playing time, he opted to transfer. The team he joined is none other than FC Zenit St. Petersburg. By a twist of fate, Garcia's inaugural UEFA Champions League match after joining Zenit is set to take place at the very stadium where he once fought valiantly. As he awaited entry in the players' tunnel, a sense of trepidation enveloped him when he approached Lin Quan, seemingly eager to convey something. "Lin, I will give my all. Let us strive together for advancement." Lin, intuitively grasping Garcia's intent, warmly embraced him and offered a reassuring pat on the back, encouraging him with, "Indeed, you shall." With Lin's encouragement, a heavy burden lifted from Garcia's heart. As the players entered the field, the attending Manchester City fans unfurled a banner that read, "Welcome back, Javi Garcia," to the Etihad Stadium. This heartfelt gesture deeply moved Garcia, and once the match commenced, he played with remarkable vigor in the midfield. In the 4th minute, Garcia executed a lethal through ball from the center, allowing Hulk to exploit a defensive lapse from City's Mangala. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk surged into the penalty area and unleashed a powerful strike that found the back of City's net. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The Blue Moon fans could scarcely believe their eyes. Within a mere 4 minutes, Manchester City was trailing. After assisting in the goal, Garcia modestly refrained from joining in the celebration, while Hulk exuberantly charged towards the corner flag, roaring and thumping his chest like a true green giant. Pellegrini expressed his discontent with Mangala's error, particularly as the latter was the most significant summer signing for Manchester City. Yet, given Mangala's recent performances, Pellegrini found it difficult to place his trust in him. Truth be told, Mangala's display was even less commendable than that of Van Dijk, who cost a mere quarter of Mangala's transfer fee. However, with less than 5 minutes elapsed, substituting him so swiftly would be deemed excessively drastic. Replacing a player before the first half is concluded often signals a coach's profound dissatisfaction, a move likely to ignite discord between the player and the coach. Thus, Pellegrini resolved to observe further. If Mangala's performance did not improve, he could always be substituted at halftime. However, Mangala swiftly proved Pellegrini's judgment to be erroneous. In the 22nd minute, he committed another grave blunder, misjudging a high ball in the penalty area and inadvertently allowing it to fall to the opposing midfielder, Witsel. Seizing the moment, Witsel struck with precision, sending the ball into the net. Navas found himself helpless, the shot taken from an alarmingly close range. If the initial loss of the first goal merely left Manchester City's supporters feeling that the team's form was somewhat amiss, without inducing significant concern or panic, the arrival of the second goal against them in the first half truly sent them into a state of alarm. The defensive line appeared as fragile as a house of cards, and the player donning the number 15 jersey seemed akin to an infiltrator sent by the opposition. With such a flimsy defense, how could victory be attained? The timing of this goal was particularly unfortunate. Prior to conceding, Manchester City had mounted a relentless assault on Zenit's goal, nearly leveling the score. However, following the second goal, their offensive momentum faltered, and the team's morale suffered a grave blow. In stark contrast, Zenit, after netting their second goal, erupted into a frenzy of celebration. "We have actually scored 2 goals on the reigning champions' home turf. We are on the brink of defeating the reigning champions." On the sidelines, Pellegrini's countenance darkened. He summoned Demeanor, imparting instructions before preparing to substitute him into the fray. In the 25th minute, Manchester City made a personnel adjustment, bringing Demeanor on to replace the struggling Mangala. The latter departed the pitch in evident discontent, ignoring Pellegrini, who stood along the touchline. This scene was deftly captured by the journalists present, who promptly envisioned lengthy articles in their minds, eager to analyze the discord between Manchester City's management and players, alongside the palpable tensions within the locker room. Once Demeanor took to the field, Manchester City's defense regained its composure. Zenit's offensive efforts diminished significantly thereafter. Despite Mangala's poor performance, Van Dijk's contributions were commendable. Without his steadfast presence in defense, Manchester City might have conceded even more than 2 goals. With the defense now solidified, Manchester City's attack finally began to flourish. In the 38th minute of the first half, Lin Quan skillfully maneuvered through, exploiting a gap in the opponent's defense, and unleashed a long-range shot from outside the penalty area that struck the top left corner of the goal, enabling Manchester City to pull one back. At halftime, Pellegrini stormed into the locker room in a fit of rage. He had intended to have a serious discussion with Mangala, only to discover that the player was absent from the locker room altogether. This revelation sent his anger skyrocketing, causing his blood pressure to soar. It was clear that this matter needed addressing. As the second half commenced, Manchester City continued to make substitutions. David Silva entered the fray, replacing Müller. This change yielded immediate results. Capitalizing on Silva's presence, Manchester City launched a series of fierce attacks from the left flank. In the 58th minute, Silva delivered a cross from the left side, and though Aguero missed the initial touch, the opposing goalkeeper misjudged the situation and failed to make contact. Lin Quan seized the opportunity at the back post, effortlessly guiding the ball into the net. The score transformed to 2-2, and Manchester City had equalized. After equalizing the score, Lin Quan wasted no time in celebration. He promptly turned and dashed towards the goal to retrieve the ball, cradling it as he returned to the center circle to prepare for the restart. The Zenit players watched in disbelief as their hard-won victory slipped away, each one exhibiting profound disappointment. Xavi Garcia could not help but sigh, acknowledging that with Lin on the field, Manchester City remained an arduous opponent to conquer. Observing the precarious situation, Zenit's coach immediately signaled for the team to pull back and defend resolutely to secure at least a draw. 3 points were out of reach, but they could not afford to lose this single point. However, once Manchester City gained momentum, preserving the draw proved to be a formidable challenge. As Zenit retreated into a defensive stance, Manchester City's attack intensified. In the 78th minute of the second half, Klose unleashed a long-range shot that turned the tide in favor of his team. 5 minutes later, De Bruyne scored directly from a free kick, solidifying the score at 4-2. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed on their home ground, marking a victorious start to the new UEFA Champions League season. Yet, this hard-fought victory diverged significantly from the expectations of many observers, especially in light of Chelsea's resounding 4-0 victory over Schalke 04. Manchester City's arduous win was overshadowed. Thus, as the highly anticipated clash between Manchester City and Chelsea approached, public sentiment shifted. Support for Chelsea began to swell. Chapter complete. Chapter 173. Mourinho's trap. Chelsea's prowess was undeniable, sweeping Schalke 04 with a 4-0 victory. Is this the Chelsea I once knew? Last season, Chelsea's offense was akin to constipation, yet this season it flows with remarkable fluidity. An upstairs comment captured the sentiment, albeit in a coarse manner, noting how the arrivals of Fabregas and Diego Costa seemed to unlock Chelsea's attacking potential. Clearly, it is not just Spanish forwards who excel. Spanish midfielders are equally effective. In this match, Diego Costa, much like Lin Quan, also achieved a hat trick. His 2 goals were spectacular, thrilling the fans. Within just over a month since his arrival at Chelsea, Diego Costa had already endeared himself to the blue supporters. Though his appearance may be somewhat rugged, his effectiveness is undeniable. With him on the pitch, Chelsea's fans need not worry about the team's inability to score, including this match. Since joining Chelsea, Diego Costa has played 5 matches and netted 10 goals, averaging 2 goals per game. This scoring efficiency is unparalleled when compared to Shevchenko, the so-called nuclear warhead, or the European star Drogba, or even the underwhelming T9, who cost £50 million. It is no wonder that after the match, Mourinho took the opportunity in the press conference to lavish praise upon Diego Costa. Who wouldn't admire a player with such remarkable utility and goal-scoring prowess? To understand Diego Costa's importance to the team, one need only look at Atletico Madrid in La Liga. Last season, Atletico dominated the Champions League, but in their first match of the new season's group stage, they suffered a defeat. The absence of Diego Costa has significantly diminished Atletico Madrid's offensive prowess. In their inaugural match of the Champions League group stage, they suffered a disappointing defeat to the modest Greek team Olympiacos, with a scoreline of 2-3. This result astonished many, considering Atletico was the runner-up in the previous season's Champions League. Thus, upon learning of Atletico's loss juxtaposed with their own team's resounding victory, Chelsea fans felt immense relief. They were fortunate to have acted swiftly, securing Diego Costa before other teams could pounce. Had they delayed even slightly, they might have missed out entirely. Initially, the £50 million price tag seemed exorbitant, but it now appears quite reasonable. After all, a portion of that fee was allocated to the fullback Felipe, leaving only approximately £35 million attributed to Costa himself. Acquiring such a formidable forward for £35 million is indeed a remarkable bargain. In contrast, Manchester United's expenditure of £60 million on Di Maria represents a substantial financial misstep. In this round of the Champions League, apart from Arsenal, the remaining 3 Premier League teams emerged victorious. Arsenal, unfortunately, seems to have encountered a nemesis, suffering a 2-0 defeat against Borussia Dortmund. Meanwhile, Liverpool, returning to the Champions League after 5 years, played cautiously in their opening match. Fortunately, thanks to goals from Balotelli and captain Gerrard, they narrowly secured their first victory in the group stage. In other matches, Bayern, Barcelona, and Real Madrid all claimed victories. Notably, Real Madrid continued their formidable attacking form from the previous season, triumphing 5-1 at home, with goals from Cristiano Ronaldo, Bale, Benzema, and James Rodriguez. This season, Real Madrid's desire for the Champions League trophy has intensified. Similarly, Barcelona is keenly eyeing the prestigious trophy, making the competition for it increasingly formidable. Due to the team's struggles in the Champions League, Pellegrini opted not to grant the players a break after their match, instead organizing closed training sessions. If facing a team like Zenit proves challenging, how could they possibly contend with a Chelsea side in peak form? The match against Chelsea will take place at Manchester City's home ground, a fixture they cannot afford to lose. A defeat would not only widen the gap on the points table, but also complicate any future attempts at revenge when they visit Stamford Bridge. Last season, City faced considerable difficulty at Stamford Bridge, nearly succumbing to Chelsea's prowess. This season, with Chelsea's enhanced strength, the visit to Stamford Bridge will undoubtedly be even more daunting. Coach, you don't seem well. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest? On the training ground, the assistant coach noticed Pellegrini's troubled demeanor and apparent discomfort, prompting his concerned inquiry. I am perfectly fine, so there is no need for concern. Please ensure these rascals train diligently and do not allow them to slack off. Pellegrini, clutching his chest, attempted to maintain his composure, yet ultimately sought a place to sit. In that fleeting moment, he felt a darkness encroach upon his vision, as if a heavy stone were pressing down upon his chest, rendering him momentarily breathless. This sensation had been familiar to him before, but never had it manifested with such severity as it did today. Could it be that his recent labors had taken a toll on him, depriving him of adequate rest? Pellegrini found himself questioning this. In recent days, he had been burning the midnight oil, analyzing opponents and strategizing tactics. With age, his body was beginning to falter under the strain of sleepless nights. He was aware that this was not a healthy approach, yet he felt compelled to persist. This year was crucial for Manchester City. If they aspired to elevate themselves to the ranks of true footballing elites, they must secure another trophy. However, preserving a legacy often proves more challenging than establishing one. Last year, Manchester City emerged as challengers, their presence garnering comparatively less attention from the footballing giants. Their past dismal performances in the Champions League had led many teams to underestimate them, thus granting City an opportunity for resurgence. Yet this year, the tides had changed. As reigning champions, they had become the focal point of scrutiny and analysis from rival teams. No one would dare to underestimate Manchester City any longer. On the contrary, many teams would take pride in triumphing over them. Take Zenit, for instance. In their previous match against Manchester City, the Zenit players exhibited an almost euphoric fervor, their excitement palpable. It is no surprise that defeating the reigning Champions League title holders would be a matter of immense prestige for them. The heightened awareness and vigilance from other teams made this year's matches particularly arduous for Manchester City. In the league, their superiority in strength was evident, and the lengthy season afforded them a significant margin for error. However, in the Champions League, particularly as they progressed to the knockout stages, they would not only face more formidable opponents, but also contend with a significantly condensed schedule. A single misstep would leave them no room for recovery. Therefore, this year, Manchester City could not afford to falter. Each move must be executed with utmost caution. This, in turn, imposed an immense burden and psychological pressure on the coaching staff. If they could just endure this challenging period, Pellegrini could only comfort himself with this thought. Prior to the match, Mourinho once again capitalized on his psychological advantage, engaging in mind games with Manchester City in front of the press. Surprisingly, Mourinho refrained from directly attacking Manchester City. Instead, he provided his analysis regarding their recent decline in form. It was understandable that their players might lack motivation after having already secured the Champions League title. Upon hearing his words, the journalist attending the pre-match press conference questioned the reliability of their hearing. Mourinho, astonishingly, had not taken the opportunity to kick them while they were down, even going so far as to offer an explanation on behalf of his adversaries. Had he undergone a transformation? As the journalists were engulfed in uncertainty, Mourinho added, "I can comprehend this sentiment. After all, I possess 2 Champions League trophies, the most among all managers in the Premier League." The reporters present could not help but roll their eyes, as if to say, "Yes, we are aware of your 2 Champions League titles, enough already." Leading 2 distinct teams to Champions League victories has always been Mourinho's greatest pride, and rightfully so. In the Premier League, apart from the retired Ferguson, other managers are significantly overshadowed by Mourinho in this esteemed accolade. Indeed, among current coaches in the football world, few can match his level of achievement. Only he, Guardiola, Ancelotti, and Spain's coach Del Bosque have reached such heights. Each of these 4 coaches is a formidable presence in the realm of football. Mourinho guided Porto to Champions League glory, setting a record for triumphs outside the top 5 leagues. Guardiola pioneered the possession-based football philosophy, crafting Barcelona's legendary treble-winning team. Ancelotti led Milan to dominate the Champions League, proving his mettle across various leagues. As for Del Bosque, his accomplishments are even more remarkable. He led the Spanish national team to an unprecedented Grand Slam in world competitions, culminating in a World Cup victory, earning him the recognition as the world's foremost coach in football today. While the journalists were disinterested in Mourinho's self-aggrandizement, they found merit in his analysis of Manchester City. Following the press conference, the media extensively reported Mourinho's remarks, and many, upon understanding his original statements, surprisingly found his perspective quite agreeable. Indeed, the City players have seemingly won everything, and their hunger for championships appears to have waned. This was evident in their last match, where their intensity and movement on the pitch were not as vigorous as in the previous season. Although Mangala undeniably committed a grievous error, it could not obscure the mediocrity of the other defenders. Consequently, a deluge of criticism regarding the players' attitude towards the game surged from all directions. This had a profound impact on the City players, who were in the midst of preparations. Despite Pellegrini conducting closed training sessions, he could not confiscate the players' phones to prevent them from browsing news online. Moreover, traditional media, such as newspapers and television, could not be silenced. Unless the players isolated themselves completely, they could not remain oblivious to the external criticisms directed at them. Such critiques imposed considerable pressure on the City players, particularly psychologically. They were reluctant to be labeled as lacking competitive spirit or having lost their desire for victory and honor. Consequently, once the match commenced, the City players displayed an intense and aggressive demeanor. Shortly after the kickoff, Agüero sustained an injury during a challenge and could not continue, necessitating his substitution. His departure seemed to ignite a fuse, causing the emotions of the City players to escalate dramatically. In the 12th minute, Fernandinho received a yellow card for a rough foul. Shortly thereafter, Zabaleta also accrued a yellow card, leading Manchester City to amass 2 yellow cards in quick succession, both from pivotal defensive positions. Zabaleta's foul seemed unnecessary, as the opponent was not in a dangerous position with the ball, and his teammates maintained their defensive positions. It is perplexing why he chose to commit such a foul. Perhaps the earlier injury to Agüero ignited the tempers of the Manchester City players, causing them to lose their composure? It is plausible that they were affected by Chelsea's psychological tactics prior to the match. Did you notice how the City players appeared to play with a lack of calmness? Almost as if they were deliberately trying to showcase themselves? On the sidelines, Pellegrini furrowed his brow, recognizing this peculiar behavior. Although the players exhibited increased aggression in their tackles and movements, the frequency of fouls was rather excessive. By the 30th minute, Chelsea had already earned 7 free kicks. On the visiting team's bench, Mourinho couldn't suppress a smirk as he observed the opponent's players receiving cards due to their lack of composure. Oh, Manchester City has indeed fallen into the trap. With this thought, he rose and gestured towards his players. Following his instructions, Chelsea's players deliberately intensified their physical confrontations with Manchester City players, even increasing their foul count with intent. In the 36th minute, Lin Quan was brought down by Matic while carrying the ball through the center. The tackle was heavy, sending Lin Quan sprawling. Rather than feeling remorse for his foul, Matic shouted accusations of simulation. This provoked the ire of the Manchester City players, who rushed to confront Matic. Chelsea players swiftly intervened, leading to a stoppage in play, and the potential for an all-out brawl loomed. At this moment, Lin Quan stood up, urging his teammates to refrain from escalating the situation. Calm down. They are trying to provoke us. With his injury immunity talent, such fouls would not significantly affect him. If the opponents were willing to deliberately seek yellow cards, he was more than willing to oblige. See, what did I just say? He is perfectly fine. It was indeed a simulation, Matic exclaimed, perplexed as to why Lin Quan, who had been tackled so heavily, was not being carried off like Agüero had been. The referee disregarded Matic's protests and issued him a yellow card as a warning. However, Chelsea did not temper their aggression in response to the card. Merely 3 minutes later, Ramirez committed another foul from behind, bringing Lin Quan to the ground once more. This infuriated the Manchester City players completely. They surged forward collectively to confront the Chelsea players. David Silva even shoved Ramirez, and even Yaya Touré, who had previously been at odds with Lin Quan, stood up to demand accountability for Lin Quan. The situation on the field devolved into chaos, as both teams' players were more focused on engaging in a physical altercation than on the beautiful game itself. Upon witnessing this scene, Mourinho could not suppress a triumphant smile. Now, if Lin Quan were to commit another foul, it would likely incite his ire. Once Lin Quan loses his composure, the defeat of Manchester City would be all but assured. This chapter concludes with Chapter 174, the exchange of the third attribute, Lin Quan's retaliation. The referee showed no mercy, issuing yellow cards to Ramirez for fouling, David Silva for pushing, and Yaya Touré. With the first half not yet concluded, a total of 6 yellow cards had been handed out. Of these, 4 were borne by Manchester City players, causing great concern for Pellegrini on the sidelines. Both of his holding midfielders had been cautioned, a rather ominous sign. It appeared that substitutions would need to be made in the second half. Otherwise, the midfield defense could face significant issues. Contemplating this, he glanced at the substitutes bench, where 3 midfielders sat: Kroos, Fernando, and Lampard. Indeed, the illustrious Lampard, now donned in Manchester City colors. This summer, after his contract with Chelsea expired without renewal, Lampard ventured to the Major League Soccer for prosperity. New York City FC opted to loan him back to the Premier League, coincidentally filling a gap for Manchester City. Thus, at the last moment of the transfer window, they secured a loan agreement, allowing Lampard to serve Manchester City until January of the following year. At that juncture, his continuation would be determined based on his performance on the pitch. Kroos, albeit lacking in defensive prowess, excels offensively, and his presence could significantly bolster Manchester City's attacking capabilities. Conversely, Lampard and Fernando possess stronger defensive attributes, should Manchester City gain an advantage. They could be deployed to stabilize the situation. With this in mind, Pellegrini formulated a plan, intending to decide who to field based on the dynamics of the second half. But before that, the team could ill afford to incur further cautions. Another yellow card could very well lead to a reduction in players. Within the confines of the Etihad Stadium, as the match unfolded with intense fervor and a slew of fouls and yellow cards, the attention of the spectators began to drift from the game itself to assaults on opposing players and fans. The atmosphere of this encounter was peculiar, with both sides' players exhibiting palpable emotions. For Chelsea's forward, Diego Costa, this scenario was tailor-made. Known for his somewhat unscrupulous tactics, Costa adeptly employed subtle, concealed maneuvers during physical confrontations. It was precisely such tactics that led Zabaleta to foul in a fit of frustration, resulting in a yellow card. At this moment, noticing that the opposing defender bore a yellow card, Costa intentionally maneuvered towards the Manchester City player, seeking physical confrontation and continuing to provoke with his subtle antics. The Manchester City defenders grew increasingly exasperated by his antics, and in a retaliatory act, Demichelis fouled him, earning yet another yellow card. Manchester City had now accumulated 5 yellow cards in this match. Young man, consider this a lesson. Should I catch you indulging in such antics again, beware of your legs. Demichelis remained unfazed by the yellow card he received, casting a fierce glare at Diego Costa as a warning after committing the foul. Costa grimaced in pain on the ground. Realizing the severity of the tackle, acknowledging that his opponent was not jesting, he curbed his antics considerably. Although the Manchester City players were incensed, they maintained dominance over Chelsea in the first half. In this match, Mourinho positioned Ramirez as a central midfielder, shifting Fabregas back to a defensive role. This adjustment rendered Chelsea's midfield somewhat ineffective. Willian's tendency to hold onto the ball too long became apparent. Once the ball reached his feet, he preferred to dribble, often delaying any potential passes. In such scenarios, Manchester City's defense was already in place, making it challenging for him to create any threats. It wasn't just Willian's performance that faltered. Hazard also seemed lackluster. Chelsea struggled to mount effective attacks in the first half. Their previously fluid coordination and formidable offensive prowess seemingly extinguished in the face of Manchester City. On the sidelines, Mourinho furrowed his brow. While his psychological tactics had proven effective, the team's inability to pose a threat in attack was disheartening. As long as Manchester City players regained their composure, their offense could strike at any moment, particularly with a superstar like Lin Quan in their ranks. Thus, it was essential to continue fouling Lin Quan to provoke him further. In the 41st minute, Ivanovic brought Lin Quan down at the edge of the penalty area, receiving the 8th yellow card of the match. This marked the 3rd serious foul committed against Lin Quan by Chelsea players in a short span of time. However, to the surprise of Mourinho and the Chelsea players, Lin Quan appeared neither injured nor enraged. He quickly rose to his feet, clutching the ball and placing it at the spot of the foul, ready to take the free kick. Upon seeing the position of the free kick, Chelsea's goalkeeper Courtois paused, an ominous feeling creeping into his mind. His instincts warned him that this location was perilously dangerous. Damn it, how can this guy not be brought down? Observing Lin Quan's rapid recovery and stable demeanor, Mourinho began to second-guess the efficacy of his tactics. Shall I provide a screen for you? De Bruyne inquired as he approached. Having scored several free kicks in recent matches, he was in fine form. If he and Lin Quan stood behind the ball together, the opposing goalkeeper would struggle to discern who would take the kick. No need. I'll handle it myself, Lin Quan replied, casting a glance at Chelsea's goal, locking eyes with Courtois. The goalkeeper noted the slight smile on Lin Quan's lips, heightening his alertness. How would this free kick be executed? A drive or a curling shot? Courtois found himself at a loss, unable to discern the intricacies of Lin Quan's dual techniques, both of which he employed with remarkable efficacy. Yet, every judgment he made was erroneous. The moment the referee awarded a free kick, Lin Quan had already devised his strategy for execution. As he retreated, he accessed the system's marketplace, spending 50 points to acquire the powerful shooting technique of Roberto Carlos. After a moment's contemplation, he invested an additional 100 points to elevate his strength attribute to its maximum level. It was time to showcase his prowess. Having purchased the 2 talents, Lin Quan exited the system, while he continued to retreat, distancing himself further from the football. The Chelsea players, witnessing the considerable distance of Lin Quan's run-up, began to wear expressions of concern. What on earth was he planning? Was he genuinely serious about retreating 20 meters? Such an extensive run-up could only mean he intended to unleash a formidable shot. The Chelsea players forming the wall silently prayed for Lin Quan to aim accurately, hoping fervently that he would not direct the ball towards them, as being struck by such a powerful shot would undoubtedly be excruciating, if not injurious. Courtois steeled himself, suspecting that Lin Quan was merely engaging in theatrics, as he had never witnessed him execute such a powerful strike before. Nevertheless, he dared not underestimate him, for a lack of prior experience did not preclude the possibility of Lin Quan's capabilities. As the Chelsea squad braced themselves for a formidable challenge, Lin Quan sprang into action. He charged forward with astonishing speed, each step resonating like a thud against the hearts of the Chelsea players, instilling a sense of dread within them. This alarming velocity of approach signaled his intent to unleash a powerful shot. With widened eyes, Courtois, drawing upon his goalkeeping experience, discerned Lin Quan's intentions. The players at the forefront of the wall, realizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively shielded their vital areas as Lin Quan struck the ball. Bang! A resounding impact echoed. A cry of anguish pierced the air. Someone had failed to evade the trajectory, as relief washed over the Chelsea players. Their curiosity propelled them towards the source of the sound. They beheld their midfielder, Matic, doubled over in agony, clutching his abdomen, contorted into a shape reminiscent of a shrimp. The cold sweat cascading down his forehead and his silent screams of pain sent shivers down the spines of his teammates. This was retribution, blatant retribution. Matic had previously fouled Lin Quan and had spoken with disdain. Now, Lin Quan's free kick, intentionally skewed, appeared to have targeted Matic specifically, given the precision of his technique. The realization struck fear into the hearts of the Chelsea players as they regarded Lin Quan with trepidation. This lad was formidable. Resorting to such tactics for vengeance left them utterly powerless. The Chelsea medical staff rushed onto the field, conducting an examination of Matic, only to conclude that he was unfit to continue. Mourinho's expression darkened as Matic's unexpected injury completely disrupted his strategy. He had no choice but to substitute Matic with Miguel. Matic's injury cast a considerable shadow over the Chelsea players, instilling a palpable sense of trepidation. In the remaining time, they hesitated to commit fouls, especially against Lin Quan, a player renowned for his vengeful nature and terrifying methods of reprisal. No one wished to suffer the same fate as Matic. While Chelsea exhibited restraint, Manchester City had no intention of relenting. As the first half drew to a close, City launched a relentless assault on Chelsea's goal. In the 44th minute, Silva delivered a cross from the left flank, and Lin Quan narrowly missed connecting with a shot in the box. A minute later, Yaya Touré orchestrated a pass from just outside the penalty area. Kolarov surged forward from the left, delivering a swift cross. Jovetic's header struck the post, the rebound falling fortuitously to De Bruyne. He struck the ball fiercely, though it was unclear whether it was a deliberate pass or a misfired shot. The ball veered away from the goal, landing instead at Silva's feet on the right. Silva, seizing the opportunity, threaded a precise pass between two defenders into the penalty area. Lin Quan, now empowered, muscled past the opposing defender, penetrating the box and deftly prodding the ball into Chelsea's net. In the final minute of the first half, Manchester City broke the deadlock, altering the score to 1-0. This goal arrived just in time. Had it been delayed by mere seconds, the referee would have signaled the end of the half. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, the frustrated City players erupted in jubilation, charging toward him. For once, the usually composed Lin Quan succumbed to the moment, removing his jersey to reveal his toned physique. He ran to the sidelines, arms outstretched, head tilted back, eyes closed, basking in the adulation of the crowd. The Etihad Stadium erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, the Blue Moon supporters roaring with unrestrained fervor. This goal was a cathartic release. Chelsea's earlier fouls had ignited the wrath of City fans. Had it not been for the vigilant security personnel, they might have surged onto the pitch to teach Chelsea a lesson. Of course, such an act would have drawn severe repercussions from the FA, potentially resulting in a ban on fans from attending matches at the Etihad. On the sidelines, Pellegrini felt a rush of exhilaration, leaping from his seat to embrace his assistants in a jubilant celebration. Meanwhile, on the opposing bench, Mourinho seethed with frustration upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, angrily kicking a water bottle in front of him. Damn it, this goal couldn't have come at a worse time. His tactical plans had seemingly been successful. What had gone awry? Mourinho racked his brain, perplexed as to why Lin Quan remained unprovoked. Was the intensity of the fouls insufficient? No. Chelsea had already incurred 3 yellow cards for infractions against him. What more could they do? Another foul would likely see a Chelsea player sent off. Stay calm. One must not lose one's composure. My tactics have yet to falter. There remains time in the second half. Manchester City, you shall see. Mourinho, without a backward glance, returned to the dressing room. The outcome of the first half had been established, and time was swiftly dwindling. There was no need to squander any further moments. The immediate priority was to make the most of the remaining 45 minutes in the second half and devise a more effective strategy. During the halftime intermission, as the players made their way back to the dressing room, a few sharp words nearly escalated into a brawl in the tunnel. Had it not been for the timely intervention of staff and referees, a full-blown altercation would have undoubtedly ensued. Previously, there had been no deep-seated animosity between Manchester City and Chelsea. However, this match had fostered much acrimony between the two sides. This has ignited considerable tempers among the players, irrevocably sealing their rivalry. Those Chelsea misfits, clean yourselves up and prepare. And you, Manchester City scoundrels, I advise you to tidy up your act lest we force you into disgrace. The players from both teams exchanged vehement threats, rife with vulgarities related to excrement. Lin Quan held no interest in such banter and turned back to the dressing room. Upon entering, he first spotted Lampard, sitting quietly in the corner. In this scenario, Lampard's position was rather awkward. Adorned in Manchester City's colors, he ought to be aligned with them. Yet, after 14 years of service to Chelsea, he harbored deep affection for the club. Thus, in this moment, it was imprudent for him to support either side. Best to remain concealed within the dressing room. Lin Quan understood this and had no intention of stirring trouble. He approached the injured Aguero, inquiring with concern about his condition. "How are you?" "Well, not great." Aguero replied with a strained smile. "I've sustained a ligament strain in my left thigh and will need to sit out for 6 to 8 weeks. Though Aguero attempted to maintain a light-hearted demeanor, the frustration and disappointment in his voice were unmistakable. Lin Quan patted his shoulder and offered words of encouragement. "Focus on your recovery. We'll be here waiting for your return." Chapter 175. Lampard the legend. During the halftime break, Pellegrini repeatedly reminded the players not to allow the opponent's words and actions to provoke them, urging them to maintain control of their emotions and to avoid incurring any further yellow cards. Externally, the players nodded in agreement, yet internally, they plotted ways to vanquish the Chelsea ruffians. To receive blows without retaliation, was that truly manly? This is the Premier League, not La Liga. Despite the players' inner thoughts, once the match resumed, they staunchly adhered to Pellegrini's offensive strategy. As the second half commenced, Manchester City launched another fierce assault against Chelsea, seemingly intent on replicating the goal scored at the end of the first half. In the 47th minute, Manchester City won a corner. Lin Quan executed a tactical corner, delivering the ball to Silva. After drawing the opposing players in, Silva subsequently played the ball into the penalty area. The collaboration in this match was commendable, creating several opportunities. However, the attacking players from Manchester City failed to seize the first touch, allowing Chelsea's captain, John Terry, to clear the ball. 2 minutes later, Manchester City launched another offensive. Lin Quan distributed the ball to the flank, with De Bruyne delivering a precise through pass. Lin Quan's long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area was magnificently tipped onto the crossbar by Courtois, granting Manchester City yet another corner. For this corner, Lin Quan opted for a direct delivery into the box, but amidst the ensuing chaos, Courtois managed to secure possession of the ball. During these minutes, Manchester City's assault was relentless, yet, thanks to Courtois' remarkable performance, Chelsea's goal remained unbreached. Since his return from Atletico Madrid this season, Courtois had successfully maneuvered his way into the starting position, usurping it from Cech through shrewd tactics. Initially, the fans of the Blues were somewhat skeptical, considering Cech's long-standing tenure as their guardian and his proven prowess. Meanwhile, Courtois, a young goalkeeper born in the 1990s, raised doubts about his ability to match Cech's consistency. However, Chelsea's players now seemed reassured. In the matches where Courtois had donned the starting jersey, his performances had been outstanding, particularly highlighted by his breathtaking saves that exuded the elegance of a top-tier goalkeeper. Faced with Manchester City's ferocious attacks, Chelsea was not merely a passive recipient of blows. In the 53rd minute, Chelsea earned a free kick in the center. Fabregas took the free kick, aiming to send the ball into the box. However, during its trajectory, the ball appeared to strike a defender's arm, prompting Chelsea's players to immediately appeal to the referee for a penalty. The referee, however, dismissed their claims, refusing to award the penalty. This decision left Chelsea's players in discontent, with their coach, Mourinho, animatedly expressing his grievances to the fourth official from the sidelines. His language was rather intense, and his tone unfriendly. The fourth official relayed this to the referee, who approached Mourinho to issue a yellow card as a warning. Given Mourinho's history of being sent off, such a card meant he would be unable to guide his team if ejected. Thus, after receiving the yellow card, he had no choice but to temper his demeanor. Although Chelsea did not receive the penalty, their protests bore some fruit, seemingly to balance the earlier decision. The referee made a compensatory call in the following minutes. In the 55th minute, Manchester City executed a tactical free kick, with Silva delivering a precise pass into the left flank. De Bruyne was brought down in the penalty area by Cahill, a foul far more evident than the previous alleged handball by a Manchester City player, which should have warranted a penalty. Yet, the referee astonishingly did not award it, only granting Manchester City a free kick. This left Manchester City's players disgruntled, questioning the rationale behind such a blatant foul going unpunished. Following the evident oversight in judgment, the once steady emotions of Manchester City's players began to fray once more. In the 58th minute, Diego Costa delivered an elbow to Zabaleta, earning a yellow card for his transgression. Infuriated, Zabaleta rose from the ground, intent on confronting Costa. Had it not been for the intervention of their teammates, a physical altercation may have ensued. Although restrained, Zabaleta's ire remained unquenched. In the 61st minute, during Chelsea's counterattack, Zabaleta retaliated with a reckless tackle on Costa. The latter feigned injury, rolling on the ground while clutching his ankle, emitting cries akin to that of a wounded animal. The referee hesitated momentarily. Zabaleta had already accumulated a yellow card. Another offense would warrant a second yellow, resulting in expulsion from the match. Nevertheless, the referee could no longer overlook Zabaleta's prior infractions and issued another yellow card, subsequently brandishing a red card to send Zabaleta off the field. The decision incited a chorus of boos from the Manchester City supporters, though it was unclear whether they were directing their discontent at the referee or their adversaries. On the sidelines, Pellegrini felt a chill of foreboding upon witnessing the ruling, realizing the precarious situation they now faced with 30 minutes remaining. Reduced to 10 men, they were poised to encounter significant disadvantage. Chelsea would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, rendering the remainder of the match exceedingly arduous. To fortify the defense, Pellegrini was compelled to substitute David Silva for Müller. Playing at home, Manchester City was forced into a 10-against-11 scenario, shifting their formation from 4-2-3-1 to 4-2-2-1. Aware of City's numerical inferiority, Mourinho swiftly opted for two substitutions, bringing on Mikel and Oscar in place of the carded Ramires and the underperforming Willian. Mourinho's intentions were crystal clear: to bolster their offensive capacity by amassing more players in the attack. Trailing by a solitary goal, Chelsea's formidable attacking prowess this season could easily level the score or even orchestrate a turnaround. Mourinho's tactical adjustments bore immediate fruit, as Chelsea, benefiting from their numerical superiority in midfield, gradually seized control of the game. In the 65th minute, Fabregas delivered a corner from the right side, which Ivanovic headed towards the back post, where Costa lay in wait and attempted a shot while on the ground. However, Navas had anticipated Costa's movement and, at the crucial moment of the strike, executed a timely block, narrowly preventing what seemed an inevitable goal. The City fans at the Etihad Stadium gasped collectively, their hearts racing in anxiety. Fortunately, the team had acquired a top-notch goalkeeper. Otherwise, the score would have already been equalized. Yet, Chelsea's relentless assault persisted. In the 71st minute, Ivanovic surged into the attacking zone, delivering a cross of remarkable quality. Diego Costa, displaying his seasoned expertise, deftly maneuvered his body, sidestepping Mikel before tapping the ball delicately with his toe, directing it into the vacant space at the feet of Hazard. Faced with such a prime opportunity, Hazard did not squander the moment, effortlessly slotting the ball into Manchester City's net. The score was equalized at 1-1. For Manchester City, already a man down, conceding a goal at this juncture was nothing short of catastrophic. Both the players on the pitch and the fans in attendance could not help but feel a twinge of unease. Chelsea's formidable prowess, coupled with their soaring morale, raised the question: could the undermanned City withstand the onslaught? Thoughts of Chelsea's recent 4-0 triumph over Schalke 04 in the Champions League only served to amplify the anxiety among City supporters. This season, Chelsea appeared a completely transformed side. Scoring had become a routine affair for them. Why dwell in negativity? This is our fortress, Lin Quan exclaimed, observing his teammates' despondent expressions. So what if we're a man short? We eliminated Real Madrid on their turf with 10 men. Can Chelsea be more daunting than them? De Bruyne joined in, echoing Lin Quan's sentiments. Last season, City's most perilous encounter in the Champions League had been their away match against Real Madrid. In the face of adversity, with a player sent off and trailing on the scoreboard, they had performed a miracle, overturning the odds to eliminate the formidable Real Madrid. Having endured such a fierce battle, why should they fear this situation? At least they were on home ground, and they were not behind. Indeed, this is our stronghold. We cannot allow Chelsea to run rampant here. Charge forth, and let our offense dismantle them. The players, already brimming with pent-up frustration, found their resolve ignited by Lin Quan's impassioned words. Witnessing their fighting spirit in such circumstances filled Pellegrini with immense pride. He cast a long glance at the substitutes bench, lingering on Fernando and Lampard. Ultimately, he opted for Lampard. A versatile B2B midfielder, Lampard possessed a commendable long-range shot and boasted greater attacking prowess than Fernando. Moreover, no player in Manchester City's ranks knew Chelsea better than he did. In this critical moment, they could only hope for the old guard's experience to shine through. Upon seeing Lampard enter the fray, the City supporters expressed their confusion. Shouldn't they have brought on Klose at such a pivotal time? With Kroos's offensive capabilities, his presence would undoubtedly enhance City's attacking threat. What was the engineer thinking? Why not bring in the maestro, Tony? Indeed, countless matches had demonstrated that the combination of Tony, De Bruyne, and Lin Quan was an unstoppable force on the field. I believe it is quite likely due to our scarcity of players and the lack of physicality in the midfield that we require a player with robust physical presence and a certain degree of offensive capability. Indeed, this seems to be the case. However, considering this individual's profound ties with Chelsea, could he possibly be acting as a double agent? Surely not. After all, he is a professional athlete and should be able to discern the context. In any case, let us place our trust in him for now. Manchester City fans are somewhat skeptical about this substitution, while Chelsea supporters find themselves in a state of complex emotions. Witnessing a former player who dedicated 14 years to their team don the rival's jersey and appear on the pitch as an adversary evokes a myriad of feelings. Alas, I cannot fathom why the club did not extend Lampard's contract. Indeed, the revered Super Frank has served the Blues for so long, and it is evident that he still possesses ample energy. Why not offer him a renewal, even if just for a year? Although his age has advanced somewhat, did not Pirlo and Xavi also secure contract extensions with their clubs? Had he been granted another year, Lampard might have concluded his career at Chelsea. It is truly a pity that we shall not witness that moment. The current situation on the field is favorable for Chelsea, allowing their fans to feel somewhat at ease, which is why they find the space to discuss Lampard. Once he stepped onto the pitch, he swiftly executed a clean and decisive tackle, thwarting Chelsea's offensive efforts. Upon witnessing this, the cheerful disposition of the Chelsea supporters evaporated instantly. Subsequently, when they observed Lampard executing a slide tackle to halt Fabregas's advance, exclamations of discontent erupted. Damn, that's really you, Lampard. Take it easy. All your former teammates are on the opposing side. Lampard exhibits commendable professionalism. Now adorned in Manchester City's colors, he is naturally compelled to exert every effort for his team. Furthermore, he is considerate of his old comrades, avoiding any direct fouls against them. As for Fabregas, back in the day, when I was at Chelsea, this chap was the captain of our arch-rivals, Arsenal. What psychological burden could I possibly bear in fouling the former captain of Arsenal? Absolutely none. Poor Fabregas. He is enduring great discomfort in his role as a defensive midfielder this match. From the outset, Manchester City has relentlessly pressured him, while Chelsea players incessantly foul Lin Quan. The City players are also not idle, and their target is none other than Fabregas. Lin Quan possesses an innate immunity to injuries. Thus he is unafraid of the opposing fouls, even managing to earn 3 yellow cards in the process. However, Fabregas lacks such a gift. Each time he is brought down, he grimaces in pain. Were it not for his tenacious resolve to continue playing, he would have long since requested a substitution. I cannot succumb. The team is on the brink of victory. If we win this match, we will ascend to the top of the standings. Despite writhing on the ground in agony, Fabregas is still rallying himself. Ever since departing from Barcelona, He seems to have transformed into a more determined version of himself than ever before. The influence of Lampard extends beyond mere defense. In the 81st minute, following a swift counterattack initiated by Manchester City after regaining possession, Lin Quan and Müller executed a series of intricate passes on the right flank, culminating in Milner's precise delivery to the edge of the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Lampard cast a fleeting glance at Chelsea's goal and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a stunning strike. He had fought valiantly for the Blues countless times, yet today, he would breach their defenses. My apologies, Chelsea fans. My regrets, Mr. Abramovich. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 176. Pep's dilemma's goal. The legendary Lampard scores, undeterred against his former club, delivering a lethal shot that plunges Chelsea into despair. In the 81st minute, with a magnificent strike, Lampard netted the third goal of the match, restoring Manchester City's lead to 2-1. The City fans in the stands erupted with joy upon witnessing Lampard's goal. This strike not only significantly elevated Manchester City's chances of securing 3 points, but also delivered a piercing blow to the Chelsea supporters. Indeed, upon seeing Lampard score, the hearts of the Blues fans sank. Had the goal been scored by another City player, they would have vocally expressed their discontent. Yet, with Lampard, a player of immense contribution to their club, most Chelsea fans found themselves at a loss for words. However, the gravity of Lampard's goal was undeniable. With over 80 minutes played, Chelsea merely needed one more goal to seize 3 points. Now, to achieve that, they required 2 goals within the remaining time, a daunting challenge, as Manchester City was certainly not a team to grant such opportunities easily. In the ensuing moments, as long as Manchester City maintained a solid defense, not only would Chelsea fail to secure 3 points, but they might also suffer their first defeat of the season. Consequently, the once optimistic Chelsea fans, who had envisioned a commanding victory and dreamt of leading the league table, found their smiles fading. Following the goal, Lampard declined to celebrate, bowing his head as he returned to his half. The sorrow in the hearts of the Chelsea fans mirrored that of the iconic player. He harbored no desire to become an adversary to Chelsea, yet from the moment he was loaned back to the Premier League, it seemed fate had sealed this outcome. On the sidelines, Mourinho stood with his hands on his hips, silent and contemplative. He had never anticipated that the player delivering a crushing blow to Chelsea would be one of their own former stars. Next door, Pellegrini was equally taken aback. He had deployed Lampard primarily to leverage his experience in stabilizing the team, never expecting such an unexpected delight. Lampard's goal greatly bolstered Manchester City's morale, leading to an increasingly dominant performance in the ensuing match. Conversely, as Chelsea fell behind, their players grew increasingly anxious, desperate to level the score. In the 83rd minute, Chelsea launched an offensive, with Schürrle's long-range shot being deftly saved by Navas. Observing the positioning of his teammates, Navas executed a quick throw to the flank. De Bruyne evaded an approaching defender and immediately delivered a precise through ball. This pass pierced through Chelsea's defensive line, landing at Lin Quan's feet. The Chelsea defenders were stricken with fear and frantically pursued him. However, their despair grew as they realized the opponent's dribbling prowess was extraordinary, running faster with the ball than they could without it. Moreover, this player was accelerating. Lin received De Bruyne's pass. The Chelsea defenders did not relent. They continued their desperate chase, yet the distance between them only widened. Lin was gaining speed, his pace increasing. Courtois, sensing the impending danger, was compelled to leave his goal, as remaining in the net would be tantamount to awaiting demise. While an advance was the most logical choice, it may not yield the desired effect. In the instant Courtois charged forward, Lin had already surged into the penalty area. Noticing Courtois' advance, Lin feigned a shot. Courtois, discerning his intent, remained unfold. However, when Lin paused and feigned a second shot, he was deceived. Courtois dove in the direction he anticipated Lin would strike, only to discover that the ball had not been kicked at all. It was too late. Before he even touched the ground, despair enveloped Courtois' heart. With a sharp crack, as he landed, he heard the ball strike the net. In the 84th minute of the second half, Lin scored again, extending Manchester City's lead to 3-1. It is a fallacy to assume that the side with numerical superiority always holds the advantage, especially when facing Manchester City. Lin's goal ignited a fervor among the City supporters in the stadium, in bars, and across the globe glued to their screens. This goal decisively sealed the match, securing victory for Manchester City. With less than 10 minutes remaining, how could Chelsea possibly equalize? In merely 3 minutes, they had conceded 2 goals, allowing what seemed an attainable victory to slip away. The anguish of Chelsea supporters was palpable. The slow-motion replay of Lin's goal played on the screens, and the sight of that increasingly swift number 10 instilled genuine terror in the hearts of Chelsea fans. After over 80 minutes of play, while other players were fatigued, this individual displayed boundless energy. Was he even human? During Messi's formidable reign on the pitch, it was universally acknowledged that only 2 factors could restrain his performance: injuries and stamina. Chelsea fans felt that these limitations appeared non-existent in Lin Quan. How were they to contend with such a player? On the field, Chelsea's players were left somewhat bewildered. The opponent's incisive counterattacks left them momentarily bewildered, unsure whether to continue their offensive or to bolster their defense. Trailing in the score, it would be logical for them to launch an all-out assault. However, the Chelsea players seemed to have lost their fighting spirit, even doubting their ability to secure a victory at Manchester City's home ground. Without resolve, how could they possibly triumph? Conversely, Manchester City, despite being outnumbered, frequently initiated attacks in the final moments of the match, creating an impression as if they were the ones in need of a comeback. Ultimately, the match concluded with Lin Quan's brace, leading Manchester City to a 3-1 victory over Chelsea, emerging victorious in this pivotal clash. Following this match, Manchester City remains undefeated in 5 games, amassing 15 points at the top of the league standings. Meanwhile, Chelsea's ranking remained unchanged, still holding 2nd place in the points table. The gap between the 2 teams is not insurmountable, and Chelsea still has the opportunity to catch up with Manchester City. In another surprising turn of events, Manchester United suffered a shocking defeat, losing 3-5 to Leicester City away from home. Since the beginning of the season, Manchester United has secured only 1 victory in 5 matches, with 2 draws and 2 losses, totaling a mere 5 points, marking their worst start in 28 years. Such dismal performance has led to discussions regarding how long the Dutchman will retain the patience of the Manchester United board before being dismissed. Prior to the new season, fans of the Red Devils were filled with anticipation after witnessing the club's significant summer signings. Yet, their expectations have been met only with disappointment. Van Gaal and his squad bear little resemblance to the Manchester United that the fans once cherished. The spirit of the Red Devils, inherited from the Ferguson era, seems completely absent in this team, while glimpses of the former Red Devils can be seen in their rivals, Manchester City. On September 24th, in the Bundesliga, Guardiola's Bayern Munich hosted Paderborn, triumphing with a resounding 4-0 victory, claiming the top spot. With this victory, Bayern Munich ascended to the summit of the Bundesliga, leading by a single point. In the post-match press conference, a jubilant Guardiola not only addressed a series of questions from reporters concerning Bayern, but also unexpectedly initiated a discussion about Manchester City and Lin Quan. Lin? He is an extraordinary player, undoubtedly one of the finest in contemporary football. Let me clarify, it's not because he is my son that I say this. Anyone who has played the game can see why I hold this view. What? Comparing him to Messi? Well, their playing styles are quite similar. But I have only coached Messi and have yet to coach Lin, so it's difficult for me to offer an objective evaluation. Upon hearing Guardiola's remarks, a German journalist promptly raised his hand and inquired, "Do you look forward to working with Lin Quan at the same club?" Without hesitation, Guardiola replied, "Absolutely. I eagerly anticipate it, as Lin Quan has already expressed his intention to remain at Manchester City." The external interpretation of Guardiola's statements is widely believed to be a subtle indication that he will not extend his contract with Bayern upon its expiration, and is highly likely to transition to the Premier League to reunite with the Lin family. This news reached the upper echelons of Bayern, inciting their discontent immediately. Guardiola's performance this season has not been particularly commendable. At one point, Bayern found themselves surpassed in the league standings by a newly promoted team. Moreover, Guardiola's tactical reforms have left many esteemed players feeling dissatisfied. German football is somewhat insular, and the support Guardiola received from Bayern's hierarchy was primarily due to the desire within German football to assimilate the experiences of footballing powerhouses like Spain. However, the failure in the World Cup has revealed the futility of this path. Consequently, in the aftermath of the World Cup debacle, a wave of reflection has emerged within German football, suggesting that they should not unconditionally mimic Spain's possession-based style, as there exists a significant disparity between the styles of German and Spanish players. Blind imitation may only lead to their own detriment. They ought to leverage their inherent strengths and devise a tactical approach best suited to German football. Given that Bayern comprises a significant portion of the national team, any reforms within the national squad will inevitably influence Bayern. As a result, the club's executives have gradually lost patience with Guardiola's methods, compounded by accumulated grievances from previous transfer dealings, which has rendered Guardiola devoid of interest in renewing his contract with Bayern. In fact, Bayern appears to have no intention of extending Guardiola's contract and is even contemplating an early termination. After all, the 2016 European Championship is approaching rapidly. If Germany aims to make a significant impact in this tournament, it is imperative for German football to rectify its course promptly. From this perspective, the external interpretations do not seem far-fetched. Guardiola indeed has a promising chance of entering the Premier League next year. Of course, there remains the possibility of his return to Barcelona. However, this season, Barcelona has been performing exceptionally well, currently leading the standings with a clear advantage over both Madrid giants. With Suarez currently serving a suspension from FIFA and yet to return, it is likely that Barcelona's performance will further ascend upon his reinstatement. Against this backdrop, the once resounding calls for the club to bring Guardiola back have gradually diminished. Many Barcelona fans even contend that it is not Guardiola who is strong, but rather the club itself. After all, since leaving Barcelona, Guardiola has not fully substantiated his managerial prowess, and Barcelona's current performance is not so dismal as to warrant complete despair. Following a victory over Chelsea, Pellegrini granted the players a 2-day respite. After a few days of rest, they set off to challenge Hull City, currently ranked 10th in the league. In this match, without any unexpected developments, Manchester City decisively triumphed with a score of 3-0 against their opponents. In this match, Lin Quan played only a half, contributing a goal to the team in the first half. Due to Manchester City's substantial lead, Pellegrini decided to substitute him, preparing for the Champions League match midweek. Meanwhile, Manchester United finally secured a victory this round, with both Rooney and Van Persie scoring. However, Rooney received a yellow card in the second half for his reckless behavior, which rendered United quite passive, nearly allowing their opponents to equalize. Following this victory, Manchester United climbed 3 places in the standings, now just 2 points shy of the Champions League zone. If they can maintain this momentum in the upcoming matches, their chances of securing a European competition spot for the next season appear promising. However, the prospect of clinching the title seems daunting, as they trail the table-topping Manchester City by a significant 10 points. On another note, Chelsea seemed unaffected by their loss to Manchester City, as they returned to their home ground and decisively defeated Aston Villa, continuing to closely pursue City with just a 3-point gap. On October 1st, the second round of the Champions League group stage commenced. The entire Manchester City squad boarded a plane to Germany, ready to face another opponent in the group, Bayer Leverkusen. Leverkusen is not particularly strong, having lost 0-1 to Monaco in their first match. Facing the defending champions Manchester City, Leverkusen felt immense pressure. Should they lose again, they would find themselves at the bottom of the group with 2 consecutive defeats, severely diminishing their hopes of advancing to the knockout stage. Consequently, they had no choice but to go all out at home against Manchester City. The disparity in strength between the two teams was evident, making this match appear to be a standard Manchester City rout. However, Leverkusen boasted an Asian player, Son Heung-min, who had showcased remarkable performance since transferring from Hamburg. Last season, he scored 12 goals and provided 7 assists across all competitions. Such achievements are extraordinarily impressive for an Asian player, leading to Son being hailed as the Asian star by media from the universe country. Coincidentally, Manchester City's core player Lin Quan is also of Asian descent, prompting journalists from the universe country to sensationalize the duel between the two. Both the media and fans believe this to be a defining battle to determine who the ultimate Asian player is. Chapter complete. Chapter 177. Refuting the universe country. Barcelona's upset loss. The hype from the universe country failed to gain external approval. Many observers noted that Lin Quan and Son Heung-min are not on the same level. Comparing these two players of such disparate caliber is nothing short of shameless opportunism. Japanese media reported that Son Heung-min is merely self-proclaimed as the Asian star, whereas Lin Quan is undeniably a world-class superstar. The disparity between the two individuals is akin to the contrast between fireflies and the luminous moon. It is perplexing how Koreans dare to place the two side by side for comparison. Japan and South Korea, as two formidable football nations in East Asia, each boast a plethora of players competing in European leagues. Notably, Japan star player Keisuke Honda once donned the prestigious number 10 jersey at AC Milan, a position far superior to that of Son Heung-min at Bayer Leverkusen. Thus, when it comes to the distaste for such Korean sensationalism, it is undoubtedly the Japanese who are the most perturbed. As for domestic fans, the scant number of Chinese players plying their trade abroad, coupled with their considerable gap in prowess compared to the continent's elite, renders them mere spectators in this discourse, often jesting at the audacity of the Koreans. Indeed, Son Heung-min has faced off against Lin Quan before. During Lin's tenure at Werder Bremen, he led his team to triumph over Son's Hamburger SV. It begs the question, how can Koreans dare to challenge the current Lin Quan when even Lin from 2 years prior proved to be a formidable opponent? To be fair, Son Heung-min is undeniably talented and youthful, with the potential to carve out a remarkable career. However, should he embody the same arrogance as the Korean media and fans, his ceiling may remain limited. It is my hope that he excels, as Asian football requires a top-tier star to elevate the sport and inspire a new generation of children to embrace football. Initially, Lin Quan was unaware of the Korean media's reports, yet prior to the match, Son Heung-min approached him to offer an apology. "Lin, I apologize for the disturbance caused by our media's reports. I am truly sorry." Son had arrived in Europe for training quite early, heavily influenced by European culture, which renders his demeanor quite distinct from that of his compatriots. While Lin was oblivious to the specifics of the media coverage, he surmised, based on his knowledge of Korean media, that it was unlikely to be favorable. Nevertheless, he chose to address the matter objectively and did not direct any ire towards Son Heung-min. Upon hearing Son's apology, Lin patted him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "No worries, just play well in this match and deliver an outstanding performance for everyone." Encouraged by Lin's words, Son nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will learn from you, my senior." In this match, as a fellow winger, Son held Lin Quan in high esteem, having amassed numerous highlight reels of Lin's matches. In his leisure time, he often studied Lin's dribbling techniques and shooting skills to enhance his own abilities. The rapid progress he has made over the past few seasons is largely attributable to his diligence and eagerness to learn. As the match commenced, Bayer Leverkusen, emboldened by their home advantage, launched a fierce assault against Manchester City, attempting to catch them off guard. During Leverkusen's offensive forays, Son Heung-min's performance was exceptional. In the 10th minute, his breakthrough on the flank resulted in a yellow card for the opposition. Witnessing Son's stellar display, the Korean fans present at the venue erupted in ecstatic cheers. "Our Heung-min has outshone Lin Quan. Heung-min truly is the best." Now, they eagerly anticipate Son Heung-min to score a goal in the match, for such a feat would enable him to surpass Lin Quan decisively. However, while Bayer Leverkusen's offense appeared formidable, it failed to pose any significant threat. Manchester City had anticipated this, maintaining a reasonable distance across their defensive lines, playing methodically and responding effectively to Leverkusen's assaults, neutralizing their attacks one by one. After 15 minutes, Leverkusen's offensive momentum began to wane, while the players of Manchester City started to exert their influence. Following a fierce contest for possession, control of the midfield shifted. Once Manchester City lost their hold on the midfield, they frequently exploited the flanks under Kroos's composed orchestration to launch attacks against Leverkusen. In this match, Leverkusen prioritized their defense against Lin Quan, recognizing him as the core of Manchester City. Various statistics and performances on the pitch corroborated his status as the most formidable player within the team. Leverkusen believed that by neutralizing Lin Quan, they could significantly diminish Manchester City's attacking prowess. However, reality proved their assumptions gravely mistaken. In this encounter, Lin Quan did not succumb to the sensationalism of Korean media, opting not to forcefully chase individual accolades. On the contrary, he transformed his playing style from that of a striker to that of a facilitator. With Lin Quan's assists, both Jovetic and David Silva scored in the first half. The Leverkusen coach was left astounded, having anticipated Lin Quan would navigate through defenses to score, only to find that he had not even entered the penalty area, instead orchestrating plays from the periphery to help his team secure a 2-goal lead. Such a disparity left Leverkusen feeling utterly despondent. It seemed as though their opponents had barely exerted themselves, yet they were on the brink of collapse. Was the gap in strength between the two teams truly so vast? Although Leverkusen found themselves in an unequivocally disadvantaged position, the Korean fans remained oblivious to this reality. In their eyes, Son Heung-min had not scored either, thus failing to prove his inferiority to Lin Quan. Moreover, Lin Quan's alteration in playstyle resulted in him having minimal successful dribbles on the flanks during the first half, while Son Heung-min managed 3. Consequently, Korean fans seized upon this detail to boast. However, soon they found even that point unpersuasive. In the 65th minute of the second half, Lin Quan unleashed a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, piercing Bayer Leverkusen's goal for the third time and marking his first goal of the match. At this moment, the Korean supporters could no longer boast. Surely, it was unreasonable to suggest that a winger's dribbles held more significance than goals. However, as the match approached its conclusion, Lin Quan received the ball centrally, deftly maneuvering past 4 defenders, assessing Bayer Leverkusen's backline before successfully placing the ball in the net. At this juncture, they found even that detail indefensible. Son Heung-min had completed 3 successful dribbles through repeated attempts, while Lin Quan, seizing just one opportunity, surpassed 4 players and achieved a brace. Unless one is truly oblivious to the game, it is undeniable that the situation has become quite challenging. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed effortlessly with a 4-0 victory over Bayer Leverkusen on their home ground. Following the match, Son Heung-min approached Lin Quan with a request to exchange jerseys, to which Lin graciously acquiesced. Observing this exchange from the stands, Korean fans quickly shifted their sentiments, beginning to extol Lin Quan's virtues. Our Heung-min has indeed garnered recognition from one of the world's most formidable players. He truly is commendable. However, they seemed oblivious to the fact that in their adulation of Son Heung-min, they inadvertently elevated Lin Quan's status as well. While the title of the strongest player might indeed hold some truth, in Europe, such a declaration is rarely made so boldly. European media typically append qualifiers when discussing Lin Quan. Following extensive coverage of the match in Korean media, particularly highlighting the jersey exchange, many Korean fans transformed into supporters of Lin Quan. Truly, he is a remarkable talent of contemporary football, with his ability to deftly navigate the flanks and orchestrate attacks centrally. His style increasingly resembles that of the legendary Diego Maradona. One wonders when our Heung-min will reach such heights. The prowess Lin Quan exhibited has prompted a sobering realization among Koreans post-match. Although they have ceased to amplify the rivalry between Son Heung-min and Lin Quan, they have begun to explore the possibility of Lin's lineage tracing back to the ancient kingdom of Gohan. Truly, a testament to the universe from which all things originated. The Korean media's reports have garnered little attention, and Lin Quan, unfamiliar with the Korean language, could hardly be expected to seek out news from such a small nation. In contrast to such matters, Manchester City players are far more preoccupied with their qualification prospects and the standings of other groups. Having secured victory over Leverkusen, Manchester City remains undefeated in 2 matches, amassing 6 points to lead the group. The other 2 teams in their group, Monaco and Zenit, have drawn their match, thereby widening City's lead to 2 points. Currently, among the 4 teams in Group C, Manchester City sits atop with 6 points, followed by Monaco with 4 points, Zenit with 1 point, and Leverkusen at the bottom with 0 points, having lost both matches. From a qualification standpoint, Manchester City is in the most favorable position. Monaco faces Manchester City in their next match, with slim hopes of victory. However, given their points advantage, their qualification prospects are better than those of third-placed Zenit. Zenit, in order to catch up to Monaco in points, must secure a win against Leverkusen in their upcoming match. As for Leverkusen, if they wish to avoid early elimination, they must earn all 3 points in their next encounter. In another group, the highly anticipated clash between Atletico Madrid and Juventus saw Atletico, coming off a recent defeat to Olympiacos, achieve a hard-fought 1-0 victory against the Old Lady, securing invaluable points. In a surprising turn of events, Olympiacos succumbed to Malmo, resulting in a chaotic qualification scenario in Group A, where 4 teams are tied with 3 points, each appearing to have a chance. Meanwhile, in Group B, Real Madrid secured their 2nd consecutive victory, leading the standings and enjoying a favorable progression outlook. Liverpool faced an unexpected defeat on the road, complicating their qualification prospects. In their next match, Liverpool will host Real Madrid, and given the current form and strength of both teams, the likelihood of a home victory for Liverpool appears slim. A loss could potentially leave them trailing behind Basel, who share the same points. Therefore, Liverpool must not only hope to defend their home turf, but also pray for Basel to falter. In Group D, Arsenal delivered a resounding victory that thrilled their supporters. Triumphing 4-1 against the Turkish side Galatasaray, and securing valuable 3 points. The Gunners showcased fluid attacking play, with Welbeck netting a hat-trick and Sanchez contributing a goal. The only blemish was goalkeeper Szczesny receiving a red card in the second half, necessitating the use of a substitute goalkeeper in their upcoming away match. Over in Group E, Bayern Munich achieved a narrow 1-0 victory against CSKA Moscow, not only clinching 3 points, but also avoiding the awkward prospect of a winter visit to Moscow. Group F witnessed a significant upset as Barcelona, favored by many, faced an unfortunate 2-3 defeat against Paris Saint-Germain. Lin Quan was somewhat taken aback upon hearing the news of Barcelona's loss, recalling that they were the reigning champions of the UEFA Champions League this season. The formidable trio from the Enrique era was indeed fearsome. Upon reviewing the match, it was noted that Suarez had yet to make an appearance, and the MSN combination had not yet unleashed its full potential, which might explain the defeat. While Messi and Neymar both found the net, their efforts were insufficient to secure victory. This setback has cast a shadow of pessimism over Barcelona's Champions League prospects this season, with Suarez currently suspended. And even upon his return, if he struggles to reintegrate into the team, Barcelona may find it challenging to secure the top position in their group. Should they emerge as the second-place team, they could face formidable opponents like Manchester City, Real Madrid, or Bayern Munich in the knockout stage, which would certainly not bode well for them. Fortunately, the situation is not entirely dire, as Barcelona still has the opportunity to reclaim the top spot in their group. However, considering Paris Saint-Germain's current form, overcoming them will not be an easy feat following their victory over Barcelona. The PSG squad is buoyed with optimism, with many players expressing that this represents their best chance to pursue the Champions League title, particularly for their star player Ibrahimovic, for whom the absence of a Champions League trophy has long been a source of anguish. Before Lin Quan's rise, Ibrahimovic consistently regarded himself as the preeminent player, with external observers frequently placing him beneath Messi and Ronaldo, deeming him the third-best active player. However, in comparison to the two football luminaries, Ibrahimovic finds himself in an awkward position. He lacks a UEFA Champions League title. Throughout his career, he has represented numerous clubs, including several prestigious teams such as Juventus, Inter Milan, Barcelona, and AC Milan. Unfortunately, fortune has eluded him, as he has repeatedly missed out on the Champions League trophy. Particularly, his transitions from Inter to Barcelona and then from Barcelona to AC Milan cost him 2 opportunities to clinch the coveted title. Now, at the age of 33, Ibrahimovic undoubtedly finds himself in the twilight of his professional career. Consequently, for him, Paris Saint-Germain may very well represent his final hope of achieving Champions League glory. After several seasons of extravagant investments, PSG's squad has undergone unprecedented enhancement. This season, they appear formidable, having even bested the powerful Barcelona. It seems that this is indeed their prime opportunity to seize the championship. Given that Manchester City, who also embraced a financial approach last season, managed to claim the title, there is no reason to doubt that the more heavily invested PSG cannot do the same. Chapter 178, a last-minute victory over Monaco. Ranieri faces dismissal after returning from Germany to England. Manchester City enjoyed a 2-day respite before embarking on a journey to Birmingham to face Aston Villa. While Aston Villa's strength is not particularly formidable, their playing style is rather aggressive. Thus, even elite teams must exercise caution to avoid an upset. Fortunately, Manchester City displayed exceptional form, securing a 2-goal lead within the first 20 minutes. Despite Aston Villa resorting to a strategy of fouls, it proved futile, and they ultimately succumbed to a 0-3 defeat against City. Following this victory, Manchester City led the league standings with an unblemished record. However, Chelsea remained a close competitor, as they decisively triumphed over Arsenal at home with a score of 2-0, thanks to goals from Hazard and Diego Costa, leaving them just 3 points adrift of Manchester City. Meanwhile, Manchester United faced their local rivals, Everton, and emerged victorious with a 2-1 scoreline, securing their second consecutive win and climbing to 4th place in the league. In this match, Falcao and Di Maria each found the net, alleviating some external doubts regarding their performances. Following their Premier League engagements, Manchester City swiftly returned to their home ground for a League Cup match. Facing a relatively weak opponent, Pellegrini opted to field numerous substitutes. Nevertheless, under the leadership of Yaya Touré, Lampard, and Zabaleta, City still achieved a resounding 7-0 victory over Sheffield Wednesday, advancing to the next round. with triumphs across all fronts. Manchester City seems poised to continue the brilliance of the previous season. The optimism surrounding their pursuit of a first-ever league title defense reached its zenith after their home victory of 4-1 over Tottenham in the 8th round of the Premier League. 8 consecutive victories. Who can thwart Manchester City? The birth of a dynasty. The Premier League witnesses Manchester City's ascendancy. Tottenham seems to be nothing more than a plaything for Manchester City, suffering catastrophic defeats each time they face them. This season, Tottenham's performance has not been lackluster, securing a commendable position on the points table, yet in this particular match, they appeared utterly inept. It is as if they are inherently constrained, unable to prevail. In truth, Tottenham's showing in this match was relatively commendable, at least managing to score a goal, whereas last season, Manchester City ruthlessly annihilated them 6-0 on their home turf. Fans are not surprised by Manchester City's victories at home. The Etihad Stadium has long been a formidable fortress for visiting teams in the Premier League. However, the recurring and severe defeats that Tottenham faces at the hands of Manchester City leave fans perplexed. While Tottenham may not be considered a footballing giant, they are the leading contender among the second-tier teams below the Elite Five. There is indeed a gap in strength between them and the title challengers, yet it does not seem insurmountable. Nevertheless, whenever they encounter Manchester City, it is as though they suddenly forget how to play, often succumbing to humiliating scorelines. Last season, Manchester City netted an astonishing 11 goals against Tottenham across 2 matches, leaving them utterly devastated. This has instilled a profound sense of dread among Tottenham supporters. Among the 20 teams in the Premier League, Manchester City has become the team they most dread facing. Amidst the astonishment surrounding Manchester City's 8 consecutive victories and their commanding triumph over Tottenham, a seasoned journalist published an article in his column titled, "The Premier League is Heading Towards Oblivion." The subtitle proclaimed that the formidable Manchester City may undermine the very foundation of the Premier League. This journalist has chosen a rather sensational title, seemingly catering to clickbait. Yet, his article possesses substance, as it is filled with extensive data and technical analyses, lending it credibility. He posits that the Premier League has historically thrived on intense competition among numerous powerhouses, as well as the significant suspense surrounding the title race each season, which captivates viewers. If Manchester City continues their dominance unchecked, it could lead to a monopoly on the championship, ultimately causing the Premier League to lose its greatest allure. In such a scenario, the league's appeal would inevitably diminish, akin to the Bundesliga. In recent seasons, the rise of Borussia Dortmund and the decline of Bayern Munich's hegemony have led to an increase in the Bundesliga's overseas viewership and influence. However, with Borussia Dortmund's recent decline and Bayern Munich regaining their dominance in domestic competitions, last season they achieved the second-longest unbeaten streak in the top 5 leagues under Guardiola's guidance. This has rendered Bundesliga matches once again dull and uninteresting, adversely affecting overseas viewership. The conscientious journalist makes a valid point. We must not allow Manchester City to reign supreme alone. Indeed, it is imperative that other teams unite, pooling their efforts to bring Manchester City down. Count me in for Manchester United. Chelsea is also on board. The Gunners are eager to join. Liverpool has long held a grudge against Manchester City. Tottenham, too, is willing to contribute. In unison, the fans of various clubs exclaim, "Enough?" While these narratives are often woven by fans online, the Premier League teams harbor their own rivalries and grudges, making it implausible for them to unite simply for the sake of Manchester City. After all, if one were to speak of monopolizing the Premier League title, Manchester United during the Ferguson era had already achieved such dominance. At that time, other clubs remained silent. Why is it now that Manchester City is under scrutiny? It is merely because City is perceived as a nouveau riche entity, lacking in historical prestige. They had grown accustomed to bullying City, and now they find it hard to adapt to City's newfound superiority. Not to worry, as Manchester City secures more victories and claims additional Premier League titles, their critics will eventually acclimate. However, the repercussions of becoming the league's pariahs quickly became evident. In the 3rd round of the Champions League group stage, Manchester City was set to face AS Monaco away. And merely a day after this match, they were scheduled to travel to London to challenge West Ham United. The close proximity of these fixtures prompted Manchester City to request a postponement of the league match. They had made a similar request the previous season, which was favorably received by the Premier League to support English clubs in the Champions League, resulting in a successful rescheduling in coordination with Aston Villa. Yet this time, City's request was met with refusal. The league's response was dismissive, showing little inclination to assist, and even West Ham United denied Manchester City's appeal. The opportunity to face a fatigued and underperforming City was too appealing for West Ham to forego. The rejection of the ninth-round postponement request significantly impacted Manchester City's preparations. Monaco is located approximately 2,000 kilometers from Manchester in the south of France, presenting considerable logistical challenges. The round trip alone would consume 5 to 6 hours in flight. Nonetheless, this match holds substantial importance for Manchester City, as Monaco currently ranks second in their group, posing the only tangible threat to City's top position. Should City forfeit this encounter and grant their adversary 3 points, Monaco would level their score, which would be detrimental for City. Conversely, if City were to exert their full effort to secure victory, their lead over Monaco could expand to 6 points. With 3 group matches remaining, it would be arduous for Monaco to equalize the score, thereby solidifying City's advancement as group leaders. Once confirmed as group leaders, they could contemplate strategically conceding subsequent matches to concentrate on the league, allowing key players some respite before the Champions League knockout phase. Ultimately, Pellegrini resolved to field his strongest lineup against Monaco. Much like Chelsea, Monaco's owner, Roman Abramovich, is also a Russian oligarch. It remains uncertain whether it is a genuine passion for football or merely a response to the immense success achieved by Abramovich in the Premier League, but in 2011, this Russian magnate invested heavily to acquire AS Monaco. Following the acquisition, he appointed the tactician Ranieri and made substantial expenditures in the transfer market to bring in prominent players. Within just a few seasons, Monaco has expended hundreds of millions of euros, securing a plethora of football stars. Such significant financial investment naturally demands outstanding results as a return. Consequently, Rybolovlev issued a stringent mandate to Ranieri, insisting that he accomplish at least one of 2 objectives: clinching the League One title or reaching the semi-finals of the Champions League. However, both goals appeared daunting for Monaco. Despite their considerable investments, they face fierce competition from Paris Saint-Germain, a club whose financial outlay surpasses theirs by a considerable margin. In the realm of financial football, even Manchester City must concede to Paris Saint-Germain. The sum that Monaco has invested pales in comparison to PSG's expenditures. Hence, the Russian owner's expectations are likely beyond Ranieri's reach. Moreover, Ranieri possesses a unique characteristic. He excels in delivering remarkable results with mid-tier teams, yet often falters when at the helm of a prestigious club. Were it otherwise, he would not have faced dismissal from elite teams so frequently. The squad that Monaco previously fielded may have been manageable for Ranieri, but with the influx of expensive new players, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He struggled to foster productive relationships with these high-profile athletes, making it challenging to fully unlock their potential. Consequently, in the face of a formidable Manchester City, Ranieri instinctively adopted a defensive counterattacking strategy, a tactic that has become the preferred choice for non-elite teams facing City. Remarkably, Ranieri's defensive setup is quite distinctive. Monaco's 3 defensive lines are positioned closely together, significantly compressing attacking spaces. Their pressing intensity is formidable, denying City players any opportunity to orchestrate their attacks comfortably. This rendered life quite difficult for a team like Manchester City, which thrives on intricate ground play. Even a player of Lin Quan's caliber struggled to find opportunities in the absence of attacking space. Additionally, fortune was not on City's side today, as Klose was forced to exit the match due to injury just 15 minutes in. His departure adversely affected City's offensive organization. As the match approached the 80th minute, the score remained 0-0. In the Louis II Stadium, Monaco's fans continued to rally with fervent cheers, buoying their team. For Monaco's supporters, managing to push the reigning champions to this extent is nothing short of a delightful surprise, especially after their unexpected draw against Zenit in the previous match. Prior to this encounter, external sentiment largely deemed their chances unfavorable, with many predicting a rout at the hands of Manchester City. In the luxurious box at the stadium, the owner of Monaco observed his team being thoroughly dominated by Manchester City, confined to their own half and perpetually on the defensive. His expression was one of deep discontent. He yearned for a resounding victory rather than a mere stalemate achieved through a retreating defense. Moreover, the match was far from over. It remained uncertain whether they could hold on to their draw until the final whistle. The mere thought of this caused the Russian owner to cast an unfriendly glance at Ranieri. He had invested significantly to assemble a lavish squad, Yet this individual had led them to such a dismal performance? Meanwhile, the neighboring Paris Saint-Germain had triumphed over the formidable Barcelona in the Champions League. Why could his team not overcome Manchester City? As the match approached its conclusion, the Monaco players began to feel a surge of determination. After playing for most of the match, they realized that Manchester City was not as formidable as they had anticipated. This was their home ground, and the idea of being perpetually pressed by their opponents felt somewhat humiliating. Thus, in the final stages of the match, they attempted to launch a counterattack against Manchester City. On the sidelines, Ranieri initially intended to dissuade his players from such reckless behavior. He had reviewed numerous match tapes of Manchester City and noted their proficiency in executing comebacks or last-minute victories. Last season's Champions League semi-final, where they eliminated Real Madrid away from home, served as a testament to this. Despite having played admirably for 80 minutes, any lapse in concentration during the final moments could lead to a disastrous defeat. However, just moments ago, a club staff member had approached him, reminding him of the owner's dissatisfaction with the team's performance. The owner desired to witness a victory on home soil. Ranieri, known for his straightforwardness, felt compelled to heed the owner's stringent directive. Thus, he watched anxiously as the players organized their offensive, harboring a glimmer of hope. Should their counterattack prove successful and result in a goal, he would insist that the players retreat and defend with all their might. Nevertheless, it was soon evident that approaching the game with a sense of unwarranted optimism would yield unfavorable outcomes. In the 88th minute, Manchester City seized upon Monaco's counterattack and executed a swift counterattack, advancing the ball from their own 30-meter area to the edge of Monaco's penalty area in mere seconds. The speed of City's counterattack left many Monaco players still pushing forward, and by the time the ball was played into their half, it was too late for them to react. Lin Quan surged into the penalty area and, coolly facing the advancing goalkeeper, placed the ball into the net, altering the score to 1-0. Lin Quan's goal rendered the stadium silent, with Monaco's fans left in stunned disbelief. Inside the box, Rybolov's fury was palpable. He had resolved that once the match concluded, he would dismiss that wretched Italian. He deeply regretted not parting ways with Ranieri at the end of the previous season. Had he done so, perhaps the team's performance would not have been so abysmal. Poor Ranieri, once again, found himself bearing the brunt of the blame. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 179. Pellegrini's absence due to illness, Manchester City's managerial crisis. After the match, the focus of numerous media reporters did not rest upon the proceedings or outcome of the game, but rather on the dismissal of Monaco's head coach. Frankly, Ranieri had performed commendably during his tenure at Monaco, having successfully led the team from League 2 to League 1. Thus, the manner of his abrupt dismissal, devoid of respect for such a distinguished coach, is rather indefensible. Perhaps for the Russian oligarchs, this is of little concern, as terminating a contract comes with the payment of a severance fee. Once money is exchanged, they may feel entitled to dismiss anyone at will. However, the core issue lies not in the financial aspect, but in the dignity of the head coach. Following Ranieri's dismissal, external criticism of money football, particularly that emanating from Russian magnates, has intensified. In previous years, Chelsea's poor performance led to Abramovich's relentless firing of coaches, resulting in the rapid turnover of 6 or 7 managers within a few years. Such behavior significantly tarnished Chelsea's reputation within the coaching community, prompting many coaches to distance themselves from the club at the mere mention of its name. Initially, Abramovich was eager to invite Guardiola to Stamford Bridge, yet Guardiola showed no interest in Chelsea's overtures. A major factor behind this was Chelsea's notorious tendency to dismiss head coaches, leaving a profoundly negative impression on Guardiola. For world-class coaches like him, suitors abound, rendering the prospect of enduring hardship at Chelsea unnecessary. Even Mourinho, had it not been for his failure at Real Madrid, might not have returned to Chelsea so readily. After all, Mourinho is known for his pride, and it is inconceivable that he was unaffected by his dismissal at the hands of Abramovich. In their critiques of Monaco and Chelsea, observers did not overlook the opportunity to include Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain in the scathing commentary. Indeed, when one thinks of money football, these 4 teams invariably come to mind. Some inquisitive reporters approached Manchester City's manager Pellegrini, inquiring whether he was concerned about his position. The seasoned coach had harbored such worries in the past, but that was last year. After leading his team to victory in the Champions League, he no longer felt such trepidation. He humorously remarked, "If the club wishes to dismiss me, I shall consider it an early vacation, after all. Leading a team to continual victories is quite exhausting. The veteran hinted at his excellent performance and the team's consistent success, suggesting that unless the club were to act irrationally, his position was secure. Yet, scarcely had he spoken, when the following day Pellegrini was absent from Manchester City's training session. Why hasn't the coach arrived yet? Surely he isn't late? His punctuality is well known. It is indeed perplexing for him to suddenly be delayed. As the designated time arrived, all the players gathered. Yet Pellegrini was notably absent, piquing the players' curiosity. While it is true that daily training can proceed in his absence, facilitated by the assistant coaches, the impending match tomorrow necessitated his presence to finalize the starting lineup and tactical approach. In this context, his tardiness appeared rather peculiar. After a brief moment, one of the assistant coaches hurriedly approached, requesting silence before delivering some disheartening news. Coach Pellegrini was feeling unwell and undergoing examination at the hospital. I would be assuming command during tomorrow's match. Brian, the most seasoned assistant coach at Manchester City, stepped in as the interim head coach, and the players raised no objections. After all, it was merely a temporary arrangement, and they expected Pellegrini to recover swiftly. However, the sudden illness of their coach left the players with a sense of unease. On October 25th, Brian led a squad of substitutes to London to face West Ham United in an away match. This decision was not made hastily due to Pellegrini's absence, but was part of a previously determined rotation plan. Their key players had recently participated in the Champions League, and the fatigue from traveling meant they had yet to fully recuperate. Continuing to field them could potentially lead to unforeseen injuries. This season, Manchester City had already witnessed several key players sidelined due to injuries. The first to succumb was Captain Kompany, whose injury, while not severe, significantly impacted his match performance. Fortunately, the emergence of the young Van Dijk mitigated the effect on the team's overall results. However, the subsequent injuries to Aguero and Kroos proved far more detrimental to Manchester City. Aguero, a mainstay in the forward line, was crucial to the team's attacking prowess, while Kroos served as the midfield metronome, essential for controlling the rhythm of the game. The injuries to these three pivotal players served as a clarion call for Manchester City. If left unaddressed, they risked further ailments. The sheer volume of matches this season had been staggering, with the total across all competitions reaching up to 70. Even with rotations, each key player could expect to participate in no fewer than 50 matches, many of which were fiercely contested Champions League encounters. Such a demanding schedule and high-intensity games easily lead to a plethora of injuries. However, bold rotations come at a cost. In London, Manchester City faced fierce resistance from the Hammers. The players of West Ham approached this match with the fervor characteristic of a London derby, as if Manchester City were their arch-nemesis. This level of intensity was typically reserved for their local rivals, Millwall, yet today, Manchester City experienced it firsthand. Just 12 minutes into the match, West Ham found the back of the net. The opponent seized an opportunity during a quick free kick, catching Manchester City off guard. Amalfitano helped West Ham United take the lead, temporarily putting them ahead by 1-0. The Manchester City players suspected the goal might have been offside, but their protests were disregarded by the referee. Furthermore, the foul that led to the quick free kick was also contentious. On the sidelines, Manchester City's interim coach Brian furrowed his brow. The referee's apparent bias seemed to have cost Manchester City several times during the match. Additionally, the young players in the substitute lineup exhibited some impatience, granting the opposition numerous opportunities. The score deficit, compounded by the referee's perceived favoritism, began to instill a sense of worry in him. Had the starting players been on the field, he would not have felt such anxiety, even in the face of a partial referee. Reflecting on this, he regretted not bringing Lin Quan along for the match. Before their journey to London, Lin Quan had proactively requested to play. However, Brian, considering that the opponent had just completed a full match in the Champions League, declined his request, allowing him to rest in Manchester with the other starters. In hindsight, this decision seemed somewhat presumptuous. Had Lin Quan been present, the team's offensive threat would have been significantly greater, alleviating their passive stance. Fortunately, even with substitutes, Manchester City's lineup remained formidable. In the 43rd minute of the first half, Manchester City exploited a defensive lapse from the opposition, with Müller striking a powerful shot to equalize the score. This goal exhilarated Brian and brought a sigh of relief to the Manchester City starters watching from the sidelines. Competing with an entirely substitute lineup, achieving victory would be nothing short of perfection. Yet, if victory eluded them, securing a draw would still be acceptable. In such a scenario, even if Chelsea emerged victorious, Manchester City would maintain a 1-point lead over them. A 1-point advantage is still an advantage, and besides, Chelsea's form is unlikely to remain flawless. They cannot win every match. After all, this round, Chelsea faces the formidable Manchester United. Although United's early season performance was lackluster, they have since emerged from their slump, achieving 2 consecutive wins, with Van Gaal seemingly having discovered the right formula for the team. Moreover, playing at home raises expectations for their performance. Many Manchester United fans hope Van Gaal seizes the opportunity to defeat Chelsea at home, thereby narrowing the gap with the top 2 teams. The ideal script envisioned by numerous United supporters involves vanquishing Chelsea first, followed by a victory over Manchester City. As the second half progressed, Manchester City played cautiously, denying the opposition any opportunities. As the match reached the 85th minute, the score remained 1-1, indicating a likely draw. However, in the 87th minute, a decisive call from the referee altered the outcome of the match. In that minute, a West Ham United player surged into the penalty area before going down. The referee not only issued a yellow card to Klose, but also awarded a penalty kick. At this critical juncture, the penalty awarded felt akin to a death sentence for Manchester City. This decision provoked intense dissatisfaction among the City players, who surged towards the referee to voice their protests and appeals. However, the referee remained resolute, not only upholding his decision but also issuing yellow cards to Müller and Fernando. It appeared he was determined to deliver a victory to West Ham United. On the sidelines, Brian expressed his frustration by clapping at the referee, which led to his expulsion after the 4th official's intervention. With the team penalized and their interim coach dismissed, Manchester City found themselves in a dire situation, ultimately succumbing to defeat on their opponent's turf. Following the match, referee Clattenburg faced vehement criticism from Manchester City fans. It was his pivotal decisions that precipitated City's first loss of the season. The notorious reputation of the Premier League referees was once again confirmed. The blatant offside of Amalfitano went unnoticed, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. One might speculate that the referee had ulterior motives, as the numerous contentious calls seemed disproportionately unfavorable to Manchester City, suggesting undue influence from above. Could it be the Premier League itself? When one flourishes, the winds of envy often blow fiercely against them, and City's previous ascendancy may have drawn unwelcome attention. In the aftermath, Manchester City promptly lodged a complaint with the FA, demanding an investigation into the officiating of the match. Concurrently, leveraging their substantial financial clout, they enlisted numerous media outlets to publicize their narrative of victimhood. Furthermore, under the club's sponsorship and organization, a multitude of fans gathered outside the FA's offices to protest. They are not a team that silently endures oppression. Should all parties resort to such underhanded tactics, it would be better to abandon the sport altogether. Faced with overwhelming public pressure, the FA was compelled to respond, announcing a thorough investigation to ensure fairness in the league. Such assurances are often hollow, as their internal dynamics suggest they are unlikely to overturn decisions easily. Manchester City's aim is not merely to seek redress, but to urge the FA to exercise restraint in future encounters, avoiding overt bias against them. Ultimately, a rupture in relations would serve no party well. The Abu Dhabi Consortium is a business entity, undoubtedly having conducted risk assessments beforehand. They have previously gathered incriminating evidence against several FA executives through private investigators, which could serve as leverage in critical moments. Should such information surface, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputations of those involved and deal a significant blow to the FA's integrity. The team's loss undoubtedly affected the morale of the players, particularly as coach Pellegrini had yet to fully recover from his illness and could not return to lead the team. Meanwhile, interim coach Brian, having received a red card for his previous outburst, would also be unable to guide the team from the sidelines in the next match. Under unavoidable circumstances, Manchester City has had to appoint another assistant coach to take charge on the sidelines. Fortunately, in this round of matches, Manchester United managed to regain some pride. Although they could not secure a victory against Chelsea on their home turf, the 1-1 draw is somewhat acceptable for City. As a result, despite the loss, their lead over Chelsea remains largely intact, still holding a 2-point advantage. This outcome seems preferable to a scenario where they drew while Chelsea triumphed. However, in the next round, Manchester City will host Manchester United. Given United's recent form, particularly their commendable performance in drawing against Chelsea at home. This upcoming match could prove challenging for City. Had they not been beset by injuries and had their head coach been present, City would have been confident in securing a win, given their formidable strength. The two teams previously faced off in the International Champions Cup in North America, where City dominated United without any resistance. Although 3 months have passed and United's capabilities have improved, City still maintains a significant advantage. Yet now, under the weight of numerous adverse factors, the prospects for the next match appear rather uncertain. United's manager, Louis van Gaal, seems to have spotted an opportunity to overturn their local rivals, publicly declaring his intent to lead United to victory at City's ground, thereby ending City's winning streak against them. The chapter concludes here. In Chapter 180, 700 million spectators will witness the Manchester Derby. Van Gaal certainly knows how to time his statements. Had he made such bold claims at the season's onset, he would have lacked the audacity to utter them. Indeed, City is currently plagued by injuries. Their head coach is absent, and they have just faced a defeat, finding themselves in a slump on multiple fronts. United has been fortunate. Had this match occurred a couple of rounds earlier, their chances of victory would likely have been below 30%. Encountering a beleaguered City at this juncture renders the outcome quite unpredictable. Following Van Gaal's audacious proclamation, a wave of ridicule swept through the fanbase. Many fans expressed disdain for what they perceived as opportunistic bravado. Nevertheless, United's supporters remain undeterred, seeing a glimmer of hope for triumph over City. The humiliating defeat they suffered at Old Trafford last season is a lingering wound, an indelible pain that will persist unless they can exact revenge at the Etihad Stadium. Prior to the match, BBC Sport conducted interviews with various experts and former players to gather their insights. Among those interviewed, a considerable majority believe that Van Gaal's United has a chance to emerge victorious away from home. The sheer number of injuries afflicting City, across their forwards, midfielders, and defenders, has severely destabilized their core. This scale of injuries significantly undermines the team's combat effectiveness. With the head coach absent and the interim coach suspended, City finds itself devoid of tactical advantage. I am confident that Van Gaal can leverage his superior in-game management to conquer City. The opinions of the experts are remarkably unanimous. They scarcely harbor any optimism for Manchester City's home ground performance. They collectively perceive that the team's Achilles heel lies in the absence of tactical direction and on-the-spot adjustments from their head coach. Although Pellegrini is not renowned for his exceptional in-game management skills, his capabilities in this domain undeniably surpass those of Manchester City's assistant coaches. After all, the seasoned coach has navigated countless matches over the years, encountering every conceivable scenario. The wealth of experience he possesses is beyond what these assistant coaches can offer. The reliance on the assistant coach for on-field direction and adjustments will undoubtedly fall short when compared to the cunning strategies of Van Gaal, a coach of considerable repute. Thus, even if Manchester City manages to withstand the initial phase of the match, it is likely that, especially in the second half, after Van Gaal makes his tactical adjustments in response to the game's dynamics, they will ultimately succumb to defeat. Amidst the prevailing skepticism from the external world, a sense of pessimism also permeates within the Manchester City camp. During training, the players often seem distracted, frequently glancing toward the sidelines where the head coach usually stands. In the past, there was always a silver-haired figure overseeing their training, and while they occasionally grumbled about the rigorous demands, they now find themselves at a loss without his presence. What is the coach's ailment? Why hasn't he recovered after all these days? Perhaps we should visit the hospital? At this juncture, the players turned their gazes toward Lin Quan. He nodded in agreement. Let us go and also check on the captain and the others' recovery. Consequently, after training, the players set off in their vehicles to the hospital to inquire about the coaches' and teammates' conditions. Upon their sudden arrival, Pellegrini appeared quite taken aback. What brings you here? He inquired, surprised to see the players. Coach, we came to see you. How is your health? In the hospital room, Pellegrini donned a patient gown, looking somewhat weary. Yet his spirits remained relatively high. At least, he was not in the comatose state or surrounded by various medical apparatuses that the players had imagined, which relieved them considerably. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as they had feared. Feigning nonchalance, Pellegrini responded, "Oh, it's nothing serious. I'll be back with the team soon." His words invigorated the players, instilling in them the belief that the team could swiftly emerge from their slump with the head coach's return. You must be here to discuss the upcoming match, right? I have some insights to share regarding our tactical approach and what Manchester United might employ. I've been studying their recent matches closely. Pellegrini, ever the workaholic, had continued to delve into tactics even during his hospitalization. He meticulously analyzed Manchester United's strategies and determined the starting lineup and tactics for the forthcoming match based on Manchester City's current roster. Even due to concerns regarding the assistant coach's capacity for on-the-spot command, he meticulously arranged in advance the specifics of when and under what circumstances substitutions would occur. It can be said that the Chilean engineer attended to every detail with utmost precision. After listening to his directives, the players felt a renewed sense of confidence. Although the team's lineup remained incomplete, they now held a significant belief in their ability to triumph over Manchester United on home soil. After spending some time in the hospital ward, the players took their leave. Lin Quan, remaining vigilant, intentionally lingered behind. Once the other players had departed, he approached the attending physician responsible for treating Pellegrini to inquire about his condition. Indeed, the situation was entirely different from what Pellegrini had conveyed. According to the doctor's explanation, Pellegrini was afflicted with an aneurysm, a perilous ailment that poses a risk of fatality upon rupture. Lin Quan inquired with concern, "Will this condition affect his ability to work?" The doctor responded solemnly, "Absolutely. We advise patients with such conditions to be hospitalized for treatment as soon as possible. Continuing to work is not recommended, as fatigue could exacerbate the condition and increase the risk of rupture, thus endangering the patient's life." Upon hearing the doctor's response, Lin Quan felt a sense of foreboding. With the sudden diagnosis of this illness, the venerable coach would likely be unable to continue his duties. The club was probably already searching for a suitable successor, as the team could not remain without a head coach indefinitely. On November 2nd, at the Etihad Stadium, all eyes in the Premier League were fixed upon these two teams. Despite the team being in a downturn and external skepticism regarding Manchester City's chances of victory at home, thousands of City supporters poured into the venue before the match commenced. They brandished various banners of support and sang the team's anthem, marching into the stadium with heads held high. The Blue Moon fans demonstrated their unwavering spirit of loyalty through their actions, embodying the ethos of perseverance against adversity. Upon the arrival of Manchester United's coach, Van Gaal, the City fans collectively jeered, with some near the visiting coach's bench even directing insults toward Van Gaal's family. Noticing the cacophony of boos and taunts, Van Gaal disdainfully glanced at the Manchester City supporters in the stands. "Humph, a bunch of fools. You'll be crying by the end of the match." He harbored no fondness for the atmosphere at Etihad Stadium, nor for its fans. If it were within his power, he desired nothing more than to orchestrate a brutal slaughter to teach these wretched individuals the meaning of respect for a world-class manager. In the players' tunnel, both teams awaited their entrance. Despite the presence of many familiar faces, no one made an effort to greet one another. This match, under the weight of external promotion, had transformed into a battle of life and death. Soon, under the guidance of the main referee, the players, holding the hands of ball boys, departed the tunnel and stepped onto the pitch. The host at the venue, while introducing the players from both teams, was met with thunderous applause from the crowd each time a Manchester City player took to the field. In stark contrast, the announcement of Manchester United players was met only with boos and jeers. A few years ago, Manchester City was relatively weak, while Manchester United basked in the glory of their dominance, disregarding their neighboring rivals entirely. During that time, the Manchester Derby served merely as a stage for the Red Devils, filled with fervor yet lacking the tension of a true contest. However, in recent years, as Manchester City has risen to prominence, the encounters between the two teams have genuinely embodied the spirit of a derby. Consequently, the Manchester Derby has gained immense popularity, with an increasing number of fans eager to witness the clash, rivaled in fervor only by the enduring spectacle of the historic rivalry between Liverpool and Manchester United. This particular match might well be the closest in terms of strength between the two sides, with the outcome hinging solely on their performances. Such an exhilarating contest naturally captivated countless spectators. According to official Premier League statistics, this Manchester Derby attracted an astonishing 6.9 billion viewers worldwide. The intensity of this event nearly rivaled that of the World Cup. On the evening of November 2nd at 18:30, under the watchful eyes of millions, the first leg of the Manchester Derby for the 2014-2015 Premier League season commenced. Manchester City lined up in a 4-4-2 formation, while Manchester United opted for a 4-3-3 setup. However, Once the match began, United swiftly transitioned to a 4-1-4-1 formation, as Van Gaal finally showed willingness to abandon his rigid tactical approach. The dismal results from the beginning of the season indicated that his strategy was ill-suited for Manchester United. Had he heeded external advice sooner, perhaps United would not find themselves trailing the top team by such a significant margin. Currently, Manchester United sits 11 points behind Manchester City in the standings. A staggering gap after only 9 matches in the 10th round of the league. One can only imagine how poor Van Gaal's previous record must have been. It is no wonder that the Red Devil supporters are in an uproar as they witness what could be a record-low performance in the club's history. Who would not feel aggrieved in such a situation? Once the match commenced, Manchester City played with remarkable initiative, frequently launching attacks down both flanks. This relentless pressure confined United's fullbacks to their own half, leaving little opportunity for offensive endeavors. As the match unfolded, it became evident that City was gradually asserting control. In the 8th minute, Müller broke down the wing and delivered a precise through ball. Lin Quan surged forward from the left flank, evading the opposing midfielder Fellaini, and received the pass to unleash a powerful shot. The execution was remarkably swift. From Lin Quan's initial move to the completion of his strike, less than 2 seconds elapsed. Due to the rapidity and unexpected nature of Lin Quan's action, United's defenders, Smalling and Rojo, were caught off guard and unable to block the attempt. The ball hurtled towards the United goal. De Gea, Lin Quan's teammate in the national squad, had witnessed the latter's prowess during training and matches, thereby remaining particularly vigilant against him. As Lin Quan suddenly surged forward, De Gea swiftly anticipated that he would likely strike directly at the goal. His instinct proved to be accurate. Confronted with Lin Quan's exceptionally high-quality shot, De Gea leapt into the air, managing to deflect the ball over the crossbar. Initially, he intended to catch it, but the ball's speed and power were too formidable. He opted for a more cautious approach, opting to parry it away instead. This led to a corner kick for Manchester City. Lin Quan positioned himself at the corner area, glancing into the penalty box before signaling for a near-post delivery. Observing his gesture, Van Dijk cleverly retreated 2 steps before abruptly pivoting, thereby shaking off the Manchester United defender who was closely marking him. Van Dijk seized the first touch, executing a header towards the goal. However, the attempt was slightly off target, grazing the post before sailing out of play. This sequence of play sent shivers down the spines of Manchester United supporters. Despite several key injuries and the absence of their head coach, the opposing side's tenacity remained formidable. Particularly, the player clad in the number 10 jersey instilled a palpable sense of dread among the United fans. Each time he received the ball, it felt as though their hearts were gripped in a vice, rendering them breathless. Lin Quan alone exuded such an overwhelming presence. On the sidelines, assistant coach Riddell enthusiastically applauded, offering encouragement and praise to the players. This match was unfolding precisely according to the tactics devised by Pellegrini, under the old tactician strategy. Manchester United's adjustments were unlikely to come swiftly in the first half. Van Gaal needed time to decipher Manchester City's tactics, making it an opportune moment for them to seize points. Should they manage to break the deadlock and take the lead in the first half, it would greatly facilitate tactical adjustments in the second half. Manchester City employed a straightforward yet fearsome tactic, the counterattack. While counterattacking is often the strategy of weaker teams against stronger opponents, it does not imply that stronger teams cannot utilize it. On the contrary, when powerful teams deploy this tactic, its effectiveness can be profoundly intimidating. This was vividly illustrated by clubs like Barcelona and Real Madrid in last season's Champions League. Therefore, what Manchester City urgently needed was simply a goal. On the visitors' bench, Van Gaal appeared relaxed and composed, yet internally, he was quite anxious. Far from the calm demeanor he projected, the threat posed by Manchester City's attack was significant, causing Van Gaal's heart to race. Fortunately, they were not facing Manchester City at full strength. Had they encountered a fully assembled team with a healthy head coach, Manchester United would have been in dire straits. Chapter 181. The extraordinary De Gea and the remarkable Lin Quan. After reflecting, Van Gaal fixed his gaze on the field, striving to penetrate Manchester City's tactics to swiftly identify any vulnerabilities. The sooner he could uncover their tactical weaknesses, the more advantageous it would be for Manchester United. Prolonging the match without discernment posed the risk of conceding a goal, complicating their chances further. However, the missed opportunities for goals did not dampen Manchester City's morale. In the 18th minute, Lin Quan executed an exquisite dribble, skillfully maneuvering the ball from the right flank to the edge of the penalty area. Manchester United's defender Rojo was compelled to tackle, bringing Lin Quan down just outside the box. The referee, showing no hesitation, issued the first yellow card of the match to Rojo, indicating that the officiating in this game was markedly improved compared to the previous one. This prompted a slight nod of approval from Mansour, the city owner, who was present in the VIP box. Should the FA choose to continue their scrutiny of Manchester City, he would not hesitate to provide the journalists from Fleet Street with tantalizing tidbits of information. The free kick was well placed, and Lin Quan opted to take it himself. Unfortunately for him, De Gea had trained with him during their time with the national team and was well acquainted with his free kick style. Anticipating the direction accurately, De Gea managed to deflect Lin Quan's shot with great difficulty. Had another goalkeeper been in goal, the outcome might have been drastically different. The City attack was far from over. In the 20th minute of the first half, Fernando launched a long pass from the back, allowing Lin Quan to challenge Rojo one-on-one. With a yellow card already to his name, Rojo was understandably hesitant to commit another foul, significantly reducing his ability to contain Lin Quan's threat. Capitalizing on his exceptional dribbling skills, Lin Quan executed two rapid changes of direction, evading Rojo's defense and reaching the right side of the small penalty area to attempt a shot from a tight angle. Once again, it was De Gea. This time his positioning was impeccable, as he expanded his defensive reach and, in a thrilling moment, managed to parry Lin Quan's shot away. Witnessing De Gea's remarkable saves, both Manchester United fans in attendance and those watching from home couldn't help but internally exclaim, "What a legend!" While De Gea may not excel in aerial challenges, his shot-stopping ability within the small box is truly commendable. A goalkeeper with evident weaknesses still holds a starting position in a prestigious club like Manchester United, highlighting the formidable nature of his other skills. Observing the outstanding performance of the opposing goalkeeper, City fans lamented, "This guy is like a wall of size. It feels impossible to get past him." It was indeed outrageous. Lin Quan's shots had been thwarted 3 times in succession. In today's football, few goalkeepers can achieve such feats. Lin Quan had faced the elite in the game, Buffon, Neuer, Cech, Casillas, and had never encountered someone who could challenge him to such an extent. De Gea's prowess was undeniable, and one could only wonder if he could maintain his starting position for Spain after Casillas' retirement. Despite the accolades and awe expressed by the fans and commentators, De Gea himself felt a sense of luck rather than confidence. Although he had anticipated each of Lin Quan's attempts, the saves had been executed with considerable effort. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary nature of Lin Quan's shooting ability. With this thought in mind, De Gea knew he could not afford to be complacent. The position of goalkeeper allows for no errors. A single mistake could obliterate previous achievements and potentially render one the villain of the team. The player believed that his earlier successes were merely a stroke of luck, and facing Lin Quan again, he might not be so fortunate. Observing the opposing goalkeeper in peak form, Lin Quan promptly altered his offensive strategy. In the 21st minute, Manchester City executed a series of intricate plays, with De Bruyne delivering a deft pass just outside the penalty area. Lin Quan, receiving the ball, subtly lifted it to evade his opponent. As he moved forward, the ball soared into the penalty area alongside him. This time, he found himself with a clear opportunity to confront the goalkeeper. With a mere glance at the goal, he struck the ball without a hint of hesitation. De Gea demonstrated remarkable prowess in this match, thwarting Lin Quan's shot with his body. Yet, before the Manchester United supporters could raise their arms in celebration, the deflected ball was again intercepted by Lin Quan, who managed to guide it into the net with his body. It seemed as if he had anticipated the goalkeeper's save. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Etihad Stadium, as countless City fans leaped from their seats, wildly waving their fists and roaring in jubilation. Finally, they had scored. They had successfully breached that damned goal. When they witnessed De Gea's block against Lin Quan's attempt, a chill ran through them. Thankfully, the ball still found its way in. "Damn it." Van Gaal's expression darkened as he muttered a curse under his breath upon witnessing Manchester United concede a goal. Just 20 minutes into the match, his team was already trailing, a result that took him by surprise and instilled a sense of dread about the game's trajectory. Manchester City's form was far superior to his expectations, particularly Lin Quan, who was exceptionally active in the attacking front, appearing in nearly every offensive maneuver. Van Gaal had devised defensive strategies specifically targeting Lin Quan, and the United players had earnestly attempted to execute them. However, all these efforts proved futile. One-on-one, they could not contain him. In a crowded defense, his intelligence shone through as he consistently found space to pass the ball. Moreover, his passes were not merely about distribution. They resembled the orchestration of an attack, each delivery creating new threats. This rendered Manchester United's defense exceedingly passive. How could such a prodigious player exist in the realm of football? Manchester City boasted numerous stars, including De Bruyne, David Silva, and Yaya Touré, all of whom possessed the capacity to decisively impact the game. If not tightly guarded, they too could find the net. This was a Manchester City side that had been somewhat diminished. Had they not been plagued by injuries, their threat level would have been exponentially greater, making defensive efforts even more arduous. Contemplating this, Van Gaal felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Could his team possibly triumph over a Manchester City in such formidable form? After scoring, Lin Quan ran to the sidelines and, facing the camera, removed his jersey to reveal a white tank top. The large screen displayed a heartfelt message on his shirt, wishing the coach a speedy recovery. In a hospital room, despite family objections, Pellegrini insisted on watching the live broadcast of the match. Upon witnessing this moment, he felt a twinge of emotion. This kid always manages to surprise me. Though he spoke casually, he was genuinely touched. Just the thought of his condition made him sigh. According to the doctors, he wouldn't be able to return to coaching the team in the near future. He regretted not being able to share more moments with his players, lamenting the unfinished business that left him feeling disheartened. After taking the lead, Manchester City's offensive momentum not only persisted but intensified. In the 25th minute, Zabaleta advanced down the flank and delivered a cross with the outside of his left foot. Lin Quan cleverly let the ball pass, allowing it to reach Jovetic behind him. The latter, receiving the ball, calmly aimed for the bottom left corner of the goal. However, De Gea, who typically hesitated to rush out, made a decisive early move this time, diving to block what seemed a certain goal. Jovetic, incredulous, clutched his head in disbelief, struggling to accept the outcome of his shot being thwarted. He finally understood the frustration Lin Quan had experienced when De Gea had repeatedly denied his previous attempts. The Manchester United fans applauded De Gea's remarkable performance, yet anxiety began to creep in. The more exceptional the goalkeeper's display, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. Relying solely on De Gea's brilliance would not suffice. The players in other positions needed to step up. If they continued to be ineffective and posed no threat to Manchester City's goal, defeat was inevitable. However, after De Gea distributed the ball to his teammates, it was intercepted by a Manchester City player almost immediately. Di Maria, who lost possession, remained on the ground, slow to rise. But Manchester City's players disregarded him and pressed forward in their attack. With the opposition's focus on Lin Quan and a few forward teammates, Yaya Touré seized the opportunity to advance, even aiming to penetrate the penalty area. Blind inadvertently tripped Touré during a sliding tackle, resulting in the referee issuing a yellow card. This marked the second yellow card for Manchester United in the match. The position for the ensuing free kick was promising, yet Lin Quan opted not to take it himself, instead passing the responsibility to Yaya Touré. This was an opportunity created by the opponent, and Lin Quan believed it was best left to him. Yaya Touré, filled with ambition, had seen De Gea's earlier outstanding performance and pondered for some time before the free kick, intending to strike from an angle that would leave the goalkeeper no chance to save. Although Yaya Touré's intentions were commendable, his execution fell short. After his run-up, he sent the ball soaring over the goal, failing to threaten Manchester United's net. Watching the ball ascend into the stands, Yaya Touré felt a twinge of embarrassment. After enduring a relentless assault from Manchester City for half an hour, Manchester United finally managed to mount a semblance of an attack. In the 30th minute, Luke Shaw broke through on the left flank, only to be brought down by Zabaleta during his defensive effort. The referee issued a verbal warning to Zabaleta and awarded a free kick to Manchester United. Van Persie took the free kick, aiming for Fellaini in the penalty area, but the ball soared through the air, only to be cleared by Van Dijk. Manchester United failed to capitalize on this counterattack. After half an hour of pent-up frustration, such a lackluster offensive display seemed to unsettle their players. As Navas prepared to launch a long kick, Smalling danced in front of him, earning a yellow card from the referee. The latter retreated to his half, muttering in discontent. Not only did he fail to gain an advantage, but he also received a yellow card, a classic case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. However, Smalling's misfortunes were far from over. In the 39th minute, Manchester City's attack once again penetrated Manchester United's 30-meter zone. Lin Quan advanced on the right, with Smalling stepping up to intercept. Lin Quan, without any flamboyant maneuvers, simply shifted his weight and easily evaded him, preparing to cut inside toward the edge of the penalty area for a shot. Perhaps the earlier decision by the referee had left Smalling seething with frustration, or perhaps Lin Quan's clean and decisive maneuver had bruised his ego. Whatever the case, Smalling, in a moment of folly, lunged from behind, bringing Lin Quan down to the ground. The referee, showing no hesitation, brandished a second yellow card, promptly followed by a red card, sending him off the field. Typically, referees exercise caution when issuing a yellow card to a player already cautioned. But Smalling's brazen and egregious foul left no room for leniency. Failing to call it would undoubtedly lead to endless post-match debates. Furthermore, the FA had emphasized prior to the match the importance of fairness and strict adherence to standards. Thus, it was inevitable that Manchester United's stalwart would be sent off. Foolish. Witnessing Smalling's self-inflicted dismissal, Van Gaal's expression soured, and he could not suppress an angry outburst. He had not felt such concern when his team was trailing. But at that moment, with one player sent off, his anxiety escalated. Although Manchester City was not at their peak, competing with 10 players was still a daunting challenge for Manchester United. The disparity in numbers would hinder the effectiveness of his tactics. And even if he discerned the opponent's weaknesses in the second half, it would be exceedingly difficult to exploit them. Lin Quan was helped up by his teammates, paying no heed to the departing Smalling who had requested the red card, and he approached the foul spot with the ball in hand, preparing to take the free kick. The position was not ideal. Lin Quan opted against a direct shot, instead lifting the ball into the penalty area for his teammates to contest. Unfortunately, neither Van Dijk nor Demichelis managed to connect with it, and the ball was cleared by Manchester United's defense. Manchester United swiftly made a substitution, bringing on Carrick to bolster their defensive line, replacing Januzic. Carrick assumed the role of a center-back, shifting Manchester United's formation to 4-3-2, with a numerical advantage. The dynamics of the match fell entirely under Manchester City's control. In the 42nd minute, Yaya Touré delivered a precise pass into the penalty area. Lin Quan, after controlling the ball, turned and shot, only to be brought down by Fellaini inside the box. The referee decisively awarded a penalty. As Lin Quan approached the penalty spot, De Gea felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Having witnessed Lin Quan's penalty training, he knew the player would likely aim for the corner of the net. The dilemma lay in which corner he would choose. De Gea could only await the outcome passively. As anticipated, Lin Quan indeed opted for the corner, specifically the upper left corner. De Gea was powerless to intervene, merely watching as the ball found the net. Before the end of the first half, Manchester City extended their lead to 2-0. Given that the opposing team was down to 10 men, it seemed that Manchester City could almost declare victory in this match. However, Manchester United appeared unwilling to surrender easily. During the halftime break, Van Gaal made tactical adjustments to United's lineup. Upon the commencement of the second half, United's attacking intensity significantly increased, and the players exhibited a more vigorous performance on the field. It seemed as though they had finally awakened from their first half slumber. Chapter 182. Lethargy. Di Maria, who had been languid throughout the first half, finally came to life in the second half. Following the restart, Di Maria became noticeably more active, making several threatening breakthroughs along the flanks. In the 49th minute, he was brought down by Demichelis during a right-wing assault. Di Maria appeared infuriated, rising to confront Demichelis, vociferously questioning his actions. The two were teammates on the national team and maintained a cordial relationship. However, in the Manchester derby, Demichelis showed no intention of holding back, tackling decisively without mercy. The referee was equally stern, issuing a yellow card to the Argentine defender. This marked the 5th yellow card of the match, suggesting that the total count of cautions was likely to exceed the average. In the 54th minute, Di Maria was again in the spotlight. After a breakthrough on the wing, he delivered a cross. Rooney, like a robust tank, emerged from the crowd, extending his leg in an attempt to redirect the ball into the net. Unfortunately, it seemed as though his leg fell just short, the ball narrowly skimming past his toes. Di Maria could not conceal his disappointment at his teammates' missed opportunity. Rooney himself felt a pang of regret, pondering that had he possessed Van Persie's height, he would have scored. Standing at 188 centimeters, Van Persie too felt disheartened, recognizing that had he been in Rooney's position, he could have reached the ball. Yet, his slower acceleration compared to Rooney meant he had missed this chance by a hair's breadth. Despite having only 10 players, the opposing team continually posed a threat to Manchester City's goal, much to the frustration of the City players, who gradually intensified their offensive efforts against Manchester United. In the 57th minute, noticing the opponent's unusually tight defense within the penalty area, Yaya Touré attempted a long-range shot from outside the box. The shot was indeed menacing. Yet unfortunately, it was slightly overhit, soaring just above the crossbar. In the 66th minute, Manchester City took a corner kick, during which United's centre-back Rojo sustained a severe injury while contesting a header with Van Dijk, forcing him to leave the field. As he was carried off on a stretcher, Rojo appeared somewhat disoriented, causing concern among many Red Devil supporters. Conversely, Van Dijk seemed unfazed, despite the heavy collision moments earlier. He merely felt a touch of dizziness before quickly regaining his composure. Indeed, one cannot generalize the physical prowess of individuals. Following Rojo's departure, Van Gaal was compelled to substitute in the young McNair. At this juncture, both of Manchester United's starting centre-backs had exited the match, creating a significant vulnerability in their defensive line, a vulnerability that was soon exploited. In the 72nd minute, Van Persie took a wild shot that was confidently saved by Navas. Almost immediately, Manchester City launched a rapid counterattack. De Bruyne delivered a superb long pass of approximately 30 meters, finding Jovetic's feet. Having previously faced a psychological hurdle from a save by De Gea, Jovetic hesitated to shoot upon receiving the ball. As he noticed De Gea advancing towards him, he swiftly passed to a teammate. David Silva, arriving at the ball, unleashed a powerful shot that slipped past De Gea's fingertips and into the United net. Goal. Manchester City had scored their third goal of the match. With this goal, City effectively secured their victory. With only 20 minutes remaining, it was implausible for 10-man United to equalize with 3 goals. If they were capable of such a feat, they would not find themselves languishing in the lower ranks of the table. The United players wore expressions of despair, their faces etched with frustration. Before the match, they had been filled with ambition, believing they could redeem themselves at the Etihad Stadium. Yet, the harsh reality delivered a stern lesson, reminding them not to indulge in unrealistic daydreams. Some stars within the Manchester United squad seemed unwilling to concede defeat entirely. In the 81st minute, Van Persie, showcasing individual brilliance, cut in from the right side and unleashed a low shot towards the near post. It was a threatening attempt. However, Navas, fully alert, anticipated the shot and blocked it, sealing off the angle. In the 83rd minute, Rooney suddenly surged forward, dribbling past 3 defenders on the left flank. Although his movements were somewhat unsteady, he managed to advance. Entering the penalty area, he faced a tight squeeze between Van Dijk and demeanor and opted to pass to a teammate. However, whether Van Persie was unprepared for Rooney's pass or simply caught off guard, he failed to react in time, watching helplessly as the ball sailed past him, cleared by a City defender. Upon witnessing Van Persie fail to receive his pass, Rooney was seething with frustration, almost ready to unleash a torrent of expletives. On the sidelines, Manchester United's coach, Van Gaal, could not help but shake his head in dismay at the play. Manchester United's counterattack incensed Manchester City, prompting a flurry of substitutions. Navas replaced Müller, and Fernandinho took the place of Fernando, an unmistakable signal to bolster their offensive strategy. In the 84th minute, Navas broke through on the right flank and delivered a cross, which Lin controlled with his back to goal before passing it to De Bruyne. Upon receiving the ball, De Bruyne advanced and unleashed a shot from a position near the near post. The seasoned substitute Carrick acted swiftly, blocking De Bruyne's attempt. Moments later, Navas, leaning against Luke Shaw, surged to the edge of the 6-yard box and struck the ball with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as the ball struck the crossbar and bounced away. At that moment, Manchester City's onslaught was relentless, and the United supporters found themselves gripped by anxiety once more. Having already conceded 3 goals, the prospect of further humiliation loomed large. Previously, Manchester United had suffered 4 consecutive defeats against Manchester City, 2 of which had been particularly devastating. Their trepidation was palpable, and they were desperate to avoid another rout. In light of this psychological burden, United's players hesitated in their offensive efforts, significantly diminishing their attacking threat. Ultimately, the match concluded with Manchester City triumphing at home with a score of 3-0, simultaneously securing another Manchester Derby victory and reaffirming their position at the top of the league. During the post-match press conference, Reporters relentlessly pursued Van Gaal with inquiries, recalling his brash declaration of intending to defeat Manchester City away from home, only to be met with harsh reality. In this moment of reckoning, the scrutiny from journalists was perhaps well-deserved. Van Gaal's self-inflicted predicament grew increasingly precarious following the loss in the Manchester derby. Reports indicated that Manchester United's board had lost all patience with the Dutchman and had begun reaching out to other potential coaches, seemingly planning a managerial change before the winter break. In conjunction with the speculations surrounding a managerial shift, news also emerged regarding Manchester City. Shortly after their victory over United, it was reported that City's coach Pellegrini had resigned due to health issues. The club was reportedly in discussions with several prominent managers currently without a position to address the vacancy. Although this information had not been confirmed, Lin, having familiarity with Pellegrini's condition, believed the news to be credible. Pellegrini's departure evidently impacted Manchester City's morale. On October 29th, in the fourth round of the League Cup, the home team suffered a shocking upset, losing 0-2 to Newcastle United and thereby missing out on the quarterfinals. This marked the first time in 6 months that City had lost at home, the last such defeat dating back to the previous season's match against Chelsea. Worse than a defeat is the unfortunate event that transpired merely 9 minutes into the match, as the team's key winger, David Silva, succumbed to injury and had to leave the field, adding yet another casualty to Manchester City's already beleaguered ranks. Post-match examinations revealed that Silva had sustained a knee sprain, which may sideline him for approximately 46 weeks. The team, freshly bereft of its head coach, is now grappling with a spate of injuries, with as many as 4 pivotal players currently unable to participate, including Nasri, who suffered a groin strain during training. Manchester City's injury list has become alarmingly extensive. The combination of low morale, a string of injured players, and a congested fixture schedule has cast a shadow over Manchester City's prospects this season. Just a month ago, experts and former players were extolling the virtues of Manchester City, yet now they seem to predict a bleak future for the club. Should Manchester City fail to swiftly emerge from this downturn, the championship may very well fall into the hands of Chelsea. It is imperative for the club to address the myriad challenges it faces, whether they pertain to injuries or the selection of a new head coach. The longer these issues persist, the more detrimental their impact on performance will be. I believe Manchester City should contemplate relinquishing certain cup competitions in order to concentrate their efforts on the league and the Champions League. If necessary, even the Champions League could be sacrificed, thereby mitigating the repercussions of player injuries. There is a prevailing sentiment that the multitude of injuries plaguing Manchester City is closely linked to their grueling schedule. The frequency of high-intensity matches without adequate rest has led to accumulated fatigue, making players susceptible to injuries. To remedy this situation, it is essential to reduce the number of matches played, allowing for more recovery time, and to invest in a highly specialized medical team to monitor players' physical conditions continuously, thus preventing further issues. Amidst the prevailing skepticism, Manchester City prepared to face AS Monaco in the fourth round of the Champions League group stage. On November 3rd, the formidable League One side arrived in Manchester with the intent to capitalize on City's waning form, eager to seize a victory against the reigning champions. However, their calculations proved erroneous. While the overall form of Manchester City was indeed lacking, they possessed an irreplaceable asset, Lin, who emerged at a critical juncture to rescue his team. In the 82nd minute, Lin demonstrated extraordinary individual prowess, penetrating the penalty area and, while holding off a defender, sent the ball into Monaco's net. This solitary goal, the only one of the match, was sufficient for Lin. With 4 victories out of 4 matches, Manchester City accumulated 12 points, securing advancement to the knockout stage 2 rounds early. This outcome is undoubtedly a beacon of hope for a club weathering a storm. It is my fervent wish that this victory serves as a catalyst for Manchester City to ascend from their current nadir. Following this triumph, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks of Manchester City, even if they were to lose their next 2 matches. As long as Bayer Leverkusen does not achieve full victories in their upcoming fixtures, Manchester City will still secure the top spot in their group. Thus, the forthcoming matches may be strategically set aside. They can evade the troubles of a dual-line battle and concentrate their efforts on the league. However, their lackluster form seems to still affect the team. In the weekend match against the relegation-threatened Queen's Park Rangers, Manchester City's performance remained abysmal. In the 23rd minute, Lin Quan opened the scoring, establishing an initial lead. Yet, this advantage was swiftly squandered. In the 37th minute of the first half, Austin's long-range shot helped Queen's Park Rangers equalize. Then, in the 78th minute, Demichelis made a defensive error. His waning stamina led to a miscalculated clearance that inadvertently sent the ball into his own net, transforming the score to 2-1, leaving the visiting Manchester City in dire straits. "I'm so sorry, my fault." Demichelis repeatedly apologized to his teammates. At such a low point for the team, not only could he not provide assistance, but his blunder had plunged them deeper into despair, filling him with profound remorse. "It's all right, we still have time," Lin Quan reassured him, patting Demichelis on the shoulder. The unreliability of Mangala and company's lingering injury left Manchester City with limited options for the center-back position. For an aging veteran like Demichelis, the frequent full matches had taken a severe toll on his fitness. Despite his critical mistake, without his key clearances in defense, Manchester City could have conceded even more goals. Indeed, Demichelis nodded earnestly. While he might question others' words, he held Lin Quan's statements in unwavering belief. Manchester City quickly made a substitution, bringing on the veteran Lampard in place of Fernando. In the 78th minute, Lampard's long-range shot skimmed past the goal. In the 81st minute, De Bruyne's shot within the box was parried by the goalkeeper. In the final minutes of the match, Manchester City launched wave after wave of fierce attacks. However, the suddenly leading Queen's Park Rangers, united as one, fortified their defenses, determined to cling to this hard-earned victory. For them, these 3 points were crucial in their quest for survival. The prospect of remaining in the Premier League next season perhaps hinged on this very match. In the 85th minute, Lin Quan received a pass from De Bruyne, having observed the defensive positioning of the opponents beforehand. The penalty area was crowded, devoid of any gaps. It seemed that a long-range shot was the only option. With this thought, Lin Quan nudged the ball slightly, seemingly preparing for a long-range attempt. Such attempts had been made by Manchester City's players numerous times before, and the Queen's Park Rangers players dismissed it, merely raising a foot in a token gesture to block. However, at the very moment they lifted their foot, Lin Quan deftly pulled the ball back and instantaneously darted past them. Caught off guard, the opposition could not even foul him in time. Merely watching as Lin Quan accelerated into their penalty area. As two defenders witnessed Lin Quan charging forth, they promptly advanced to block him, denying any opportunity for penetration. Upon completing their blockade, they anticipated that Lin Quan would either hastily shoot or pass the ball away. However, contrary to their expectations, Lin Quan neither passed nor shot. Instead, he maneuvered the ball between them, forcefully carving out a path with his physique. How could this be possible? Both the spectators and opposing players were left in utter disbelief. They had heard of Lin Quan's exquisite footwork and remarkable skills, but never of his exceptional physical prowess capable of breaching the defenses of two defenders. Was he even human? Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Lin Quan unleashed a powerful strike, nearly deforming the ball with his ferocious kick. The goalkeeper of Queen's Park Rangers, initially poised to make a save, instinctively withdrew his hands. To attempt to catch such a violent shot could very well result in a fractured wrist. The ball surged into the net, bulging it outward, yet continuing to roll, as if intent on breaking free from its confines. The immense force behind that shot was unmistakable. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 183. Manchester City invites Guardiola to coach, shocking the entire football world. The reigning champions displayed a lackluster performance, shockingly drawing against a relegation-threatened team. Following the conclusion of the match, the media clamored to report on the event. For many, Manchester City's draw against a relegation team away from home was an enormous upset, had it not been for Lin Quan's extraordinary display. Scoring 2 pivotal goals to salvage the team, Manchester City might have suffered a loss. Before this round of matches commenced, Chelsea trailed Manchester City by a mere 2 points. Now, with City's draw, a victory against Liverpool could allow Chelsea to level the points with them. At Anfield, after 90 minutes of play, the scoreboard displayed the final score, 1-2, with the home team listed first and the visitors second. The Reds failed to secure their home ground, conceding 2 goals to the Blues after initially taking the lead, ultimately experiencing a reversal and losing this clash of red and blue. Consequently, Chelsea finally matched Manchester City on the points table, albeit trailing in goal difference, temporarily relegated to second place. The current states of both teams were starkly contrasting. Chelsea had secured 2 consecutive victories, while Manchester City found themselves in a slump, suffering defeats in both the League Cup and league matches. In the absence of a head coach, the prospects for victory in their next match seemed uncertain, even to Manchester City themselves. With the announcement of Pellegrini's resignation, the news of Manchester City lacking a head coach spread widely across the football community. This timing was particularly awkward, as most renowned coaches were already committed elsewhere. Besides the recently dismissed Ranieri, there were no outstanding free agents available in the market. Moreover, Ranieri had long been proven ineffective at managing elite teams. Hiring him to coach Manchester City would not be the optimal choice for either party. Thus, Manchester City had no option but to temporarily appoint assistant coach Brian as the acting head coach. Meanwhile, they began discreetly reaching out to other renowned coaches, exploring the possibility of bringing them to Manchester during the winter break. Among these, the first figure that came to the mind of Manchester City was Lin Quan's adoptive father, Guardiola. On November 21st, prior to the commencement of the 12th round of the Premier League, Guardiola encountered an old acquaintance at a manor outside Munich. "Mr. Chairman, what brings you here?" Guardiola expressed mild surprise upon seeing Manchester City chairman, Fahim, outside his estate. Due to his connection with Lin Quan, Guardiola had previously interacted with various members of the Manchester City club. Back when Mansour personally traveled to Munich to recruit both father and son, Fahim had accompanied him, and they had met on that occasion. "Ah, the situation is urgent. I had no choice but to come myself." Fahim felt a slight sense of relief as Guardiola did not refuse to engage with him. Before coming, he had inquired about the circumstances in the Bundesliga, revealing that Guardiola's tenure at Bayern had not been particularly comfortable. Although Bayern continued to perform consistently well in the league, maintaining an unbeaten streak through the 12th round and holding a significant lead over the second-place team, the decline of Dortmund and the failure of other teams to rise posed no threat to Bayern. Thus, even with the season barely halfway through, Bayern could almost declare an early victory, achieving their third consecutive championship. However, Guardiola's control over the team had significantly diminished, and his situation worsened daily. This decline was partly due to discontent among several players regarding his reforms. Guardiola struggled to maintain good relationships with his squad, frequently referencing Lin Quan and Messi during training, which irked the players. Additionally, he had a penchant for reshaping player roles, often transitioning defensive midfielders to center-backs. Players like Mascherano at Barcelona and Martinez at Bayern underwent such transformations at his behest. While successful adaptations were commendable, failures could severely hinder a player's career. Martinez's persistent injuries this season raised questions about the impact of his positional changes. Moreover, Germany's dismal performance in the World Cup heightened calls for reform within German football. In this context, the previously welcoming atmosphere towards foreign coaches had significantly diminished. Both fans and clubs had grown increasingly unsympathetic toward Guardiola. These compounded factors had led to his current predicament. Fahim's personal involvement stemmed from his belief that persuading Guardiola to join the team was the most feasible option. Guardiola's abilities and tactical style were exceptionally well suited for Manchester City. Furthermore, his close relationship with Lin Quan and the admiration from the club's major stakeholders positioned him advantageously in the competition with other illustrious coaches. Therefore, persuading Guardiola to join Manchester City during the winter break would yield the most favorable outcome for both parties. "Please come in," Guardiola shrugged, as he had essentially anticipated the intentions of the opposing party. The rumors regarding a managerial change at Manchester City had reached Germany a week prior, and given that Guardiola had been discreetly monitoring the situation concerning Lin Quan, he was privy to the news earlier than most. Time was of the essence, so I shall not beat around the bush. Upon entering, Fahim directly addressed Guardiola. "We hope to extend an invitation for Mr. Guardiola to coach Manchester City this winter." Fahim was indeed forthright, stating his purpose without preamble. With only a month remaining until the winter break, the time for Manchester City to select a new manager was rapidly dwindling. Should they fail to secure a suitable coach before the UEFA Champions League knockout stages, their prospects in this year's tournament would be severely compromised. Rather than being put off by Manchester City's direct approach, Guardiola found it quite commendable. Both parties were busy and had numerous matters to attend to. He had no time for pleasantries. "Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your candor, but I have not yet made a decision regarding a move to the Premier League," Guardiola replied. Upon hearing this, Fahim's expression dimmed. Was this a polite refusal? He had arrived with considerable confidence, believing that with Lin Quan's influence, persuading Guardiola to join should be relatively straightforward. It appeared he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. However, I am not averse to collaborating with Manchester City. Just as Fahim was about to resign himself to disappointment, he caught Guardiola's next remark, which nearly caused him to choke. Must you speak without taking a breath? Yet, Guardiola's words filled him with renewed hope. Excellent, Mr. Guardiola. I have brought the contract the club wishes to offer you. Would you like to take a look? Guardiola waved his hand, indicating that there was no rush. You are aware that I am still under contract with Bayern Munich, correct? Guardiola's contract with Bayern was for 3 years, with a buyout clause of 10 million euros. If Manchester City were to extend an invitation for him to coach, he would not be liable for the buyout fee. Of course, should you wish to terminate the contract, we will compensate you for any losses incurred due to the breach, Fahim assured. In his mind, Fahim mused that 10 million euros was a trivial sum for the affluent Manchester City. It posed no real challenge. The crux of the matter was that they were on the verge of securing one of the most talented and esteemed coaches in football. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for Manchester City, one whose significance could only be rivaled by their earlier acquisition of Lin Quan from the transfer market. After Fahim assured Guardiola that he would assist in resolving the contractual issues, Guardiola began to peruse the contract brought by Fahim. Frankly, even though Guardiola had prepared himself for this moment, he was still taken aback by the terms offered. Manchester City was indeed remarkably generous. The proposed contract spanned 4 years, with an annual salary of 18 million euros. Undoubtedly, this represents the highest annual salary in the entire coaching realm, unmatched by any other. In comparison to his salary at Bayern, the remuneration offered by Manchester City is a staggering double. Should he affix his signature to this contract, he would ascend to the status of the highest-paid coach, mirroring the way Lin Quan stands as the highest-paid player in the football world. It is often said that the affluent Middle Eastern magnates are lavish in their financial endeavors, and today we have witnessed this firsthand. Guardiola is quite satisfied with the salary. Yet beyond that, he is more concerned with the extent of his authority within the club. In the English Premier League, there exist 2 types of managers, the conventional ones prevalent in the football realm, and those who can currently serve as club managers. The latter may be referred to as football managers. Such authority was relatively common in the Premier League in earlier years, but with the continual advancement of professionalism and commercialization, the number of managers wielding such power has dwindled. Following Ferguson's retirement, it seems that Wenger is perhaps the only one who can be aptly termed a football manager. Guardiola, however, harbors no such grand aspirations. He is not particularly eager to meddle in the club's operations. What he requires is the highest level of transfer authority, enabling him to command the resources at his disposal and acquire players of his preference. He does not wish for the club to indiscriminately purchase a plethora of excellent players who do not align with his standards. Acquiring such players may prove counterproductive, potentially hampering the team rather than aiding it. Regarding operational authority, Guardiola does not seek much. However, he does require a measure of decision-making power to determine whether to participate in commercial matches. Should the team be compelled to traverse the globe for profit-driven exhibition matches, detracting from his preparations for the squad, it would be a misallocation of priorities. Guardiola's intentions are straightforward. He aims to devise the most rational and effective tactics, transforming the team into the ideal representation of his vision. He aspires to lead the team to seize numerous accolades and shatter records. He values the experience gained throughout this process and the joy of earning honors. Furthermore, he harbors no interest in the internal power struggles or intrigues within the club. I apologize, but I do not possess that level of authority. I must report back to the owner for a decision on this matter. Following Guardiola's request, Fahim expressed his apologies and conveyed the truth of the situation. Guardiola nodded in understanding. Although Fahim is the chairman, this team is not his personal property. Thus, the decision-making power regarding significant matters resides firmly with the overarching owner, Mansour. The demands put forth by Guardiola may be deemed unacceptable by many elite clubs. However, after enduring repeated mockery concerning player transfers at Bayern, Guardiola is resolute in his insistence on acquiring this authority. He is unwilling to witness his favored players being sold off for short-term gains by a myopic club, nor does he wish to see players he does not desire being forcibly brought in by the club, creating discord within his locker room. Fahim comprehended the perspective of the other party. However, from the club's standpoint, if the head coach wields excessive authority, it would undoubtedly hinder the club president and owners from maintaining control over the overall situation. Instead of returning to England, Fahim directly flew to Abu Dhabi to meet with the prominent owner of Manchester City. Upon learning that Guardiola was inclined to accept Manchester City's invitation to coach in Manchester, Mansour was elated. Let him have it, he mused, as long as he is willing to remain with Manchester City. What harm is there in appointing him as manager? Mansour held a highly optimistic view of Guardiola's coaching prospects at Manchester City. Thus, he was quite lenient regarding Guardiola's demands. His vision was expansive, seemingly already envisioning a glorious future where Guardiola, alongside the Lin father and son, would collaborate to build a vast empire from Manchester City. Once the influence and commercial value of Manchester City eclipsed that of the Red Devils, Manchester United, and even surpassed Real Madrid, the sacrifices he made would be entirely justified. After receiving Mansour's endorsement, Fahim swiftly dispatched individuals to reach out to Guardiola, formally initiating discussions regarding his contract with Bayern Munich. Recently, the chairman of Manchester City had been frequently flying around the globe, prompting speculation about whether the club was scouring the world for renowned coaches to bring to the Etihad Stadium. Consequently, numerous headlines across major media outlets were filled with reports on this matter. Various media outlets compiled extensive lists of potential candidates based on the current situation, including illustrious names such as Lippi, Hiddink, Scolari, and Klinsmann, all of whom found themselves embroiled in Manchester City's rumor mill. These esteemed coaches boasted commendable past records, their renown and capabilities aligning with Manchester City's requirements. Moreover, as they were not currently coaching top-tier teams, they were most likely to accept Manchester City's invitation to return to one of the top 5 leagues. As these media journalists concocted news, some coaches attempted to ride the wave of excitement. They hinted to reporters that Manchester City had privately contacted them, seeking to inflate their market value. However, when a journalist released photographs of Fahim meeting privately with Bayern's coach Guardiola in Munich, the entire football world was shaken to its core. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 184. Bayern's devastating loss. Barcelona fans weep in the restroom. The revelation of Fahim and Guardiola's clandestine meeting sent shockwaves throughout the football community. Is it true? Is Guardiola heading to Manchester City? With the photographs now in circulation, they must be authentic, right? If Guardiola joins Manchester City, the spectacle would be too magnificent to behold. Do you not find it intriguing that Manchester City's current squad configuration bears a resemblance to the legendary Barcelona team of 2009? Indeed, there are parallels. The prowess of the current star, often likened to the peak Lionel Messi, may even surpass it. The midfield maestros, Kroos and De Bruyne, could be compared to a slightly less formidable Xavi and Iniesta. With the addition of Fernandinho, David Silva, and Agüero, it appears that Guardiola may not require significant alterations to Manchester City's tactical approach. Merely emulating the strategies of the famed Barcelona era would suffice. Many fans, upon seeing Guardiola, instinctively associate him with the revolutionary tiki-taka style that once captivated the footballing world, a methodology that, upon its inception, sent shockwaves throughout the sport. During a time when few were familiar with this approach, Barcelona wielded it to dominate the football landscape, amassing numerous accolades. Now, with the prospect of Guardiola possibly managing Manchester City, loyal proponents of tiki-taka glimpse a revival of this tactical philosophy. When Guardiola transitioned to Bayern Munich, the number of supporters who held high hopes for him was rather limited. This was not due to a lack of strength within Bayern's ranks. On the contrary, their prowess was formidable. Following their recent Champions League triumph, and with the indelible imprint left by Hanks, any reform Guardiola initiated at Bayern was fraught with risk. Should his innovations succeed, the fanbase would view the results as inevitable, given their reigning champion status. Conversely, if his reforms faltered or fell short of expectations, the criticism would be pronounced. This reality became evident last season when Bayern was eliminated in the semifinals, where Guardiola faced considerable backlash from the fans after their defeat to Atletico Madrid. That said, Guardiola's tenure at Bayern was not devoid of success. Under his guidance, Bayern set new records, achieving the second-longest unbeaten streak in the top 5 leagues. Furthermore, this season, Bayern has been dominating the league, significantly outpacing their rivals. His reforms have indeed augmented Bayern's supremacy in the league, primarily due to the high margin for error associated with possession-based football, which proves remarkably stable. However, on the fiercely competitive stage of the Champions League, the reliability of possession football diminishes. When confronted by other elite teams, the advantages of this style become less apparent, contributing to Guardiola's struggles in the latter stages of the Champions League during his time at Bayern. Of course, This is also linked to his penchant for experimentation. In this timeline, Guardiola has only spent 1.5 seasons at Bayern, and the repeated failures in European competitions have yet to manifest. Consequently, the external criticisms directed at him have not been as pronounced as before. Currently, the number of fans harboring expectations for him far outweighs those who hold skepticism. I have heard that Manchester City has granted Guardiola considerable authority. Yes, I have also heard that it resembles the level of control akin to that of a football manager. Is this true? Mourinho never attained such privileges at Chelsea, yet Guardiola, upon his arrival in the Premier League, secured them with apparent ease. How remarkable! For some, acquiring such authority is indeed a formidable challenge, but for others, it appears to be a mere formality. The proprietors of Manchester City and Chelsea operate on entirely different wavelengths. Abramovich is deeply invested in every facet of Chelsea, often eager to intervene personally. In contrast, Manchester City's principal owner, Mansour, exhibits a profound respect for and trust in professionals. Indeed, I have heard whispers of this. When Manchester City clinched the League Cup last year, it was said that Mansour contemplated personally distributing bonuses in the locker room and offering encouragement to the players. However, he ultimately reconsidered, recognizing that such an action could undermine the coach's authority in the eyes of the players. Even during Manchester City's triumphs in the Premier League and the Champions League, he attended the matches but refrained from stepping into the locker room. This owner possesses remarkable acumen. I must admit, this is the first time I have encountered such information, which challenges my preconceived notions of Middle Eastern consortiums. The Abu Dhabi Group, backing Manchester City, boasts not only substantial financial resources, but also a strategic vision for the club's operations, markedly unlike the short-sightedness exhibited by the Qatari consortium. After all, the Abu Dhabi Group genuinely seeks to foster football, whereas the Qatari consortium appears to leverage the sport merely as a promotional tool for the World Cup. The latter focuses solely on enhancing short-term visibility, neglecting the long-term sustainability of the team. If these rumors hold any truth, then for Guardiola, Manchester City offers a stable environment, granting him ample time and leeway to refine his strategies, which is certainly advantageous. It seems that Manchester City is poised for a meteoric rise, perhaps by next year. We shall refer to them as the new cosmic team. Upon learning of the generous conditions extended to Guardiola, many fans have begun to feel optimistic. This authority appears even more expansive than what Guardiola enjoyed at Barcelona, particularly with the presence of superstars like Lin Quan within the squad. It seems as though Manchester City has stumbled upon a script reminiscent of the glory days of Barcelona. However, I believe such optimism may be misplaced. Many of Barcelona's players emerged from the La Masia Academy, cultivating an unparalleled synergy that other teams cannot replicate. Conversely, Manchester City's players hail from diverse backgrounds, and their playing styles and mutual understanding surely pale in comparison to that of Barcelona's legendary cohort. Moreover, Spain has traditionally embraced a technical style of football, while the Premier League diverges from this approach. Adopting Barcelona's tactics in their entirety may very well lead to a clash of styles. Amidst the prevailing optimism, a dissenting voice emerged to temper the enthusiasm. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that Guardiola has not outsmarted the other clubs. Fans remain unaware of his penchant for research and development. They only perceive his successes at Barcelona, overlooking his earlier setbacks at Bayern and during his initial tenure at Manchester City. Consequently, this rational perspective has not garnered significant attention. Many regard Guardiola as a panacea, believing that his arrival at Manchester City will promptly rectify all issues and elevate the club to new heights. The news of Guardiola's potential departure has brought a wave of jubilance among Manchester City supporters, akin to a cloud being lifted to reveal a clear sky. Conversely, the sentiments among Bayern Munich fans are rather intricate. Guardiola's tenure has yielded both commendable and disappointing results, while his league performance is beyond reproach. The utter failure to secure a goal against a team like Atletico Madrid in the Champions League is simply unacceptable for the self-assured Bayern supporters. Following Bayern's defeat to Atletico, many fans took to the club's official website to express their desire for Guardiola's departure. Failing to score in 2 matches is hardly reflective of the Bayern they have come to know. Under Jupp Heynckes, the team displayed a ferocity and tenacity that seems to have waned. Yet now, with whispers of Guardiola's exit circulating, there is a lingering sense of reluctance to let him go. A place in the semi-finals may be grudgingly acceptable, but the stability of the league performance under a new coach could falter significantly. Even the most critical Bayern fans must concede a fundamental truth under Guardiola's guidance. The technical prowess of the players has undeniably improved. A prime example is Thomas Müller, who has exhibited greater intelligence and creativity on the pitch, coupled with enhanced technical skills. In private interviews, Müller has often articulated his admiration and respect for Guardiola. Even players who have had their differences with him rarely criticize his coaching abilities. If Guardiola were to truly depart, where could they possibly find a more suitable manager for the team? Bayern's response is to summon the venerable coach back to the helm. In the wake of rumors regarding Guardiola's potential exit, Bayern swiftly took action. Manager Uli Hoeneß personally visited Hanks at his residence. Since retiring, Hanks has remained at home, declining offers from other clubs, seemingly content to embrace a tranquil retirement. Having achieved all the honors in his illustrious career, he feels little regret. Therefore, the motivation to return is minimal. When he retired from Bayern, numerous clubs, including Real Madrid and Barcelona, extended invitations for him to coach. However, he politely declined, opting instead for a serene life in the countryside, tending to his garden, reading the news, and occasionally appearing as a guest commentator on television. This peaceful existence is undoubtedly delightful for a man approaching the age of 70. Coaching a team is an arduous endeavor. It requires not only leading training sessions, but also gathering intelligence on opponents, analyzing match footage, and devising starting lineups and tactical strategies. During matches, one must maintain focus on observing the flow of the game and identifying the opponent's weaknesses. Such responsibilities are immensely taxing on both energy and time, particularly for someone of advanced age. It is precisely for this reason that esteemed coaches in the football world typically opt for retirement after the age of 65. Few, like Ferguson, have persevered for decades with Manchester United, only retiring at the age of 72. Consequently, after meeting with Mr. Hoeneß, Hanks did not hastily acquiesce to the proposition. He stated, "Mr. Hoeneß, I am aware of the team's situation, but I require some time to contemplate before providing you with a response." Hanks' refusal stemmed from a straightforward rationale. The speculation surrounding Guardiola's departure remains unsubstantiated. Should Guardiola choose to leave now, he could indeed step in to salvage Bayern's season. However, if he intends to see this season through, there would be no necessity for Hanks to intervene. This reflects a respect for the current head coach and exemplifies the poise of a distinguished figure. Hanks evidently harbors some reservations regarding Bayern's previous actions. During the 2012 to 2013 season, he merely hinted at his desire to retire, yet Bayern hastily secured Guardiola's services during the winter break, even before the venerable coach had officially announced his retirement. The selection of his successor was already finalized, placing him in an awkward position. This premature decision ultimately hindered his ability to continue coaching after leading the team to a Champions League victory. Had Bayern not been so eager, perhaps he would have extended his contract for another year, making one final attempt for glory. Given Bayern's formidable form in the 2013 season, the prospect of defending their Champions League title was quite promising. Regrettably, Bayern's premature announcement obstructed his path, compelling the revered coach to retire at the pinnacle of his success. While this outcome is commendable, it inevitably leaves a sense of regret. Now, should he be called upon again, the seasoned coach, having acclimated to retirement life, is somewhat reluctant. Were it not for the fact that the request comes from Bayern's manager, he would have firmly declined Hoeneß' overture. Therefore, if Guardiola does not plan to depart during the winter break, there would be no need for him to return. With a 6-month buffer, it is believed Bayern will undoubtedly find an appropriate successor to replace Guardiola. The venerable coach harbors profound affection for Bayern, having previously come to their rescue on 3 occasions, earning him the title of Bayern's savior. However, time is relentless. As Hanks approaches 70, even if he were to return, his tenure would likely be brief. Bayern must ultimately seek a new head coach. They cannot consistently rely on this aging figure. In addition to the direct parties involved, the news of Guardiola potentially moving to Manchester City has garnered the attention of 2 other clubs. One is Guardiola's former club, Barcelona, and the other is Real Madrid. Barcelona's interest in Guardiola's transfer is straightforward. He was the architect of the legendary Dream Team. Under his guidance, Barcelona amassed numerous accolades, achieving the remarkable feat of the sextuple, and establishing the club's unparalleled reputation as a footballing powerhouse. It can be said that the immense influence and vast legion of fans that Barcelona enjoys today were largely cultivated during that era. The legendary Barcelona team of yesteryears remains an indelible dream for countless fans adorned in red and blue, especially in the wake of his departure. As the team swiftly descended into disarray within a mere 2 years, this memory has become all the more cherished. In recent years, Barcelona has faced numerous disappointments in both the league and the Champions League. The team has suffered a series of humiliating defeats, including a draw at home that allowed rivals to celebrate on the hallowed grounds of Camp Nou, and a staggering 7-0 loss to Bayern Munich, events that have unfolded within this brief span, with the core framework of the team remaining largely unchanged. The dramatic decline in Barcelona's performance has led many fans to attribute these misfortunes to the aftermath of Guardiola's departure. Consequently, almost every match sees Barcelona supporters at Camp Nou brandishing banners imploring Guardiola to return as they seek to summon him back to the fold. In response to this fervent longing, Joan Laporta, a candidate for the presidency of the club, has made it his campaign's rallying cry to invite Guardiola back to Camp Nou to once again lead the illustrious red and blue squad. This clearly illustrates the immense influence Guardiola holds in the hearts of Barcelona fans. Yet now, the esteemed coach they so ardently hope for has been linked to other clubs, evoking a sense of betrayal akin to that of a long-admired muse suddenly running off with another man. Upon receiving this news, fans found it exceedingly difficult to accept. With many on the verge of tears, "Guardiola, we cherished you as our first love, yet you have caused us endless heartache." The pain is unbearable. Adding to the sorrow of Barcelona supporters is the realization that Lin Quan had a genuine chance of returning to Camp Nou. However, should Guardiola indeed move to Manchester City, Lin Quan's hopes would be dashed entirely. The agony is doubled. They fervently wish this to be mere falsehood, yet all indicators suggest otherwise. It appears to be true. As for their neighbors, Real Madrid, their interest in this news is straightforward. Madrid does not wish for Guardiola's return to Camp Nou, fully aware of the formidable challenge that the former Barcelona posed. The humiliation they endured on the pitch, being bested 5-0 by Barcelona, remains vivid in their memories. However, for Real Madrid, their concerns extend beyond Guardiola's potential return. They also hope he does not join Manchester City. With City's already formidable strength, the addition of a world-class tactician would pose an even greater threat, leaving Madrid to ponder their prospects in future Champions League encounters. End of chapter. Chapter 185. Father and son on the same team. Guardiola arrives at Manchester City. You are coming to Manchester City? Lin Quan only learned of this news after completing the match against Swansea. In this game, Manchester City finally halted their slump with a 2-1 victory on home soil. However, despite securing the win, it was anything but easy. Swansea took the lead in the 9th minute, throwing Manchester City into disarray. The interim coach, Brian, found that his adjustments only exacerbated the situation, leaving City to grapple with a challenging match. Were it not for Lin Quan's timely intervention in the 34th minute to equalize the score, stabilizing the team's morale, the outcome of this match would have been quite uncertain. Swansea may not be a particularly formidable team, yet Manchester City's struggle against them has left their supporters deeply concerned about the team's current form. Consequently, numerous fans in the stands displayed various banners welcoming Guardiola's potential arrival. They eagerly await the winter break, hoping for an early introduction to their new manager. Lin Quan's call to Guardiola was prompted by the sight of these banners. Although he had previously perused media reports, his extensive dealings with the press had instilled in him a healthy skepticism regarding their integrity. Thus, he dismissed everything as mere rumors until he encountered concrete evidence. However, the increasing credibility of external reports, complete with photographs of private meetings, led Lin Quan to entertain doubts. Could Guardiola have clandestinely reached an agreement with Manchester City? Who told you that? Did someone from City inform you? Upon hearing Lin Quan's inquiry, Guardiola appeared taken aback, as if denying the very existence of such a situation. No, I merely read the reports circulating outside. Lin Quan internally scoffed, realizing that the media could hardly be trusted, even down to their punctuation. Their sensationalism had almost convinced him of the veracity of the claims, only to discover they were unfounded. How astute these journalists were. Lin Quan had initially deemed this a falsehood, yet Guardiola's response gave his spine a jolt. When are you coming? Will it be during the winter break? Since Guardiola did not outright deny the rumors, Lin Quan chose not to pursue the matter any further. He leaned towards believing the news was indeed authentic, though he still needed to ascertain the timing of Guardiola's arrival. A summer arrival versus a winter arrival would yield vastly different implications for Manchester City. Currently, the team is grappling with a lackluster state and fluctuating performance. They urgently require a catalyst to bolster morale, and Guardiola's presence would undoubtedly serve this purpose. From the perspective of ensuring the team's performance, it would be preferable for Guardiola to arrive during the winter break. However, from a managerial standpoint, joining a club in such haste, with a brief winter window and limited options, would make it exceedingly difficult to acquire desired players in the transfer market. Even if players were signed, there would be insufficient time for them to acclimatize and integrate into the team. The second half of the season and the Champions League are approaching their most competitive phases, with the league title and a secure position in next season's Champions League at stake. Additionally, the harsh knockout rounds of the Champions League await, as the team aims to defend their title. Furthermore, following the winter break, the Club World Cup will commence. For Manchester City, having already secured 5 trophies, this presents an exceptional opportunity to achieve the coveted sextuple. The multitude of competitions to partake in, each accompanied by the weight of performance pressure, creates an immense burden for the newly appointed head coach. Should Guardiola's tenure yield unsatisfactory results, he may easily find himself besieged by criticism, potentially tarnishing his own reputation. However, delaying the official announcement until summer would alleviate such concerns entirely. The lengthy off-season would afford him ample time to scout potential candidates, finalize transfers, and adjust the squad in accordance with his vision. Once personnel adjustments are complete, a series of friendly matches could serve to assess the team's condition and determine if it aligns with his expectations. Furthermore, the early stages of both the League and Champions League are not overly demanding, allowing him sufficient time to refine the team's tactics. The advantages and disadvantages of these two options are starkly evident. Most would likely opt for the latter. Yet, Guardiola's response was unexpectedly decisive. Let us proceed this winter. Further delays may not be beneficial. He is acutely aware that winter may not be the most opportune moment, yet he resolutely made this challenging decision, not one to procrastinate. He reasoned that since whispers of his discussions with Manchester City had already surfaced, it was best to take decisive action and solidify the arrangement. Procrastination, he believed, would be detrimental not only to himself, but also to both Manchester City and Bayern. He also feared that allowing City's form to languish would significantly impact the players' mentality. Losing their championship spirit could take considerable time to recover. All right, call me when you arrive, and I shall come to collect you. Sure, I currently have no accommodation in Manchester, so I will stay with you. Guardiola, seizing the opportunity, immediately suggested residing with Lin's family. Of course, my house is quite spacious. It would be no trouble to have Maria, Valentina, and the others join us. If Guardiola were to leave Bayern, several children would undoubtedly accompany him to England for their studies. The winter break would be the perfect time to finalize their transfer paperwork. When they initially purchased a home in Munich, the intention was for the entire family to reside together. Alas, fate intervened, and Lin was unable to join Bayern, leading to a disruption of their plans. At last, it seems they can finally be united as a family. Guardiola sighed, reflecting on his experiences with Barcelona, Bayern, and Manchester City. He has come to recognize that the nature of coaching often precludes long-term commitments. He hopes to remain at Manchester City for a considerable duration, at least long enough to elevate the club to the status of a footballing titan, secure several Premier League titles, and perhaps 1 or 2 Champions League trophies. Such achievements would render his tenure truly magnificent. By the time Maria, Valentina, and the others graduate, he envisions Manchester City firmly established among the elite. He could achieve success and retire, perhaps returning to Spain with Lin Quan to enjoy a life of leisure, or he might continue to explore other leagues. Both options remain viable. However, there is no need to ponder too far ahead. While the winter break has yet to commence, it is imperative to scout for players. I must inform you in advance that Manchester City requires reinforcement in several positions. If the head coach were anyone else, Lin Quan would undoubtedly refrain from discussing these matters with him. Yet, the head coach is his father, so what reservations could there be? What cannot be spoken of between father and son? Upon hearing Lin Quan's astute observations over the phone, Guardiola momentarily found himself in a daze. Pondering, who is truly the head coach, and who is the son? Guardiola acted swiftly. On November 29th, during the post-match press conference following Bayern's victory over Hertha Berlin, he publicly announced his decision to resign from his role as Bayern's head coach. Indeed, I have submitted my resignation to the club. Although the outcome had been speculated upon by the public, Guardiola's personal acknowledgement of the matter sent shockwaves throughout the footballing world. Some fans, fervently supportive of Guardiola, gathered outside his residence, brandishing banners and placards pleading for him to stay. Conversely, others, indifferent to Guardiola, vocally condemned him for his perceived irresponsibility, who would abandon their team midway through the season. The reactions within German football were notably divided. Some expressed grave concern, fearing that the exodus of foreign coaches would render the Bundesliga increasingly conservative and insular, which could spell trouble. However, others dismissed such worries, attributing the current disarray in German football to the reforms instigated by these foreign coaches, which they believed had strayed from the traditional glory of the sport. To reclaim the illustrious legacy of German football, they argued, it was essential to rid the league of foreign influences. Prior to the World Cup, the atmosphere within German football had been relatively open. Yet now, it has taken a more conservative and exclusionary turn. As a result, fewer people advocated for Guardiola's retention, with a majority wishing for his departure. Intriguingly, Bayern's stance appeared ambiguous. They did not exhibit an urgent desire to retain Guardiola, merely expressing a formal hope that he would reconsider his resignation. Simultaneously, some German journalists reported that after rumors of Guardiola's connection with Manchester City surfaced, Bayern's general manager, Hoeneß, had visited the retired coach Hanks. Hanks, known for his role as Bayern's savior, had previously returned on 3 occasions to rescue the club in times of crisis. Consequently, whenever Bayern's head coach encounters difficulties, Hanks is often the first name that springs to mind. This has almost become a path dependency. Thus, speculation arose. Could it be that Hanks is poised to take the helm at Bayern for a 5th time? Following this news, Bayern supporters were elated. Almost all Bayern fans warmly welcomed the prospect of Hanks' return to Allianz Arena, unable to forget the formidable team he led over a year ago. The Bayern Munich team, not only invincible in the league, has also been a formidable force in the UEFA Champions League, earning the moniker of the creators of calamity as they ruthlessly vanquished their opponents. Even the illustrious FC Barcelona fell victim to their prowess, succumbing to a staggering 7 goals, leaving them utterly defeated. The mere mention of Bayern evokes a sense of pride among the citizens of Munich, even among those who do not regularly follow football. Thus, when news broke of the potential return of the venerable Jupp Hanks, the fans were filled with anticipation, eagerly yearning to witness the resurgence of the mightiest Bayern. This sentiment was not limited to the fans. The players themselves were equally exhilarated at the prospect of Hanks' return. Arjen Robben, who typically refrains from updating his social media, exuberantly posted, "Is this true? I can hardly wait to share the pitch with you." Frank Ribery expressed his disbelief, stating, "When I heard the news, I was stunned. I could hardly believe it." Philipp Lahm, known for his emotional intelligence, took the moment to express gratitude towards Pep Guardiola, thanking him for his guidance over the past year and for leading them to an unbeaten record in the Bundesliga, while also wishing him success in his future endeavors. Of course, after expressing his respect and appreciation for Guardiola, he did not forget to tweet a warm welcome to Hanks. As Bayern's players busily took to social media to welcome their former coach, Manchester City players were also expressing their excitement upon confirming Guardiola's winter transfer to their team. Sergio Aguero remarked, "I have heard your name repeatedly from Lionel Messi. I eagerly anticipate our collaboration." Toni Kroos added, "I cannot imagine a midfielder who wouldn't want you as their head coach." David Silva stated, "Your greatness is self-evident. Welcome to Manchester City. Trust me, you will love the weather here." Guardiola, intrigued, replied to Silva's tweet with a simple, "Really?" To which Silva humorously responded with a cheeky emoji, "Of course, in every sense." In stark contrast to the sentiments expressed by others, Lin Quan's statement was refreshingly straightforward. "Please send me your flight information. I'll pick you up at the airport." Indeed, Guardiola responded with a screenshot containing his flight details, which did not go unnoticed by the eager onlookers. "Guys, I know the exact flight of Guardiola." One exclaimed, "Haha, I saw it too. Does he think this is a private conversation? I'm dying of laughter." Another chimed in, "Let us head to the airport to greet him." Lin Quan joined in, insisting that they would not let Guardiola leave without a signature or photo. The fans rallied together, ready to swarm the airport. Although Lin Quan swiftly deleted his reply to Guardiola, it had already been seen and saved by many. Thus, when the day arrived for Guardiola to touch down in Manchester, the airport was teeming with an unimaginable number of fans waiting to welcome him. So many people, as Guardiola disembarked from the plane, He was momentarily taken aback by the throngs of people in the arrival hall. While he had anticipated that news of his arrival would attract Manchester City fans to welcome him, he had not expected such an overwhelming turnout. Rationally speaking, it occurred to him that not all of these individuals were solely there for his sake. Marius, donning glasses, thoughtfully stroked his chin, embodying the role of a detective. Indeed, had his elder brother not mentioned that he would be there to greet him? Perhaps these fans were more interested in obtaining his autograph or taking photographs. Maria, on the cusp of turning 14, had blossomed into a striking young woman, radiating an extraordinary youthful charm. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she tiptoed, striving to find something amidst the crowd. During the World Cup, she had been somewhat oblivious to the sport. Her knowledge of football was limited, and her attendance in Brazil stemmed more from a desire to join the revelry and support her brother than from a genuine interest in the game. However, after witnessing the matches up close and celebrating her brother's triumph in leading Spain to victory, Maria gradually became enamored with football. She even joined her school team, starting as a substitute and diligently working her way to a starting position. She was no longer the football novice she once was. Having played on the field and gained a deeper understanding of the sport, she recognized just how remarkable her brother truly was. The seemingly effortless dribbles and breakthroughs she had observed on television were, in reality, incredibly challenging to execute in a competitive setting. Consequently, Maria became an ardent fan of Lin Quan, one of the most fervent supporters. After joining Lin Quan's fan club, she discovered the immense influence her brother wielded in the football world, with countless fans sharing her admiration. Thus, she was convinced that the majority of fans present that day were primarily there for Lin Quan's autograph and photographs, with a secondary interest in welcoming Guardiola. Indeed, Maria's assumption was correct. A significant portion of the crowd had gathered in support of Lin Quan. While there were some who came to welcome the new head coach, Guardiola, their numbers were fewer. Many were there primarily for Lin Quan, with a secondary intent of greeting Guardiola. Unbeknownst to Guardiola, he was deeply moved by the sheer number of fans who had come to support him. Manchester City was truly a wonderful place. The club's owner was understanding, and the fans were exceptionally warm and welcoming. If he did not leave a lasting impression on the team, he would truly feel he owed it to these devoted supporters. Manchester City placed considerable importance on Guardiola's arrival, organizing a grand introductory event at the Etihad Stadium. The gathering attracted numerous fans and journalists, creating a lively atmosphere. Manchester City supporters waved various welcome banners, chanting Guardiola's name, hailing him as their savior. Each individual eagerly anticipates his intervention to guide the team out of its current slump. As for the journalists present, they are merely chasing trends, seeking to sensationalize topics and boost their newspaper sales and online clicks. Sky Sports even arranged a live broadcast, sharing this meeting with football fans across the globe. Remarkably, this event, held during non-peak hours, attracted over 5 million simultaneous viewers, surpassing the audience numbers of many Premier League matches. Truly, a world-class maestro, drawing such a crowd for a mere meet and greet. After all, he is the architect of the legendary treble-winning team, the man who secured 2 Champions League titles in 3 years. One wonders if Guardiola can replicate his illustrious achievements at Manchester City. As I foresee challenges ahead, the foundation of Manchester City pales in comparison to that of Barcelona. The famed La Masia Academy is renowned worldwide, whereas I have yet to hear of any notable youth talents emerging from Manchester City's ranks. Indeed, their youth training program is a notable shortcoming, which is also linked to the relatively recent influx of investment. Since the Abu Dhabi consortium acquired the club, it has only been 6 years. Unlike Barcelona and Ajax, whose youth systems were cultivated over generations and decades, success is not achieved overnight. The Abu Dhabi group, however, is quite dependable, demonstrating considerable commitment to youth training. A significant portion of the club's operational budget is allocated to enhancing training facilities and establishing various youth teams. This approach certainly seems superior to that of Paris Saint-Germain, which relies solely on lavish spending to resolve issues. Hence, there is a discernible disparity among the affluent from the Middle East. Indeed, the Qatari consortium appears to treat its endeavors as mere playthings, a stark contrast to the serious commitment of the Abu Dhabi group. Initially, fans were discussing Manchester City, but the conversation gradually shifted, morphing into a critique of Paris Saint-Germain. This illustrates that fans do not inherently despise money-driven football. Rather, they disdain clubs that disregard the principles of the sport. Neglecting their own youth development while merely waving money to poach others' talents. Manchester City was once viewed with disdain, yet over the years, they have steadily found their footing. Their youth training program has improved significantly, although it may take time to yield results. Nevertheless, they are undeniably on the right path, and the future looks promising. In fact, one need not wait for the future, as Manchester City is already formidable in the present. While most players were not developed internally, this is not uncommon in football. Even Real Madrid's squad features few homegrown talents. The higher the stature of a club, the more stringent the selection criteria for players, implying that even homegrown talents struggle to secure a place in the first team. At the meeting, Guardiola glanced at the expectant faces of the tens of thousands of fans in attendance, immediately feeling the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. He took a deep breath and began, "I am profoundly grateful to Manchester City for the opportunity to coach here. Manchester City is a club steeped in history and also one that is rejuvenating itself. I eagerly anticipate the next 4 years in this role, and I am confident that we will all relish this journey together." Upon hearing Guardiola's words, the fans present erupted in jubilant applause and cheers. Today, I prefer not to dwell on my past successes. After all, everyone is aware that I possess 2 Champions League titles, and there is no need to emphasize that. Guardiola remarked with a smile, eliciting laughter from the crowd. This was a subtle retort to another coach, known for frequently proclaiming his own 2 Champions League victories. Now that I am here, my aim is to help Manchester City discover a new, stronger tactical approach that is more suited to the team, such as the distinctive possession-based football that City is known for. Guardiola's words were met with enthusiastic applause once again, as the fans' primary concern was that he might attempt to impose Barcelona's style without adaptation. However, from Guardiola's earlier statements, they sensed his commitment to avoid such an approach. "I am familiar with Manchester City's current players, particularly that fellow wearing the number 10 jersey." This statement incited laughter among the fans, with cameras focusing on Lin Quan, who indeed donned the number 10 for Manchester City. Given the relationship between Lin Quan and Guardiola, it would be surprising if he were unfamiliar with him. Manchester City boasts an exceptional group of players, and I will take the time to get to know them, embrace them, and of course, occasionally raise my voice at them. The players seated beside Lin Quan glanced at him, seemingly seeking his confirmation on this point. Lin Quan nodded, aware that while Guardiola's demeanor is generally amiable, he becomes quite intense once he enters work mode. At the conclusion of the meet and greet, Guardiola offered a few complimentary words. "One of my dreams was to play for Manchester City, but that is no longer possible. However, to arrive here as the head coach is, in a sense, a realization of that dream." The Manchester City fans were elated by Guardiola's sentiments, showering him with warm applause. Yet, Lin Quan, seated on the sidelines, couldn't help but think, "I never expected you, with your striking features, to engage in such flattery." Guardiola relished the fans' enthusiastic reception. "I must say, the atmosphere here is truly extraordinary. From the very first day I arrived in Manchester, I felt the warmth of the fans. I hope to live in such an environment continuously, eager to learn more and connect further, so that I may become the esteemed coach in your hearts." After praising the team and its supporters, the meet and greet began to wind down. As the interview segment commenced, the eager journalists surged forward, and their first question was impossible to ignore. A reporter shouted, "Coach Pep, will you be signing Messi?" Guardiola paused for a moment, then chuckled twice before responding. "Messi is an exceptionally talented player. If he is willing to come and the club is prepared to invest, I would certainly hope to bring him to the Etihad Stadium. After all, like everyone else, I long to witness the chemistry of 2 Messis on the pitch." The fans and journalists present erupted in knowing laughter, as Guardiola voiced a sentiment shared by many. Indeed, there is a profound curiosity about what it would be like if Lin Quan and Messi were to grace the same team. The achievements of both players, when leading separate squads, have been nothing short of formidable. Should they unite, it is likely that no other team in the football world could rival them. However, considering the astronomical market values of these 2 superstars, assembling them in one team is no trivial endeavor. During the summer transfer window, Paris Saint-Germain made an attempt to bid for Messi from Manchester City. Although the attempt was unsuccessful, it revealed to the world that players of Messi and Lin Quan's caliber command a staggering value exceeding €200 million. For any club aspiring to acquire both players simultaneously, the transfer fees alone would surpass €400 million. Even for clubs like Manchester City and Barcelona, Achieving such a feat would necessitate an expenditure of at least €200 million. This sum is, for the vast majority of teams in today's football landscape, astronomical. It is likely that only clubs backed by wealthy Middle Eastern investors, such as Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain, possess such financial clout. Coincidentally, Manchester City, where Lin Quan plays, has such financial resources, and Guardiola has always maintained a strong rapport with Messi. With Manchester City's financial prowess and Guardiola leveraging his personal connections to persuade Messi, it is indeed plausible to entice him to join. Thus, upon hearing Guardiola's remarks, fans and journalists could not help but indulge in flights of fancy. Some enterprising reporters were already crafting their narratives in anticipation of a significant scoop following the press conference. Not only were journalists eager for a big story, but Mansour, the prominent owner of Manchester City who attended Guardiola's meeting, mistakenly believed that Guardiola was making a request to the club. Consequently, he solemnly instructed his assistant, "Once the winter break commences, we should renew our offer to Barcelona and see if we can entice Messi away from them, although this endeavor may require substantial funds." For the affluent Mansour, financial concerns are negligible. As long as it enhances the team's strength, he would not reject any demands proposed by Guardiola. Guardiola's arrival at Manchester City has garnered immense attention throughout the UK and Europe. His illustrious career, marked by remarkable successes, ensures that his every move is closely scrutinized. Coupled with the fact that he has joined the reigning UEFA Champions League champions, boasting one of the most sought-after superstars in football, this potent combination naturally raises concerns and vigilance among rival teams, particularly those aspiring for Champions League glory. The notion that Guardiola has expressed a desire to acquire Messi has only intensified these apprehensions. Upon Guardiola's statements reaching La Liga, FC Barcelona promptly expressed their stance. Messi is an indispensable asset to the team. At no point will Barcelona place Messi on the market. He will end his career at Camp Nou. Clearly, Barcelona is somewhat anxious. As Messi's mentor, Guardiola holds a significant position in Messi's heart. Many players within Barcelona also fondly reminisce about their time playing under Guardiola's guidance. Thus, Barcelona is deeply concerned that these players may succumb to temptation and, swayed by Guardiola, truly consider a move to Manchester City. Barcelona has already lost Lin Quan. They cannot afford to let Messi slip away. Should Messi depart, Barcelona fears they would regress to their former state. Their entire tactical framework is built around Messi, and his absence would spell the end for them. Despite Barcelona's repeated assertions that Messi is not for sale and absolutely cannot be transferred, journalists and fans remain skeptical of the club's words. In the era of commercial football, the club's statements often lack credibility. With the winter break approaching, once the transfer window opens, the truth behind Barcelona's claims will be revealed. In a luxurious residence in Barcelona, Lionel Messi turned off the television broadcast with a sense of bewilderment. Pep had expressed a desire to bring him to Manchester City. Was he serious or merely jesting? If he truly extended an invitation, should Messi accept it? His thoughts were in disarray. His affection for Barcelona runs deep, and he does not wish to leave. Yet, Guardiola has been a benefactor and holds immense admiration for him. Declining Guardiola's invitation would leave Messi feeling guilty. Thus, the ideal scenario would be for Guardiola to return to Camp Nou, allowing the two to reunite. However, this idyllic vision shattered the moment Guardiola joined the Premier League. With a sigh, Messi contemplated this. The most pronounced reactions to Guardiola's arrival at Manchester City came from their two league rivals, Manchester United and Chelsea. As Manchester City's local adversary, Manchester United is the least inclined to see City rise from their slump. They eagerly await the next Manchester derby, hoping to deliver a decisive defeat to City at Old Trafford. Chelsea, on the other hand, stands as Manchester City's primary competitor for the title this season. In their last 5 league matches, Chelsea has surged ahead in the standings, having secured a series of victories, while Manchester City has struggled. Currently, after 17 matches, Chelsea boasts 13 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 42 points to lead the table. Meanwhile, Manchester City follows closely with 12 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, amassing 39 points. The gap between the two teams is minimal, merely a single match. Considering that both teams will face each other again in the second half of the season, if Manchester City regains form and triumphs at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea's current lead would vanish entirely. Thus, Mourinho and his Chelsea remained ever vigilant in light of Guardiola's arrival. Chapter 1. Avoiding self-destruction. Guardiola begins to make his mark. Guardiola's efficiency was remarkable. Upon formally joining Manchester City, he even forewent any respite. After declining the team's offered Christmas holiday, he swiftly commenced his duties at the club. The current state of Manchester City was far from satisfactory, and Guardiola dared not squander time. He needed to immerse himself in his work promptly, aiding the team in overcoming its challenges. Moreover, with the winter transfer window imminent, he had to scout for suitable players to address the deficiencies across various positions in the squad. The tasks at hand were numerous and diverse, with time pressing urgently for resolution. Upon arriving at Manchester City's training facility, Guardiola convened the players for a brief address before delegating the daily training arrangements to his assistant coach, while he stood at the sidelines, attentively observing the players' conditions. This season, injuries plagued Manchester City significantly, with many players on the training ground recently recovering and engaged in rehabilitation exercises. Noticing Kroos participating in ball drills, Guardiola inquired of his assistant, "How is Kroos faring lately?" The midfield has always been a pivotal element of Guardiola's tactics, with many strategies revolving around various midfield positions. The recovery is not progressing swiftly. The player seems to exhibit a considerable reluctance. The assistant coach and physiotherapist exchanged glances before responding candidly. Reluctance? Guardiola pondered, somewhat perplexed. As he was well aware of Kroos's character, he was a consummate professional. How could he harbor such reluctance? Well, this is his first winter without a break. The team not only continues training during the Christmas holiday, but also has matches scheduled, including one on Christmas Day. For many players newly arrived in the Premier League, this competitive rhythm is quite challenging to acclimatize to. Guardiola nodded, signifying his understanding. Manchester City's next match was set for December 26th, the day following the conclusion of Christmas. This schedule indeed seemed rather inhumane. However, the Premier League differs from other leagues. It is organized by the Premier League itself, which, in pursuit of extreme commercialization, deliberately schedules matches during the high-traffic Christmas period. This strategy attracts a greater number of fans to attend and captures broadcasting markets during the off-seasons of other leagues. From a promotional and revenue perspective, such arrangements yield maximal returns. Yet for the players, competing during Christmas feels exceedingly burdensome and distasteful. While others enjoy their holidays, they are compelled to play matches, not just any matches, but a grueling series of fixtures. The Premier League seems intent on scheduling even more matches between Christmas and New Year's, utterly disregarding the players' well-being. It would be strange if the players did not resent this. The domestic players in England may find the situation manageable, having grown accustomed to such an environment. However, for those hailing from other nations, particularly those newly arrived in the Premier League, it is quite common to feel uncomfortable and resistant during their initial seasons. Furthermore, the festive fixtures around Christmas are notorious for increasing the risk of injuries among players. If his injury is not severe, perhaps it would be wise to grant him a week off for some much-needed rest. Upon hearing Guardiola's sweeping declaration to grant Kroos a holiday, the assistant coaches were left dumbfounded. "Coach, are you aware of what you are suggesting? Our team is currently overwhelmed with injuries, leaving us with few healthy players. Although Kroos may not be fit to start and play the full match, he could still contribute as a substitute in the second half. This would facilitate his integration into the team while allowing the other midfielders a moment to catch their breath. Instead, by releasing him, the available players would be even fewer, thereby placing a heavier burden on the remaining squad members. Why not ask around to see who else desires a holiday? Anyone wishing for a break can have 3 days off." Guardiola, seemingly unyielding to advice, not only dismissed the council but also aimed to extend this holiday policy to the entire team. Today is Christmas Eve, and tomorrow marks Christmas Day. It seems rather unreasonable to expect players to toil on the pitch during such a significant occasion in Western culture. "Coach, what about the match on December 26th? "Oh, do not fret. We still have the reserve and youth teams at our disposal." Guardiola appeared quite confident, even considering calling up players from the reserves. The assistant coaches were left speechless. Treating reserve and youth players as starters seemed tantamount to conceding defeat. The festive fixtures of the Premier League had begun, and Manchester City was scheduled to face 3 challenging matches in the coming week. This congested schedule often becomes a critical period for many Premier League teams to drop points, and Manchester City was already trailing Chelsea by 3 points in the standings. Failing to perform well in these 3 matches could widen the gap even further. At such a pivotal moment in the race for points, Guardiola's decision to forfeit a match particularly his debut, seemed reckless. Did he not fear that a loss would incite the ire of fans and journalists alike? Surprisingly, Guardiola was undeterred. It's merely one match. If we lose, we lose. What's the worst that could happen? On the contrary, if this act of granting players time off could win their favor and bolster his support within the team, while simultaneously uplifting the current low morale and form of the players, it would be an extraordinary victory indeed. Thus, after imparting this statement, Guardiola turned and made his way toward the reserves, where the coaches and players were visibly excited upon his arrival, their training on the pitch becoming notably more enthusiastic. The newly appointed head coach of the team has arrived with a clear purpose: to assess the condition of the players in the reserve team, with the intention of promoting them to the first team. For all the players in Manchester City's reserve squad, the opportunity to serve in the first team is a cherished dream. Thus, they cannot afford to miss this chance, and each player is striving diligently to impress Guardiola. As Guardiola converses with the reserve team's coach from the sidelines, he keenly observes the players' performances on the training ground. These young athletes have been giving their best since his arrival, yet the majority exhibit only mediocre talent, which, through Guardiola's discerning eye, evidently fails to meet his standards. He reflects on his time at Barcelona, where an abundance of exceptionally talented players emerged from La Masia. In contrast, at Manchester City, finding even a single commendable player seems a daunting task. Of course, La Masia's recruitment pool is vast and renowned, attracting numerous parents worldwide who bring their children for trials each year. Only the most outstanding prospects manage to remain there, which explains the plethora of talent emanating from La Masia. Comparatively, Manchester City's youth academy has only recently begun to find its footing. Lacking the rich heritage that produces promising players, it is imperative to invest in youth development, as this is fundamental for ensuring the long-term vitality of the team. The future of talented players will only become increasingly costly. Relying solely on purchases to build a team will only inflate expenses, potentially jeopardizing the club's financial stability. This is evidently not a sustainable approach. While few players meet Guardiola's lofty expectations, he is determined not to leave empty-handed. Consequently, he reluctantly lowers his standards. If he were to select players based on their ability to compete in the top 5 leagues, a few among them appear somewhat promising. That forward looks impressive. What is his name? Guardiola inquires, pointing to a young, tall black forward. That would be Kelechi Iheanacho. He is 18 years old, Nigerian, and possesses considerable talent, an excellent prospect for a forward. Guardiola nods approvingly. Let us promote him to the first team for a few matches. After making this statement, he spots a defender who has shown commendable performance in defense. What is the name of that defender? That would be Tosin Adarabioyo. He has remarkable physical attributes and decent defensive awareness. With more game experience, he could become a solid defender. Very well, include him as well. In total, Guardiola elevates 5 young players to the first team, as the remaining candidates are simply not up to par. Even if the first team is in dire need of personnel, he cannot bring himself to utilize those players. The 5 selected are overwhelmingly excited, feeling as though fortune has smiled upon them. They find it hard to believe that they have been chosen by Coach Guardiola, a world-class manager. As for the players who were not selected, each one appeared notably disheartened. They had no doubt about Guardiola's discerning eye. It was unlikely that he had erred in his judgment. The absence of their names indicated that their talent and abilities were indeed lacking. This realization led many to confront the harsh truth that establishing themselves at Manchester City would be an arduous task, and perhaps a transfer to another club to seek fortune would be wise. When Guardiola returned to the training base with several young talents promoted from the reserve team, the assistant coach had already completed the registration process. Many players were eager to take the 3-day holiday. After all, who could resist the allure of the Christmas break? Guardiola had anticipated this situation, maintaining an air of calm. However, when he noticed Lin Quan's name on the list, his composure abruptly vanished. Cough. Are you also taking these 3 days off? Guardiola seized an opportunity during a training interval to address Lin Quan about the matter. Yes, I promised to take Maria and Valentina to the amusement park and aquarium. Lin Quan replied, desperately stifling a laugh as he observed Guardiola scratching his head. Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, Guardiola hesitated, torn between speaking and remaining silent. If someone is willing to accompany us to the amusement park, I believe Valentina and the others might be amenable to postponing their plans until after New Year's. Guardiola nodded repeatedly. No problem. I'll have time after New Year's, and I will definitely take them out for some fun. Lin Quan nodded and crossed his name off the holiday request list. The Christmas rush was indeed taxing, yet armed with last year's experience, he felt he could endure it this time. Especially since the team was currently in a critical phase. Although Guardiola was taking risks, one could not simply stand by and watch him falter. With so many key players unavailable, the next match could not afford his absence. Seeing Lin Quan strike his name off the list, Guardiola let out a sigh of relief. Lin Quan could not help but roll his eyes at him, asking, "Are you not afraid of a mishap with such a grand gesture right from the start?" It truly was a case of not courting disaster. Guardiola was attempting to win hearts, a notion Lin Quan understood. However, he felt that Guardiola need not be so hasty. A gradual approach would suffice without necessitating such drastic measures from the outset. It was akin to his approach in the Champions League knockout rounds. Such tactics might be acceptable in regular league matches, but to employ them in such pivotal moments in the Champions League could lead to either soaring success or devastating failure. Guardiola nodded. To say I'm not afraid would be disingenuous. Nevertheless, I have studied the opponent's match footage and developed some ideas that we can try. Even if some key players are unable to participate, we may still prevail. The upcoming match would be his first since joining Manchester City, attracting considerable attention. And Guardiola naturally wished to avoid a disheartening debut. The next opponent for Manchester City would be West Bromwich Albion, a team of modest strength. He had previously conversed with the club's staff, requesting recent match footage of their opponents, and had conducted thorough research. Guardiola, confident in his understanding, felt emboldened to proceed in this manner. However, he could not field an entirely substitute lineup. Lin Quan, the core of Manchester City, had to be on the pitch, as he was pivotal to their success. On December 26th, in Manchester, at the Etihad Stadium, this marked the first match following Christmas and, notably, Guardiola's debut since joining Manchester City. The match garnered unprecedented attention, with the stadium reaching full capacity, leaving no vacant seats. The City fans had eagerly anticipated this encounter, curious about the changes Guardiola would bring to the team. Consequently, the Premier League officials arranged for the match to be broadcast live, strategically scheduling it during prime time. Clearly, even the Premier League did not wish to miss such an opportunity for publicity. However, when the starting lineups for the match were announced prior to kickoff, both the attending fans and journalists reporting on Guardiola's inaugural match were left astounded. What was Manchester City up to? Many of the players listed in the starting lineup were unfamiliar to them. In this lineup, half were substitutes, and several names were entirely unrecognized. Guardiola's audacity was remarkable. Such extensive rotation was unprecedented. Did they truly underestimate West Bromwich Albion? After seeing the starting lineup, outside observers voiced their concerns, believing Guardiola had taken a considerable risk. West Bromwich Albion was, after all, a team of the Premier League, and deploying so many substitutes seemed rather dismissive. The West Bromwich manager shared this sentiment, casting a resentful glance at Guardiola, whose expression remained rather composed. He appeared remarkably calm, taking his seat on the bench with an air of tranquility, engaging in light-hearted conversation with his assistant coaches, seemingly unconcerned about potential issues arising from his chosen lineup. Seated closest to Guardiola, 52-year-old Torrent wore a worried expression and inquired, "Is this really a sound decision?" Guardiola replied with unwavering composure, "If the tactics succeed, there will be no problem." This statement only heightened Torrent's anxiety. But what if the tactics fail? Guardiola shook his head reassuringly. "Trust me, my old friend, it will not fail." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Quan, who was just about to take the field, instilling in him a sense of confidence. Amidst the collective anticipation, with the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the match, the game officially began. Those who were captivated by the match widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to discern the distinctions between Pep Guardiola's Manchester City and the team previously managed by Manuel Pellegrini. After observing for a while, they indeed noticed something unusual. Why was Fernandinho positioned among the defenders? Was Manchester City's formation a 3-3-2-2? It hardly seemed so. In attack, it resembled a 3-4-2-1. The positioning in midfield appeared exceedingly peculiar. How many defensive midfielders did Manchester City possess? Was it merely my illusion? Or did it seem that City had an overwhelming presence on the field, with players seemingly outnumbering their opponents at every turn? Ordinary fans found themselves utterly perplexed by Manchester City's formation. As the defenders bore little resemblance to traditional defenders, the midfielders did not align with conventional expectations. and even the wingers deviated from their anticipated roles. In this match, although Lin Quan was stationed as a right winger, he frequently retreated to his own half to collect the ball, resembling not a winger, but rather a slightly advanced fullback. In a corner of the stands, observing Manchester City's formation, Chelsea's assistant coach Rui Faria, who had collaborated with Mourinho for 15 years, could not help but furrow his brow, murmuring to himself, a pivot oscillating with wingers retreating? He had clearly observed that during defensive positioning, Fernandinho appeared as a center-back. However, during offensive phases, he shifted to a defensive midfield role. This tactic effectively augmented the number of players in midfield, creating additional passing options. Guardiola had employed such strategies during his tenures at Barcelona and Bayern, transforming Javier Mascherano and Javi Martinez from defensive midfielders into defenders. Thus, upon witnessing Fernandinho's repositioning, Faria immediately associated it with this tactical approach. Yet, he pondered the utility of combining such tactics with retreating wingers. Unable to fully grasp Guardiola's intentions, he resolved to continue observing. Others dispatched to gather intelligence shared Faria's sentiments. They recognized Guardiola's adjustments to Manchester City. However, constrained by their limited perspective and inability to fathom Guardiola's imaginative strategies, they struggled to comprehend the rationale behind his decisions. With Fernandinho advancing his position, Manchester City's numerical superiority in midfield manifested, quickly leading to several threatening offensive maneuvers. This development heightened the vigilance of West Bromwich Albion's coach, who was no fool and swiftly discerned the source of the issue. They had failed to assign a player to neutralize Fernandinho. After all, who would allocate resources to restrict an opponent's center-back prior to a match? In the absence of such restrictions, Fernandinho emerged as the catalyst for Manchester City's attacking plays. Had his passing ability not been somewhat lacking, City might have already found the net in their earlier attempts. Observing Fernandinho once again advance from the back line to assume a defensive midfield position was telling. The head coach of West Bromwich sprang to his feet, vociferously instructing his left winger to retreat and limit the advancing Fernandinho, who had transitioned into a defensive midfield role. This tactical maneuver bore immediate fruit, as Fernandinho was curtailed. Manchester City's frequency of attacks through him dwindled significantly. How trivial, these so-called world-class coaches, witnessing the evident success of his adjustments. The West Bromwich coach basked in his triumph, his confidence soaring. He had always held a begrudging disdain for so-called luminaries like Guardiola, believing them to be merely basking in fame, not necessarily superior in skill. With hopes of defeating Guardiola in this match, he envisioned his own name achieving global recognition, perhaps even indulging in the euphoria of being a celebrated coach himself. On the Manchester City bench, upon observing the opponent's adjustments and the containment of Fernandinho, Guardiola felt an unexpected sense of joy, his posture relaxing further in his seat. It was working, he remarked to his assistant coach, Torrent. No sooner had Guardiola's words echoed than the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. In the 9th minute, as West Bromwich's left winger moved to restrict Fernandinho's forward positioning, Lin Quan retreated from the opponent's half to his own. The City fullback, poised to pass to Fernandinho, swiftly redirected the ball to the retreating Lin Quan. With the left winger having moved inwards, a vast expanse of space opened up on the flank. Moreover, Lin Quan's retreat placed him beyond the defensive reach of the opposing fullback. Consequently, at the moment Lin Quan received the ball, he found himself unchallenged within a 10-meter radius. For a player of Lin Quan's caliber, being afforded such ample room to maneuver was a grievous oversight. West Bromwich soon paid the price for their blunder. In the 11th minute of the first half, Lin Quan deftly navigated past several defenders on the wing before assisting Iheanacho to score, altering the scoreline to 1-0. In that instant, Guardiola could no longer contain his exuberance and leapt from his seat to celebrate fervently. This was his inaugural match in charge of Manchester City, and with the immense scrutiny from the outside world, compounded by his audacious tactical shifts and extensive substitutions, he bore considerable psychological weight. Thankfully, his strategy had borne fruit. Fortunately, Manchester City had taken the lead. Scoring this goal made the match considerably easier. With this thought, Guardiola felt a profound sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, the West Bromwich coach was rendered speechless upon witnessing Manchester's goal. How had their defense crumbled so suddenly? Puzzled, he scratched his head, struggling to comprehend how his team had been vanquished. In the stands, Faria felt a jolt of realization. His previous doubts were dispelled in the wake of Manchester City's attack. It became clear that the true lethal combination lay in the synergy of these two tactical approaches, which was Guardiola's ultimate stratagem. Upon contemplating this, he could not help but ponder. If Chelsea were to face Manchester City employing such tactics, how would they constrain their adversary? After Fernandinho's forward foray, Manchester City would find themselves with three defensive midfielders on the pitch. Merely relying on the forwards would be utterly insufficient to effectively neutralize these three. The midfielders must also engage. However, the opposing team boasts at least 5 players in their attacking and midfield lines that require vigilant marking. Should one allocate excessive resources to contain the opponent's midfield and defense, the team's defensive structure would lose its coherence, devolving into a mere man-to-man marking system. The defensive line would be constricted to 2 tiers. More critically, a considerable vacuum of approximately 20 to 30 meters would emerge between these 2 lines. If the opponents skillfully exploit this space, a single incisive pass or a successful dribble could breach their defenses, posing a significant threat to their goal. Within the ranks of Manchester City, there are no fewer than 5 players capable of executing such lethal passes. Moreover, there are several adept at performing audacious breakthroughs, particularly the number 10, Lin Quan. His success rate in one-on-one situations nearly approaches 100%. To date, no one has effectively curtailed him in such duels. As this realization dawned on him, beads of cold sweat began to form on Faria's forehead. Were he to coach Chelsea, he surmised that facing a Manchester City employing this style would leave him with a victory probability barely exceeding 10%. Thankfully, he was not the head coach of Chelsea. This thought brought a modicum of solace to Faria's mind. Yet, could Jose effectively counter Guardiola's tactics? With this concern, Faria found himself increasingly anxious. On the field, Iheanacho, having witnessed the ball roll into the opponent's net, erupted into a jubilant sprint. This marked his debut for Manchester City, and it was his first goal for the first team. He had envisioned numerous scenarios in his mind, yet he never anticipated that his experience with the first team would unfold so splendidly. All credit was due to the man on the sidelines. Thus, after scoring, Iheanacho immediately dashed to the sidelines to embrace Guardiola fervently. "Thank you, boss. This is truly a wonderful night, one I shall never forget." Guardiola, equally gratified, had not expected such a successful debut for the young player. "This is what you deserve. Savor this night and relish the thrill of running on the pitch." "Indeed, I shall. Just watch." Empowered by Guardiola's encouragement, Iheanacho felt invigorated, as if he were brimming with strength. On the field, after Lin Quan and De Bruyne exchanged celebratory high-fives, they stood quietly at the center circle, observing the two on the sidelines reveling in their embrace. Iheanacho's pace was impressive, and his positioning was astute. His calm demeanor during the previous shot left a favorable impression on Lin Quan. No wonder he was dubbed the Prince of Manchester City. He truly possesses remarkable talent. Upon witnessing the 18-year-old Manchester City prodigy score on his debut at home, the fans in the stands were filled with delight. At last, the fruits of the club's youth academy were evident. What is the name of this remarkable young talent? His speed is astonishing. He is known as Kelechi Iheanacho. Recently elevated to the U23 squad, and unexpectedly, he has already made an appearance for the first team. His skills are commendable. With further refinement, he could soon find a place in the rotation. Given our limited numbers in the attacking line, he certainly has opportunities to play. It has long been known that Coach Guardiola excels in unearthing and nurturing young players, and he is notably keen to provide them with chances. Today's display has confirmed his reputation. The Manchester City supporters were initially apprehensive upon seeing Guardiola's lineup, but to their astonishment, the young players delivered an outstanding performance. They felt reassured that the head coach was indeed the right choice. Guardiola is undoubtedly the perfect fit for Manchester City. Some fans couldn't help but dream of the future. With Guardiola's stature, many young talents are likely to flock to Manchester City, and perhaps one day, our youth academy could be renowned alongside Barcelona's La Masia. After celebrating with Guardiola, Iheanacho remembered to express gratitude to Lin Quan for the assist. Had Lin Quan not selflessly passed the ball to him instead of shooting, he would not have had the chance to score. As the match continued, the morale of the Manchester City players soared following their initial goal, leading them to launch a series of vigorous attacks against their opponents. Conversely, West Bromwich Albion's players were significantly affected by the setback. Under the coach's instructions, they intensified their marking and pressing against Lin Quan. Had it not been for Lin Quan's ability to navigate past several defenders on the flank, they would have found it much easier to defend. To the West Bromwich players, it seemed that by containing Lin Quan, they could effectively stifle Manchester City's offense. However, reality proved them mistaken. Merely 5 minutes after the first goal, in the 16th minute of the first half, Manchester City scored again. The goal was netted by De Bruyne, and the manner of scoring was strikingly similar to the first. The only difference was that this attack originated from the left flank. If the first goal was deemed incidental, the second left no room for excuses, particularly since this goal had little to do with Lin Quan, who had drawn numerous defenders on the right but did not participate in that offensive play. This left West Bromwich's coach in a state of cold sweat, filled with anxiety. Having conceded 2 goals to the same tactic, which nearly extinguished any suspense in the match, he remained oblivious to the underlying issues and was at a loss on how to counter the opponent's strategy. He couldn't help but steal a glance at the Manchester City bench. Is this the prowess of a world-class coach? Chapter Conclusion Chapter 3. The enmity between Guardiola and Mourinho. The arrival of the intense fixture schedule as the defensive gaps on the right flank of West Bromwich Albion widened. The team was compelled to reallocate personnel to address this vulnerability. However, this maneuver rendered their other positions somewhat precarious. In the 34th minute of the first half, Lin Quan seized an opportunity, skillfully evading defenders in the attacking third. After penetrating the penalty area, he received a pass from De Bruyne and scored Manchester City's 3rd goal of the match. This goal effectively extinguished any remaining suspense surrounding the game. Upon witnessing this moment, both Guardiola on the sidelines and the Manchester City supporters in attendance felt a wave of relief. Unless a miracle occurred, West Bromwich Albion might as well prepare for defeat. After scoring, Lin Quan approached the sidelines and embraced Guardiola. This marked their first match together on the same team, and scoring in such a context held profound significance for Lin Quan. The cameras captured the touching moment between the father and son, prompting the commentators to quip, "These two embracing on the sidelines may very well be the most formidable father-son duo in the history of football. One represents the youngest and most promising superstar in the sport, while the other is the most renowned young manager. Indeed, such a combination is unparalleled." One can only wonder what remarkable tales this father-son pair will leave in the world of football. Let us await the unfolding of their legacy. The first half concluded swiftly, and during the interval, Guardiola commended each player who had taken to the field, particularly highlighting the young talents making their debuts for the team. The endorsement from Guardiola greatly bolstered the confidence of these young players, each silently resolved to repay the coach's trust with their utmost performances. In the home team's locker room, West Bromwich Albion's coach, Pepe Mel, was visibly incensed. Had they lost to a Manchester City side fielding their strongest lineup, he might have accepted the defeat with more grace. However, the squad on the pitch was merely a mix of a few key players along with numerous substitutes and youth, forming a second-string lineup. To succumb to such a youthful version of Manchester City and be humiliated by 3 goals was a blow to Mel's pride. This was their home ground, and they could not bear such disgrace. Thus, he admonished the players sternly, adopting a fierce tone, urging them to recognize their shame and rise to the occasion. In the second half, we must demonstrate our spirit and defend the honor of our home with goals. As the second half commenced, the players of West Bromwich Albion indeed intensified their offensive efforts. Pepe Mel's gaze was fixed intently on the field, hoping to catch even a glimmer of opportunity. Manchester City's squad boasted numerous young players. While their weaknesses might not be apparent in favorable circumstances, any signs of adversity would surely unveil their vulnerabilities. Mel's strategy was to relentlessly target this frailty in Manchester City's lineup, seeking to exploit it and create openings. However, what he did not anticipate was that Manchester City's young players were not easily vanquished by his tactics. Their morale was exceptionally high, akin to indomitable pests, resolutely persevering through adversity. Admittedly, their skill level was insufficient to establish a foothold in the Premier League's demanding arena, at least for the time being. Yet, they compensated for their lack of ability with unwavering spirit and determination, and the more experienced players within the squad proved to be remarkably reliable. Whenever these young athletes encountered trouble, their seasoned teammates, armed with formidable individual prowess, provided protection and assistance, helping them navigate through recurring crises. With such support, the young players felt an overwhelming sense of security, and their performances on the pitch began to flourish. West Bromwich Albion is not considered a powerhouse, Their players are merely a collection of ordinary individuals. While their individual capabilities may not be particularly strong, they could leverage their experience to gain an edge over the youthful players. However, when faced with Manchester City's key players, or even some substitutes, they found themselves at a complete disadvantage in terms of personal skill. Consequently, although the match's dynamics became tense, West Bromwich struggled to break through and score. As the team's offensive efforts became increasingly thwarted, Pep Mel made a bold decision and went all in. In the 66th minute, West Bromwich made a substitution, replacing 3 players simultaneously, all of whom were attacking players. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. They were ready to go head-to-head with Manchester City. Upon witnessing this, Guardiola couldn't help but smile. If you can make substitutions, so can we. He glanced at the bench and called upon the names of Lampard, Kolarov, and Yaya Touré, subsequently bringing them onto the field. With their entrance, Manchester City's defense became even more robust, and the midfield solidity increased significantly. Consequently, West Bromwich's attacking efforts were thwarted outside their own goal. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 3-0, marking a resounding victory for Manchester City, who had fielded a considerable number of substitutes away from home. Guardiola's debut proved to be a resounding success. After the match, Guardiola was besieged by numerous journalists. Coach Guardiola, what are your thoughts on this match? Coach Guardiola, why did you arrange such a starting lineup? Do you underestimate your opponent? Coach Guardiola, who do you believe was the standout player today? Was it Lin Quan? The reporters nearly thrust their microphones into Guardiola's mouth, prompting him to reflect on the formidable nature of British journalists. My players performed exceptionally well today, and I take great pride in them. If I had to choose a standout performer, it would undoubtedly be Lin Quan. Guardiola candidly attributed this honor to Lin Quan, a decision that was not unexpected by the journalists. As for his reflections on the match, it left him with a profound appreciation for the fervor of Premier League fans and the intensity of the league itself. Guardiola's responses were rather conventional and devoid of any flaws. However, a journalist unexpectedly interjected, inquiring, "Mr. Guardiola, how do you perceive Coach Mourinho's remarks prior to the match?" Earlier, during a press conference for another game, a journalist had asked Mourinho about Guardiola's appointment at Manchester City. Mourinho responded, "Pep is an exceptional coach, and I harbor no personal grievances against him. However, I am skeptical about his future at Manchester City, for this is the Premier League, not La Liga." Mourinho emphasized that his statements were not aimed at Guardiola personally, but were merely conclusions drawn from factual assessments. The Premier League is undeniably more intense than La Liga, featuring numerous strong teams, a congested schedule, and a vigorous style of play, wherein only the truly formidable can thrive. Implicitly, Mourinho suggested that Guardiola may not be one of those formidable figures. While it is true that the styles of play in La Liga and the Premier League differ significantly, to assert that Guardiola is entirely incapable of adapting to this environment is an exaggeration. Consequently, it was no surprise that his comments sparked considerable debate. With the media sensationalizing the situation, the interview footage rapidly went viral online. The animosity between Mourinho and Guardiola can be traced back to the 2009 to 2010 season. During that season, the two faced off 4 times in the Champions League, with Guardiola achieving 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, thus holding the upper hand. Yet, it was Mourinho who ultimately triumphed, as his Inter Milan eliminated the seemingly invincible Barcelona in the semi-finals with an aggregate score of 3-2, advancing to the final and ultimately lifting the coveted trophy, completing a historic treble. The defeat that season left many Barcelona fans feeling regretful and disheartened. Had they not been ousted by Inter, they might have claimed 3 consecutive Champions League titles. Furthermore, they were notably dissatisfied with their away loss to Inter. At that time, due to the eruption of an Icelandic volcano, Barcelona could not fly to the away match. The players were compelled to endure a long bus journey lasting several hours to reach the venue. This arduous trek severely drained their physical stamina, greatly impacting their performance. Consequently, in the first leg of the away match, Barcelona suffered a 1-3 defeat to Inter. If the volcanic ash had affected both teams equally, then losing would have been acceptable, with no grounds for complaint. However, when Inter visited Camp Nou, the impact of the ash had diminished, allowing them to fly, with their condition largely unaffected. Inter withstood Barcelona's fervent assaults. Although Barcelona triumphed 1-0 at home against Inter, they were eliminated due to the aggregate score, missing the opportunity to defend their Champions League title. This was not only a disappointment for Barcelona, but also for Guardiola. Additionally, Mourinho's remarks during the matches further entrenched the rift between the two. Following Inter Milan's championship victory, Real Madrid swiftly invited Mourinho to the Bernabeu, seeking his expertise to counter Barcelona. The rivalry between Barcelona and Real Madrid is fierce, a relationship fraught with animosity. As the respective coaches of these two teams, Mourinho and Guardiola's enmity has only intensified. Ideally, this conflict should have subsided after both departed La Liga. However, last season, Guardiola first triumphed over Mourinho in the UEFA Super Cup, subsequently eliminating Mourinho's Chelsea in the Champions League knockout stage. Rather than easing, their discord has deepened further. With Guardiola now in the Premier League, the opportunities for their teams to clash in league and domestic cup competitions have significantly increased. It seems that the flames of their rivalry may be reignited, escalating even more. After hearing the reporter's remarks, Guardiola remained silent for a moment. He generally prefers not to comment on or criticize other coaches. Yet, Mourinho's words unsettled him. Remaining silent would leave him feeling perturbed. Furthermore, given that Mourinho had issued a challenge, Guardiola felt compelled to respond assertively. Thus, he stated gravely, the Premier League may not be La Liga, but for true champions, victory can be achieved anywhere. The reporters fervently jotted down Guardiola's response, interpreting it as a direct retort to Mourinho's challenge. Upon learning of Guardiola's response, Mourinho, having led Chelsea to a victory over West Ham United and maintained their position at the top of the table, replied with an air of ease. I eagerly anticipate the day Mr. Guardiola brings his team to Stamford Bridge. I shall extend the utmost hospitality to him and his squad. The next encounter between Manchester City and Chelsea awaits the 23rd round of the Premier League, where City will visit Chelsea. The outcome of this renewed competition will be determined by the result of that match. However, prior to this, Mourinho's Chelsea sits comfortably atop the standings, allowing him a sense of composure. His tenure in the Premier League far exceeds Guardiola's, and he has endured the necessary tribulations. In contrast, Guardiola is still new, yet to encounter the trials of his learning curve. Once he begins to face those challenges, he will realize that the Premier League is no easy battleground. After triumphing against West Bromwich Albion away, Manchester City hurried back to Manchester. 2 days later, they will host Burnley. Given the congested schedule during the festive period, players have little time to rest. Fortunately, they need not concern themselves with Champions League matches, and an early exit from the League Cup has alleviated some of their competitive strain. However, with the impending FIFA Club World Cup, Manchester City must also divert their focus. Upon returning to the training facility, Guardiola wasted no time resting. He promptly convened an internal meeting to discuss the upcoming schedule and match strategies. From now until January 10th, we have 6 matches scheduled, 2 in the Club World Cup, 3 in the Premier League, and 1 in the FA Cup. Notably, the Premier League match on December 28th and the Club World Cup match on December 29th are perilously close together, necessitating a strategic withdrawal from one of them. The schedule for Manchester City is marked in red, with each match circled, illustrating the relentless pace with a match nearly every day. A mere glance at the dates reveals the intensity of their fixture list. The Club World Cup matches cannot be forsaken, having already secured 5 trophies. We stand on the precipice of achieving a historic 6th title. To relinquish this opportunity would render our previous efforts futile, for such an achievement is a rare privilege. Similarly, we cannot afford to abandon our Premier League commitments, as we currently trail Chelsea in points. A withdrawal from these matches could exacerbate the gap, making it increasingly difficult to catch up. Moreover, should we triumph in the semi-finals of the Club World Cup, the date of the final clashes with another Premier League fixture. The situation is indeed perplexing. 6 matches within a span of 12 days is nothing short of a grueling ordeal. Even if we set aside the 2 Club World Cup matches, the remaining schedule remains overwhelming. Due to the World Cup, the Club World Cup has been postponed by 10 days this year, intended to accommodate players who participated in the tournament, allowing them to compete without the burden of league and cup matches during the winter break. Ironically, this well-meaning adjustment has turned into a nightmare for the reigning Champions League title holders, Manchester City. The crux of the issue lies in the uniqueness of the Premier League. While teams in other major leagues enjoy a respite, our league presses on relentlessly, leaving little room for recovery. The pressing dilemma for Manchester City is whether to prioritize the league or to strive wholeheartedly for the coveted 6th title. As for the update, I apologize for the delays. I must also mention the situation with my child, Dodo. The updates have been increasingly tardy, and I sincerely apologize for that. As I previously mentioned, I spend my days taking him for interventions, leaving me only the evenings to write. Recently, he has become particularly attached to me, constantly calling out daddy and wanting to play games like musical chairs. He enjoys mimicking me, and while I type, he imitates by banging on my keyboard, disrupting my writing process and significantly hampering my efficiency. It is only once he falls asleep that I find time to write, which has caused my working hours to stretch later and later into the night. Regarding Dodo's progress, I am pleased to report that he has made considerable strides over the past month, displaying improved emotional regulation and reduced instances of tantrums, while becoming more vocal. During a prior visit to the intervention class, when we took him on the subway, he was overwhelmed with fear. On the way to the station, he insisted on being carried, and once aboard the train, he covered his ears, terrified of the sounds produced by the moving subway. Upon arriving at the station, he again required carrying and cried incessantly upon reaching the intervention center, needing a parent to stay with him in the classroom to feel secure. He frequently turned to check where his parents were, and on our first visit, when we remained outside, he cried and demanded to exit to find us. The door handle was too high for him to reach, leaving him sobbing at the entrance, despite the teacher's attempts to console him. Eventually, when his mother and I entered, his tears flowed as he clutched our hands, repeatedly exclaiming, "Home, home." This broke our hearts with a mix of guilt and self-reproach. From that moment onward, we decided to have one of us stay in the classroom to provide him with a sense of security. Fortunately, he gradually improved. During subsequent visits, he could interact independently with the teachers when we were not present. Now, he is more willing to walk on the subway, although he sometimes still struggles with fear of the security gates and turnstiles. In the past, Dodo was exceedingly picky with food, making every meal a substantial challenge. He refused rice, shunned green vegetables, and only indulged in strongly flavored foods, such as the sour long beans and hot dry noodles, and various cold dishes. His snacking habits were similarly selective. He would often ignore many snacks entirely. Each day, before his midday nap, he demanded a piece of candy as a reward, which later escalated to 2, and then 3. If he didn't receive them, he would cry incessantly. During that time, his weight dropped significantly, as he relied almost entirely on snacks for sustenance. However, after spending time with him alongside his mother, we gradually corrected his eating habits. Initially, we would sneak a small amount of rice into his mouth when he wasn't paying attention, but he would often spit it out upon discovery. Over time, he began to consume more food. Although he still rejected direct feeding of rice, he would eat it if mixed with a vegetable he liked. Additionally, we managed to reduce his snack intake significantly, eliminating the habit of needing snacks during nap time. However, he still struggles with delayed gratification. If he does not receive something immediately, he becomes anxious and cries. We are addressing this gradually, working alongside the teachers at the center. Overall, the past month has seen considerable progress. The investment of time and energy from parents, combined with the intervention from the facility, has proven effective. Currently, the main challenges lie in 2 areas. First, finding suitable playmates. Last weekend, when my aunt's family visited us from Ichang, Dodo initially refrained from playing with my cousin's child. However, upon observing older children engaging with toys, he became interested and began to imitate them. I have also noticed his affinity for crowds. He thrives in lively environments, where he appears happier and learns at an accelerated pace. The first time I met my aunt, I taught him to call her auntie, and he immediately remembered it. The next day, he cheerfully ran over to greet her, a behavior previously unseen. This indicates that he indeed requires more social interaction and playtime with other children. However, most kids in our neighborhood who are roughly the same age as Dodo have already started attending kindergarten, and their parents are reluctant to let them play with him. He tends to ignore others and avoid eye contact, which raises concerns about potential harm. It is understandable that other parents would have such apprehensions. Moreover, the economic pressure is quite considerable. We enrolled him in an intervention program for 3 months, costing over 48,000 yuan, averaging 16,000 a month. Currently, we are renting a place, and the mortgage for our wedding home is still being repaid. The combined expenses of the mortgage, rent, and Dodo's medical treatment, along with various other costs, exceed 23,000 yuan. The burden is indeed substantial. Since his mother resigned, I am the sole financial provider. Yet my income from writing is highly unstable, which adds to my anxiety. Fortunately, I earned a bit in previous years, which might sustain us until around April next year at the current rate of expenditure. By then, I may have to consider selling the house, which I purchased at a high point in 2017. It has depreciated significantly since, and I have not even occupied it, losing over 100,000 yuan without certainty of being able to sell it. I hope Dodo recovers swiftly. Chapter 5. Mourinho's shock 14 days, 6 matches. The defending champions face a grueling schedule. What will Guardiola choose for the Club World Cup? Premier League scheduling sparks controversy. The Club World Cup may become a nightmare for the elite. The news of Manchester City facing a challenging schedule quickly garnered media attention and extensive coverage. As the most talked about team recently, Manchester City attracts significant scrutiny, and any report concerning them ignites public interest and debate. For instance, following the media's revelation of City's predicament, it swiftly became a trending topic online, sparking widespread discussion. Manchester City's luck seems rather unfortunate, particularly Pep Guardiola's, as he encounters such a daunting schedule right upon his arrival. One cannot help but question the rationale behind such scheduling. Even without the 2 Club World Cup matches, the fixtures during this period would still be taxing for Manchester City. Fortunately, as the UEFA Champions League champions, they will only commence their Club World Cup journey from the semi-finals, thus only requiring to play 2 matches in total. Otherwise, their situation would be even more dire. Though only 2 matches are added, inserting them into an already grueling schedule elevates the difficulty further. I believe Manchester City will have to make some strategic choices. Securing the Club World Cup would grant them the prestigious sextuple title, so perhaps they should prioritize that first. Indeed, the allure of the sextuple title is immense, bolstering their reputation. Attaining it would significantly aid their ascent to elite status in football. However, if they opt for the Club World Cup, what becomes of the League and the FA Cup? Manchester City currently trails Chelsea by 3 points, having relinquished 2 consecutive matches, and the gap may well widen to 9 points. Given Mourinho's meticulousness and Chelsea's current prowess, it seems nearly impossible for City to reclaim those 9 points in the second half of the season. Alas, it is a dilemma. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. It is up to Manchester City to determine their course of action. The fault lies with the Premier League, which lacks a winter break while other leagues enjoy one, opting instead to accelerate the schedule around Christmas to capture viewers. Indeed, the winter break in the Premier League annually presents an opportunity for the title contenders to differentiate themselves and widen the gap. Many teams that performed admirably in the first half of the season tend to falter during this period. For instance, there is a certain team notorious for its pursuit of a top 4 finish. Arsenal, please refrain from mentioning us. Thank you. Alas, this season has been quite challenging for the Gunners, who find themselves 13 points adrift of the leaders, with hopes of the title slipping away. Forget about the championship. Securing a 4th-place finish is the immediate concern, as 5 teams threaten their Champions League position, and a misstep could result in missing out on Europe altogether. What remains for Arsenal? A decade without a trophy, salaries that are not particularly enticing. And perhaps the only allure for star players is the annual Champions League qualification and the charisma of Wenger. The professor has aged. It is uncertain how many more years he can lead. One wonders what will become of Arsenal after his retirement. It is indeed a daunting prospect. This season in the Premier League, aside from the 2 title contenders, which of the remaining giants is not facing difficulties? Every one of them is struggling. Indeed, Chelsea, Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, and Tottenham. So many teams vying for Champions League spots. Even discounting Tottenham as a mere participant, with Manchester City's rise, the traditional Big Four is bound to see some teams displaced. Based on the standings, Liverpool appears more likely to be pushed down, currently sitting with just 28 points in 8th place. Suarez's departure has significantly impacted Liverpool's strength. I choose to trust in the professor's abilities, since his tenure began. Arsenal has never missed out on the Champions League. Whether to abandon the league or the Club World Cup is a challenging decision for Manchester City. Ultimately, Guardiola made the resolute choice to strive wholeheartedly for the sextuple. This sextuple represents an opportunity that Manchester has fought tirelessly for over the past year, a feat that former coach Pellegrini could not achieve. Now, only 2 matches stand between them and this accomplishment. Should they fail to honor Pellegrini's legacy, he would likely feel profound regret. Pellegrini invested tremendous effort into Manchester City's ascent, and Guardiola does not wish to leave him with any unfulfilled dreams. Missing this opportunity would surely evoke feelings of guilt in the future. While winning the league is undoubtedly important, it occurs annually. If this year does not yield success, There is always next year. He can afford to lose. Upon hearing Guardiola's decision, admiration swelled among the crowd. Guardiola has shouldered the responsibility and risked himself. A display of accountability that commands respect. In an age where self-serving tendencies prevail, individuals willing to make such sacrifices are exceedingly rare. Pellegrini's assistant coach, Brian, was deeply moved by the situation and shared the matter with his longtime partner, Pellegrini, after the meeting. Upon learning the truth, Pellegrini was profoundly shaken, rendered speechless, and ultimately let out a long sigh. Guardiola, it seemed, was indeed a person of remarkable character. Though Pellegrini and Guardiola were not particularly close, the latter's actions left him feeling somewhat undeserving of such kindness. Consequently, Pellegrini decided to call the chairman of Manchester City, Fahim, to convey the situation and request his intervention in persuading Guardiola. As the new manager taking charge of Manchester City, Guardiola was in urgent need of results to stabilize morale and establish his authority within the team, which was essential to keep the numerous star players in check. Moreover, he required success to silence any external criticism. In such circumstances, relinquishing the league would be a significant loss for him. A misstep could potentially become a watershed moment in his coaching career. Pellegrini did not wish for his own circumstances to adversely affect Guardiola's future. The title of six-time champions was merely an empty accolade. Losing it was inconsequential. Pellegrini firmly believed that with Guardiola's prowess, the title could certainly be reclaimed in the future. Fahim was taken aback by Pellegrini's call. He had not anticipated that Guardiola would take such a step, with a chance still remaining to contend for the league title. It was astonishing that Guardiola would voluntarily relinquish it. What audacity he possessed. After much contemplation, Fahim was uncertain whether to persuade Guardiola. Thus, he reported the matter to the club's owner, Mansour, for a decision. Mansour, equally surprised, pondered for a moment before stating, "I respect all of Mr. Guardiola's decisions. If he truly wishes to pursue this six-time championship, I will offer my private jet for the team's use, alleviating their travel burdens." Mansour held a profound admiration for Guardiola's character. Even if this season's results under his management were less than ideal and the Premier League title could not be defended, he would not cast blame upon Guardiola. Initially drawn to Guardiola for his abilities and coaching style, Mansour found that having witnessed Guardiola's noble character, he deemed him the most suitable choice for head coach. After reaching a decision, Manchester City fielded a significant number of substitutes and reserve players in their home match of the 19th round. This lineup was even bolder than the one that faced West Bromwich Albion, as the pitch was nearly devoid of first-team players. The main squad had already departed for Morocco to participate in the 2014 FIFA Club World Cup. The Burnley head coach, upon seeing the opposing lineup, felt a surge of elation. Struggling in the relegation zone, they were in desperate need of points to escape the clutches of relegation. Previously, a match against Manchester City seemed almost hopeless for them, but with City strategically conceding this game, their opportunity had arrived. Thus, the Burnley coach gestured vigorously for his players to advance and attack. After all, they were merely facing a group of substitutes and reserve players. Surely, this was a chance to seize. In a remarkable turn of events, a relegation-threatened team found themselves dominating the pitch at the Etihad Stadium, an occurrence that was once unimaginable. Yet, this astonishing scene unfolded before our very eyes. To the surprise of Burnley supporters, the opposing lineup may not have appeared particularly formidable, but their defensive tenacity proved to be exceptionally resilient. This group of substitutes showcased relentless determination and vigorous movement, effectively stifling Burnley's offensive efforts, rendering them repeatedly fruitless. The Manchester City fans present were invigorated by the commendable performance of their substitutes, erupting in spirited cheers and encouragement. Simultaneously, these City supporters were keenly attuned to another match, Southampton versus Chelsea. Southampton has enjoyed a commendable season, currently sitting 2 points ahead of Arsenal, positioned fourth in the league. Should they maintain this momentum through the latter half of the season, they might secure a coveted spot in next season's Champions League. Despite the apparent disparity in paper strength between Southampton and Chelsea, the current form and league standings prompted Manchester City fans, along with other Premier League supporters hoping to thwart Chelsea's title aspirations, to harbor high hopes for Southampton to impede Chelsea's progress at home. A victory over the formidable Blues would be nothing short of spectacular, as if this near fantasy were destined to materialize. The 17th minute of the first half bore witness to an unexpected breakthrough. Sadio Mane, The forward acquired for $15 million during the summer transfer window opened the scoring, granting Southampton a temporary lead of 1-0 against Chelsea. This unforeseen goal sent waves of jubilation through Manchester City and other fans harboring grievances against Chelsea. A palpable excitement surged through the Etihad Stadium. The players on the pitch were momentarily bewildered, unsure of the unfolding drama. Seizing the moment, the City fans began to chant in unison, "Chelsea trails Southampton away." The Burnley players, initially perplexed, struggled to comprehend the relevance of Chelsea's predicament to their own match. However, the subsequent proclamation sent chills down their spines. "If we vanquish Burnley, we can level with the Blues." With these words echoing through the air, Burnley's players suddenly realized the transformation that had overtaken the City squad. They were now infused with renewed vigor and a fierce determination. Recognizing the precarious situation, the Burnley coach attempted to rally his players, urging them to maintain their composure. Yet, before he could convey his message, Manchester City unleashed a formidable counterattack. Sinclair intercepted the ball in the backfield and passed to Müller, who surged down the wing, cutting inside towards the edge of the penalty area. Drawing the attention of the opposing defenders, he deftly laid the ball across the middle. Iheanacho's clever feint allowed the ball to reach the onrushing Lampard. The legendary midfielder, with a characteristic bend, unleashed a stunning long-range shot that pierced through Burnley's defenses. 2-1. The home side, Manchester City, had taken the lead. After scoring, Lampard shook his head with a wry smile. The last time he played for Manchester City, he netted a crucial goal that helped the team triumph over Chelsea. This time, his goal has placed Chelsea's position at the top of the league in jeopardy. Surely, the Blues supporters would not harbor resentment over these two goals. The Manchester City fans, however, were oblivious to such concerns, celebrating wildly upon seeing Lampard score. It was utterly unexpected that the team, despite fielding such a lineup, could seize the lead and even have a chance of victory. Now, if Southampton could hold on, they might just surpass Chelsea on goal difference and claim the summit of the standings after the 90 minutes. At St. Mary's Stadium, the sight of a young black forward from the opposing team slotting the ball into the corner of the net, breaching their defenses, was disheartening. Chelsea's manager, Mourinho, could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Damn it. He acknowledged that he had underestimated Southampton's fighting spirit. On paper, their strength paled in comparison to Chelsea's, leading Mourinho, like many other Chelsea supporters, to be optimistic before the match, believing it would be an unquestionable victory. However, once the game commenced, he realized the reality was quite different. Southampton opted for a counter-attacking strategy on their home turf, a tactic that, while predictable against Chelsea, was nonetheless effective. The real issue was Southampton's lightning-fast winger, Maine. At just 22 years of age, Maine possessed exceptional acceleration and explosiveness, and Southampton exploited this advantage repeatedly to counter Chelsea's defense. This strategy left Chelsea's backline in a state of disarray. Finally, in the 17th minute of the first half, they conceded a goal. For a formidable team like Chelsea, conceding at this juncture did not seem overly concerning. They had ample time to equalize. However, the opposition would now execute their defensive counterattack strategy with even greater resolve. With Maine's speed amplifying their threat, Chelsea's offensive push would leave vast spaces in their defense for Southampton to exploit. This was precisely the concern that haunted Mourinho. Fortunately, Manchester City was fielding a wholly reserve squad, and barring any surprises, they were expected to lose to Burnley at home, granting Chelsea some breathing room. With this thought, Mourinho felt a slight sense of relief. He casually inquired of his assistant, "What is the status of the other match?" The assistant, aware of which match he referred to, immediately began searching on his phone. However, when the search results appeared, the assistant was taken aback. What is it?" Mourinho noticed the look of astonishment on his assistant's face and could not help but furrow his brow. Surely, nothing unexpected had transpired? It was inconceivable that Guardiola's reserves could win the match. The latest news is that Manchester City has just scored, and they are currently leading 1-0. And it's Lampard who scored again. With a resounding bang, Mourinho felt his mind go blank. End of the chapter. Chapter 6. What defines a world-class superstar? Lin Quan's unconventional influence. Attack at all costs. Mourinho could no longer remain seated. Should Chelsea falter while Manchester City triumphed, their prior advantage would vanish into thin air. The players from Burnley were truly inept, failing to secure a victory against a Manchester City side composed entirely of substitutes. Chelsea could only place their hopes upon themselves. Regardless of the circumstances, they had to secure a win in this match. If they overcame Southampton, they would retain at least a 3-point lead, irrespective of Manchester City's outcome. Under Mourinho's command, the Chelsea players launched a fervent assault on Southampton. Diego Costa, Schürrle, Hazard, Oscar, Fabregas. The offensive lineup of Chelsea was nothing short of magnificent. And after half a season of collaboration, their synergy had significantly improved. Under the relentless onslaught of these elite stars, Southampton's defensive pressure intensified dramatically. In the 45th minute of the first half, Fabregas delivered a splendid assist, allowing Hazard to score and equalize the match. This marked Fabregas's 13th assist of the season, a staggering display of efficiency. The formidable offensive prowess of Chelsea this season could primarily be attributed to the arrivals of Fabregas and Diego Costa. One excels at assisting, while the other thrives in scoring, together accounting for over 70 of Chelsea's goals. They have undeniably elevated Chelsea's attacking capabilities to new heights. Upon witnessing Hazard's goal, Mourinho excitedly raised his fist. If they continued to play like this, victory would surely be theirs. Fabregas's performance in this match was exceptional. Since joining Chelsea, he seemed to have found his place within the team. This realization had instilled in him a growing sense of composure and confidence. His newfound assurance was evident in his willingness to take on the ball and penetrate defenses, reminiscent of Iniesta at Barcelona. Throughout the first half, against Southampton's staunch defense, Fabregas successfully completed 5 notable breakthroughs. Excluding the assist to Hazard, he had 2 additional threatening passes in the first half. In the 7th minute, Fabregas faced Southampton's defensive midfielder Wanyama on the left flank, anticipating his movements perfectly and deftly maneuvered past him to deliver a cross into the penalty area. Unfortunately, the ball was deflected out of play by a defender, failing to reach his teammate's feet. Otherwise, Chelsea might have taken an early lead. In the 24th minute, Fabregas again created a threat on the left side, accelerating and cutting inside to evade his opponent. Regrettably, Schürrle was not on the same wavelength, squandering the cross he provided. As the second half commenced, Fabregas continued to exhibit his outstanding form. In the 47th minute, after breaking through in the attacking zone, he delivered a through ball to Diego Costa. However, Costa's rapid pace and Fabregas's slightly light touch on the pass led to a missed opportunity. On the sidelines, Mourinho expressed immense satisfaction with Fabregas's performance, even giving him a thumbs up. As Chelsea's midfield maestro, as long as Fabregas maintained his stellar form, the probability of victory for Chelsea was significantly heightened. However, this positive momentum came to an abrupt halt following a foul by the opposition. In the 55th minute of the second half, Fabregas received the ball on the right flank of the penalty area and attempted to break through. Yet, a defender from the opposing team preemptively extended his leg, bringing him crashing to the ground. This was a clear foul, however, much to everyone's astonishment. Referee Taylor issued a yellow card to Fabregas, seemingly believing he had exaggerated the fall to deceive the officials. This decision incited vehement discontent from Fabregas, who pursued Taylor, questioning the rationale behind such a ruling. Mourinho, from the sidelines, was equally infuriated, exclaiming, "Damn it, that was a penalty." The replay from the match clearly showed that Fabregas had indeed been fouled by the defender target. Nevertheless, Taylor showed no inclination to reverse his decision, steadfast in his judgment. The unjust decision seemed to unsettle Fabregas, who subsequently displayed a performance far below his earlier brilliance. Not only he, but also his teammates appeared to be adversely affected by the referee's ruling. The morale of Chelsea plummeted, and their gameplay deteriorated significantly, resulting in a diminished offensive threat. This provided Southampton with an opportunity to regroup, maintaining the score at 1-1 until the final whistle. Chelsea, who once held a promising advantage, failed to sustain their earlier momentum and unexpectedly dropped 2 points away from home. Had Manchester City triumphed over Burnley, their lead would have shrunk to a mere point. At the conclusion of the match, Mourinho hesitated to inquire about the score from the Manchester City game, fearful that they had indeed overtaken them. Fortunately, that nightmare did not materialize. Manchester City's lead did not endure until the end, as Burnley equalized in the second half, resulting in a draw. Consequently, Chelsea's advantage remained at 3 points. This outcome fell significantly short of pre-match expectations, leaving Mourinho and his players grappling with disappointment. The typically affable Fabregas, in a post-match interview, risked a ban from the FA by openly criticizing the referee. Mr. Taylor may trust his own eyes, but the cameras on site vehemently contradict him. I wouldn't suggest he visit an ophthalmologist. Rather, I recommend he consult a psychologist, for I doubt he will find peace tonight after making such an absurd decision. Mourinho's critique was even more scathing. I can hardly believe that such a foul did not result in a penalty. I wish to find referee Taylor to wish him a wonderful new year. Moreover, I would tell him that if he were to watch that incident on television, he would surely feel ashamed of his actions. Besides the enraged players, the Chelsea supporters were equally incensed. At last, seizing the opportunity presented by Manchester City's grueling schedule to widen the gap, they were thwarted by the referee's intervention, inciting considerable ire among the supporters. Some fans, fueled by conspiracy theories, speculated that Taylor, being a Manchester native, had accepted bribes from City to unfairly officiate against Chelsea. Following the matches, British media fervently reported on these encounters, elevating the incident to a crescendo. According to Sky Sports, the two draws yielded starkly contrasting outcomes for the respective teams. Manchester City's fans reveled in jubilation, while Chelsea's supporters erupted in furious outcries. The BBC reported that Guardiola's audacious decision to field young players and substitutes resulted in a hard-earned point in a match that seemed almost certain to end in defeat, which was a commendable result for City. Conversely, Mourinho's team squandered a significant advantage, unexpectedly dropping 2 points, a dismal outcome for the Blues. However, for the league as a whole and the multitude of fans, this may not necessarily be a negative development, with both teams ending in stalemate. The championship suspense remains palpable this season in the Premier League. There are still 19 rounds to play, and a 3-point deficit is hardly insurmountable, particularly given that the two teams will face each other once more. Should Manchester City triumph at Stamford Bridge, they could effectively erase Chelsea's lead. What? Our substitutes managed to draw at home? Guardiola, currently in Morocco preparing for the Club World Cup, expressed his astonishment upon learning the Premier League results. Indeed. And Chelsea was also held to a draw by Southampton, which means our gap has not widened. His assistant coach Torrent remarked, beaming with joy. This result is quite an unexpected delight. If we can maintain our composure in the next match, perhaps we could indeed topple Chelsea and defend our Premier League title. Another assistant coach remarked, his eyes filled with hope. Guardiola chuckled. It may not be that straightforward. Our strategies have largely been unveiled, and our next opponents will surely know how to counter us. Furthermore, we will be playing away, which significantly raises our risk of defeat. Manchester City's upcoming adversary is Arsenal, one of the league's formidable top four, whose strength far surpasses that of Burnley. Arsenal is in dire need of points to secure a Champions League spot for next season, and thus they will undoubtedly prepare thoroughly, exerting every effort to claim victory. In light of such a formidable challenge, Manchester City's prospects for a win are bleak, let alone securing a draw. Although Arsenal has seen better days, they remain a heavyweight in the Premier League, possessing a legacy that endures. Upon hearing Guardiola's words, several assistant coaches could not help but concede the truth in his statement. Yet, they clung to a flicker of hope. What if a miracle were to occur? In contrast to the substitutes who could only pin their hopes on serendipity, the first-team squad of Manchester City displayed a commanding performance on the grand stage of the Club World Cup. On December 29th, in a match at the Prince Stadium against the Central American champions Cruz Azul, Manchester City triumphed effortlessly, securing a commanding 3-0 lead by halftime, thanks to goals from Lin Quan, De Bruyne, and Yaya Touré. Despite Guardiola substituting numerous key players in the second half, Manchester City maintained their dominance on the pitch with remarkable prowess. In the 70th minute, substitute Navas netted the fourth goal. Ultimately, Manchester City delivered a resounding 4-0 victory over their opponents, successfully advancing to the finals. The match attracted over 45,000 spectators, a figure that was twice the average attendance for this year's Club World Cup. It was evident that the majority of fans present were drawn by Manchester City's illustrious reputation. Thus, even in a neutral venue, the overwhelming cheer was predominantly in support of Manchester City. Remarkably, even some spectators who were not originally City fans found themselves converted during the match, captivated by the team's exquisite play, the delightful interplay, fluid attacks, and the breathtaking performances of top-tier stars left the audience exhilarated. Is this the prowess of the European champions? Indeed, their play was far more visually appealing than that of teams in their domestic league. This sentiment was shared not only by the fans in attendance, but also by the players of Cruz Azul. After the match, the Cruz Azul players exhibited no signs of disappointment. Losing to Manchester City was expected, especially against a full-strength side, they felt they had little chance. They accepted the outcome with grace, transforming into admirers as they pursued Manchester City's players for signatures, photographs, and jersey exchanges. As the most prominent star on the field, Lin Quan attracted the most requests for jersey swaps. Once the final whistle blew, both players on the pitch and those on the bench surged toward Lin Quan with infectious enthusiasm. Caught off guard, Lin Quan was quickly surrounded by the opposing players. Assuming they merely wished to exchange jerseys, he prepared to remove his shirt for a casual swap. However, he underestimated their fervor. As they closed in, some rushed forward to embrace their idol. Others brandished their phones to capture memories with him, while some began to tug at his clothing. Lin Quan's jersey became a coveted prize among the Cruz Azul players, leading to a near scuffle over it, leaving Lin Quan astonished. Aren't they teammates? Was it really necessary to behave in such a manner? He clearly underestimated his influence in the football realm and the fervent adulation directed toward him. With only one jersey to offer, the demand far exceeded the supply. Yet, this did not deter the enthusiastic Mexicans. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. Faced with the absence of the jersey, they resorted to attempting to remove Lin Quan's shoes. The sneakers were evidently of considerable worth, once taken. Whether for personal use or as a keepsake, they held great value. Much like the broken window theory, once one person initiated the act, others followed suit. Some even going to greater extremes. Following the theft of the sneakers, Lin Quan's shin guards, shorts, and socks were also swiftly snatched away. Had Lin Quan not fiercely protected his belongings, he might have suspected that the assailants would have made off with his underwear as well. These ruffians, after seizing his jersey and sneakers, triumphantly brandished them like trophies, parading them about with unabashed pride. It was hard to discern whether they had come to play football or to idolize celebrities. Nevertheless, such occurrences on the grand stage of the Club World Cup did not seem entirely unexpected. Last year, Ronaldinho, while playing for Atletico Mineiro, faced a similar fate on the field. With a superstar like Ronaldinho leading the way, it was hardly surprising that subsequent players turned the Club World Cup into a spectacle of adoration. However, Lin Quan never anticipated that such an incident would unfold in his own experience. After all, his rise to fame had been relatively brief, and his standing and influence on the international stage could not be compared to Ronaldinho's. Yet, judging by the events that had just transpired on the field, it appeared that reality was somewhat at odds with his assumptions. His fame was indeed greater than he had presumed. Shaking his head, Lin Quan prepared to return to the locker room, only to be intercepted by a throng of reporters along the way. Almost stripped bare, he was left to wrap himself in a towel, his upper body exposed and feet bare, as he faced the media at the sidelines. Those in the know understood the circumstances. However, to the uninformed, this scene might have suggested that Lin Quan had been robbed. The reporters, well-versed in creating newsworthy moments, clicked away incessantly, capturing Lin Quan's unconventional appearance, and even featured his disheveled photo as the headline. It was said that the publication of that issue sparked a frenzy, with many fans cutting out Lin Quan's picture to keep as a memento. Consequently, the sales of various newspapers saw a significant spike. Chapter 7. Lin Quan's sharp commentary on the legendary rivalry between Messi and Ronaldo. The journalist who approached him happened to be a female reporter, and upon witnessing her struggle to suppress a smile, Lin Quan found himself amused. "Should I take a shower in the locker room and change before resuming the interview?" he suggested. Despite the recent discordant episode, the team's victory brought him joy, inching them closer to the achievement of a sextuple crown. No, just a few quick questions will suffice," the female reporter insisted, evidently concerned that Lin Quan might vanish into the locker room, leaving her unable to pursue him for an interview. All right then, Lin Quan thought, considering the time lost in his efforts to bathe and change. Perhaps he would not need to attend the post-match press conference. He harbored serious doubts that Guardiola would bring him to the press conference, as it would shield him from many inquiries. The female reporter introduced herself as a journalist for L'Equipe, the French sports newspaper. "Lin, first and foremost, congratulations to your team for triumphing over your opponents and advancing to the final of the Club World Cup. Do you and your teammates have confidence in securing victory in the final?" Lin nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course, we are here to claim the championship. Regardless of who our opponent may be in the final, we are confident in our ability to overcome them and achieve our first sextuple in the club's history." His response was resolute, even bordering on arrogance, as he seemed to dismiss the capabilities of their final adversaries. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Their likely opponents would be San Lorenzo from Argentina, the reigning champions of the Copa Libertadores. In the past 7 years, the finals of the Club World Cup have predominantly featured the champions of Europe versus those of South America, with the results heavily favoring European teams, who have claimed victory 6 times against just 1 defeat. The sole loss came from Chelsea, the UEFA Champions League winners in 2012. That year, Chelsea's mentality crumbled following a controversial decision in a match against Manchester United, leading to a series of humiliating defeats across all competitions. They first succumbed to Atletico Madrid in the Super Cup, followed by elimination in the group stage of the Champions League by Juventus and Shakhtar Donetsk, failing to advance. Subsequently, they faced defeat to Corinthians in the Club World Cup, halting a 5-match winning streak for European champions over South American counterparts. Chelsea's loss does not undermine the fact that the advantage European teams have over South American teams has only grown over the years. In earlier years, the matches were fiercely contested, but in recent times, a discernible gap in prowess has emerged. Provided Manchester City avoids any monumental blunders, the likelihood of their defeat remains minimal. Moreover, in their quest for the elusive sextuple, the players will undoubtedly unleash their full potential in the upcoming match. The journalists also seemed unconvinced that the South American champions could pose any real threat to the European champions. Swiftly concluding inquiries related to the match and shifting focus to other pressing matters. Lin, with the Ballon d'Or ceremony approaching, you are among the players with the highest external acclaim. May I ask, are you confident in your chances of winning this year's FIFA Ballon d'Or? The ceremony is scheduled for January 14th, and FIFA had already announced the final 3 nominees for the award on December 2nd. Lin, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Lionel Messi made it to the final trio. Compared to last year's Ballon d'Or, this year's discussions have generated considerably less fervor. This is not to say that the award's influence has diminished, but rather that the suspense surrounding it is significantly reduced this year. Since last year was not a major tournament year, the selection of the Ballon d'Or was primarily based on players' performances in their respective clubs and World Cup qualifiers. Thus, Franck Ribéry, who led his team to Champions League glory, alongside Cristiano Ronaldo, who excelled in club and World Cup qualifying matches, emerged as the final favorites. The previous awards controversy, compounded by FIFA's enigmatic maneuvers leading up to the ceremony, rendered it the most questioned in recent years. Ribéry felt his Ballon d'Or was unjustly taken from him, and fans raised concerns regarding FIFA's last-minute alterations to voting regulations and discrepancies in voting results. This series of news has elevated the prestige of the Ballon d'Or to unprecedented heights, maintaining its prominence. However, following the conclusion of the Champions League final and the World Cup, the public perception has largely solidified. After leading his team to victory in both the Champions League and the World Cup, Lin Quan has emerged as the frontrunner for the award, enjoying a significant advantage over his competitors, almost in a league of his own. Consequently, the fervor among fans regarding the Ballon d'Or debate has diminished considerably. With the lack of compelling discourse, major news outlets naturally refrain from devoting time to coverage. Should FIFA choose to award the Ballon d'Or to someone else, it would undoubtedly become sensational news, garnering attention from media worldwide. When confronted with a question from a female journalist, Lin Quan smiled and replied, "If I were to express a lack of confidence, would you not find me rather hypocritical?" The journalist chuckled, tacitly acknowledging his premise. Clearing his throat, Lin Quan responded earnestly, "The FIFA Ballon d'Or represents the highest accolade for a player, embodying the aspirations and pursuits of every footballer. Should I be fortunate enough to receive this honor, it would be an immense privilege." Rather than directly addressing his confidence in winning the award, he seized the opportunity to extol the significance of the Ballon d'Or, emphasizing its importance and stature within the footballing realm to highlight the caliber of those who attain it. When asked to evaluate his 2 rivals, Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, the journalist swiftly pivoted to another topic. Prior to Lin Quan's emergence, the footballing world was dominantly ruled by the rivalry between Messi and Ronaldo. Yet now, the landscape appears to have shifted to a triad, with Lin Quan, the up-and-coming talent, asserting dominance. This unexpected turn has left many astonished, as they reflect on the end of the era dominated by these 2 icons, while also pondering Lin Quan's future standing in the sport. Should he maintain his current form, it is highly plausible that he could surpass both Messi and Ronaldo in prominence in the foreseeable future. Few players have achieved success beyond that of Messi and Ronaldo. Both Messi and Ronaldo are exceptional athletes, One possesses remarkable innate talent, while the other exemplifies extraordinary discipline. Both serve as worthy role models for aspiring young players. I feel immensely honored to compete alongside them on the pitch in this era. Lin Quan's response is not merely perfunctory. It reflects his genuine sentiment. Messi and Ronaldo symbolize two distinct trajectories in football, the path of innate talent and that of relentless effort. Messi possesses a level of innate ability that most can only aspire to, utilizing his gifts to their fullest potential, rendering him an unstoppable force on the field. As for Ronaldo, his talent is equally impressive, yet it may not shine as conspicuously as Messi's evident gifts. However, Cristiano Ronaldo, through sheer determination, has elevated himself to the same echelon as Lionel Messi, a feat that is indeed remarkable. Achieving such a status necessitates unparalleled self-discipline and relentless effort. Mr. Lin Quan, which school do you belong to? The talent school or the sweat school? The reporters inquired curiously. As for me, I embody both, and yet neither. Lin Quan replied with a smile before darting away, leaving the journalists to ponder. He had already answered several questions, and that was sufficient. The reporters meticulously contemplated Lin Quan's earlier statement. His assertion of embodying both talent and diligence implied that he possessed both extraordinary gifts and rigorous discipline. While this could be interpreted as self-aggrandizement, upon reflection, the reporters found no grounds for rebuttal. Lin Quan's talent is as evident as Messi's, perhaps even more resplendent. Due to his superior physical condition and athleticism, which contribute to his more consistent performance and higher potential on the field. As for his diligence and discipline, glimpses of these traits can be gleaned from Lin Quan's training regimen and the lack of scandalous news surrounding him. Young prodigies like him are not uncommon in football. Both Ronaldo and Ronaldinho fall into this category, yet they share the common South American flaw of lacking discipline. While Ronaldo can be said to have been severely affected by injuries, Ronaldinho's decline is intricately linked to his own lack of self-control. Their penchant for nightlife, combined with early fame, often leads to rapid downfall. Their peak years are generally shorter than those of European players, many of whom, like Miroslav Klose, can continue to perform at the highest levels well into their mid-30s. However, Lin Quan exhibits none of these issues. Thus, his assertion is not unfounded. Yet, when he later claimed to belong to neither category, what could that signify? In a luxurious residence in Portugal, having concluded a day of training, Cristiano Ronaldo took a shower, donned comfortable loose clothing, and reclined on the sofa, casually picking up a newspaper from the coffee table. Instantly, a photograph of Lin Quan, bare-chested and wrapped in a towel, captured his attention. This fellow possesses quite an impressive physique. Ronaldo mused, glancing down at himself, convinced that his own physique surpassed that of Lin Quan. The status of a football model is not to be taken lightly. This thought filled Ronaldo with a sense of pride. He began to peruse the paper. Since his defeat to Lin Quan in the Champions League, he had developed a keen interest in news pertaining to him. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Thus, gaining further insight could only prove beneficial. Soon, he encountered the reporter's question, which piqued his curiosity. How would Lin Quan evaluate himself in relation to Messi? Upon reading Lin Quan's response to the reporter's inquiry, a slight smile crept across Ronaldo's lips. Ah, this fellow truly understands me. He relished hearing praise from others, especially from those he held in high regard. Such affirmations served as validation for his relentless efforts. After a brief contemplation of Lin Quan's words, Cristiano Ronaldo sensed something amiss. Is this young fellow insinuating that I lack talent? Ronaldo suddenly felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Meanwhile, in Barcelona, within the confines of Messi's residence, he too encountered the same report. Having been attuned to Lin Quan's progress long before Ronaldo, Messi had witnessed the rapid ascension of Lin Quan from obscurity to his current esteemed position. Upon reading Lin Quan's assessment, Messi fell into a contemplative silence. Is this a suggestion that I am not striving hard enough? However, increasing my training intensity could lead to injuries. Over the past 2 seasons, Messi had suffered greatly from injuries, and had it not been for these setbacks, his performance would undoubtedly have been more stellar. This train of thought led Messi to ponder. In his recollection, Lin Quan seemed to have evaded the clutches of injury. In earlier years during his time in the Bundesliga, Lin Quan had recorded injuries that kept him from matches, yet upon entering the more fiercely competitive Premier League, his injuries had seemingly diminished. This piqued Messi's curiosity. Either Lin Quan possessed remarkable physical prowess that rendered him less susceptible to injury, or he had access to a highly professional team of sports experts and medical staff. While one cannot replicate physical constitution, it appears that assembling a professional medical team is indeed feasible. Perhaps this could effectively mitigate injury risks and enable one to maintain an optimal state for competition. On January 1st, New Year's Day, the final of the Club World Cup was held at the Maracana Stadium. The contenders were last season's Champions League victors, Manchester City, and the South American champions, San Lorenzo. During the pre-match entrance, De Bruyne nudged Lin Quan in the ribs and remarked, "Hey, did you notice how the opposing players are glaring at you as if they want to devour you? Have you offended them in some way?" Lin Quan glanced over and indeed found that the opponents were glaring at him with palpable hostility, as if he were their arch-nemesis. "I don't know. I have no recollection. Could it be something you said to the press before the match that provoked them?" De Bruyne speculated, convinced that there must be a reason for their animosity towards Lin Quan. Perhaps it stems from the old grudge left over from the World Cup semifinals? Navas interjected. Last year's World Cup saw Lin Quan leading Spain to eliminate Messi's Argentina in the round of 32, once again shattering the Argentinians' dreams of glory. San Lorenzo hails from the Argentine League, and since most of their players are Argentine, it stands to reason that they would harbor ill feelings towards Lin Quan due to that match. Regardless, Lin Quan dismissed these thoughts. Once on the field, he would adhere strictly to the coach's tactical instructions and play with utmost vigor. He was indifferent to the adversary's thoughts or the reasons behind their animosity. His sole focus was the match and the coveted championship trophy. Securing this final trophy would enable them to achieve the historic milestone of becoming the first sextuple champions in the club's history. Moreover, this marks the second time since Barcelona's triumph in 2009 that a team has achieved this remarkable feat in the 5 major leagues. Should we include the League Cup in the tally, Manchester City could even surpass Barcelona, becoming the sole 7-time champion in the history of football. This chapter concludes. Chapter 8. Manchester City, the 7-time champions. Dear viewers, you are currently tuned into the live broadcast of the 2014 FIFA Club World Cup final, featuring Manchester City against San Lorenzo. The players clad in sky blue represent the reigning champions of the UEFA Champions League, while the team in red and blue stripes is the champion of the Copa Libertadores. At a glance, one might mistakenly think it is Manchester City facing Barcelona. Indeed, the resemblance of San Lorenzo's kit to that of Barcelona is uncanny, and it is worth noting that this team hails from Argentina, the homeland of Messi. After a swift introduction of both teams' starting lineups by the two hosts at CCTV, they began to engage in casual conversation. Prior to this match, Manchester City had already secured 6 trophies: the Community Shield, the FA Cup, the Premier League, the UEFA Champions League, and the UEFA Super Cup. If they were to claim this Club World Cup, they would become the second team, following Barcelona, to achieve the illustrious 6-trophy milestone. Coincidentally, the mastermind behind Barcelona's accomplishment at that time was none other than Pep Guardiola, who now occupies the managerial position at Manchester City. When discussing Guardiola, the commentators spoke with great reverence. Though he is relatively young, his accolades are nothing short of extraordinary. The possession-based football he pioneered has ushered in a new era, becoming a model for many teams to emulate. Should he replicate his earlier success at Barcelona with Manchester City, he may well ascend to the pinnacle of the football world, establishing himself as the finest coach in the sport's history. Guardiola sat composedly on the sidelines, intently observing the unfolding match, demonstrating no signs of underestimating his opponents despite their lesser stature. In a single elimination match, the risk of an unexpected defeat is ever present. If the opposition executes their tactics effectively and enjoys a stroke of luck, they could potentially cause an upset. Thus, Manchester City played with remarkable patience. They refrained from rushing their attacks, opting instead to fortify their defenses and maintain their formation, waiting to discern the weaknesses of their adversaries before launching a decisive strike. As the match commenced, the initial 10 minutes unfolded with a serene atmosphere. However, once past the 10-minute mark, Manchester City's offensive maneuvers became increasingly aggressive. In the 12th minute, a series of precise passes exposed a slight vulnerability in San Lorenzo's defense. This opening was swiftly seized by City's player, Lin Quan, who darted towards the defensive gap. De Bruyne promptly delivered the ball to his feet, their collaboration exhibiting a remarkable synergy that left the opposing players little time to react. Following a couple of deft touches, Lin Quan maneuvered past the number 20 of the opposing team and surged into the penalty area, unleashing his first shot on goal. Regrettably, the ball was overly ambitious in its pursuit of the angle, skimming past the goalkeeper and narrowly missing the post as it sailed out of play, prompting the Manchester City fans in attendance to bury their heads in despair. The players of San Lorenzo were taken aback. The leisurely pace exhibited by Manchester City in the opening 10 minutes had lulled them into a false sense of security, making them believe that the European champions were merely average. However, when the opposing team suddenly accelerated, unleashing a rapid series of passes and movements, they found themselves unable to keep pace. "Everyone focus, heighten your awareness, and do not lose concentration," exclaimed the San Lorenzo head coach, visibly dissatisfied with his team's defensive efforts. Had fortune been even slightly less favorable, they would have already found themselves trailing. In contrast to the San Lorenzo coach, Guardiola maintained a much calmer demeanor. "What? Is that all you can handle? We have only just begun to pick up the pace. The main event is yet to unfold." Guardiola's chosen formation for the day was a false nine, with Lin Quan clearly positioned as the focal point of the attack. After departing from Barcelona, the opportunity to coach a player reminiscent of peak Messi, or even more formidable, was a source of palpable excitement for Guardiola. His mastery in utilizing Messi was unparalleled, and now he had a similar talent in Lin Quan. From the 10th minute onward, Lin Quan's activity in the attacking third became increasingly pronounced. Under his orchestration, Manchester City's offense surged, applying relentless pressure that left their opponents gasping for breath. In the 15th minute, Lin Quan executed a swift turn and unleashed a shot from the edge of the penalty area, striking the crossbar and causing the San Lorenzo players to break into a cold sweat. His exuberance was uncontainable, and conventional methods of defense proved ineffective, compelling them to escalate their fouling in an attempt to restrain him. The match's referee, Watler Lopez from Guatemala, adopted a strict approach to officiating. Following the first foul against Lin Quan, he promptly issued a verbal warning to the San Lorenzo players, admonishing them to be mindful of their actions. When the opponent brought Lin Quan down a second time, he unhesitatingly brandished a card. San Lorenzo's number 20 midfielder, Ortigosa, received the first yellow card of the match in the 17th minute. Burdened with defensive responsibilities, he felt considerable psychological pressure after receiving the card, causing him to hesitate in his tackles. Seizing upon this vulnerability, Manchester City's players targeted Ortigosa mercilessly. He quickly found himself in dire straits, overwhelmed by the relentless assaults from the opposition, leading to a series of blunders. His teammates were forced to assist in defense, which further compromised the integrity of the entire backline. Consequently, a chink in their armor appeared. In the 22nd minute, Lin Quan deftly maneuvered past the hesitant Ortigosa and surged into the penalty area, drawing the attention of both the defenders and the goalkeeper. He expertly laid the ball across the goal for the on-rushing De Bruyne, who calmly slotted it into the empty net. The score was now 1-0, with Manchester City taking the lead. De Bruyne's goal was executed with remarkable ease, as Lin Quan's breakthrough had thoroughly disrupted the opposing defense, leaving him with nothing but a straightforward finish. Such a scenario, even if it involved an octogenarian grandmother, would still result in a goal. After scoring, De Bruyne extended his hand, beckoning Lin Quan to join him in celebration. With a smile, Lin Quan dashed over, embracing De Bruyne while exclaiming, "My pass was decent. Wasn't he it?" De Bruyne, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "It was acceptable, though it would have been even better had you delivered it to my right foot." While De Bruyne favors his right foot, one must not nitpick amid the chaotic pressure and encirclement from numerous opponents. Merely managing to pass the ball is commendable enough. Therefore, upon hearing De Bruyne's remark, Lin Quan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Come on, why don't you try passing me a ball like that?" In response, De Bruyne nodded. "Let us give it a go." What a splendid pass it was. Amidst the encirclement of three players, Lin Quan skillfully maneuvered the ball out, showcasing his remarkable vision and passing ability. In the commentary booth, both announcers erupted into enthusiastic praise after witnessing the play. The credit for this goal primarily belonged to Lin Quan. Once he managed to release the ball, the opposing defense crumbled entirely. De Bruyne's shot was virtually effortless. Even others could have scored under similar circumstances. Concerns linger about Lin Quan potentially following in Messi's footsteps, facing diminished explosiveness and speed as age and injuries accumulate, thereby losing the ability to execute such incisive breakthroughs. However, in this match, Lin Quan demonstrated through his exceptional passing skills that even if he were to lose his ability to break through, his unparalleled passing prowess would undeniably secure him a vital role within the team. In fact, after Suarez joined Barcelona, Messi began to transition as well. His number of dribbles decreased while his assists increased. Although Messi's goal count within the team diminished, Suarez and Neymar's goal tallies soared to new heights. This shift did not weaken Barcelona's competitiveness. Rather, it further enhanced their overall strength. This year's Champions League is poised to be even more intense than last year's. With Real Madrid's BBC trio and Barcelona's MSN combination, alongside the reigning champions Manchester City, who continue to display formidable momentum. These three teams are widely regarded as the favorites to clinch the title in this year's Champions League. Following a conceded goal, San Lorenzo intensified their defense against Lin Quan while simultaneously launching their own offensive maneuvers. They clearly recognized that without curtailing Lin Quan's performance, their chances of victory were slim. Nevertheless, Guardiola, while relying heavily on Lin Quan, did not place the entire offensive burden solely on his shoulders. When Lin Quan became the target of defense, his Manchester City teammates stepped up. In the 42nd minute, Navas, receiving a brilliant pass from De Bruyne, scored again, extending the lead to 2-0. This goal brought Manchester City one step closer to claiming the trophy, as they edged nearer to their first Club World Cup title and their inaugural sextuple achievement. As the second half commenced, the opponents decisively made substitutions, replacing the carded Ortigosa. However, the player substituted was not a defender, but rather an offensive player. This indicates that the opponent's midfield defensive capabilities not only failed to improve, but were indeed weakened. With fewer players in the midfield, San Lorenzo found themselves outnumbered in the attacking third, yet unable to seize possession of the ball. Their midfield was thoroughly suppressed by Manchester City, resulting in a complete breakdown. Once Manchester City gained control of the midfield, they seamlessly transitioned into the hallmark possession-based football characteristic of Guardiola's style. From the outset, Manchester City's possession rate surged dramatically. The ball remained predominantly at their feet, leaving the opponents with little opportunity to touch it. Even when the opposing team occasionally managed to regain possession, they were swiftly met with intense pressure from multiple Manchester City players, who quickly reclaimed the ball. At that moment, with the exception of the goalkeeper, all Manchester City players had advanced beyond the halfway line, continuously passing and attacking just outside the opponent's penalty area. The opposing players could only scramble defensively, finding themselves at the mercy of relentless movement and tactical shifts. The onslaught from Manchester City was unyielding, wave after wave, akin to an incessant tide. The players of San Lorenzo found themselves in a state of heightened anxiety, both physically and mentally exhausted from the immense strain and torment. This style of play left them feeling utterly stifled, yet they could do little, as the opponent's ball control was simply too formidable to contest. Even if they were fortunate enough to gain possession, they were unable to distribute the ball, as their adversaries afforded them no time to make decisions. On the sidelines, San Lorenzo's coach felt a chill run through him, his body beginning to tremble slightly. Their opponents were overwhelmingly strong, truly formidable. This caliber of adversary was incomparable to those they had faced in the league and the Copa Libertadores. Prior to this, they had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. Was this the essence of Guardiola's possession football? Although he had heard of its renowned reputation, this was his first time experiencing the tactical pressure it exerted up close on the field. He couldn't help but glance nervously at the bald man beside him, pondering what kind of genius could conceive such a revolutionary and creative strategy. On the field, the situation was spiraling out of control. The San Lorenzo players, under immense mental strain, were suffering from significant physical exhaustion. Though only 60 minutes had passed, it was evident that they were gasping for breath, with some players even beginning to cramp. The tremendous physical depletion and mental tension caused their movements to falter during challenges, leading to an increase in fouls and yellow cards. In the 61st minute, Navas was fouled while attempting to break through, resulting in San Lorenzo's number 11 receiving a yellow card. In the 65th minute, Lin Quan was brought down by an opposing winger while dribbling down the left flank, leading to San Lorenzo's number 7 also receiving a yellow card. In comparison, Manchester City, who maintained the initiative, experienced significantly less physical exertion. Consequently, as the opponent's stamina dwindled, they could no longer withstand the relentless attacks from Manchester City. In the 72nd minute, Lin Quan executed a half-turn shot from the edge of the penalty area, piercing through the opponent's goal once more, altering the score to 3-0. This goal definitively extinguished any suspense in the match, given that San Lorenzo was already at a disadvantage compared to Manchester City. Trailing by such a margin left them devoid of any hope for a comeback. As the match lost its intrigue, Guardiola began to make substitutions, aiming to conserve his players' stamina for their return to the Premier League, ensuring they could pursue points with renewed vigor. Before being substituted, De Bruyne delivered a remarkable assist to Lin Quan in the 77th minute, calculating the trajectory and Lin Quan's stride with precision, placing the ball perfectly at Lin Quan's right foot. This pass elicited a spontaneous reaction from Guardiola, who leapt to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Quan was equally surprised. He had merely been jesting with De Bruyne and never anticipated such a flawless execution. Seizing the opportunity presented by De Bruyne's exquisite pass, Lin Quan wasted no time, effortlessly positioning himself to send the ball into the net's corner. With this goal, Lin Quan notched his 4th of the match, achieving a brace in the final. Following this moment, Guardiola eagerly utilized 2 substitutions, bringing both Lin Quan and De Bruyne off the field. As they exited, the crowd rose in applause, celebrating not only Lin Quan's performance, but also De Bruyne's remarkable assist, which had left the entire stadium awestruck. After leaving Chelsea, De Bruyne's development accelerated rapidly. Although his reputation may not yet rival that of the world's elite midfielders, his skills are undeniably on par with them. Shortly after the two were substituted, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. With 4 spectacular goals in the final, Manchester City triumphed decisively, defending their title as European champions and securing the inaugural Club World Cup trophy in the club's history. This marked their 7th trophy, crowning Manchester City as the first 7-time champion in Premier League and football history. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 9. Chelsea's crushing defeat and the Ballon d'Or approaches. Following the award ceremony for the Club World Cup, Manchester City promptly boarded Mansour's private jet, trophy in hand. Returning to Manchester. As anticipated, upon arrival at the airport, the City players were swarmed by eager fans, creating an impenetrable throng. This was Manchester City's first Club World Cup and their 7th championship title, making them the first 7-time champions in Premier League history, a feat that even their rivals, Manchester United, had not achieved. How could the fans of the Blue Moon not be exhilarated? How could they not rejoice? That night, Manchester was engulfed in celebration. Across the globe, Manchester City supporters rejoiced in unison. The news of Manchester City's crowning as 7-time champions spread rapidly throughout the footballing world. This is indeed a monumental achievement. Congratulations to Manchester City on their crowning as the 7-time champions. Kudos to Lin Quan and Guardiola for unlocking new achievements. May Manchester City continue their momentum, striving for yet another triumph this year. Alas, it seems unlikely, as they have already been eliminated by Newcastle in the League Cup. In the past, it was Messi's 6 titles that propelled him to win the Ballon d'Or that year, leading to an unprecedented streak of 4 consecutive victories. Could Lin Quan possibly be following in Messi's footsteps? Indeed, it appears plausible, as Lin Quan's playing style mirrors that of Messi, and his accolades are certainly commendable. However, I remain skeptical. During those years, not only was Messi exceptional, but Barcelona also possessed unmatched strength. Messi was fortunate to have the perfect combination of timing, location, and talent to secure his 4 consecutive Ballon d'Ors. Manchester City performed admirably last season, yet their current results exhibit considerable fluctuations. Coupled with fierce competition from the likes of Messi and Ronaldo, emulating Messi's achievement of 4 Ballon d'Ors presents a far greater challenge than it did for him. Nevertheless, Lin Quan is still young, and the future is bright. Once he outlasts Ronaldo and Messi, securing the Ballon d'Or will be well within his grasp. Who knows? Perhaps even more formidable players will emerge in the future? I find that unlikely. European players today seem to be mass-produced like factory goods, exhibiting robotic qualities, well-rounded yet lacking in distinctiveness. Indeed, the number of creatively gifted young players in football is dwindling, as those molded by standardized training face immense difficulty in reaching the heights of talents like Lin Quan and the legendary duo of Messi and Ronaldo. Furthermore, Lin Quan is remarkably young. Players over the age of 18 will find it nearly impossible to surpass him, while those under May 18th not emerge for another 4 to 5 years. Fans are filled with awe at Lin Quan's meteoric rise, bringing excitement and exhilaration to those weary of the Messi-Ronaldo saga. Yet, The thought of Lin Quan achieving such success at a tender age invokes concern for the upcoming generation of players. With a towering figure like Lin Quan standing before them, the pressure on the next wave of talent is indeed monumental. After Manchester City attained their 7-time champion status, a previously discussed topic resurfaced. Can Manchester City ascend to the ranks of elite clubs? With this 7-title achievement, surely they can be considered among the elite? It seems plausible, at least in terms of accolades. I believe Manchester City's honors surpass those of Arsenal. If Arsenal qualifies as an elite club, then Manchester City should similarly be acknowledged. Hold on, though, even in decline, Arsenal boasts 13 top-flight league titles, and in terms of historical legacy and accolades, how can Manchester City compare? Do they truly believe Arsenal's elite status is merely a matter of convenience? Manchester City fans, feeling indignant, posed a question that rendered Arsenal supporters speechless. That's a fair point. But may I inquire what titles Arsenal has won in the past decade? Indeed, Arsenal's past was illustrious. Yet that belongs to history. Since the inception of the Premier League, Arsenal has secured only 3 league titles, merely one more than Manchester City. And they have never won the Champions League. The champions of the past remain champions. Manchester City ought not to be compared with Arsenal, but rather with Chelsea, who ascended to the ranks of elite clubs only after securing 3 league titles and a Champions League trophy. Amidst the cacophony of debate, no one can persuade the other. However, if we adhere to Chelsea's standards, it appears that Manchester City is merely 1 league title away from being considered a powerhouse. Yet, whether among the quarreling fans or the Premier League clubs, the announcement of Manchester City's ascension to 7-time champions has elicited widespread astonishment and concern. The challenge of competing across multiple fronts and emerging victorious is immense. Manchester United, having attempted this countless times, holds the most authority on the matter. To claim both the Premier League and the Champions League in tandem is an extraordinary feat. The majority of teams are compelled to focus their energies on one competition, either striving to secure the league or sacrificing it in pursuit of the Champions League. Only a select few elite clubs, such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Manchester United, can effectively contend on multiple fronts simultaneously. Even so, the risk of failure remains high, and one misstep could lead to an empty trophy cabinet. Manchester United has previously clinched the Champions League title twice and was the first club in the top 5 leagues to achieve a treble. However, during the 1998-1999 season, they lost the League Cup, the Community Shield, and the UEFA Super Cup. In the 2007-2008 season, they failed to secure even the FA Cup. Prior to Manchester City, only 3 clubs in football history had accomplished the treble: Manchester United in the 1998-1999 season, Barcelona in 2008-2009, and Inter Milan in 2009-2010. Bayern Munich in the 2012-2013 season had a genuine chance at the treble, yet they were eliminated in the DFB Pokal by Werder Bremen, thereby missing this opportunity. The treble remains an unattainable feat for even giants like Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, underscoring its difficulty. As for the sextuple, only the illustrious Barcelona has achieved this monumental task, rendering it even more formidable. Thus, Manchester City's attainment of 7 titles reverberates profoundly throughout the Premier League. While there remains contention among fans and within the football community regarding whether Manchester City qualifies as a powerhouse, should their momentum continue, their ascension to this status appears inevitable. Particularly with the acquisitions of Kevin De Bruyne and Pep Guardiola, bolstered by the unwavering support of the Abu Dhabi Group, Manchester City's future shines brightly. This may be a boon for their supporters, yet it is decidedly not a fortunate turn for other Premier League clubs. Consequently, they have collectively resolved to exert every effort to thwart Manchester City. On January 2nd, during the 20th round of the Premier League, Manchester City is set to host Sunderland. In the lead-up to the match, Sunderland's coach boldly declared their intention to measure the mettle of the 7-time champions. Such remarks, in ordinary circumstances, might be deemed an overestimation of one's capabilities. What right does Sunderland, the Black Cats, have to gauge Manchester City's prowess? The disparity in strength between the two teams is glaring. Should Manchester City approach the match with full intensity, even a 2-goal victory would be a mere concession. However, this time, the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Manchester City. Although the key players returned overnight after clinching the Club World Cup, the exhaustion from the match and the arduous journey left them in a lackluster state. To avert the risk of injuries arising from such fatigue, Guardiola opted to deploy a purely substitute lineup for this encounter. Yet, merely 7 minutes into the match, a foul in the penalty area resulted in a penalty kick, thrusting Manchester City's home defense into a precarious situation. Adam Johnson, a former player who briefly graced Manchester City, confidently converted the penalty, granting the visiting team an early lead. Despite being compelled to fight with 10 players, Manchester City managed to equalize temporarily with a goal from Nasri. However, in the 68th minute of the second half, Sunderland's number 8, Rodwell, scored amidst a chaotic scramble, restoring the Black Cats' lead. Coincidentally, Rodwell was also a former City player who had transferred to Sunderland for £12.6 million last summer, and in a twist of fate, he delivered a decisive blow upon his return to the Etihad Stadium. Ultimately, with the two former players striking back, Manchester City succumbed at home with a score of 1-2 to Sunderland. Sunderland's coach fulfilled his pre-match bravado, dousing Manchester City fans with a cold splash of reality, signaling that the joyous times had come to an end and darkness was now upon them. The news of Sunderland's triumph at the Etihad quickly became the front-page headline across major news outlets. The tale of an underdog triumphing over a giant is one that captivates the public, particularly when the vanquished is the newly crowned 7-time champions, Manchester City. The once celebratory media coverage of Manchester City turned into a boomerang, transforming into a tool for rival fans to mock the club. It is quite amusing that while the media lauded Manchester City as the 7-time champions in the morning, by evening they had shifted to criticism and condemnation of the team. Truly fascinating. To trust the integrity of the media is akin to believing that pigs can fly. Some fans expressed their discontent, noting that it was the same media that exalted Manchester City that was now disparaging them, an endeavor driven by a thirst for sales, devoid of dignity. Manchester City's shocking defeat sent Chelsea fans into a euphoric frenzy, believing their opportunity had arrived. If Chelsea could secure victory in their match, they could widen the gap to 6 points. With half the season already elapsed, a 6-point chasm is substantial. Perhaps Chelsea's championship aspirations hinge on the 3 points from this match. However, with hope comes disappointment. While Chelsea fans anticipated a win, Tottenham had other plans. Although Tottenham may not be a footballing powerhouse, they certainly stand as a formidable contender among the second tier of teams. Chelsea is strong, but not to the extent that they could dominate Tottenham effortlessly. Moreover, the match took place on Tottenham's home ground. What grounds did Chelsea have to presume victory? Did they truly believe they were akin to Manchester City? Thus, an exhilarating offensive battle unfolded between Tottenham and Chelsea. Despite Chelsea striking first, Tottenham, under the leadership of Kane, scored 4 goals within a mere 20 minutes, leaving Chelsea utterly bewildered and directionless. The Chelsea supporters were left in disbelief. Was this truly the same Tottenham that had been dominated by Manchester City? Why did they appear so formidable? To the extent that the Blues seemed on the verge of a rout. Over recent seasons, Tottenham had faced Manchester City with dismal defeats, averaging a staggering 55 goals conceded, effectively becoming a plaything for City. Yet, when this plaything unleashed its fury, it proved terrifying. Chelsea had not encountered such an aggressive attacking force this season. Even Manchester City had failed to score 4 goals against them in 20 minutes. Under Tottenham's relentless assault, Chelsea's defense crumbled like a house of cards, rendered utterly impotent at the slightest touch. At the conclusion of the 90 minutes, the scoreboard displayed a resounding 5-3, with Tottenham delivering a crushing defeat to the league leaders, reclaiming their honor with a resounding victory. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Chelsea failed to widen the scoring gap, inadvertently exposing their vulnerabilities to other teams. Following this match, Harry Kane's market value soared from a mere €5 million to an astonishing €50 million, a staggering increase that left many astounded. He supplanted figures like Wilshere to emerge as the new star of British football. Indeed, in the realm of stardom, the British have proven their expertise. Furthermore, some were indeed taken in, as during the winter transfer window, following Kane's stellar performance in this match, Manchester United swiftly presented a bid of £50 million, aiming to bring Kane to Old Trafford to replace the waning Rooney. However, in a surprising turn of events, Kane declined to leave White Hart Lane. Having risen through Tottenham's youth academy, Kane harbored deep affection for the club. He wished to secure a championship for the team before contemplating a departure. This decision endeared him to Tottenham supporters, prompting the club's chairman, Levy, to immediately engage with Kane's agent to negotiate a salary increase and contract extension. Chelsea's unexpected defeat allowed Manchester City, previously under heavy media scrutiny, to breathe a sigh of relief. Following Chelsea's dismal performance against Tottenham, the media swiftly shifted their focus to criticize Chelsea, lambasting Mourinho for his arrogance and disrespect toward Tottenham. Meanwhile, Manchester City, previously in the spotlight for their own failures, found themselves overlooked. After all, Chelsea's defeat was far more palatable than City's loss with an entirely substitute lineup. Thus, in this comparatively relaxed atmosphere, Manchester City methodically began to restore their team's form. On January 4th, after a 3-day respite, City's first team emerged victorious in the third round of the FA Cup, decisively defeating Sheffield Wednesday with a score of 4-1, advancing to the next round with heads held high. In this match, the entire Manchester City squad displayed remarkable form, particularly Lin Quan. Within just half a match, Lin Quan achieved a hat-trick, decisively extinguishing any suspense surrounding the outcome and rendering the remainder of the game a mere formality. As the Ballon d'Or ceremony approaches, Lin Quan showcased his exceptional prowess with this hat-trick, undoubtedly solidifying his candidacy. The Ballon d'Or is surely his. The chapter concludes here.